No, he did not.
All right, let's go.
Yep.
If you hadn't done it, I would have laced it down the middle.
Alex with a 2-out RBI single, and the Mariners now lead the Tigers by a score of 6-2. And what an afternoon for Mallex Smith. That's his third base hit of the day.
Fourth time reaching base. Kyle Seager also adding an RBI single in the ninth for Little Insurance. That made it 7-2. The Mets will get started against the Blue Jays, a 3-game series. They've been hot as of late. That begins today. They'll use an opener in their first game against them. That's a wrap for the Hot List and the entire Blitz at 6 Hour. Brock and Salt coming your way next, right here on 710 ESPN Seattle.
710 KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, streaming live on the 710 Sports app. The voice of Seattle sports. 710 ESPN Seattle.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
Get a freaking auto! This is Brock and Salk.
Why did Hot Pockets not evolve further?
Why not what?
Streaming nationwide on the 710 Sports app.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
What Brock Ewart says?
No, he's not a friend of mine.
My body won't perform.
And 710sports.com.
Good morning, everybody. It is Brock and Salk on 710 ESPN Seattle, 710sports.com. Little Friday morning back out at the Seahawks facility, waiting for them to practice at around 10 o'clock this morning. And Brock, they got some speculation out there. Some speculation I like. Jadeveon Clowney is a name that I can't help but be intrigued by. When I saw it yesterday, Greg Rosenthal write a little write-up on all the teams that might be a good fit for Clowney as he is potentially here going to be dealt by the Texans because they can't agree to a deal and he won't even sign his franchise tender there. So he could be dealt. All right. Yes. Well, the Seahawks show up on Greg's list of 7 teams because they have a rare combination in today's NFL, cap space and a willingness to take risk in trades. So put all that together, add their need for a pass rusher, add the fact that they have 2 seconds, 2/3, 2/4 next year. Seems to make a whole lot of sense to be able to deal for a guy like Jadeveon Clowney, who's like, exactly what this team needs.
Add in the fact that over the last decade, from this time of training camp to the beginning and the formation of their 53-man roster, these guys that sit literally right above us, right? John Schneider's office. I think this little bird that's just been all around us right now, it could easily fly the 1.5 stories up to Schneider's office. So he sits right behind us, and they have made a deal from this time to the formation of the 53-man roster every single training camp. So this is when they are active. This is when they are evaluating what they are and what they are not, taking some areas of strength, even at times draft picks, 7th-round picks, 6th-round picks, 5th-round picks, right? Making a move for a Brett Hundley, making a move for a Justin Coleman, making a move for those guys over the years, and they've done it every single year. And this would be the riskiest and the most significant. And I've got to tell you that there's a reason the Texans haven't done it, and I wouldn't do it either. Not on this team, not with this crew, not with the goodwill that they've got going, and everybody seemingly in that boat rowing the same oar, not for themselves, but for the Seahawks. And I just don't think you bring that element in. As tantalizing and as intriguing as it is, because body type, skill set, explosiveness, you've seen it. You've played against him. They know it. The dude is a freak show, but I just don't think you go down that road if you're these guys in this building.
Yeah, because you don't need a pass rusher. You don't need help on your defense. You've got this really good offense. You've got more than $20 million in cap space. You don't really have anybody coming up you need to sign other than potentially Jaron Reed, and that's obviously become a little dicier situation here in the last couple of months. I don't know, man. I was texting with people I know in the Houston media, and the report I got back was quality human, well-liked in the locker room. The Seahawks should 100% trade for him. Naturally talented. Yeah, maybe there's some issues with effort, but isn't that exactly what Pete thinks he can get out of people? I don't know, man. This seems like as close to being a no-brainer as possible to me. You are in need of pass rush. It is the one glaring weakness on your team. If you could turn Frank Clark into Jadeveon Clowney, all the while adding all of the picks you added for Frank Clark, that seems like the easiest move in the world. Think about it for a second. Last year, you trade Frank Clark. You get everything you got in this year's draft and all the manipulation you did in order to bring in all these new players. And you got a second-round pick for next year.
Mm-hmm.
If you deal that second-round pick for next year and then get Jadeveon Clowney, you're telling me you wouldn't go from Frank Clark to Jadeveon Clowney and add everything you did in the meantime? Of course you would. That's like the most no-brainer of no-brainers.
And paying
This
him,
seems easy
and
to
paying
me.
him 15.5 this year.
Sure.
And then what?
What do you care about this year? You've got $21 million of cap space.
And then what? And then,
I'd be absolutely willing to sign him if he fits here. You need players like that. He's a good player who's only 26 years old. He plays this year at 26.
Why didn't they sign Frank Clark? Why? I'm just curious. I'm not using this as ammunition. I'm just talking
I have
out
my
loud.
own theories. I don't know what the actual reason was.
Right.
I mean, maybe they didn't want. I mean, he wanted what, $20 million plus a year.
Yep.
And
Clowney wants $20 million plus a year.
And I think there were concerns about Frank, his character, et cetera, whether or not he was going to work hard out here. I mean, I think there were a lot of concerns.
Bro, this
about
bird
Frank
is
Clark.
freaking me out right now.
Dude, stop with the bird.
This bird, no, look at it. Salk.
No,
It
I've
is
already
now
looked at
sitting. It's basically eating my
Shoo the
electrical
bird.
wire.
Don't
No, it won't
stand for that,
shoo,
Brock.
Kyle. It's not going to get out of here. It's been a big major
I get it.
issue.
You don't have much of an argument, so you're going to change the subject. And
No,
talk about the
I have a
bird?
Brock, you've got Russell Wilson in
Great.
his prime. You just made him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, and you're entering this season with no plans to compete for a Super Bowl.
I've got Ziggy.
This has to be a no-brainer.
I've got
Let's
no
go.
brainer.
What are we doing?
I've got Ziggy Ansah here. Did we forget about Ziggy Ansah?
No,
Kind
we
of.
didn't. He's
Okay.
banged up, not healthy, hasn't
got a gr-
practiced.
And also,
once.
generally, teams want more than one pass
And
rusher.
generally, I've got a group of guys that all want to be Seahawks and know what it means to be a Seahawk. So in a fantasy football world, you're right. I'm just going to snap my fingers, and Jadeveon Clowney's going to be in great shape. He's going to be highly motivated. He's going to totally buy into this culture and this program and all of those things that matter. And I'm going to snap my fingers, and in a week, he's going to show up without doing anything this entire offseason, without knowing anybody in this building, without having any connection to Pete Carroll and wanting to play for the Seahawks, but solely wanting to play for Jadeveon Clowney and wanting to get paid. And you know what? That's
so what,
that's
you
a great
you
idea.
the same person who always
That's a
sits
great
around
idea. No,
saying
that's a great idea.
You the same guy who sits around every time and says, I just want to get somebody motivated right now to get their big time contract. Well,
Yep.
he would legitimately be motivated. You said it earlier this morning when
Sure.
we were talking to Lydia. You'd have two guys, one on each side, and Clowney and Ziggy Ansah, both competing to try to see which one gets the long term deal. This seems like your bread and butter. Dude, I'm sorry. I would be so excited if I woke up or if we later today we see that the Seahawks have dealt a second-round pick next year for a player of that caliber. Maybe you've forgotten how good he is.
Okay.
Maybe you weren't watching when we all saw one of the best hits of our entire life a few years ago when he was playing against Michigan in college.
Michigan at the 41. What a hit! Ball's free on the ground. South Carolina deserves to have it, and they do.
Clowney just says, I'll take care of business right here. You give me this long, I'll come off the ball and rock you and get it right back for our offense.
In my life, there are only a few specific hits that I've watched that will stand out and that I'll remember forever. You know my memory's going.
Yes, I do.
I mean, Steve Atwater on Christian Okoye, that will be remembered for the rest of my life.
Okay.
Cam Chancellor on Vernon Davis,
Yep.
that'll probably be remembered for the rest of my life. Oddly, Bobby Wagner on Todd Gurley when he stopped him on 3rd or 4th and 1 and just like completely stood him up straight in his tracks and dropped him. That one will stand out to me.
Cam Chancellor on Demaryius Thomas.
And you know what? Oh, God. You know what else will stand out to me? This one.
Sure.
Forever.
Yep.
Clowney has that kind of power, that kind of ability to get into the backfield. He's there and almost takes the handoff and instead just decides to destroy that little running back.
Mm-hmm.
He's done it at the NFL level, too, where he's had somewhere in that 8 to 9 sack range virtually every year. I know he had some injury concerns earlier in his career,
Yeah.
but he's played 14, 15, 16 games the last 3 years. He's been healthy. He's only 26
So in 5 years,
old.
he's played one complete season.
But he's played between 14 and 16 the
He's
last
had
3
4.5
years.
sacks, 6 sacks, 9.5 and 9. He's had 29 sacks in 5 NFL seasons. 20,
But look at the last 2. He had 9 in both, 9 and 9.5.
Yep.
Okay, those are the kind of numbers I want.
Yep.
I don't know, man. Why do I care what he did as a rookie 4 years ago?
Sure.
I care what he's done recently.
Well, you
once
cared about his hit. that
I
he
know,
had
but I
against
care.
Michigan
I care.
5,
That
6
shows
years
the
ago.
potential.
Right. There's
but I
no doubt
absolutely
this guy's
care
a total
about what
freak
he's
show.
done.
So why didn't Houston take care of him? Why haven't they signed him? Why haven't they said this is the guy that we want to be part of our future?
Because
in
they
a
already have
league-
J.J. Watt
in a-
because they've
and-
already
and
made
J.J.
other.
Watt's had 19
and
back
by
surgeries
the way,
and is a year-to-year
and
deal.
Houston's the model organization. They don't even have a GM.
Why hasn't Houston signed one of their young,
because they don't have a
unbelievable,
GM.
dynamic, explosive guys?
Because they don't have a GM, and that front office / coaching staff has been a mess.
That's a fact. And you're willing and you're comfortable from afar looking at that situation and saying that's
I'm willing
why.
to speculate
All right.
that is the case. Yes, absolutely.
I'm willing to speculate that great players like him, like Frank Clark, don't get re-signed someplace because the place that they are knows them better than the place that does not. That knows the ins and the outs, that knows the makeup, that knows the work ethic, that knows the injury history, that knows how long that knee may or may not last.
Unfortunately, you've put yourself in this position by not developing a player of that caliber at that spot. Unfortunately, you traded Frank Clark. Okay, fine. You didn't think he was going to be worth it. Then you did not have enough in reserve to be able to deal with it. This is value.
And the Seahawks, by the way, could have done this earlier, right?
Right, but to be able to get him now when you sort of have the
leverage
Texans,
is now that
that's right.
Clowney's not reporting.
You're the one with leverage now. Before the Texans had leverage.
Yeah.
Now you would have leverage.
And you would not be able to negotiate a new deal. He would play this year at $15.5 million, period, bar none.
And if worse comes to worse, he leaves and you get a third-round pick back? Okay, so you traded a second and
if he has a great year.
You've traded a second for a third. You got a third-round pick for Earl Thomas, for God's sake,
if he has a
who
great
played
year,
like 4 games.
If he has a great year and signs a mega deal, right, somewhere else, you get some.
You're
told
not
me you don't like the compensatory
I don't,
game.
but I mean, if that's the worst thing that happens, yeah, count me in for all that. 7:10, time for Need to Know.
Need to know. The voice of Seattle sports. Brought to you by Dubin Law Group. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
By the way, you can text your thoughts in on Jadeveon Clowney, 710-710, powered by Coors Light. Texans reportedly are shopping him. Defensive end Jadeveon Clowney, he's 26 years old, had 9 sacks last year for the Texans. Due to make just under $16 million on the franchise tag this season. The Seahawks have that and more left in cap space. I would do this. I mean, the number, the trade package that was thrown out was a second-round pick. By the way, the Seahawks have 2 of those next year, so you have this in reserve. Brock, I think this is as close to a no-brainer as you're going to find. A player of that caliber, specifically at that position, when you don't have anybody you need to sign coming up, this is like exactly what I would want John Schneider to do.
Yeah, I absolutely want him to entertain the idea, and I think, in their search for pass rush over the last 4 months and what they were going to do with Frank Clark, what they were going to do and where they were going to spend resources north of $10 million, they decided Ziggy Ansah was a better opportunity than Jadeveon Clowney was. Mike, in a fantasy world or fantasy football world or a video game world or projection world, I totally get it, man. Snap your fingers, and this is the guy I want. This is the guy that I've seen in the past. This is the dynamic playmaker that would fit so beautifully into both that Leo position and a nickel pass rush situations with Ziggy Ansah. I totally get all of that, and I would be deeply intrigued. And I'd probably say, awesome. That is a risk that I would be unwilling to take, but I do have some concerns about believing this guy who has done nothing for the last 6-7 months, was not signed by the Houston Texans, would just come in here seamlessly and be the guy he's always
Everybody
been.
likes it, but guess what? Brock, you don't. Contrarian.
Not really.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, the Seahawks will travel to Minnesota without Jadeveon Clowney since he doesn't play for them yet. They'll take on the Vikings in a nationally televised game. Sunday night, 5 o'clock, you can hear the pregame show here on 710 ESPN Seattle starting at 3. Some good news on the practice field yesterday. There's a whole bunch of running backs all got back on it. C.J. Prosise, Travis Homer, J.D. McKissick, all returning to practice yesterday. Look, I'd assumed McKissick would get back there with Prosise. I just imagine that he's going to be walking back off of it soon. But the guy that makes me most excited there is Homer. I want to see that guy play in a game. I want to see if some of that, hard-edge running style that we got a chance to see in OTAs and even more so at the beginning of training camp here, I want to see if that translates to a position that, you get a pretty good shot to judge in a preseason game.
And this will be a pretty good game to judge more of your depth and your talent. Minnesota is a better football team than the Denver Broncos. You're going to go out on the road, a beautiful stadium, one of the louder stadiums in the league as well. And for guys like Paxton Lynch and Travis Homer who are trying to continue to carve out roles, Jazz Ferguson, this is going to be a wonderful test against a quality opponent in a loud building in Minneapolis Sunday night.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, nice game for the Mariners yesterday, and especially for Kyle Seager. 2 for 5, drove in 3 runs. The Mariners beat the Tigers 7-2, win that series in Detroit. What a series for Seager. Essentially won them 2 games, which is pretty impressive. He's played incredibly well recently, and if this is I know he's not going to keep doing this for the rest of his career, but it's just so nice to see the player back that they decided to reward with a $20 million a year contract. Maybe he ends up sticking around and being happier, but I think more likely maybe he starts to intrigue a team out there that sees exactly what he's been and what he could be again. They'll take on the Blue Jays. They travel to Toronto tonight, 4 o'clock this afternoon. First pitch, 3 o'clock pregame show. They will have an opener and then Wade LeBlanc.
Oh, yeah. And don't sleep on that opener that was, Whistler Malone? Right, they got the job done yesterday.
Remember when people didn't like the opener?
Yeah, and if they could just play the Tigers, if they could just play the Detroit Tigers every series, every other series over the course of the season, man, these Mariners could win 100 games again. But unfortunately, they do not. It will be kind of fun to see Vlad Guerrero's son, to see Bichette's son, a couple, a bunch of familiar names that are going to make you and I feel a little bit older as the Mariners begin a 4-game set in Toronto tonight.
All right, 3 things you need to know every morning at 7:10. Plenty of text messages coming in on Jadeveon Clowney and Brock. The Texans just can't pay him more than J.J. Watt. It would cause too many issues in-house. Okay, I changed my mind. Let's sign him. I would only give up a 3rd-round pick for him. Sign him. I don't want him. Get Clowney.
Your poll was interesting last night. 50% said absolutely make the deal. I think it was about 39-40% said nope, not interested. So I think a pretty split poll means pretty split opinion, which means a good conversation, which means exactly why the professor is here.
John Clayton's Morning Drive with Brock and Salk.
It's a 4-way battle, and there's only going to be 3 spots. Somebody has to go.
The first and final word on everything NFL from the Professor John Clayton.
They scored 30 points a game. They were the best running team in football.
Plus a wild card.
If you could have 2 attributes of animals, what attributes would you choose?
The girth of a gorilla and the face of a lion.
It's John Clayton's Morning Drive with Brock and Salk.
Good morning, John.
Good morning.
All right, Jadeveon Clowney's the story of the day. Greg Rosenthal threw the Seahawks on the list as a possible trade partner for the big defensive end linebacker. What do you think? What would it take to get it done?
Not going to happen. So it's like, I'm sure it's going to take a 2nd-round pick, and that'd be a little bit too expensive.
2nd-round pick sounds perfect. They have 2 of them.
Yeah.
So let's go. 2nd-round pick, Jadeveon Clowney. You got 2 defensive ends again. Let's go rush the passer. Let's get after it. Let's go.
Okay, I don't think it's going to happen.
All right, but why?
I don't think they're going to do it because remember, you figure that you do this with the idea that you're going to lose him at the end of the year.
Maybe, or maybe you decide you're going to sign him at the end of the year.
Well, did they sign Frank Clark?
No, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't sign him. It means they decided not to sign Frank Clark.
But also, you're putting yourself in a position at the end of the year, you're going to lose 2 defensive ends, most likely. Remember, you paid Ziggy Ansah, and so Ziggy Ansah...
But you got $20 million of cap space, John, and this guy's going to cost you 16. You're one of the few teams that has the money to do this. And, oh, by the way, you've got potentially an extra 2nd, extra 3rd, extra 4th next year. You have Russell Wilson in his prime, an offense that looks poised to have a great year, and a defense that, looks subpar and is specifically missing the ability to stop to rush the passer and set the edge against some of the running teams in your division. This seems like as obvious a move as you could possibly get.
Not going to happen. Not happening here. I just don't see it. It's one.
So none of those things. You don't see any of those things.
You see the benefit of it, but also it's like, what about? You still want to see how some of these young guys go. Remember, I mean, he's not a defensive end. He's a linebacker. I mean, he can put his hand on the ground and rush. We know he can do that. But in the end, I just don't see them doing it.
What does your guy Sean Salisbury, who's locked into Houston and you talk to every single week, what would Sean Salisbury say about Jadeveon Clowney and why the Texans have not done this deal with him?
I'll find out in about 15 minutes because I'll be talking to Sean. But I think the big thing is that you got now you don't even have a general manager on the team. You have a coach who's going to act either angry or whatever, make a move and all that stuff.
Could that actually be a good thing, though, John?
It could be,
We saw this with the Mets, right? We talked about this with some of the chaos of the Mets and their GM situation, and most of the people around baseball would have never done the deal that the Mets ultimately did, absorbing Robbie Cano's, the majority of the contract and everything else. Could this actually be an advantageous situation where they don't have a totally stable, locked-in front office?
That could be, sure. I think that could be a possibility, no question about it. So, because again, you don't have somebody that's used to doing. I mean, look what he ended up doing just the other day. I mean, he was angry about one of his running backs, a third round pick back in 2017. Didn't think he was working as hard, and next thing you know, boom, he comes in and changes things around and has to end up trading for Duke Johnson, a $5.2 million running back, and he had to eventually give up a 3rd round pick.
What stood out last night in a bunch of preseason games?
Not a good game for Kyler Murray. A lot of mistakes, a lot of bad play on his part. You can see that, with the pure shotgun, I mean, he had two offsides because he just moving his hands too much. That didn't look good. I thought that the Cardinal defense looked terrible, and now it gets worse because Robert Alford's going to miss probably 2 months with a broken leg. That didn't look good. Saw some positive things from Lamar Jackson, running around for the right now trying to see what he can do for the Baltimore Ravens. Atlanta, I mean, they did some things okay, but they continue to lose. They've now lost 11 preseason games in a row.
Wow.
That's not too good.
That's a little bit odd.
Sam Darnold looked good.
Hey, good news for the Seahawks injury front here. Procise, Homer, McKissick, 3 running backs all back at practice. Do you think we'll get to see them in the game Sunday night?
Yeah, I think so.
Good.
Yeah.
Which one of those 3 guys do you want to see the most?
Probably Travis Homer.
Yeah, me too.
Because, again, he's really good catching the football, does a lot of positive things, and so I really want to see him.
What do you think will be the storyline? You'll be on the sidelines in Minnesota Sunday night with Seahawk Radio, and when we hit the air Monday morning, 7 a.m., we talk to you. What will be a couple of the biggest headlines from this preseason game?
Well, just how the defense does against the Minnesota offense, particularly early on when Kirk Cousins is going to be out there. I think he's going to be out there for about a quarter. I think certainly to see if they're, what the first team offense looks like with Russell Wilson, see if he is going to throw the ball a little bit to Chris Carson and the running backs. See, because again, he's only going to probably be out there for 2 series. Certainly to see who's going to be out there on the offensive line, what receiver looks good. Can DK Metcalf do some good things against the Minnesota Viking defense?
Bigger impact this season, John. I was reading a bunch on the pass interference last night, and already a bunch of highlights being played, NFL officials and NFL officiating office responding to it. A bigger deal this year, the emphasis on offensive holding, which they said they are going to emphasize more and not let teams get away with, or the pass interference change. Bigger impact for the Seahawks.
For the Seahawks, probably the pass interference because, again, they play tight on coverage, and so that is going to probably, be getting a few more flags and all that. So I think that works against them. The holding, that's not going to help, but I just think the pass interference thing, which I think is a disaster right now. You see, they had in the Washington game, they couldn't make a call because they didn't have a good camera angle. It's because they did, because it's preseason and didn't have all the camera angles they normally have. I mean, this thing just keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
I don't understand. Why is that a disaster?
What's that?
Why is that a disaster?
Well, because it stops the game with another penalty, and you have to have a review.
It's a preseason problem. You don't have. That doesn't sound like something that will transfer into the regular season, right?
Why wouldn't it?
Because you just said they didn't have enough cameras, which is why it was a problem.
Yeah, but again, it's like it's yet another. I mean, there were 17 calls last week, 17 challenges, and that's not counting the number of calls on pass interference.
Interesting. All right, wild card time.
Time now for the wild card. Wild card.
Mr. Professor Clayton?
Yes.
It's time for Fan Fiction Friday.
Oh, boy.
John Clayton is one of the world's most well-renowned motivational speakers, but nobody knows the dark secret that has fueled his incredible energy. And that's all about to change. Watch as Cara Delevingne stars as an intrepid reporter who uncovers the secret of Clayton's ritual bird sacrifice that allows him to channel dark magic energy through his shaman played by Boy Howdy. Whoa. Will Clayton deny the allegations so he can continue his shady practices, or will he get clean and try and start his life over? What do you think?
I think I'll probably try to keep doing it. I mean, I'm not going to come clean on it because I'm too far into it. Too many guilty charges that could be used against me. So I think the big thing is just try to keep using the dark magic and that and see if I can keep getting away with it.
Bird sacrifice, huh, John? You're comfortable with that?
Not really.
Sacrificing birds. There's one that's been chirping and walking all around our little desk here.
That's been there for a couple of days. I was here yesterday,
little bird?
too.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gee, this thing loves it over here. I think it wants a job on radio.
A yellow-brown?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it actually came over and gave me a resume earlier and said it wanted to be on the air and do middays.
Wow.
Sheesh. Really aggressive bird.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think somebody left some food under there, too, which is why I think the bird's
Who should we
around.
accuse of that? Who do you think it was? Wassel?
Probably, yeah, because it was certainly after when Mara and I left.
It wasn't Graz. Graz just stands out here and he doesn't move. He just keeps his jaw open and just stares out at the field.
That bird was laying right on Graz's shoulder.
Right on his lip. Lips open. You got to worry that bird fit right inside.
Have a great weekend, JC.
See you, John. All right, John Clayton with us every morning at 7:15. John, not a fan necessarily of the proposed Jadeveon Clowney deal.
Doesn't see it.
Doesn't see it. Doesn't think it's going to happen.
Not going to happen.
He's pretty much out on that.
Don't see it.
Well, I'm in. I'm 100% in. But If it doesn't happen, I'll tell you one guy who is going to need to fill up some of that space. That would be Jacob Martin. He's going to join us next on Brock and Salk.
DK Metcalf was the most hyped receiver coming into the draft.
Metcalf, I thought, was a tremendous steal.
Gives the Seahawks a dimension they've really never had before.
And expectations continue to rise.
Man, I think he could be a Hall of Famer if he wants to.
Get to know Russell Wilson's newest target with Brock and Salk.
How have you gained the trust of Russell?
Download the 710 Sports app to hear the full conversation or get the full hour on demand at 710sports.com/podcasts.
I'm Matt Dubin, founding attorney of the Dubin Law Group. A lot has changed in Seattle since I graduated UW Law School 24 years ago.
There you go.
We have a lot more people here now, and they seem to keep coming. The traffic gets worse every year, but just like our baseball team, we keep hoping next year they'll turn it around.
You want me
The
to
one
do it after
Seattle
this?
constant for more than 20 years is the Dubin Law Group. We've been helping injured Washingtonians seek justice since I founded the firm right here in 1998. When you're choosing a lawyer, you need someone who understands our community. We at the Dubin Law Group get Washington. We've always been here, and we always will. Our experienced lawyers know your rights, and we know how to protect them. If you or a loved one has been hurt in any kind of accident, let the Dubin Law Group be your team, so you can focus on getting better and getting your life back to normal. Call us now at 206-800-8000. That's 206-800-8000. Or find us online at dubinlawgroup.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for 3010 Weight Loss for Life. It has helped thousands of clients shed hundreds of thousands of pounds, and I know because I'm one of them. I lost more than 25 pounds, and I've been able to keep it off. If you know it's time, and you know how it is, you gain 2 pounds this year, 3 the next, 4 over here, 2, 3. Next thing you know, it's 25, 40, 60 pounds. Well, then you know it's time to get in. Start with that call, 855-843-3010. If you have health concerns, you want to live or feel healthier, be able to get in the ground, play with your kids, whatever it is, fit into those pants you used to love, all of the above, 3010 can help. And once you reach your ideal weight, you can enjoy 3010's maintenance program free for life. You're worth it. Call 855-843-3010 or online at 3010weightlossforlife.com.
The Real ID Act goes into effect in Washington state on October 1st, 2020. Standard Washington driver's licenses will no longer be valid for domestic air travel or accessing some federal facilities. So will this affect you? It depends on your travel habits and other factors. Several ID options will work for air travel, such as a passport, enhanced driver's license, permanent resident card, or military ID. You may already have what you need, or you may need to get a new ID. Plan ahead. Get ready at ID2020WA.com.
When your battery goes dead, everything could come to a stop. Don't take a chance on getting stranded. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts and get your battery tested free of charge. If your battery does need to be replaced, O'Reilly Auto Parts can help you find the exact battery that fits your car or truck at a guaranteed low price. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. How good are PXG clubs? Golf writers describe them as absolutely remarkable and the best golf clubs out there. Our customers call them insanely good and say they live up to the hype. So what are you waiting for? Step up your game and enjoy golf more than ever. Call 844-PLAY-PXG, 844-PLAY-PXG, or visit pxg.com to book your custom fitting. PXG. Nobody makes golf clubs the way we do. Period.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at Toyota Puyallup and Toyota's national clearance event going on right now off River Road at Toyota Puyallup. I'm talking the biggest discounts of the year available on all remaining 2019 models, including the family-friendly Toyota Sienna, luxurious Avalon, or the rugged Toyota Tundra. All three come with $4,000 in customer cash. Plus, Toyota Puyallup's offering super low lease payments on their most popular models. Get an all-wheel drive RAV4 LE for just $239 per month, or the Tacoma TRD Off-Road Double Cab for just $259 a month. And if you're looking for the best car buying experience, look no further than Toyota Puyallup. Choose from more than 600 new Toyotas. Get financing as low as 0%. And remember, all new Toyotas come with Toyota Care. 2 years, 25,000 miles of complimentary maintenance. So don't miss Toyota's national clearance event going on right now with Carrie and her team at Toyota Puyallup. Toyota Puyallup, putting you first since 1970. on approval credit through TFS. 36-month lease on RAV4 with $28.99 and Tacoma $29.99. Do it sign expires 9/3/19.
I'm Tom Shane. Every 6 weeks, I'm off again to Thailand to handpick Shane Company's sapphires and rubies in Bangkok, the gemstone capital of the world. It's my second home. For decades, I've worked with the most talented, ethical, and reputable stone cutters. This gives me access to a range of spectacular colors that no other jeweler in the state has. In Bangkok, I evaluate each stone in natural daylight and only buy those stones with the most life and the best color. Then, I have them recut to bring out their inherent natural beauty. Because I eliminate all middlemen and their markups, no one else comes close to competing with us on quality or price. Whether you're looking for a meaningful gift or want a colored stone for an engagement ring, come to Shane Company for the most vibrant sapphires and rubies. Now you have a friend in the jewelry business. Shane Company and ShaneCo.com.
You're listening to Brock and Salk.
Live from the Alaska Airlines studios.
Streaming through the 710 Sports app and on 710sports.com.
Jacob Martin going to join us here in just a couple minutes. We were waiting on him, Seahawks defensive end. He's a good talker. I've heard him a couple times on with Danny David Moore, Seahawks Spotlight, and he seems like a really good dude. So looking forward to having him over here and chatting with him. Came out of Temple, grew up in Colorado, and then found himself here in Seattle. Had a pretty darn good rookie year. I mean, it started off slow, as you might expect for a later-round pick. But when he got his chances to get out on the field, you got to say he made the most of them as much as anybody did.
No question, impacted the pocket. Sure helped, I think, a Jaron Reed, a Frank Clark. Those guys, I think, pointed to him, and just the effort level was off the charts. He talked to, I think it was John Clayton this offseason, one of the OTAs, about, last year just going through that grind and trying to keep his weight up, trying to keep his strength up. And I think that's probably one of the biggest challenge he faces. So I think they're finishing, the linebackers and guys, D linemen finishing up in the weight room, and will be with us here to talk about how he's going to do that this season because they're going to need that. Now, I will also say since I'm on the same side as Mr. Clayton, I didn't necessarily love some of the rationale there. I love the opinion, the strong take that he just does not see Clowney happening. Just don't see it happening. It's not going to happen. I love that take, and some of that's built on, I think, his gut and his instinct over the years and what this team has done. But, man, you lay out a pretty convincing case. Most importantly, your time to win is now.
Right.
Like, I was listening to some folks talk about the Cowboys and Dak Prescott and Zeke, and those, like, you've got your window of opportunity. And while you want it to extend as long as possible, and I think this place behind us has done a wonderful job of that over the last decade of managing their cap, of never getting overextended, right, of keeping young players, growing and developing young players, and you have Russell Wilson. But your moment with Russell and Pete, they're in their prime, those two, I would contend, right now.
Well, and you have some leverage in this case. I mean, it doesn't sound like you're going to have to give up a tremendous amount. I mean, we've seen what some of these veterans can go for. You saw how difficult it was. You couldn't even trade Earl Thomas or Richard Sherman. If you're telling me you could get a Jadeveon Clowney for a second or third round pick next year when you've got multiples at that spot, this seems very obvious.
Understandably, Bill O'Brien, the head coach down there with the Houston Texans, was asked about this yesterday. Cut number 3 here, Kyle. Bill O'Brien asked about the trade speculation and whether or not Clowney would indeed be moved here in the next couple weeks. Here's Bill O'Brien.
There's a lot of speculation about him being traded. Are you hearing all that around?
No, not at all.
You got anything to say about it?
Nope.
Still expecting him to be.
At some point, yeah. At some point, he'll come in, I believe. But, I mean, that's up to him.
Well, how about seeing Mr. Clowney? Have you seen him for the last 6-7 months? What kind of shape is he even in, head coach Bill O'Brien?
Again, we haven't seen him. We haven't really seen him since the end of, the season. So, I really don't know. I can do my best to answer your question, but, really don't know. When he arrives, we'll handle it when he arrives. But that's his prerogative. He doesn't have to be here right now.
I hope he's in the same shape that Khalil Mack was when he got traded to the Bears last year after kind of pulling the same stunt. They traded him to the Bears. Obviously, he was worth a lot more just given his incredible talent. What, he had 4 sacks in his first game?
Yeah.
I mean, like, he showed up ready to play, and I don't know whether Clowney will or not, but that guy's body has never really been a question.
No.
His physical attributes
Khalil Mack,
nor are Jadeveon Clowney's. I mean, his physical attributes are not up for debate, right? I mean, he's a freak show physically. He was the number 1 overall pick for a reason.
Yes, but these guys, again, in the building behind us, it is their job, the pro personnel department, to do all of the scouting. You're not just scouting. I think that gets lost a little bit on people. We get so inundated and just immersed with the college talent, right? You know so much about them. The guys in this building work equally as hard of trying to understand the pro talent out there as well. As it looks like Jacob Martin heading our way, one of those pass rushers that, man, have we talked about a pass rush enough over the course of the offseason and into training camp? Here's one of the guys that's going to do his best to get home this year. Good morning, Jacob.
Good morning.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How are you all?
We're doing good. Thanks for coming over and seeing us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
How's camp been?
It's been amazing so far.
Yeah?
It's been an amazing experience. Just looking for things to build on top of.
What are you building on?
I would say just coming out here and, getting really technical with how I'm coached up, and focusing on the little details of my game. That's what it's been this offseason. And during this whole training camp, it's been what we've been focusing on, like the little stuff.
You said to one of our buddies, John Clayton, who was on our station right after us, you said to him this offseason interview, Jacob, that that you come into as a rookie and you're training as a track guy. You're training to be as fast as you can. You're training to do all of that stuff as well as possible. This offseason, you're training to be a football player. What does that look like? Go into some detail, the difference of that.
I would say the main difference is that I'm not training to run a 40. I'm not training to run in a straight line. And I could. This offseason was awesome to get back to what I was normally used to doing. Training in the offseason. So that was awesome to get back and get out to California with my brother. And attack the Sand Hill, Manhattan Beach. So those are the biggest difference is not having to train for the 40 and essentially teach myself how to run out of blocks.
Sure.
Yeah.
You grew up in Colorado, is that right?
Yeah, Texas-born, Colorado raised.
Texas-born, Colorado raised, and then you went to Philadelphia to go to college.
Temple strong.
Yeah, why Temple?
Oh, man. When I first started my whole recruiting process, my mom told me that, you don't have to make a decision right now, and that, like, when you go to buy a home, it's a home when you just feel it, So that was a question she'd always make sure I asked myself when I got there, wherever I was going, whether that be Temple, or Colorado State, wherever I visited, she always asked, make sure you ask yourself, is this home? Because potentially I could have been there for 4 to 5 years, and I got off the plane in Philadelphia, and I fell in love with Philly before I fell in love with Temple.
Really?
So, yeah, I've always wanted to live on the East Coast. And I think honestly, I think everyone should live in Philly for like their early 20s. So,
it's a good place to be.
Everybody should.
I think everyone should. So, I just think is that place is so powerful and magical. So it's awesome.
Did you think you were going to be in the NFL, or did you grow into being an NFL player while you were in college?
I wouldn't say I thought I was going to be in the NFL, or I didn't think I was going to be in the NFL. It was something that I didn't question, regardless of whether I was drafted or undrafted. I knew I was good enough to play in this league, and I knew I was good enough to make an impact in this league. So, I think I kind of grew into a pro player, at Temple. The way Coach Rule ran things and the way Coach Collins carried those things over. So we always practice like a pro. Treat your body like a pro and train like a pro. So I'm prepared like a pro. So. I think I did that.
And that body, how do you keep the weight up this year?
Or
is that a big deal?
And you need tips, because I could help with that. Keeping weight up, I could absolutely give you some great advice.
Well, anytime I ask this question, I explain to them like this. Last year, every day was a new day for me. Every week, week 7, day 3, that was a new experience for me. So, and then last year coming in and not having the real offseason that I really wanted to have, coming in to prepare myself for camp and for the season. I eating right, you know, was in my mind, but, you know, not eating the way I need to be. So this year, you know, got a whole new diet, you know, working closely with the strength staff and nutrition staff here, you know, and they're on top of it.
What does that mean? What's the new diet? What does that consist of?
I wouldn't say like I'm on any kind of like crazy diet, like we're like any particulars, but
10,000 calories.
Yeah, just essentially.
Is that
you
what
know,
it is?
Essentially, like
I could do that.
7 to 9,000 calories, you know, a day. You
I
know,
could do that.
because I burn so many calories just at rest.
Big Macs.
Nah, not Big Macs, but you know, good, not bad food, you know. So it's things that like people like to enjoy.
That actually
so.
seems kind of exhausting. 9,000 calories of not like food that's bad for
Yeah,
you.
yeah, it's work, you know.
Because a chicken breast is like 12 calories. Like so, I
Yeah.
mean, you're eating like a million chicken breasts.
Yeah. You know, potentially you get to the point by the end of each day where you're like, I'm not really hungry, but I know I have to
I
eat.
watch Dwight Freeney eat steak and sweet potatoes every single day.
I bet.
Of an like in season, like multiples, and you're like, oh, that steak looks good. Not Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, every single day.
What else do you like? You seem like a guy with outside interests. What else do you like to do?
Oh, that's another tough question for me to answer. You know, I like to do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I really enjoy taking photos. I really enjoy watching and learning about action sports. I like hanging out with my dog.
What kind of dog you got?
I have a golden retriever.
All right.
Yeah.
What do action sports mean? Like rock climbing and that type of stuff, or like
So
MMA?
essentially, I would say anything that's not a traditional sport. You know,
Okay.
so I guess all those fall in that category. But I'm more thinking of like skateboarding, snowboarding.
Okay. Yeah. So you got the skateboarding shirt on today.
Yeah.
See that dude do the 1260 or whatever he did, the first ever on the skateboard up to half pipe. You see that last week?
I didn't, but you
No.
described that very well, very
It's
naturally.
like 720. I got to do the math. 1440 maybe is what it was. Hey, one quick football question for me. I love watching O-line, D-line. That's my favorite drill in all of camp. Like to me, I just watching you guys go at it one-on-one. What's it like going up against Dwayne Brown?
Oh man, it's a blessing to have him on his team. You know, someone that has the experience that he has. You know, and being able to get better off of him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he tells me little things like when he knows I'm getting ready to drop or giving away certain games and things like that. You know, he lets me know those kind of tips he picks up for me. You know, like when I ask him, why did he play that a certain way? Because, oh, well, your feet were like this, or your hand was like this, or there was different levels between you and the
And I
D
couldn't
tackle.
help but notice Ziggy sitting over there one day just watching intently as well, taking it all in. Is he a guy in your D-line room that's starting to verbalize some of his experience as well?
100%. You know, Ziggy's always, since he's been here, you know, we've talked, we've gone out to eat multiple times, you know. So having him in the room, you know, along with guys like Jay Reed, you know, and Q Jeff, and those guys, you know, to pick at the little things in my game, you know, to pick at the things that coaches may not see or may not be able to feel, you know. So him being able to describe certain feelings of how certain moves should feel or how your feet should feel and things like that, you know, having him in the room is just the experience of him pass rushing, you know, it's been awesome to have him in the room.
Brock, I know you like to say the defensive linemen are like walruses who just lie over in the shade
Yeah, this
and
is-
flipping
he's-
sand
he's
on each
busting the
other. I
perception.
don't think Jacob's
No,
going to fit that.
he just
I don't think
really,
he's going to fit that.
really busts
Is
the
it always
perception.
Jacob, by the way? Jacob? What do you go by?
I have many nicknames, man.
You
but,
do?
yeah.
Like what? Any you can repeat on the radio?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
A lot of people that know me call me Jacob.
Okay.
People that don't really know me call me Jake, which is okay.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's the opposite. I mean, so you have to be, the more familiar you are with you go with the more formal
Well,
name.
yeah, because that means you've known me the longest, you know.
Ah, that makes sense.
So
What
I
about
didn't-
J-Mart?
I went by, which is crazy. I went by, so my brother's name is Josh, right? His nickname was J Mart at our high school. And then I went by J Mart as well.
You did too.
Yeah.
I could see that.
So
It's good to meet you, man.
Nice
Thank you.
to meet
Good
you as
luck
well.
this year. We're looking forward to watching you, seeing
Thank
you
you,
get
thank
after
you.
the quarterback.
7.5. You're 7.5, 8.
7.5, 8.
7.5, 8.
Wow.
we're looking for double digits.
Okay, you know what? Double
Oh,
digits.
All right.
Frank
Go
knew
get it.
double digits got him paid $1 million sack, so
Yeah.
you know where that's going. That's Jacob Martin. Takes a few minutes with us. Really nice kid. Looking forward to watching him this year. We'll be right back. A little Coors Light's Blue 42, including an opponent who struggled last night. Brock will tell you next. Brock and Salk.
Seahawks fans, we are here for you. 710 ESPN Seattle has more player interviews. We got Bobby Wagner with us. John Clayton updates every morning at 7:15 and every afternoon at 4.
Simple as that.
The Huddle every Thursday from noon to 2.
The voice of the Seattle Seahawks, Steve Rabel's with us.
And Pete Carroll live Mondays at 9:30 all season long. We play football, all right? And football's fun. That's what it means to be the home of the Seahawks. 710 ESPN Seattle.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and I want to tell you about the Giant Stampede sale. It's going on at Evergreen Chevrolet, and I'm telling you what, man, Evergreen is stomping the competition right now with the best prices of the summer on every single Silverado 4x4 on the lot. You could save over $11,000 on a new 2019 Silverado Crew Cab 4x4. The Giant Stampede price is just $36,995. Shop evergreenchevrolet.com, and I'll guarantee they'll save you some money and pay you more for your trade. So come in today, save over $11,000 on Silverado Crew Cab 4x4s with the Giant Stampede sale on at Evergreen Chevrolet. They have over 70 Silverados in stock. It's always more, always for less. Find new roads to evergreenchevrolet.com, or as always, exit 15, I-90, Issaquah. MSRP 48,105 less 6360 Evergreen discount and 4750 GM cash incentives. 24 at this price. Sale ends 8/31/19. Negotiable documentary service fee of $150 may be added to purchase price. If it's posted at dealership, see dealer for details.
There's nothing like meeting face-to-face, and there's nothing like Zoom to make that happen. Zoom lets you connect and do business across town or around the world. Zoom ties together all of your communication needs into one easy platform for video conferencing, phone calls, group chat, webinars, and your conference rooms. Connect easily from anywhere, your mobile phone, your laptop, or conference room. Zoom is how business gets done. Get your free account at Zoom.com today. Meet happy with Zoom.
They've sold millions of records worldwide. Now see them live. Herman Sermon starring Peter New. Friday, October 4th, Tulalip Resort Casino. Herman Sermon starring Peter New. 18 top 40 Billboard Solid Gold hits. Reserved seats available at the venue box office and Ticketmaster.com. Relive the fun and excitement of Herman Sermon starring Peter New.
All right, it's time for some straight talk. You wouldn't pay $100 for seats to a baseball game where you can get the same seats for $50. So why pay more on your wireless when you can get the same 4G LTE networks for up to half the cost? For $45 a month, get our unlimited plan with 25 gigs of high-speed data from Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, only at Walmart.
Savings may vary. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Introducing the next generation of SiriusXM with all new features, exclusively on the SiriusXM app and online. Enjoy over 100 ad-free extra channels filled with music for any mood. Create your own ad-free music stations with personalized stations powered by Pandora. Watch video of your favorite shows and performances, and listen in more places than ever because listening outside the car is now included in even more packages. Visit SiriusXM.com/connect to start listening today.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available at 710sports.com/win or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Summer means backyard parties and family picnics, and Dietz & Watson has you covered for the perfect summer spread. Dietz & Watson has a huge selection of premium meats, artisan cheeses, and delicious pre-made sandwiches and sliders like Hatch Chili Turkey and Cheddar, London Broil Roast Beef and Steakhouse Onion Cheddar, Oven Classic Turkey and Provolone, and more. So gather the fam, bring on the sandwiches, you've got some eating to do. Get to your local Safeway Albertsons for all your sandwich essentials. Dietz & Watson, it's a family thing.
Join us in Bellevue for Aquaquip's midnight sale. We're staying open till midnight this Friday and Saturday, so you can skip the traffic while getting the best deals all year guaranteed. Huge savings on chlorine-free hot tubs, swim spas, barbecues, fire pits, and fireplaces. Factory discounts, daily giveaways, no interest financing OAC. This weekend only, get a free upgrade with the award-winning Smart Tub technology when you buy a jacuzzi hot tub or Sundance Spa.
Alexa, start my massage.
Visit aquaquip.com for more info.
Aquaquip your life.
Hey,
Look at this.
Why are you on your phone? We have dinner reservations.
I'm getting a quote for life insurance from Ethos. Just look.
Wow. I thought it would be more expensive.
A friend told me about Ethos. It's a new, straightforward kind of term life insurance that offers policies for any budget. Let's do an estimate for you.
Do we have time?
You just answer 4 simple questions to get an instant quote.
These are easy questions.
And there's the instant quote.
Seriously? That was really fast.
I know, right? And the online application only takes about 10 minutes. No pushy agents. And in most cases, no medical exams. It's perfect for us.
Can we apply right now?
Why not? And after dinner, maybe we can celebrate.
You know what? Ethos is perfect for us.
Ethos is ethical term life insurance. Straightforward and super fast. Don't put it off. Go to ethoslife.com for a free instant quote now. ETHOSlife.com. That's ethoslife.com.
Here we go.
This is Coors Light's Blue 42.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on 2. Ready, right.
Blue 42 is brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. The mountains turn blue at 42 degrees.
Blue 42!
Now here.
There, that word space, and that ability to do that, and the comfort level to do it. Remember, Bruce Irvin was a college safety. It was like a high school wide receiver safety, had grown up playing in space and doing that. And Jacob Martin, that's just not what he's necessarily grown up doing. I think where he's the most comfortable. He is just comfortable putting his hand on the ground and rushing the passer. That is where his skill set is. But yeah, the greatest challenge for him and why he's eating 9,000 calories a day is, can you keep up 240 pounds, 245 pounds?
Yeah, I guess, but remember, Bruce Irvin did that. Like he played that role first and second down.
A much
but
bigger
then he
dude.
would move over to.
Yes.
I mean, I just wondered he couldn't set an edge like that. And
correct. Yeah, I think Bruce was a much thicker, bigger. Like when we saw Bruce, right? I mean, he could carry 255.
But Martin's not that much smaller than Mingo.
No, different. Mingo's 6'5" and long, and in angular, and and it's just something. Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, bro, that bird is freaking me out, Kyle. I now know where you get this because this bird's got some.
And that's
issues.
just a small bird. Now you start thinking about bird with like an 8-foot wingspan that could kill you at any time.
All right, question number 2.
To answer that question, it's about space. The space that he has played in, that he's lived in, that he's most comfortable in, is getting after the passer and making that transition at the NFL level. Good luck.
Question number 2. When the Seahawks trade for Jadeveon Clowney here in the next couple of days, how will he fit into this defense?
Would I be excited about that? Yes, I would. Would I be very anxious and nervous to be able to actually pull that trigger myself? Not so much. And this comes down to the work they've done behind the scenes to try to get a sense and a bead on Jadeveon Clowney and whether he fits in this culture, whether his body, Mike, fits in this culture.
But how does he fit in the scheme?
Oh, he would fit beautifully.
Where?
In the scheme.
Where would you put him?
You would play your Leo. You'd play your rush in with Ziggy Ansah. He'd be further insurance for that. In all of your nickel stuff that this league is moving more and more and more to, he could be your nickel defensive end opposite of Ziggy Ansah. Not just on third downs, but you could get him in nickel packages. He's also a guy, because of his strength and because of his length, he can play the run. I think he plays the run better than Ziggy Ansah does.
He plays the run better than the pass.
This is not your 3-4, got to only be a 3-4, playing a 3-4 outside linebacker. That's not this dude. This dude's can absolutely do that, but can be a surefire defensive end. Leo, play the other side, play the run. There's no question about his skill set. It's about paying a dude $15.5 million and knowing what you're getting. Are you getting a guy, because you already know that Ziggy is one you're going to have to manage every single day to try to be there for 16 Sundays, and I think that will be a reach to now have another guy in that kind of situation. Can you manage that? Can you get it? Can he play? Is he going to be worth the bang for the buck? That then leaves you zero flexibility to do Jarran Reed, right? He's going to eat up 15.5 of your 20. Other injuries that could come up. Other trades you may want to make, during this time for a possible veteran as well. So, that would be putting a whole lot of eggs in just one basket, but it's a great debate.
All right, question number 3. You mentioned the Seahawks generally make trades around this time of the year. Let's take Clowney out of it for a moment. If that doesn't get done, how many trades do they make in the next 3 weeks?
Yeah, I think they make at least 2. I think they do. I think they've got enough draft picks, as you mentioned, Mike, next year. All of those picks, and you can start to trade those extra compensatory picks that you're going to have at your disposal. You've got a bunch of young I think, talented players that I think would be appealing to others. You look around this league and you see, like Arizona last night loses one of their corners to a broken leg. They're down to basically 2 corners. Are you going to trade in the division? Not necessarily. But you look around this league, after this weekend, there's going to be more teams in need. After the 3rd preseason game, there's going to be more teams in need, be it at running back for you, be it in a few spots where you have some areas of strength, possibly offensive lineman, Jamarco Jones or someone of that nature. You have some areas, I think, of youthful depth that would be appealing to others. You have made a trade every single 10 of these 9 seasons preceding this one during this period of time. I don't expect it to be any different this time around.
All right, there you go. 3 football questions with Brock, Coors Light's Blue 42. It is every morning right at 7:45. People watching on the stream, little video stream, 710sports.com, said they saw the bird right around the sign, man. Yes. He's everywhere.
Yeah, he's just
very active.
Yes,
very active bird.
Hey, kudos, by the way, to Gardner Minshew last night. Had a big night there, a couple hundred yards passing.
I saw
and
that,
Luke
200
Falk
yards.
also 4 for 4 for the Jets.
That's good.
With nearly 100 yards. So good day for a couple former Coup quarterbacks.
Nice to see. All right, coming up, G. Scott is going to come by maybe and replace this bird, sit in between us, and talk a little football with us. Would he do a deal for Jadeveon Clowney? Who would he start?
Power on demand at 710sports.com/podcasts.
My name's Miriam. One of my biggest goals is to build my credit up. When I was younger, I didn't necessarily make the best choices, and of course it negatively impacted my credit.
At KeyBank, we believe it's never too early to start thinking about making financial progress.
They want to help you get ahead. That's huge. My credit score really has, in the last few months, jumped 60 points, and I wouldn't have been able to do that without the help of the advisors at KeyBank.
At KeyBank, you will find expert advice and easy-to-use tools that help you manage your budget and track your progress.
Financial wellness means freedom to have more in the future than you do today and to have a plan for it. Financial wellness is where I'm trying to be.
Make progress. Use the red key. Come in for your free 30-minute financial wellness review. Learn more at key.com/progress or your local branch. KeyBank is member FDIC.
There are 2 times each year when the prices get crazy here at Car Toys.
Closeout deals, special buys,
Black Friday,
and tent sale.
Are you ready for this?
It's just $249 to add Apple CarPlay to anything you drive.
Pioneer Apple CarPlay stereos just $249 during Car Toys annual tent sale while they last.
Speakers from the top brands are half price.
Focal, Pioneer, Kicker subwoofers.
Half price.
Cool down your hot car or truck before you get in with the remote start system.
Save up to $200 on remote start and security systems during tent sale.
Got a boat? Upgrade the stereo system, the speakers, add a subwoofer.
Car Toys has blowout priced all remaining boat products.
Car Toys tent sale only happens once each year.
Only America's vehicle technology leader.
Over 9 million happy customers
can put on a sale this big.
The savings are incredible.
Car Toys, a better way to go.
Here's another amazing deal. Make your car look spectacular with a classic detail from Car Toys experts. Only $99 until tent sale ends.
Hi, I'm David Cantor of Cantor Diamond in Tacoma. At Cantor Diamond, we combine my 4th-generation connections, our in-house design and manufacturing, and super low overhead to save you money. It's super simple, but we're the only ones who can do this. No one has the connections, sources, and experience. So drive to Tacoma and come to Cantor Diamond, and you'll get something spectacular for less than anywhere else. Call us at 253-272-7007 or visit bestdiamondprice.com or follow us on Instagram, Cantor Diamond. That's Kantor Diamond.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you, it finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/score. That's ZipRecruiter.com/score. ZipRecruiter.com/score.
We have reached the age where things just cost more.
Cars, phones, life insurance.
Your blood pressure is up.
Your weight is up.
You're one to talk.
I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting dinged just like you.
Thank goodness for Big Lou.
Big Lou!
Big Lou can get term life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, or maybe he's on anxiety meds. For just around $200 a month for $1 million of coverage.
Oh, you got to say that again.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it. Big Lou and Term Provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month.
Call Big Lou.
Big Lou!
He's like you.
800-333-1750. That's 800-333-1750.
Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you gotta call Big Lou.
Gotta.
800-333-1750.
Write it down.
800-333-1750.
This is a test of your emergency alert system. $710 KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, streaming live on the 710 Sports app.
You ready to answer?
The voice of Seattle sports. 710 ESPN Seattle.
This is Brock and Salk
From the Alaska Airlines studio.
streaming everywhere at 710sports.com and the 710 Seattle app.
Oh, man, Molly's got amazing strengths. Love that woman. So many more strengths than I've got. One of them is not finding the right hotels. So she was taking the kids for 11 days to Indianapolis.
And we should say G is here with us. Hi, G.
Yes, hi, G.
The people know.
The people
Absolutely.
watching on the stream know, that's for sure.
Our buddy Frankie Brown
710sports.com.
knows. He was tweeting. He's like, you better have G on this morning.
Frankie Brown wanted the barbershop. Go ahead.
Shout out to Frank. No, so Molly spent all this time. She's like, I'm researching. You're going to Guatemala. I'm going to be there all these days with just the kids. So she spent so much time researching. She'd be on her computer and that. What are you doing? I'm getting the right hotel. And I'm going to get the right hotel. Okay, fine. You go for it. So she spent all these hours. And then we pull in Indianapolis. We drive up 465. We get to the hotel. I feel the sense of, uh-oh. She's got this, uh-oh. And then we get to the room, and she's like, can't do it. Can't do this. This is not what the picture showed. I'm just telling you, this is not what I thought it would be. And that is my concern with Jadeveon is like, okay, yes, it looks beautiful. He is an amazing talent. But there's a reason those folks in Houston didn't sign him and extend him. And I'm just concerned you don't know what you're getting.
I like that analogy and love how you put that. And I totally believe that Molly has way more strengths than you do.
Way
Brother
more.
Brock. I have another experience. There have been times in my life where I wasn't able to make bills, right? And so I've looked at my bills and I looked at my bank account. I looked at my bills, I looked at my bank account, and the bills in the bank account wasn't matching. So sometimes I have, if you will, kept relationships and added on relationships in my life. Like, oh, you know what? Right now is not the right time to break up. I kind of need you, right? And in the case of the Seahawks are looking at the Bills, right? The actual defensive line and what's going on right there. You look at the Bills, and then you look at this potential relationship, and you look at the Bills, and you're like, well, man, if I bring in this relationship, it's going to help out with the stress. You know what I mean? It's going to help out with the stress. And so, I know all you guys are perfect out there, and only me has been in a relationship just so you can help out with the Bills. I've been there in my life. And in this case, usually, I'm never the one that likes to bring on somebody's ex from another team and like, oh, what about this guy? What about this guy? In this case right here, please bring Jadeveon. This would be fantastic. I'm all in. Brock, I don't care. I know you're talking about what the hotel looks like. I don't care. Just let us see it.
I think they've needed one more defensive player for a while. And that's why, we were all excited about, what's his name, the defensive tackle, Gerald McCoy. They just need one more guy. Jadeveon Clowney happens to be the next name up, and so I'm excited about him. I would have been excited about McCoy. But I just you keep looking at it and say, okay, you're in the prime. You're in the prime of Russell's career. You're in the near, who knows how many years Pete has left. This is your window, and you have a good team, potentially a very good offense, maybe the best linebacking core in the country, and you've got a whole pass rush. Jadeveon Clowney fits that. Oh, and by the way, you have the resources to go get him because you've got extra picks for next year.
Brock, let me ask you this. How do you feel right now? If the season was to start this Sunday, how do you feel right now going into this season with everything the way it's going with the D-line? Tell the truth.
Oh, very anxious. Yeah, very, very anxious. We just sat down. Jacob Martin sat in that seat. Mm-hmm. Great guy. What a thoughtful, wonderful guy.
Was he well spoken?
He's probably 200 and I don't know what he weighs. I don't want to speculate. Knock that off. Dude's got to try to eat 9,000 to 10,000 calories every single day to keep his weight up. Yeah. Right, and that is something that he's going to battle. Barkevious Mingo walked by. Barkevious Mingo is lean and thin, and he's got challenges to play defensive end in this league. It's why he's never been one before. I watch O-line, D-line. It's not been pretty for that defensive line. Ziggy Ansah's still watching, right? And that's the right decision, and you may or may not have him week number one.
If you start talking about a Seahawks defense with Ziggy Ansah on one side and Jadeveon Clowney on the other, you don't think? And by the way, 6 weeks in, you get Jaron Reed back, who had 10 sacks last year. Right. You don't think that's you don't think that's a spoken about differently in NFL circles than the way the Seahawks are right now?
You know what?
Of course it is.
You guys got me coming in this morning agreeing with Salk.
Darn
Can
right.
we start this over? Because Salk started off. He started off by saying, the time is right now.
Right.
This is right now. There is no. And as far as Ziggy Ansah, what's going on? It's kind of like the hotel, Brock. What have you guys seen to make you say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Ziggy Ansah has arrived?
Well, nothing. He hasn't practiced yet. But I still feel good about Ziggy Ansah. I would just feel better if
No, hold on. Why? Why do you feel good? You're going off you haven't even seen the hotel. Well, Since he's gotten here, they have not allowed you into the hotel.
I've seen him play before.
So basically, he hasn't practiced, hasn't been really doing anything. I see him glancing around, looks good, walks around and everything. I ain't seen nobody doing hardly no practicing. And so basically, you guys are saying it's going to turn up and turn on first game of the season.
And when Jadeveon comes here and he's like, ooh, that knee's a little sore. I'm not practicing Wednesday, Thursday. You
just made that up, though.
You'll see me Sunday.
You just made, what do you mean?
You'll see me
But
Sunday.
you just made that up.
No, I haven't. Go look at the practice reports in Houston. See how much that guy's able to practice and work. And a total unknown. If Ziggy's an unknown, what is Jadeveon Clowney to you? We just signed him up. He's going to show up.
I don't think either of these guys are unknowns. Unknowns are rookies who've never played in the NFL. Both of those guys have had 9+ sacks in recent seasons in this league. I have a pretty good sense of what they're capable of.
I thought you guys keep it 100 on Brock and Salk.
We do keep it 100.
So keep it 100. I haven't seen the specialty out of Ziggy.
One more question, G. In this building, most importantly, and you do know it, and guys were walking out here as you're walking by and giving you all sorts of love, and you got some relationships it looks like you need to tend to here. You just enjoying all these teammates.
KJ Wright. Ooh.
Yes.
We are really at
How will this building handle? Jadeveon Clowney making 15.5. Oh, we just let Frank Clark go? You weren't paying Frank Clark, our guy? You weren't. What are you looking at me that way
They
for?
would be psyched over the moon.
Don't answer the question.
I'm answering the question. I don't even need G to answer this question.
Excuse me, I'm looking at G, Scott.
Sorry.
No, the reason you looking at me and the reason why Salk kind of leaned over and looked at you because the first thing you did was count his pockets.
15 and a half.
It's actually not why I love that.
Oh.
It's actually not it at all.
No, but at this time right now, they need somebody else in here. You just said it yourself. I asked you if the game started on Sunday. You said it was anxious.
Oh,
right?
very anxious.
Well, right now, they don't need to be anxious and bringing in somebody else. And if you don't bring in Jadeveon, okay, let's say you don't, and I don't want to play this game, or who do you bring in? But they got to bring in somebody.
They need a little help
and
with
the
that.
time is right now.
Well,
You said
hold
it's
on.
gonna
When
be
is the time?
anxious.
When is the time? I want to know exactly. Kyle, when is the time? The time is right now, G. Let's be clear. If there's going to be a time to do this,
Don't you play a little Van Halen for me?
I'm going to play you Van Halen and see if I can convince Brock
Where's that
to be
bird?
on our
I'm
side.
gonna headbutt that bird.
Just because of is the Van Halen enough to get Brock on
Turn
our
that
side?
up. Turn that up.
All right, hold on.
Right here, right now.
Boy, am I missing something? I'm rocking something. Oh, hey, that's kind of nice.
Yeah, that's Eddie Van Halen. Of course it's nice. I hope everybody's watching on the stream today. It's another Friday, Dancing with G. A little different this week with some Van Halen, but right now, this is your time. Don't wait till tomorrow.
No way, G.
Brock, why put it off another day?
Okay, Brock. You don't want them to be anxious. You just said anxious. And you cannot go into this season and do Brock and Salk every single morning from
You know what the
7 to
Seahawks
10.
are?
Huh.
One step ahead, one step behind, Brock.
Okay, I don't know the words like that. Okay,
Then you got to run to get even, and they can't do that.
Oh, boy. I'm going to let this ride.
Let's see how long you can go.
I can't do it anymore. But just come on. Come on.
Okay,
turn this thing around right now. Yes. There's no tomorrow.
Oh, my goodness.
It's right now.
Oh, wow.
Come on. This season means everything.
Okay, this is that
It's right now.
This is that time you're in the
Take
spot.
that magic moment.
I'm getting
Brock.
uncomfortable.
Gee, do it right here
I'm
now.
watching somebody dance right now. It just kind of feels uncomfortable right now.
It means everything.
Oh, wow.
It means everything.
It means
G.
everything.
Mainly Brock, who doesn't get it, clearly.
That's pretty good. Was that on the spot?
That was good.
You know how many times I've listened to that song?
That was good.
I've listened to that song a million times.
Okay, you know, but we got a starting point. The starting point right now is from Brock Hewitt, and Brock Hewitt said anxious. Brock, what does this Seahawks defense have to do for this defense not to be anxious come game one? Because that's what we're talking about. We're getting ready to go into the second preseason game, right? We got about a few weeks before the season starts. As Salk has been saying, right now is the time. You're talking about right now in the prime of Russell Wilson's career. Right now, he just got that check. In the prime of Bobby Wagner's career, he just got that check. In the prime right now, this is Pete Carroll. It has to happen. So you have to get this area in fandom away from the word anxious, Brock.
Yeah, you do, and you've got to do it up front. All right. I think the corners are going to be better, G. I've actually liked them. I was chatting with some folks who said yesterday Trey and Shaq both had another. They're finally covering down on some of these things. I think they're going to be better. I think Blair is going to bring some thump. I like what he's going to bring to that table. I think he's going to start this season, probably earlier rather than later. The linebackers are great. Kendricks is poised for a big year. They got a bunch of pieces, and I totally get it. This is the huge chunk in that puzzle that you would love to fill with Jadeveon Clowney and what we have seen of him.
You have extra picks.
You just don't
And
know
you
if
have
that's
cap
what
room.
you're getting.
I know that, but you've got to take a risk. You ever go to Vegas? Like, sometimes you've got to take a risk. When you think you're going to get this perfect person, you know exactly what they are. Brock, you don't get that luxury. That does not happen.
Mm-hmm.
You were looking then for something that does not exist.
Yep.
This is your best opportunity to at the moment. I'm not saying Jadeveon Clowney is my perfect player. I maybe there's somebody better than him. I'm sure there is, but he is available. You have leverage in this situation in a way that you haven't before, so that you don't have to give up as much in terms of compensation. You don't have to make a long-term commitment, but if you want to at some point, you can. You've got cap space. You've got the resources in terms of extra picks next year. He specifically plays a position of need that you have on this team, and you're in your window with Russell Wilson.
And he's making 15-5 and will come in here calling the shots.
Okay. Now, what do you mean calling the shot? What do you mean he's going to?
What do you mean he's calling the
He's
shot?
not showing up right now, and he won't play for the franchise.
Guaranteed dough. That franchise is guaranteed at 15-5, and he gets to call the
No,
shots.
only if you sign him.
All of this talk is all centered around you let Frank Clark leave and go.
You did.
And so if you let Frank Clark, which you did, leave and go, then the word, I keep coming back to the word can't be anxious.
Wait, hold on. You also got more. You didn't just let Frank Clark go. You got a tremendous amount back for Frank, right? You got back all the picks this year and everything you did with your draft this season, and you got that second-round pick next year, which is the one you're talking about potentially dealing for Clowney. You're telling me at the end of all this, if they were to make a deal and trade a second-rounder for Clowney, that you wouldn't have traded Frank Clark for Jadeveon Clowney and everything else you did in the draft this year? You do that in a heartbeat. You say, of course I would do that.
Salk's on his game right now.
Oh, he is on his.
Salk's on
It's
his
not
game.
my fault.
He's on his game right now.
I'm just right.
Oh, he's on his game.
Guys back there, make sure you guys cut that.
It's not my fault. This just happens to be the logic is on this side.
It makes a ton of sense. There's a reason no one else has done this. There's a reason they didn't sign him. There's a reason the Seahawks moved on from Frank Clark. They knew a lot about Frank Clark that others didn't.
They knew about
No, but you know what? That you could say that at some point about anybody.
No,
so what?
not
Nobody
about
can
anybody.
switch teams.
Somebody that's going to make 15-5.
I know, but team moved on from Michael Bennett, and somebody moved on from Cliff Averill, and somebody
guaranteed
people
money
move on
when he signs that to come and play, right? If he wants to play this season, which I don't think he's going to turn down 15-5 guaranteed. I don't think he looks at Le'Veon Bell and says, great business decision. I sure hope he doesn't. So ultimately, if he wants to play, he's got to sign that, and then you are locked into 15-5, and you're locked into something that I'm uncomfortable with because I like this building the way it is now.
Okay, so
they're all in that same boat, rowing the same oar for one another right now.
So you
right
ready,
now.
So you ready to go into? Oh my goodness, you ready to go? Wow.
There it is.
No, we've had enough.
And I won't do it on the other. I can't reciprocate.
No.
I have no chance.
So Brock, you're ready to go into this season anxious?
Oh, sure I am.
Okay,
yep.
fine.
Oh, I am.
Fine.
Yep, that's
But
kind of the
that's
direction
kinda
we're
Brock.
going.
You should text them in
Okay,
the first quarter.
we've
of
got
games
other
so
things to
it's
talk
freaking
about.
out.
That was an awesome 15 minutes. Talk to me about what are we doing here?
The
What are we doing? The or the?
Tradition, honor, and excellence. Is that what we're going?
So people understand the backstory here. G's oldest son, Baby G, is a tremendous 4- or 5-star college wide receiver heading to college next year. He's going to be at Ohio State. He's going to be at Ohio State, where he's committed to playing for the Buckeyes. And so G rolls in now every day with his OSU gear all over him. And now Ohio State is trying to trademark the word "the." THE.
You got a good defense. You said you better ask me about this when I come on. So go ahead.
His defense
like
is
right
that
now.
his kid's going
right
there
now.
If you had no problem with the Seahawks and the 12th man and that whole deal with Texas A&M, and you have no problem with the Seahawks trademarking the number 12, then you shouldn't have a problem with the Ohio State going after the. So if you walk around in the college world and you're like, hey, where's your child going to school at? The? You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. If somebody says to you right now, who is the best fan base in the country, and they say the 12s, do you know what they're talking about? Thank you.
Do you see the most hated fan base in America? They do a lot of these polls right now. Do you see who's the most annoying, most hated college football fan base in America?
Everybody hates a winner.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Everybody hates a winner.
So it's Alabama or Clemson?
The.
Oh, you said everybody hates a winner.
It's the.
So it's Alabama or Clemson.
Alabama's 1. I think Ohio State is number 2. Yeah, most of those polls.
They got the most national championships.
They got some diehard fans, and they all love it out there.
Oh
don't
my
they?
goodness,
they're loving this.
Man, I love it.
Okay, last topic.
Are we talking Haener and Eason?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah, who you want? Who you starting?
I'm starting Haener.
Get out of here. You are not.
So you and I agree on everything today.
You are not.
You and I are on the same page.
You sounded really convinced about that.
You're not. I'm starting the. Stop it. You're not on the same.
Yeah, I am.
page.
I'm all about the. You know me.
No.
I'm all about it.
Okay, no. Let me.
You down with THC?
No. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Oh my God.
Let me.
I'm turning my back to the camera. I'm
No.
not looking at Brock. I'm going to do the rest of the show facing this
Let
wall.
me be serious about. Give me a second though. Let me be serious about this conversation.
No, serious.
Here's why I'm starting Haener. Has nothing to do with what I saw personally with my own eyes. Yes, we all saw and know where Jacob Eason was at Georgia. By the way, Jacob Eason, when he was at Georgia, he had the best running backs around him. Sony, Michael, right? Nick Chubbs. Okay, but anyways, he comes over here. From what I'm hearing, I'm hearing that Haener technically looks better as a quarterback than Jacob Eason. So, because of what I'm hearing, if that's the case, if Haener is actually better than Skinny right now, then you start the hot hand. You don't go with the politics. That's the problem in a lot of things. People go with the politics. The politics get you in trouble. Go with the best person that's out there. So if it's Haener, it's Haener. If it's Eason, it's Eason. But I want to just say one thing about this entire thing. It's interesting when I get on social media and people, and I want to take up for this man. I want to take up for Jake Browning. Because a lot of people say a lot of bad things about Jake Browning.
Howdy.
And they seriously forget. They forget that man took this team to how many? 3 Bowl 6 games. 3 of those top bowl games that they've been to. That dude was a winner. He never lost to the Cougs. He did everything that he was supposed to do. The way people talk about Jake Browning, it reminds me of the way people used to talk about Breno Giacomini when he was an offensive lineman with the Seahawks. You don't appreciate folks. By the way, I've been married a bunch of times. I know what it's like. You don't appreciate folks until they're gone out of your life. And then you like, whoa, I'm telling you, you guys are going to appreciate Jake Browning one day.
Is that why you appreciate your ex-wife so much?
Hell no. I didn't say that.
Oh, that's what I got out of your story. That wasn't it?
So do you think the Jake Browning bias, he's limited, he doesn't have a great arm.
He decided to work on his arm strength after he was done with school.
I don't think
too small. There's not enough upside.
I don't think it was Jake Browning. See, a lot of oftentimes it's real easy. People always want to blame the player when things go wrong, but when things go right, people praise the coach.
Okay, but in this debate, about 5,000 people responded. I just tweeted out, Haener or Eason, who do you want starting week 1?
What they say?
89%.
What do you think?
89% it was Jacob Eason.
Of course.
Yes, and I'm
Jacob
asking
Eason didn't
you,
throw that pick against Cal.
I'm wondering what's a bigger deal. Was it the interception against Cal, right, where he got thrown into it and he really struggled, or is it the fact, you know what, I've watched Jake Haener, and his name was Jake Browning, and I don't want that guy anymore. Yeah, he may have gotten to the Fiesta Bowl. He may have gotten to the Rose Bowl. He may have gotten to the national semifinal.
3 of them.
But the feeling that I hear a bunch, and I think what a lot of those respondents and why they responded that way is, no, man, there's not enough upside. I need the guy that can actually has a tool, has a skill set to beat Ohio State.
I would like that too, but at some point, if he hasn't won the job, despite having all of those skills, I become concerned that there's a really good reason why not. That's my only reason for wanting to start Haener. I'm with the people who want more upside.
If Baby G
I'm
were
not
at the
a big
University
I
of
was
Washington.
not a big Browning fan.
If Baby G were at the University of Washington, were a junior this year, okay, or a sophomore, and in freshman year, got his feet wet, what have you, got to play a little bit, but then sophomore year, he's primed for a huge season. And I've got the choice between Jake Haener or Jacob Eason throwing my son dimes on that field based on the skill set, based on the talent, based on the upside. What do you want, Baby G? Which quarterback you going for?
I want the best quarterback. I'm going to stand on that.
Okay, Gil from West Seattle. Okay, fine. Why don't you yell at him too?
No. The reason why
G doesn't know who that is.
I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I'm not going to get on here and just lie and just say, hey, this is what I've seen. I have not seen Skinny Jacob Eason get down since he was at Georgia. I have not, with my own eyes, seen a practice over there at the University of Washington. However, the one thing that I have learned in all of this, peers don't lie. You have experts, you have analysts, you have coaches, you have everybody that wants to set the narrative and tell you. So the reason why that's at 89% is at 89% Jacob Eason because of who is giving and putting out the narrative. I go to the peers and amongst the players. And what I've heard Jacob and Haener has looked better, period. So if I'm always saying I'm going with the best guy. If it's
Howdy?
Haener,
Is Howdy listening?
It's Eason.
Yeah, I'm just seething back here.
Why are you seething?
Because I think this is ridiculous. I think that you guys are buying into a narrative and you're not seeing the full picture. Brock touched on it. I'm with all those UW fans that Brock has talked to. That this is about what's the upside of this team. I've seen this team get to a high level of competition for a while. I'm done with that. We should be beyond that. Jacob Eason's upside, his ceiling, if it all hit, should be enough to get you in that national championship conversation. Jacob Haener is not going to get you there.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, and I know you're talking about how close you've been and you're ready for things to go. But just remember this. You had a wide receiver coach last year, and that same wide receiver coach is no longer coaching football at all. At some point, different position groups also have to come to effect. You can't just put everything on the quarterback, and you're also missing Myles Gaskin, who got you 4,000-plus yards in a career. You just don't lose those type of things and expect for everything to be magically great. And
okay, well, Clemson does, Alabama does, Ohio State does. This happens all the time. Getting to that level, then time. The next step is to reload.
Wait. I noticed you brought up Clemson and Alabama. Are you telling me right now you have the University of Washington as being a national championship contender?
No, I am not telling you that, G. I'm telling you that's the next step to be in the conversation with those kinds of teams, and you can't do that by continuing to cycle through B-plus level quarterbacks.
G, this is fun. Thanks for coming.
Go back to the station and work on
B-plus level.
Go say goodbye to Pittman.
Jacob Brownie got you 3+.
Go say goodbye to Pittman. G's very upset. Get the blood pressure down.
I love you.
Go
guys.
talk to your ex-wife. You'll feel better.
Oh, gosh.
Right. We'll be right back. We're talking to Andy Staples from SiriusXM. He does a lot of college football work. We'll get his sense on who should win this quarterback competition. And what was Jacob Eason like at Georgia? Why did he end up transferring? We'll get some of the inside scoop on Skinny next on Brock and Salt.
Seahawks fans, we are here for you. 710 ESPN Seattle has more player interviews.
We got Bobby Wagner with us.
John Clayton updates every morning at 7:15 and every afternoon at 4.
Simple as that.
The Huddle every Thursday from noon to 2.
The voice of the Seattle Seahawks, Steve Rabel's with us.
And Pete Carroll live Mondays at 9:30 all season long.
We play football, all right? And football's fun.
That's what it means to be the home of the Seahawks. 710 ESPN Seattle.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over at Xfinity. It certainly is that time of year, man. Football is full swing. We got college football regular season beginning next week, week 2 of the preseason ongoing. And, you never want to miss 1 minute of the sporting action. If you're at home and you got that X1 voice remote and there's a bunch of preseason games, all you got to do is hit that button and you're going to get to the game you want. You're going to get the stats that you're looking for. You're going to get the schedule of the games that follow. It's all right there. And all you got to simply do is use your own voice. But what if you're out on the road and you want to stream top networks and live sports anytime, anywhere? Well, that's where the Xfinity streaming app comes in so important. Just with your fingertips. And with Xfinity Internet and TV, you can download the Xfinity streaming app to your device and you can watch the game at home or out on the go. So don't miss a minute of the busy sporting action with Xfinity. Simply go to Xfinity.com, make the call to 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit your local Xfinity store today and experience everything they have to offer. Some restrictions apply, so make the call to 1-800-XFINITY.
Join us in Bellevue for Aquaquip's Midnight Sale. We're staying open till midnight this Friday and Saturday, so you can skip the traffic while getting the best deals all year guaranteed. Huge savings on chlorine-free hot tubs, swim spas, barbecues, fire pits, and fireplaces. Factory discounts, daily giveaways, no interest financing OAC. This weekend only, get a free upgrade with the award-winning Smart Tub technology when you buy a jacuzzi hot tub or Sundance Spa.
Alexa, start my massage.
Visit aquaquip.com for more info.
Aquaquip your life.
Hi, what can I get you?
I'm going to do the house salad, please.
Great. So do you want the lettuce, the dressing, or the croutons?
All of them?
Sorry. That's against restaurant policy. I might be able to upgrade your lettuce to kale, though.
I'm sorry, what?
You shouldn't have to choose just one. Lower fares, better service, sweeter rewards. Alaska Airlines. Fly smart, land happy. Book today at alaskaair.com.
Hi, I'm David Cantor of Cantor Diamond in Tacoma. We're the main importer of cultivated diamonds on the West Coast. Cultivated diamonds are eco-friendly, sustainable, conflict-free, lower carbon footprint, real and genuine diamonds for less. We have them in earrings, bracelets, and of course, engagement rings, and they're spectacular. Call us at 253-272-7007, 253-272-7007, or visit bestdiamondprice.com, or follow us on Instagram, Cantor Diamond, Kantor Diamond.
Hey, you're that famous actress. You must travel so much. What's the best site for hotel deals?
Hilton.com.
No. One with crazy savings.
Hilton.com. With their price match guarantee, if you find a better rate, they match it and take 25% off.
No, one with lots of options.
Hilton.com has 16 top hotel brands. Hampton, Hilton Garden Inn, Waldorf Astoria.
Hilton.com. You should totally do their commercials.
Expect better. Expect Hilton.
You're good.
I know, thank you.
Applicable terms and conditions at Hilton.com.
Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical, not for sale to minors. Website restricted to adults 21 and over.
I'd been smoking for a while. I tried vaping when it first came out. It just didn't work for me. But recently, I tried MyBlue, and it actually gave me the nicotine satisfaction I was looking for. MyBlue is easy to use, and it lasts all day. I even like having the different flavors and nicotine options. It's nice having a choice. I think other smokers will be surprised by MyBlue. I certainly was.
Find MyBlue in a store near you or order online, myblu.com.
I'm Tom Shane.
Hey guys, it's Roden Shane.
One of the reasons customers come back to Shane Company year after year is because they know they're getting the best value on fine jewelry.
We're known for our superior standards. We only sell real diamonds, formed in nature, not in a laboratory, because only real diamonds hold their value over time, their financial value, and their sentimental value. Any day I can walk over to your typical jewelry store and see tons of jewelry with synthetic stones, which continue to plummet in value. At Shane Company, we'd never sell you a synthetic stone. Authenticity and transparency are important to our family in everything we sell, including our natural rubies and sapphires and our pearls. They're all genuine.
Your Shane Company jewelry is a true lasting value. When you pass it down to the next generation, you can be proud knowing that you're giving your loved ones something real. Now you have a friend in the diamond business. Shane Company and Shaneco.com.
Attention lakefront homeowners. Is your beautiful beach clogged with ugly slime? Are you embarrassed to invite friends over to swim? Are your boat propeller and float boat plain pontoons covered in dangerous gunk? If they are, you need to call the Milfoil King, the Northwest expert in underwater weed removal.
Hi, this is Joe, the Milfoil King. Don't wait until it's too late to clean up your waterfront. Just in time for your August and September beach parties.
The Milfoil King will give your shore the royal treatment by sending professional divers under the surface to remove the summer scourge. The treatment takes just a couple of hours and is absolutely affordable. Ask them about their biodegradable bottom barriers for a longer-term solution. So call the Milfoil King today at 425-610-9149 for a slime-free summer. That's 425-610-9149. Or visit milfoilking.com.
Don't delay. Give the king a ring and ask about our August special. Or go to milfoilking.com.
This is Brock and Salk.
From the Alaska Airlines Studio.
Here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Man, a lot of debates. A lot of debates on this show today. Brock and Salk, 710 ESPN Seattle in this hour. Brought to you by Precor Home Fitness. At 9 o'clock, we'll open up the lines a little bit, get your thoughts on Jadeveon Clowney and whether or not you would like the Seahawks to go after him. If a second-round pick for next year is all it takes, I'm all in on that. So we'll open up the lines here coming up at 9 o'clock. The other big debate, Haener versus Eason at the University of Washington. There's nothing quite like a good old quarterback controversy, Brock, to stoke the fires. And so let's talk to Andy Staples right now. He joins us on the Zeke's Pizza Hotline. Andy with ESPNU on Sirius XM Radio. Andy, good morning. Thanks for taking a few minutes with us.
Good morning.
Eason or Haener? Haener or Eason? Eason or Haener? What are you hearing?
Well, it's interesting because, you know, where I live in Florida, everybody's assuming five-star Jacob Eason goes home. He's going to start right away. But you kind of look at what happened with five-star Jacob Eason at Georgia, and the fact that this is a competition sure sounds like what happened going into his sophomore year at Georgia, where Jake Fromm was really pushing him. Eason wins the job, but then he gets hurt, and Fromm never gives it back. And, you know, listen, Chris Peterson, as we all know, is not really going to worry about how many recruiting stars somebody had. He's going to pick the guy who will help him win the most games. So I know, folks look at Jacob Eason and see basically, all these physical tools, but it's really going to come down to who operates that offense better. And if Jake Haener is still really in it right now, it's probably because he's operating the offense very well.
Down in Georgia, and I think in some ways, Andy Staples here with us, once Skinny left and Jacob Eason left, certainly the locals did not sit there and watch Georgia Bulldog football. It was going to be about Jake Browning and the Huskies and their run to the national semifinal and everything else. How did Jacob play that year? Were the folks just mesmerized down in SEC country? Did he play at a level where you would have thought there is no way anybody was going to ever Wally Pipp him?
Oh, no. I mean, he was a true freshman getting thrown into the SEC. So he played like a true freshman getting thrown into the SEC. And there was improvement as the year went on. But the thing was, and this is something that I just, for whatever reason, people just can't get over physical stuff. Jake Fromm is a better quarterback. Jake Fromm chased off Jacob Eason. Jake Fromm chased off Justin Fields, who has better physical tools than either one of them because he's the better quarterback. He led his team to a national title game as a true freshman and an SEC title. So that's the part that I don't think most people who don't watch Georgia closely can't wrap their brains around. How did these two guys get beat out by this guy? Well, because this guy's just a better quarterback.
Well, I don't know whether Jake Haener is going to be a better quarterback. I don't know. But the fact that Chris Peterson hasn't made the decision yet that the clearly superiorly talented quarterback isn't the starter makes me real nervous that he's never going to be. Does that make any sense?
Well, it does. But the thing about these things, and I'm not really worried about Jacob Eason as a transfer threat, but you get these things. Like Lincoln Riley hasn't named Jalen Hurts to start at Oklahoma yet. Okay? Jalen Hurts is going to start at Oklahoma. I don't think Justin Fields has been named the starter at Ohio State yet unless I missed something last night. Justin Fields is going to start at Ohio State. A lot of times they're just sort of carrying this out until classes start and they're sure the other person's not going to leave. But I don't get the sense that that's what's going on at Washington. Because Jacob Eason, for what happened, he handled the situation his sophomore year with as much class as anyone can handle that situation. He handled it great. He doesn't strike me as the type who's just going to pop around looking for a spot. I would think he's going to stay and try to win the job. I think he probably just at Georgia came to the realization he was behind somebody really special, and there wasn't going to be a path forward there. And Justin Fields is coming in also, but the situation in Washington feels a little bit different. And I would think it's close, and I don't think that's something to worry about because if both of them are playing pretty well, then you're just going to get the better one starting. And by better one, I don't mean more physically gifted. I mean the one who is better at running their offense right now.
Do you think?
And that's a good thing for Washington.
Can we're talking to Andy Staples here. Do you think UW could get to the next level? I mean, they've won the Pac-12 here a few times. Can they get to the next level without a player of Jacob Eason's talent at quarterback?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, A.J. McCarron won a couple of national titles at Alabama. He's a talented quarterback. I mean, the man's still in the NFL. But he wasn't a five-star guy. He wasn't Cam Newton. He wasn't Johnny Manziel. You don't have to have five-star talent at quarterback as long as you've got really good talent at your skill position players, at your pass rushers, up the middle of your defense. I mean, Washington, I've never really worried about them in the middle of the defensive line. They've always got people.
So when you looked and you watched Washington, Alabama 3 years ago, and you watched Washington, Penn State 2 years ago, and you watched Washington, Ohio State this last year in the Rose Bowl, you did not look at those games and say, and this is a cool perspective because this isn't obviously the diehards that are here and everything's about the coach and the play caller and the quarterback. You looked at those games and you didn't say, oof, Jake Browning's the difference. Man, Jake Browning just does not have upside.
No.
Jake Browning doesn't have the skill set. Jake Browning doesn't have the talent to beat these teams and elevate the guys around him.
No, I didn't think that. I think if you've got a pretty good quarterback, and Jake Browning was a good quarterback. He was a good college quarterback. If you have a good college quarterback, a solid college quarterback, you can win as long as you put the other pieces in. This is what people out west don't get. Like Alabama or Clemson, they don't necessarily need a 5-star quarterback because they have 5 stars everywhere else. And
Right.
that's
But you
not
can't
something
find
the
that
team
here.
out west is going to have like
But
USC.
well, that's my point, and that's why I wonder: not can any team get to that national title without a great quarterback? Can a team in the Northwest, where you can't just recruit the same defensive line that Clemson has, where you don't get the access to all the 5-star guys and all the incredible athletes that Alabama has, where a team here is going to have a few of them and they can be, as good as you can get out in the Northwest? Can Washington win without an elite quarterback?
So my friend Bud Elliott, who works for SB Nation, he covers recruiting for them. He does a thing called the blue chip ratio. And basically, he has a cut line. I believe it's 60%. If more than 60% of your recruits are 4 and 5 stars over a rolling 4-year period, you have a chance to win the national title, basically. If you look, and he did a great graph the other day where it showed all of the really good teams in college football and where they're trending on that. Washington is straight up. Its trajectory is straight up since Chris Peterson got there. So, no, I don't worry about it. His OKG thing, he knows what he's looking for. And the thing is, the more they win, he then can get the guys who have the raw physical talent and have the mentality that he's looking for. Like, Nick Harris is unbelievable. But they wouldn't have even been on him had they not been recruiting a guy who his high school teammate, who I'm blanking on his name, is another starting offensive lineman in Washington.
Wattenberg.
Who had, kind of 4-star talent.
Yep.
And they found Nick Harris, who was the ultimate OKG. So, but the thing is, they're going to get those guys still, which Clemson did really well with those guys early. Like, if you look at Clemson's recruiting profile over the years, they are now getting every single person they want. They weren't doing that when they started winning ACC titles and when they won the first national title. They built it very similar to the way that Chris Peterson is building Washington. So, and you look at Mario Cristobal at Oregon, he has taken that, knowledge of what a national championship line of scrimmage looks like on the offensive and defensive side. He has taken that from, where he went to school at Miami, where he worked at Alabama. He's taken that to Oregon, and he's getting those guys. Now he's having to kind of spread out to get them.
Yep.
He gets a Penei Sewell from Utah. He gets, he's got JUCO transfer coming up from Texas on the offensive line, who's really good. You've got to spread out a little bit.
This is fun.
Love it, Andy.
I appreciate it. Andy,
Yeah.
It was good. Thank you for coming on and talking through this. It's a pretty interesting conversation.
My pleasure.
And we'll see what happens here in the next couple of weeks. Andy Staples from ESPN.
One of the rare guys that can eat 9,000 calories, too.
From Sirius XM.
Sorry.
There
Yes.
you go. All right. Thanks, buddy. We appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Andy.
Wow. He's kind of a he reminds me of Doug Gottlieb, the way he talks.
A little bit.
He's got a little Doug Gottlieb.
A little bit.
Yeah, I think that's the first time
And I
we've
liked
talked
how
to
you
him.
threw a little kind of fire at him, and
Yeah.
he comes back with,
was
here's
good.
actually some numbers for you. Here's something to try to contend that, with that just a little
That was
bit.
good.
So,
I
yeah, it's fun.
really enjoyed that.
Good
Thank you
dude.
to Andy. If you missed any of that, you can always catch it, of course, at the podcast page, 710sports.com. At 9 o'clock, 20 minutes from now, we're going to go through this Jadeveon Clowney deal and determine whether or not it's something you would want here in Seattle. Before we do it, good news, bad news, no news, and 3 running backs all getting back out on the field. We'll tell you who next. I'm Brock and Salk.
The Seahawks made their presence known in preseason Game 1.
Hit by Shaquem Griffin and knocked off his feet.
Now the Hawks hit the road for Game 2.
Time to put on the show. Let's go.
Seahawks, Vikings, kick off Sunday at 5. Pre-game at 3.
We're really big. We're really fast. That's pretty good,
Get prepped all week long with more insider access from Brock Heward, John Clayton, Dave Wyman, and Danny O'Neill. 710 ESPN Seattle, the home of every Seahawks game all season long.
Local homeowners are raving about their kitchen and bath remodels done by Washington State Kitchen and Bath. Kathleen, tell us about your experience.
I've dealt with other contractors. I never knew what I was going to end up paying. And a couple times I was surprised with it being $10,000 more than I had anticipated with Washington State Kitchen and Bath. There weren't any surprises. It was really straightforward. That was one of the things that drew me to them. I finally found someone that is reasonable, and they charge a fair price, and they will make it right, and they won't stop working on it until you're happy with it.
Washington State Kitchen and Bath makes sure you'll never go over budget with their transparent pricing tool. It saves you money and shows the exact cost of each item on your remodeling list. This August, save big with a no sales tax limited time offer. Financing available OAC. For your free consultation, call 800-935-5524. That's 800-935-5524 or WashingtonStateKitchenBath.com.
There are 2 times each year when the prices get crazy here at Car Toys.
Closeout deals, special buys,
Black Friday,
and tent sale.
Are you ready for this?
It's just $99 to upgrade your car stereo with a Pioneer multimedia touchscreen system.
$99 while supplies last.
Pioneer speakers are half price, just $39 during Car Toys tent sale.
Before we get to the end of the boating season, Car Toys is blowing out all boat stereos, speakers, subwoofers.
From all the best brands, Clarion, JL, Wet Sounds.
All dash mount radar is on sale, starting from just $74.
Car Toys tent sale only happens once each year.
Only America's vehicle technology leader.
Over 9 million happy customers
Can put on a sale this big.
The savings are incredible.
Car Toys, a better way to go. Here's another amazing tent sale deal. Add Apple CarPlay and Android Auto to any vehicle with an Alpine stereo for just $299, and Car Toys will give you a free Alpine backup camera worth $100.
Driving is freedom. The freedom to keep moving, to control your destiny, and to choose your path. And now, that freedom fits in the palm of your hand. It's called Ford Pass, the only app that gives you roadside assistance, Ford Pass rewards, and now when you buy or lease a new Ford, earn points you can use toward flexible complimentary maintenance that gives you, well, more freedom. Ford Pass, built to keep you moving, built Ford proud. Visit your participating Ford dealership to find out about getting flexible complimentary maintenance when you buy or lease a new Ford and sign up for rewards.
Roadside assistance is included for certain Ford owners and available to everyone for a per-service fee. Ford reserves the right to change program details without obligations. Visit your participating dealer or FordPassRewards.com for program rules and restrictions. Ford Pass, compatible with select smartphone platforms, is available via a download.
Warehouse professionals. Did you know Uline offers the highest starting wages in the area? All warehouse employees start at $19.50 an hour or more. You'll appreciate their modern facilities too. Uline's impressive warehouses are spotless and operate under the highest safety standards. Uline is a family-owned company with great employees who believe in teamwork. At Uline, success begins with you. Apply now at uline.jobs. That's ULINE.jobs.
Dell Small Business Technology Advisors offer advice, one-on-one partnership, and tailored tech solutions like computers with Intel Core processors. Call an advisor today at 877-BY-DELL.
Hey, look at this. Why are you on your phone? We have dinner reservations.
I'm getting a quote for life insurance from Ethos. Just look.
Wow. I thought it would be more expensive.
A friend told me about Ethos. It's a new, straightforward kind of term life insurance that offers policies for any budget. Let's do an estimate for you.
Do we have time?
You just answer 4 simple questions to get an instant quote.
These are easy questions.
And there's the instant quote.
Seriously? That was really fast.
I know, right? And the online application only takes about 10 minutes. No pushy agents. And in most cases, no medical exams. It's perfect for us.
Can we apply right now?
Why not? And after dinner, maybe we can celebrate.
You know what? Ethos is perfect for us.
Ethos is ethical term life insurance. Straightforward and super fast. Don't put it off. Go to ethoslife.com for a free instant quote now. ETHOSlife.com. That's ethoslife.com.
If your home needs replacement windows, do you want to know the window company that over 11,200 Washington homeowners chose to replace their windows? Renewal by Andersen. I'm Alex Gonzalez, owner of Renewal by Andersen. Our customers love working with us because they only have one company to deal with. There's no middleman. We handle every aspect of this project for you. And right now, save 20% on absolutely everything. Windows, patio doors, and even installation too. With no money down, no payment, and no interest for 18 months. We're the replacement window division of Andersen. And that's one of the reasons why over 11,200 Washington homeowners have trusted our window. Call to schedule a free Renewal by Andersen window diagnosis and get a price that's good for an entire year. Call 206-829-3900. 206-829-3900. That's 206-829-3900.
Good news. bad news, no news. Now, here's Brock and Salk.
Phone lines are going to be open here in about 15 minutes. In theory, they're open lines, but really focused conversation today about Jadeveon Clowney. Apparently, the Seahawks are at least listed as a possibility, as a decent fit and a landing spot for him if he does end up being traded out of Houston. I would love to see the Hawks do it. Brock's a little less sure. We're going to take some of your calls coming up in 15 at 206-421-3776. In the meantime, what's in the news?
Good news, bad news, no news.
Let's start there, Mr. Mike. The NFL Network listed the Seahawks as one of the 7 likeliest teams to land Jadeveon Clowney in a trade.
That is great news, tremendous fodder, wonderful conversation, and it's provided for us one of the best shows of training camp. Good news.
Good news beyond that. A really good player who fits what you need to do and your needs on your team is available for a discount price because of the way he's handled it in Houston. I think this is it's not quite a dream come true, but it's a really favorable fit for the Seahawks to bring in exactly the type of player they need at the time they need for a discounted price.
I love the confidence with which you have that you know Jadeveon Clowney. I love that about you. Just jumping in.
Good news, bad news, no news.
I don't know anybody.
No, it's bad news.
But I don't know anybody. So we never want anybody here because we don't know them?
You don't know anybody?
I don't know any other players around the league.
Yes, you do.
I don't know them any more than I know him.
Yes, you do.
What are you talking about?
Stop that. Here's some bad news. Let me give you some bad news.
CJ Prosise, Travis Homer, and J.D. McKissic all returned to Seahawks practice yesterday.
That's great news. That's really good, and I hope they can practice today. We'll see. I think some of them had kind of a different workload yesterday in talking to Brady Henderson, who was out here. So we'll see. Today should be rather light. Tomorrow a walkthrough. They get on the plane. They play in Minneapolis. But if you're CJ Prosise, and we have seemingly said this, at this point, in this juncture, every single year for the last 2, it is time to show up. If you're Travis Homer, it's time to beat out CJ Prosise. And if you're J.D. McKissic, it's time to show your value as a versatile tool in what will be a very competitive cut down of both receiver and running back.
I'm mostly, it's obviously good news, but mostly for me for Travis Homer. I know what McKissic can do. I'm done with Prosise. But Homer, I want to see what's there. I want to see if the special team skill is everything it's been cracked up to be. I want to see if he runs with the same sort of power and energy that he's had out here at practice when he's been healthy.
Good news, bad news, no news.
Kyler Murray had a rough second start or go. Went 3 for 8 for 12 yards in the Cardinals' second preseason game.
Good news.
Also got flagged for a couple false starts.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the false starts.
Took a safety.
3 for 8, 12 yards. That's not exactly what you're looking for out of the generational talent. Look, it's
hand
preseason.
clap issue.
It doesn't mean anything just yet, but I think for everybody who is, maybe it's time to order a stop the hype on the number 1 overall pick, Kyler Murray.
I'm going to say no news at this time of the preseason. Let's look at next week, preseason game number 3. Well, he'll play a little bit more, but this is going to be some stops and starts for Kyler Murray this year. If anybody thought he was going to just hit the ground and run like he did at Oklahoma, that's not happening in this league, in the NFL, especially with what he's got up front. That'll be the biggest challenge for him. Russell Wilson walked into a ready-made team with a run game, with the best defense going in football, and was able to grow that rookie season. And it really took him he almost got benched his rookie season. It took him that 8th game of the year in Chicago where it really turned. This is not going to be an easy road for Kyler Murray. There are going to be some ups and downs. So preseason game number 2, not strong enough for my opinion.
Stop the hype.
Thank you, Brent.
9.
Good news, bad news, no news.
University of Louisiana football coach Billy Napier is requiring all scholarship football players to pay $50 to join the school's athletic foundation.
Why? I don't understand.
Skin in the game, Mike.
I think I'm the wrong person to answer this. I don't really know what an athletic foundation is.
So they have to join the Booster Club, essentially. They have to pay a minimum of $50 each and join the Booster Club to support their own football program.
Oh, interesting. Louisiana news. Next.
I don't know. I honestly don't know what to say about that. What do you think, Kyle?
He says, quote, "It's all about gratitude."
It doesn't sound right. I think I got to know more about
getting
this.
roundly roasted by every reporter on Twitter right now. He's being just completely
Like, I understand the idea and the concept behind what he's thinking, but in execution, it's a bad look.
Yeah, you want to know
Quote,
what
we're
else?
trying to create a scenario where 5 or 10 years from now, these are the guys who will give back and continue to be a part of the program and realize what this place did for them.
No sense. Not buying that one. Hey, Kyle, can I share what happened yesterday, by the way? Because I feel this is some of the worst news that personally I've experienced. Like, I find great joy in introducing everybody on the first tee. That may be one of my jobs down the road. And we had a chance to play a little golf yesterday. Kyle, you were there, and I give a proper introduction to a complete stranger. Nice kid, but I introduced him.
Your definition of proper, but go on.
You know, Kyle Brown, a 2-time winner on the Palouse Junior Tour. Welcome to the tee. And I have a lot of fun with it.
It's really annoying.
I do a sulk, and then he shanks it, and he just blames me. And then from that point forward, you're just mad at me. Like, that was my fault. Like, if you would have roped that ball 300 yards down the fairway, like you did 4 holes later,
if you hadn't
great.
screwed me up over the course of 18 of the worst holes I've ever played, I would have been less mad at you.
How did I screw you up? And how did an introduction that has been in
I've been
really
playing some
good
of the best
form-
golf of my life for 2 weeks.
Yes.
You show up, start yammering on, and I immediately go in the tank.
Kyle?
Yes, I am mentally soft, but I still blame you.
I thought it helped me. I had one of my greatest tee shots of the day.
Connor had one of his best 9. It was great. What a beautiful day.
It sure was. Beautiful day. Good to get out with you guys. It was a lot of fun. All right. That's good news, bad news, no news. We do that every day at 8:45. We didn't even get to mention, by the way, Kyle Seager, 2 for 5, drove in 3 more runs for the Mariners
Oh,
yesterday.
good news. Way to go.
He's playing well, man.
He is.
That bat has heated back up, which is much needed. All right, you ready? Can we open up these lines here? 206-421-3776. Simple. I mean, technically the phone lines are open. So if you want to weigh in on the UW quarterback battle, certainly that is a possibility if you want to jump in on that or something else. But I think the big question in front of all of us is very simple. You want Jadeveon Clowney for a second-round pick? That's what Greg Rosenthal is positing in his recent column for NFL.com, that he's available. That
Seahawks have cap space.
They have cap space. They have extra picks, and that they would be a good fit to trade for Jadeveon Clowney to come in here and rush the passer. Almost $16 million this year would be the price tag, and then you'd have to work out whether you could sign a deal with him after that. Do you want to make a deal for Jadeveon Clowney? I'm in. Brock's out. You're next on Brock and Salk.
DK Metcalf was the most hyped receiver coming into the draft.
Metcalf, I thought, was a tremendous deal.
Gives the Seahawks a dimension they've really never had before.
And expectations continue to rise.
Man, I think he could be a Hall of Famer if he wants to.
Get to know Russell Wilson's newest target with Brock and Salk.
Who's the receiver you watched from afar and said, yep, that's the guy that I can play like?
Download the 710 Sports app to hear the full conversation or get the full hour on demand at 710sports.com/podcasts.
Families. Beautiful, messy, unpredictable things. Some of the closest ones aren't even related. Because family doesn't just mean 2.5 kids, mom, dad, and a dog. Every family is different. That's why Xfinity Mobile created a different kind of wireless network. One that's designed to save you money by letting you design your own data. Now you can share data between lines, mix with unlimited, and switch it up at any time. So you only pay for what you need. No other wireless carrier lets you do that, or lets you automatically connect to millions of secure Wi-Fi hotspots and the best LTE everywhere else. Staying in touch with the ones you call family has never been easier. All while saving up to $400 a year on your wireless bill. Xfinity Mobile. It's wireless reimagined. Call, visit a store, or go to xfinitymobile.com today. Simple, easy, awesome. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires residential post-pay Xfinity Internet. Actual savings vary and are not guaranteed. For Xfinity Mobile broadband disclosures, visit xfinity.com/mobile.
Lee Johnson Chevrolet has served our loyal customers since 1933. As we celebrate our 86th anniversary, we have some exciting news. All new Lee Johnson Chevrolets come with an unlimited time and mileage lifetime warranty. That's right, an unlimited time and mileage lifetime warranty. It's also summer sales event time with unheard of pricing on the all-new redesigned 2019 Silverado Double Cab, starting at $29,975. You heard me correctly. A brand new 4x4 Silverado starting at $29,975. And don't forget the unlimited time and mileage lifetime warranty. So find new roads to Lee Johnson Chevrolet, just off I-405 exit 18 in Kirkland, or LeeJohnsonChevrolet.com. Stock number C190588. LJ discount $49.54. GM rebate $63.91. $150 dock fee may be added.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
With over 3 million cases a year in the United States alone, erectile dysfunction is a common condition among men. ED can cause stress in your relationship or may even be keeping you from having a partner. Unfortunately, pills and supplements often don't work. The good news is Universal Men's Clinic has been treating ED for nearly a decade with a high success rate. We've made finding a solution as stress-free as possible with no wait time appointments and ED treatments customized for your specific needs.
I'm Dr. Charles Arakaki. The Universal Men's Clinic specializes in using modern medicine and a sophisticated monitoring system to help men suffering from ED or low testosterone. Our professional staff is specially trained, discreet, and confidential.
Help is here. Take the first step to getting your life back by making an appointment today. No referral is necessary. Call Universal Men's Clinic at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit universalmensclinic.com.
We have reached the age where things just cost more.
Cars, phones, life insurance.
Your blood pressure is up.
Your weight is up.
You're one to talk.
I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting dinged just like you.
Thank goodness for Big Lou.
Big Lou!
Big Lou can get term life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, or maybe he's on anxiety meds, for just around $200 a month for $1 million of coverage.
Oh, you got to say that again.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it. Big Lou and term provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month.
Call Big Lou.
Big Lou!
He's like you.
800-333-1750. That's 800-333-1750.
Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you gotta call Big Lou.
Gotta.
800-333-1750.
Write it down.
800-333-1750.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/score. That's ZipRecruiter.com/score. ZipRecruiter.com/score.
710 KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, streaming live on the 710 Sports app. The voice of Seattle sports. 710 ESPN Seattle.
This is Brock and Salk
from the Alaska Airlines studio.
Streaming everywhere at 710sports.com and the 710 Seattle app.
206-421-3776. Open lines for the final hour of our week here on Brock and Salk. We are down at Seahawks. They got one more day of practice here today, so we'll be looking forward to that. Players will be outside in just a little bit. But I threw the poll question up last night, Brock, because as you read this little story on Jadeveon Clowney, he is available. There are, according to Greg Rosenthal, maybe 7 teams that would be a good fit for him, and the Seahawks are one of them. I totally agree that the Seahawks are a fit. Obviously, they need pass rush help, but I think it goes beyond that. They have cap space. They have extra picks next year. They, it's an extra
need.
They have need.
Tremendous need.
They are in their window. They have cap room. They don't need to spend a ton coming up in the next year or so on players that they need to sign. And so I asked the people last night, what do you think? What would you give up for Jadeveon Clowney? And about 40% of you say nothing, not interested. I don't want Jadeveon Clowney. About half, 49%, say I'd give up a second-round pick. Some would give up a first-round pick, and a few would just do whatever it takes, first and second or whatever. I don't think it would take that much more than a second. I could be wrong, but I don't think, based on sort of the lack of leverage that the Texans have, that it would take more than a second-round pick. And while you have access to that, this seems like a pretty easy one to me.
Yeah, I voted in the no. I was one of the 40%ers
You're not interested.
that just said no. That this program has done all it can to not only be, as Kurt Menefee said, camp calm, but more of camp everybody on the same page, everybody on the same team. That you're building this competitive culture that was really in the first iteration of this program what it was all about. And that is, this is about the Seahawks, and we are all rowing together in this. And to me, Jadeveon Clowney is a little bit like Ziggy. You've gone down this road with Ziggy. He's an independent contractor on a one-year deal that you hope gets you a sack a game.
But you were okay with that with Ziggy?
With Ziggy Ansah, with not giving up a second-round pick? Yes. And paying him, $10 million and having a bunch of incentives? Yes. Yeah, I was okay with that. That's a guy you targeted. That's the guy that you wanted. They didn't target Jadeveon Clowney. They didn't go down that road.
Well, we didn't know that he was available. I mean, that's sort of somewhat of a new thing where he's become more available here in recent weeks.
Yep, and you would pay him a guaranteed $15.5. There's no renegotiating the contract now. Right. That's not going to happen. That window has passed. So you would be paying him guaranteed $15.5. And once he signs that, he can practice zero. He can show up zero. Obviously, they could fine him or what have you. Then you get into all of that game.
I mean, I think you could work some of that out ahead of time of what he's willing to do. Obviously, if he's not willing to play, then it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, or he's willing to say, you know what? Until I get my real money, I'm sorry. I'll be there on Sundays for you, but don't ask me to do anything else.
I have to imagine. First of all,
and it's just those
can
unknowns.
The Texans sign him and trade him? Can you work out a sign and trade? Can they do that? It doesn't make any sense that if they traded him to you, you can't then sign him to a longer-term deal. That doesn't follow logical sense. I don't understand all the rules of the NFL.
Why didn't you ask the professor these questions? Because I don't know all the technicalities and the details of that either. I am of the understanding of why those things have not happened in the past ever is because here's your window.
You can't do a sign and trade.
Yes.
But I thought that you could trade, whatever. 206-421-3776. Brandon is in Phoenix. He'll get us going this morning. Hi, Brandon. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I just wanted to say I'm 100% with Salk on this one.
Okay.
Bring him in. I don't think we have anything to lose, even if he is an independent contractor. Give up your second-round pick for one deal. We need some help at the pass rush. We have a young secondary that's going to need that help, and the more you can pressure the quarterback, the more you help them. So I think there's a lot of upside, and if it doesn't work out, you move on. They did it with Percy Harvin, so do it with him.
And he's worth the risk. You know exactly what you're getting. You're comfortable with what you're getting in Jadeveon Clowney.
I'm comfortable enough taking the risk.
Okay, and that risk, I think, would be a second-round pick at this stage of the game.
We got a text message here earlier, Brock, or maybe it was a tweet here. It says, why were you comfortable with what you were getting with Ziggy Ansah but not Clowney?
Because of some of that upside, because of the contract as well, because you still in many ways control, I think some of that versus a player making $15.5. And franchise tags are different. Players don't necessarily like them, but it is all guaranteed dollars. Period. End of story. No matter what happens.
But 10 of Ziggy Ansah's
sure,
money
not 16.5.
No, but 10. I mean, it's still
and you're not giving up a second-round pick.
No, but it's a huge chunk of money that was already guaranteed there for him. So I mean,
it's a huge chunk, but it's still not 16.5, and it's still not a second-round pick, and it is still a guy that you're more comfortable with.
It does not seem that different to me. It really doesn't. And I know you're giving up a second-round pick, but the odds are, and I know I've been burned on this whole comp deal before.
You have.
But the odds are that even if you were to leave, you'd get a third-rounder back, given his caliber of being a player.
Yep.
And so
he's got to be good. He's got to be worthy of a mega deal somewhere else.
I understand.
And a mega deal that their own team didn't give him.
But he's got to be worthy of a deal, and we know how NFL teams are. They're going to give a pass rusher with Jadeveon Clowney's skill set some money.
Yep.
I mean, why
has nobody else traded for him? Right? In this window of
opportunity. Not everybody's got all that cap space.
Well, Rosenthal has 7 teams.
He's got 7 teams.
Sure.
Well,
that's a whole lot of teams with the biggest need in football. Why is that red flag out there for some of these other teams? And you're right. Teams overpay like crazy for these guys.
Because his production has been good. It hasn't been incredible.
Yep.
He's not lived up to that number 1 overall pick.
He's not maximized his ability.
But at the same time, I mean, he's only 26 years old, and you don't have that. You don't have people with that level of talent on this team right now. What you do have is a top-notch offense, an unbelievable elite franchise quarterback in his prime, and you have a major need on defense, specifically at this position. You've got cap space. You've got an extra pick next year.
Your voice at me
I just
again?
thought this is such a no-brainer.
It's not a no-brainer.
Pretty close.
A lot of NFL teams will say no-brainer. But don't you sing my favorite
tomorrow.
song. Don't do that.
Right now!
It's our only hope to sway Bronx.
Oh, keep going.
I'm kind of with Brock right now. The more I think about it.
It's your magic moment. Do it right here now.
Who was that whispering? Who was that in the peanut gallery I just heard?
Brock, I think you're kind of convincing me. I get really worried about this idea. The guy was supposed to be a legendary elite defensive end talent.
He's not that.
Coming out of high school, like never seen before, and he was good in college, and he's been good in the pros, but he has been nicked up a couple of times. Like, is he ever going to live up to that? You have him for 5 more years, and then what? Like, he turns out to not be great, and you pay him $25 million? I don't know.
And didn't maximize it on that D-line with Whitney Merciless and J.J. Watt helping? Like, did not maximize it with all of the resources that went to making sure you double-teamed and blocked J.J. Watt? He just showed up on and off. That's the problem. The light switch is on.
But the Texans were the team that had to pay that cost for him not realizing his potential. They spent number 1 overall pick. The Seahawks don't have to pay that. They get to pay for what he is now.
That's right. You can give up a second pick, a second-round pick maybe, and get him now that he's already picking up 9 sacks.
I just don't think you're going to get him for 1 year. I think you're going to have him long-term, and that worries me.
206-421-3776. How about Garrett in Seattle? Hi, Garrett. Good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, man.
Hey, man. So my only rebuttal to Brock would be, what about Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett? Like, the team just passed on them, and then we picked them up, and they became, superstars.
Oh, you mean like the 1 year, $5 million deal?
I honestly don't understand. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just saying, Garrett, very different because those guys sat on a market. The market never developed. You got them cheap. That was pennies on the dollar with no draft pick.
Right, but the point I think he's making is...
No, let Garrett make the point for the point that Garrett wants to make.
I'm going to help Garrett because...
Garrett needs no help. Listen to him. He's brilliant. Go ahead, Garrett.
Thank you, Brock.
You're welcome.
And the other point was, we bought into Ziggy Ansah pretty quick, but he's been pretty injured, and we still actually have we have no idea where he's going. At least we know Jadeveon Clowney's coming in healthy.
You sure?
So I don't see the.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that, Garrett? Because thank you for the phone call. Here's Bill O'Brien down in Houston, who I guess is the man in charge. I mean, honestly, like one of the most intriguing aspects of this is the dysfunction in Houston. And seriously, we talk about this with the Mariners, and unfortunately, how many organizations in baseball are as dysfunctional and disorganized as the Mets were last offseason when they made that move. Not many of them.
To deal with dysfunctional organizations.
So here's Bill O'Brien asked about the shape that Jadeveon Clowney's in. What's he look like, Coach? What do you get? And here's cut number 3 on Jadeveon.
Again, we haven't seen him. We haven't really seen him since the end of the season. So I really don't know. I can do my best to answer your question, but really don't know. When he arrives, we'll handle it when he arrives. But that's his prerogative. He doesn't have to be here right now.
Hold on, because your point is you don't know how healthy he is. This is your debate against the Ziggy Ansah comparison. You do know that Ziggy isn't healthy.
Correct.
At least this guy's a mystery.
And that's why you didn't give up a second-round pick and guarantee him $16 million. And by the way, you got to bring him
10.
in. You got to bring him
this
in.
This idea that you're going to look at he's nicked up. Hold on. Let's go back in the last few years for Jadeveon Clowney.
Don't chuckle at me.
In his last 4 years, he's played 13, 14, 16, 15
One complete
games.
season.
Okay, 13, 14, 16, 15.
And the 2 years before that.
Ziggy Ansah in those same years has played 16, 13, 14, 7.
Yes.
What are you talking
but you
about?
knew this asset. You got to look at him. You got to give him a physical. You got to work him out. You got to see what he had.
His physical showed you that you better wait 2 months before you sign him in free agency.
And when he got here, Mike, they said, okay, we can work with this shoulder. We believe we can work with this shoulder. With this, you are opening it up, and you have no idea. Why are you smiling? You have no idea.
I know.
Oh, and you guarantee 16.5, and you give up resources.
You're so risk averse. It's so funny.
Yeah, this one got a lot of risk to me.
Your problems with risk are just great.
Oh, says the one who is equally as risk averse in their real life as I am.
You know what's safer?
What?
We should go with Rasheem Green.
What?
I saw a lot from
What?
I saw a lot from Rasheem Green that shows me you should go with him as your big defensive
Year
end
2
pass
jump, baby.
rusher.
Here we go.
Let's go, Rasheem. 206-421-3776. How about who do you want to try? Evan in Seattle. What's up, Evan? Line 4.
Yeah, hey, I would do a third-round pick, so you kind of break even, trade a third round, get a third round back. I don't think we can go a second.
You can't go. You do give a third, but not a second. Why?
I mean,
of course you would.
Just the value.
Yes, you would. Evan, yes, you would.
I don't think I'd give up a second. I want that pick we got for Frank. I mean, I don't think I'd give it up.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe that once you're willing to give up a third, that you're not willing to give up a second. That you're really in the negotiation. You're John Schneider.
You know what that's called, Mike? It's called a price anchor. I learned about this in econ. We all have just like a price anchor that we won't go above or beyond.
Right, but
Evan's got one.
I believe that we say we have that price anchor. I don't believe that when push comes to shove, there's enough of a difference between a second and third round pick that you say no.
Price anchors. Yeah, you have your price anchor.
And guess what I always end up doing? Spending more than that. How much do you want to spend on this vacation? X. Okay, but we can get this place. It's only $100. I know, but I want to spend. I know, but this one's $120. Well, then you might as well go with the $120 because if you're going to spend the $100, you might as well spend $120 and make it much nicer. That's what I do, and that's what everybody does. You would absolutely, if you're willing to give up a third rounder, you'd give up a second rounder. You would. Now, first rounders, I think probably they're different. They carry just a different weight with them. But the difference between a second and third rounder, I don't think it's enough that you wouldn't pull the trigger over that. Sorry. 206-421-3776.
Sorry for telling Evan exactly what his price anchor is.
I'm telling you. Jason in Temecula. Hi, Jason.
How's it going?
What's up?
Hey, man. All right, so I kind of want to drop the hammer on Brock's argument here because it's ridiculous.
Good luck.
So what would you – we're giving up a second-round pick. You guys have come up with definitions for second-round picks. That I believe a first-round pick is an elite starter. A second-round pick is a good starter. You can argue that Jadeveon Clowney is an elite starter. He's definitely a good starter, so he's definitely worth the value of a second-round pick. Secondly, Jadeveon Clowney has arguably been the prime focus of offenses since he's been there. J.J. Watt has had 2 seasons while he has been there where he has played less than half of the games. Less than half of the games. One of the seasons that he played the full season was Jadeveon Clowney's rookie year. So he's essentially had 2 seasons with J.J. Watt, which, J.J. Watt's going to be getting the prime amount of the focus in that situation. Thirdly, he is a freak show. We need somebody like this to lock up our defense. We've seen how risky the draft can be. Just look at Malik McDowell. There's no guarantee that the best scouting in the world can turn up with a good draft pick. He's a need on defense. It's much better to be proactive than reactive.
If Jadeveon Clowney is a freak show, and I'll give you that, coming out of school, an unbelievably dynamic speed, length, everything, agility, power, everything you got. And if that was 100, Jason, what has he lived up to in his career in 5 years in Houston?
Jason's gone.
Oh, is he? So
it's a good rhetorical question.
So if that's like 100, I mean, this is what you got. This is your amazing skill set, your amazing talent. This is the bar, and it's 100. What is he in 5 years? What does his resume bring to the table? 70? 65, 70, 29 sacks in 5 years. I mean, I don't know what you would gauge that at. And then you would ultimately ask, well, why? Why have you not made the most of your God-given freakish talents?
But that's Pete Carroll's jam right there. I mean, we're not talking about, again, this is specific to this situation. Pete lusts at that opportunity.
Sure does.
To get that much out of a player with that kind of talent.
Yep.
206-421-3776.
One last little arm to this. So
Sure.
I think is a legit question. Would you, in this deal, more important than getting Jarran Reed on a contract extension where, by the way, you may get him cheaper on the dollar right now?
You could absolutely do both of those
sure?
two things. Yeah, because you always save money when you do that. So I don't think it would be a problem.
No, you wouldn't save money on Jarran Reed, though. Jarran Reed's not making real money this year. You actually have to spend real money on him.
You have so many. I mean, you could cut Barkevius Mingo. I mean, there's ways you can get that done. I don't stress about that. Dan's in Woodinville, 206-421-3776. What up, Dan?
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Make that trade.
Yes.
Are you kidding me? You traded Frank Clark, which you needed to get like 17 picks. You did that part. and now we're weak on defensive line. Do you make the trade for Clowney, pay him like $5 million total less than Frank Clark, front load all the money in the first 2 years of the contract, so that you can cut him in the third year if he doesn't pan out?
Well, you can't do a deal, though, Dan. Hold on one second. That all sounds great, but you can't do a deal. When you're a franchise guy like this and the window of opportunity to negotiate a new deal has passed, he's going to play this year on a 1-year deal. You can't negotiate. Even though if they wanted to and both sides wanted to, right, that window is closed. So you're going to get him on 1 year, $16 million this season.
Yeah, why would you not take that? You're not going to be worse for having him, and you have the best motivational coach in all of the NFL. Trade the pick. Frank netted you a bunch of picks. Trade the pick and go for it this year. Instead of being a 10.5-win team, be a 13-win team.
And
Let's go. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay, Dan. I love it. I look at that. What are we, 5 for 5?
Bam, done. Bam.
Boom,
bam, done.
They all are on it, man. And emotionally, I totally get it. And I think need-wise addresses the biggest one. I'll say it again. Jacob sat down with us this morning. Jacob Martin, great kid, thoughtful kid. I think maybe an excellent fourth pass rusher come in and nickel pass rusher and do that. Barkevius Mingo walks by us, not a pass rusher. I've watched all of these one-on-ones. It is your single biggest need.
Also, what do we keep talking about
it.
every day? Is this defense good enough to hang with this offense that should be running the ball all over the place and has an elite franchise quarterback and more weapons on the outside than we're used to?
So why have all these other teams, not all, there's 6 other teams, if Greg Rosenthal, and you're 7th on that. Who's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on
Brock,
this list? You don't care.
If the answer to my question is always going to be because NFL GMs are dumb.
Okay.
Because NFL GMs think that they need a quarterback with a big
arm.
arm.
You're just smarter than them.
I'm just saying they make a lot of dumb decisions, and this answer of, well, why haven't other teams done it isn't good enough for me. Why didn't any other team sign Cliff Averill or Michael Bennett? I mean, like,
why didn't
NFL
Marshawn
GMs
Lynch go for a 5th round
That's
pick?
right. Why didn't an NFL team trade for Marshawn Lynch, who's one of the best running backs in the game? NFL teams do dumb stuff all the time.
NFL teams do smart things
They do.
all the time,
I understand that, but they also do dumb stuff.
Sure they do.
And so the argument of, well, why isn't anybody else doing it? Because the NFL.
So do you think this? And I'm honestly asking this question a little bit out loud because I don't know if I've totally there's enough other risks that concerns me. But the point of in this building, does it matter? Does it matter if you practice? Does it matter if you have the buy-in to what Pete's coaching is? Does it matter that you are a Seahawk through and through and born in the program, grown in the program, developed in the program? It matters to you, the front of the jersey, versus I'll just come in and be a mercenary and give me my sacks, and then ultimately all I want is even more money.
I think there's room for both.
You do?
Yes, of course you need the guys that are, all-in Seahawks. You've got to have some of that. Of course you do.
In Pete's program.
That's right.
Like the essence and the importance of that, the whole kind of thing that the way this
I think you're
thing's
also
built
making a big assumption. I don't know that that's who Jadeveon Clowney is. Do you know that that's who he is? Or that's what he appears in Houston, a dysfunctional organization that's been a complete and total mess? I mean, you always say, well, why did Cliff Averill want to get out of Detroit? Who can blame him? It was a dysfunctional organization and always has been. Well, so is Houston.
Sure, I don't know if I put Houston at that level. Houston's been to the playoffs multiple times.
But they've been dysfunctional. They're a weird, screwed-up organization and have been here for a while.
And he just never maximized his talent there.
No, I will agree with that.
That concerns me.
I think that's a fair point. But still, not maximizing his talent is 9.5 sacks the last 2 years. I'll take that. 206-421-3776. Let's grab Kyle in Port Orchard. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
I just put Kyle on hold like 3 seconds ago.
Oh, sorry.
So he's probably
but he's
caught
the
off
only
guard
person
here.
on Brock's side, so I wanted to grab him.
Oh, okay, great. Go ahead.
I wanted to get somebody out there with your side of the conversation here.
Yo, so I would not trade him. Brock's definitely right on this one. You know, when you traded Frank Clark, that was basically a decision that we talked about how the Seahawks probably weren't going to win the Super Bowl this year. They were setting themselves up for 2 to 3 years down the road. And you give up a second-round pick on a guy like Jadeveon Clowney, you know, that this guy, first of all, he's first overall pick who's never lived up to that talent that he has. He's never once got double-digit sacks in a season. He's a guy that's been hurt quite a bit also. And if you were to trade him, signing him to a long-term deal would just be an even worse decision right there, because you had a guy in Frank Clark who you knew what he was. He is a second-round pick that you're able to develop into a double-digit sack guy, all the potential in the world, same age basically. you're going to let him go? And yeah, you got all those picks back.
Yeah,
but signing Jadeveon
that's a big
Clowney,
difference.
I don't think so.
But you're
man.
going to let him go, get all those picks back, and then for one of those picks that you didn't even have, that I had quite frankly forgotten about at the end of the draft, you bring back a player who's nearly his caliber?
You say nearly his caliber, but at the same time, he's a guy who's been hurt much more. He's been hurt a lot.
The last 3
compared to a guy
years,
like Frank Clark.
he's missed 3 games the last 3 years total.
Okay.
In the
But
last
he's
3
been
years, he's
nicked
missed
up.
3
He's
total
been
games.
nicked up, and maybe that's why he hasn't lived up to his potential. But he has been nicked up a lot.
Yeah, and he was nicked up, especially early in his career.
Playing on a bad hamstring.
But come on, man. I think you're right in everything you said. But the last 3 years, he's missed a total of 3 games. And while you're right, he hasn't had double-digit sacks. The last 2 years, he had 9.5 and 9.
He's an on-off guy.
Okay, how about this, Mike? How about this? Just in January, when the Texans were getting spanked by the Colts at home in a playoff game, Mark Schlereth was circling Jadeveon Clowney, clowning on him as he got mauled by the Colts offensive line continuously. The rookie, Quentin Nelson, if that's his name, I believe, left guard, was mauling him.
Yeah.
He's not a complete football player, dude, and he's never once got double-digit sacks.
I don't know, man.
Like,
talking to the people I talked to in Houston, they disagree with that and said he is absolute. I mean, first of all, he's a better run stopper even than he is a pass rusher, that he would be exactly what the Seahawks could use against a team like the Rams that's going to come at you with that, stretch run play and then play action after it, that he's perfect for that type of game.
On-off
Yeah, and Kyle, I really missed you, by the
I
way.
did too.
Kyle,
Yeah, so
welcome
it's great
back.
to hear Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle got a new job. So
Yay,
good news is he's no longer
Hey!
commuting so
That's
far, but the
awesome.
bad news is he's a big podcast guy.
Right. Oh, that's a bummer. All right. Well, good to hear from him today. Phone lines remain open, 206-421-3776. As Kyle drops off, that should clear one line if you want to jump in on this. What do you want to do? Would you like to see the Seahawks give up a second-round pick if that's possible to get Jadeveon Clowney? I'm all in. It's Brock and Saul.
Bam, done.
DK Metcalf was the most hyped receiver coming into the draft.
Metcalf, I thought, was a tremendous steal.
Gives the Seahawks a dimension they've really never had before.
And expectations continue to rise.
Man, I think he could be a Hall of Famer if he wants to.
Get to know Russell Wilson's newest target with Brock and Salk.
How have you gained the trust of Russell?
Download the 710 Sports app to hear the full conversation or get the full hour on demand at 710sports.com/podcasts.
All right, guys. Giant Stampede sale. It's going on at Evergreen Chevrolet. And I got to tell you what, Evergreen wrangled up best prices of the summer on every Colorado 4x4 on the lot for this event. That's right. Mike Salk here for Evergreen Chevrolet. You want to save $8,000, $8,000 on a new 2019 Colorado Z71 Crew Cab 4x4? I bet you do. Giant Stampede price just $29,995. That's the lowest price they've had all year long. Under $30,000 for a brand new Colorado Z71. Shop evergreenchevrolet.com, and I guarantee you they're going to save you money, and they'll pay you more for your trade. So come in today for Z71 Colorados at just $29,995 with the Giant Stampede sale at Evergreen Chevrolet. They got more than 50 Colorados in stock. Always more, always for less. Find new roads to evergreenchevrolet.com, or as always, exit 15, I-90, Issaquah. MSRP $38,095, less $43.50 Evergreen discount and $37.50 GM cash incentives. 8 at this price. Sale ends 8/31/19. Negotiable documentary service fee of $150 may be added to purchase price. If it's posted at dealerships, see dealer for details.
Better golf is closer than you think at the new PXG Seattle. Visit PXG's newest state-of-the-art fitting studio and retail store. Get custom fitted for PXG putters, wedges, irons, and metal woods. And shop our high-quality golf apparel and accessories. Visit the new PXG Seattle today at 13238 Northeast 20th Street, Suite 400 in Bellevue. PXG. Nobody makes golf clubs the way we do. Period.
Warehouse professionals. Did you know Uline offers the highest starting wages in the area? All warehouse employees start at $19.50 an hour or more. You'll appreciate their modern facilities too. Uline's impressive warehouses are spotless and operate under the highest safety standards. Uline is a family-owned company with great employees who believe in teamwork. At Uline, success begins with you. Apply now at uline.jobs. That's ULINE.jobs.
Join us in Bellevue for Aquaquip's Midnight Sale. We're staying open till midnight this Friday and Saturday, so you can skip the traffic while getting the best deals all year guaranteed. Huge savings on chlorine-free hot tubs, swim spas, barbecues, fire pits, and fireplaces. Factory discounts, daily giveaways, no interest financing OAC. This weekend only, get a free upgrade with the award-winning Smart Tub technology when you buy a jacuzzi hot tub or Sundance Spa.
Alexa, start my massage.
Visit aquaquip.com for more info.
Aquaquip your life.
Summer's here, and there's no better time to hit the road. At AutoZone, we have the Duralast batteries you can rely on to drive with confidence. They're proven tough, even in the most extreme conditions. That's because they're designed to improve performance and provide your ride with a powerful startup. And they're available only at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Visit us at AutoZone.com to get everything you need and start the job fast. Based on data from the MPD Group Incorporated, Car Care Track 12 months ending December 2018.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Stugatz here. Summertime means summer fun, but it also means home projects which aren't as fun. So why not use Home Advisor? From minor repairs to major remodels, Home Advisor connects you with top-rated pros in seconds. Read reviews from your neighbors, request quotes, and check the project cost guide to see what others paid for similar projects. Home Advisor makes it easy. So get those projects done and make the most of your summer. To find the right pro at a fair price, just ask Home Advisor. Go to homeadvisor.com or download the free award-winning Home Advisor app today.
It's Friday, the best day of the week, and time to check eBay for $5 Fridays, where you can find all kinds of great stuff for just $5. Every Friday, only on eBay.
At Pro Golf Discount, we're celebrating our 42nd anniversary. Shane Lowry won the British Open using Srixon Z-Star golf balls, and you can too for just $19.99 a dozen. That's half off, and save 20% on a huge selection of name-brand golf bags during the Pro Golf Anniversary Sale.
With the Kubota Sidekick, durability meets speed. It's the first gas-powered utility vehicle of its kind, built with acceleration and handling that blur the line between working hard and having fun. Right now, get the Sidekick for $0 down and a $1,000 instant rebate. Now through August 31st, 2019, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
Find a Kubota dealer near you at GoKubota.com.
I'm Tom Shane. Every 6 weeks, I'm off again to Thailand to handpick Shane Company's sapphires and rubies in Bangkok, the gemstone capital of the world. It's my second home. For decades, I've worked with the most talented, ethical, and reputable stonecutters. This gives me access to a range of spectacular colors that no other jeweler in the state has. In Bangkok, I evaluate each stone in natural daylight and only buy those stones with the most life and the best color. Then I have them recut to bring out their inherent natural beauty. Because I eliminate all middlemen and their markups, no one else comes close to competing with us on quality or price. Whether you're looking for a meaningful gift or want a colored stone for an engagement ring, come to Shane Company for the most vibrant sapphires and rubies. Now you have a friend in the jewelry business. Shane Company and ShaneCo.com.
You can hear 710 ESPN Seattle on radio.com live anytime, anywhere. Go to your app store or radio.com/download and start listening today. To take 710 ESPN Seattle with you wherever you go, download the radio.com app today.
From the Alaska Airlines Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Streaming everywhere at 710sports.com.
206-421-3776. Phone number here. Taking your calls for another 10, 15 minutes or so, and then we'll answer the question jerk to finish out the week. And obviously, when a name like Jadeveon Clowney, who we've known for as long as we have, right? This was the #1 recruit coming out of high school. He got to South Carolina, and whether his career was good enough or not, he delivered this incredible highlight moment that everybody will just sort of have burned into their brains of him getting into the backfield and just smacking that Michigan running back before he even fully took the handoff. I mean, that was just, it's as good as
Michigan at the 41. What a hit!
Oh, my God.
Ball's free on the ground. South Carolina deserves to have it, and they do.
Clowney just says, I'll take care of business right here. You give me this long,
I'll come off the ball and rock you and get it right back for our offense.
I mean, it's funny how sometimes play-by-play can really tell the story later because he doesn't even have time to make the call. The second the ball snapped, there's Clowney in the backfield. And that's the kind of power and strength and speed that he has. He has not lived up to that after being the number 1 overall pick. But if you have an opportunity to offer a second rounder for him and bring him in to a team that is missing specifically that position, that is pretty well set on offense, that has a great linebacking core, that is really, a question mark on its pass rush and on the edge on defense, he seems like as close to a no-brainer as you could find.
Kyle in Port Orchard said something that just about drove me up a wall there, that the Seahawks are positioning themselves to go for it in 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, no.
After they just made their 30-year-old quarterback the highest paid in the league, that we're going to rebuild longer than the Mariners are? Like, what?
Yeah.
3 years?
They're sitting on millions and millions of dollars. They're going for a Super Bowl this year, sitting on $20 million.
2014 knee surgery, microfracture surgery, sports hernia surgery. 2015 ankle sprain, lower back injury, Liz Frank sprain. 2016 elbow injury. 2017 knee surgery. 2018 knee surgery, lower back injury. Who am I referring to? Jadeveon Clowney the last 5 years. That is what you're willing to give $16.5 guaranteed $1 million to, who shows up and wants his money, by the way. He hasn't gotten it. Hasn't got his second deal.
What would you rather do with that money?
Hasn't gotten his second deal from the Texans, and then can come here and all of a sudden, knee's not right.
What do you want to do with
the
money?
And I guarantee you my $16 million.
What do you want to do with that money?
Oh, I want to have the flexibility to sign Jaron Reed on a deal that's the right number for me, and more importantly, after this next offseason when KJ and a bunch more money clears, that I've got unprecedented cap space for this program to do what they need to do to see whether or not any of these guys emerge, and if Ziggy Ansah became who they wanted him to be. And if Ziggy Ansah becomes who they want him to be, you're going to pay him $20 million a year.
That 16.5 for this year doesn't roll
you're
over.
Pay,
it does roll over. It's a rolling thing. It's an average over 3 years. It's complicated.
And you're going, but it does. You do have that cap space. And,
some of it.
And if you want to sign Ziggy Ansah because you love him, because as Jacob Martin said, he's actually been a tremendous guy in those meetings, been taking us young guys under his wing, been taking us to dinners, and actually you want to pay him a long-term guaranteed money, you have the money to do that in season.
And for context, they're projected this next offseason, 2020, to have the 5th most cap space in the league, $61 million.
Also, Brock, Ziggy Ansah is going to be 30. This kid's going to be 26. Like, the difference is pretty, I think, significant. I'm making this deal every day of the week, twice on Sunday. 206-421-3776. How about, let's see, Joe in Yakima. Joe, you've been hanging on. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. My whole thing is you definitely bring him in because I'm thinking that we're kind of on the verge of the playoffs where we're at now. I think he would definitely take us into at least the playoffs, possibly a deep run. So your second-round pick that you're giving up, late 20s probably in the round. So I'm thinking that for the value of
also
what
that second-round pick,
team,
quickly, that second-round pick could be Kansas City's second-round pick, which might very well be number 30, 31, or 32 in the second round.
You know who also...
Exactly. So why do you not do that? It's basically a third-rounder.
Someone tweeted me here. Thank you, Joe, over there in Yakima.
Thanks, Joe.
So here, let me get on Twitter real quick so I can attribute this properly. That was Warren Sharp, by the way, who put those injuries together in a really... funky Twitter handle. I don't know how to read your name, but thank you for sending that to me. And another one, I can read this one. Brandon Dubois. Brandon Dubois tweeted both.
Dubois?
I don't care. Dubois tweeted both you and me, and he said, get Dwayne Brown on the phone. See what he thinks about Clowney. And that would be an interesting conversation of a guy that knows the ins and outs and knows a whole lot better.
Let's do that.
Yeah, well, okay. You want to call him right now?
Yeah,
okay, great. Actually, when he walks out here in about 20 minutes, I'll yell at him, Dwayne, what do you think about Clowney?
See if you can get him over here, and we can ask him about that.
Dwayne, quick question, man, before you practice. Come here. Quick question.
Dwayne.
Yeah. So I get it. And Salk said to me during the break, and I'll bring it to light, he's right. If they made this deal tomorrow, or maybe they made this deal on Monday, like, let's go, Clowney. Let's do this thing. Yeah. I would still have these reservations. I would still have these doubts about it. I still think you're getting a guy on a – now, let's remember this. On a franchise tag, and this is important. This is different than Ziggy. This is different than other guys. On a franchise deal, that number is guaranteed the whole season. He's going to make his $16 million this year. So it gives those players a ton of leverage, both in the offseason and why he's not shown up in Houston for 7 months. And once he signs it, it really gives that player leverage to say, man, this is really on my terms. And I know you, Pete, you got your program, and I've heard about it on the outside, but ultimately it's on
his money
my
long term.
terms.
It's still a contract year. Look, I'm not going to give you any grief for that take, man. You and I are the same way. You can say that you don't want a good player because you don't want to give up what it takes, but the moment that player shows up, you're psyched because you want to see a good player in your city.
And by the way, his skill set is unique.
Absolutely.
There's not 6'6", 260 of his
You
caliber
won't get
player.
any grief from me. You argue against it all you want, and feel free to be excited if it ever happens. 206-421-3776.
Hypocrite.
How about Doug in Spokane? Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up?
Hey, man.
I think you have to pull this trigger when you have 3 or 4 guys that are first or second year players playing at defensive end. You have Ansah, who's a 1-year contract. This guy would be a 1-year contract. It just simply gives you options after this season to decide who's worth maybe going after for next year and into the future. And you get that, hopefully, that veteran leadership that'll help some of these young guys develop.
Yeah, thank you for the phone call, Doug. And again, this team needs it. You will never hear me argue. And when G. Scott last hour said, hey, they don't make this move, they don't do anything, you go into the season week 1 against the Red Rifle, how are you feeling? I'm going to be anxious about that defensive line. Very anxious, because what I've watched out here is an O-line really dominate them in a bunch of the drill work. And, there's no Jaron Reed for 6 weeks. L.J. Collier is going to be slow to return. We'll see when he comes back. I think if Jaron were here, if LJ were here, I'd probably have a little less anxiety.
Well, but how great would it be to add Jadeveon Clowney to both those guys? I'd love to see LJ Collier, Jadeveon Clowney, Ziggy Ansah, Jaron Reed, etc., all in this line at the same time.
This is 90% on the phones. This was 50% on Twitter. Why?
Well, a little more, probably 60% when you add up the entire group.
True.
It was probably about 60-40 in favor, and on the phones it's probably closer to 80 or 90.
And that's just that emotional draw, right?
I think maybe this is the group that's heard me give my side of the story. And
you
now
think so?
I think so.
Okay, great.
I think maybe now
You're
they're a little
brilliant.
bit more convinced.
Awesome.
All right, Rich is in Mukilteo on line 1. He'll give you the other side of it. Rich, go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
What's up?
Hey, bring him in. No brainer.
Yeah.
It's our biggest need, defensive line. It's the only thing that's going to make our corners better is more pass rush. Bring him in. Let's get it done.
Yeah, I don't think it's the only need, though, Rich.
Wait, was that Rich and Lacey or Rich and Mukilteo?
It's Lacey. I don't know. I'm telling you.
Sorry.
Salk's not wearing his readers, so there we see 2 Riches. It's
No,
right
I
here,
said
though.
Rich and
Rich
Mukilteo.
and Rich. You want them both at the same time? Let's
no,
bring them
I
both
wanted
on.
Rich and Mukilteo
No, do you want
because
my
he's
readers?
on the other
Bro,
side
here's
of
my
it.
readers. Put my readers on.
I'm not having
Mike's
a problem
eyes
reading.
are hurting here. He meant Rich and Mukilteo is the problem.
Didn't I say
he
Rich
just,
and
He was
Mukilteo?
just a little fuzzy because it was bad eyes.
No idea. Yeah, you said Rich and Mukilteo.
All right, let me hear Rich and Mukilteo.
Please.
What's up, Rich?
Hey, I was like, holy smokes, is my phone on, my radio? I thought someone was
Sorry,
Salk's
at me.
eyes are bad.
Yes,
He
it's my eyes.
Waiting
Sorry
for
about
someone-
that, Rich.
I was waiting for someone to yell at me and hang up.
All right, it's an eye problem.
So this is like a deal with the devil. To me, it's like neutral. It's like we have a window of opportunity with Wilson and, the linebacking core and everybody. What is the price to go or to win another Super Bowl? We did it cheap for the first time, and we all know what the feeling is. It's, do you pull this deal or not? I'm neutral. I like Clowney, but I have faith in Pete and Schneider. I would
Rich,
love to
neutral
see him
doesn't
here,
sell
but like
tickets,
Brock-
Rich.
like Brock said-
Rich
Hold on.
doesn't
What do you-
sell
what do you-
radio, Rich.
Do you have faith in Rasheem Green?
Yeah.
Rich.
Wow.
Rich.
I have faith in him.
Rich. You have faith in Rasheem Green?
Yes.
Do you have faith in Jacob Martin?
He's gone. He's gone.
Stop it.
You hung up on him?
Yeah, he has faith in Rasheem Green not once but twice.
That's
Oh my
unnecessary.
word.
You don't hang up on
That
people.
is a little too much I hang up on people every day.
Do you believe? Do you
is so
believe that he
mean.
actually has faith?
He did. He said yes.
He said it, but his voice
Yes.
definitely quivered a little, right?
But that's why Brock won't give up a second rounder, because that guy could turn into the next Rasheem Green, and that potential you just can't pass on.
We answer your questions. We do it next. Text them into 710.
710. You know, it works. Good job on the phone today. That was a lot of fun.
That
Now
was fun.
we'll answer some of your questions on the text. 710, powered by Coors Lights, Brock and Salt.
Seahawks fans, we are here for you. 710 ESPN Seattle has more player interviews.
We got Bobby Wagner with us.
John Clayton updates every morning at 7:15 and every afternoon at 4.
Simple as that.
The Huddle every Thursday from noon to 2.
The voice of the Seattle Seahawks, Steve Rabel's with us.
And Pete Carroll live Mondays at 9:30 all season long.
We play football, all right? And football's fun.
That's what it means to be the home of the Seahawks. 710 ESPN Seattle.
As a small business owner, when was the last time you considered switching internet providers?
I don't even remember. Running a business keeps me pretty busy.
Let's compare your current provider to Comcast Business. Are you getting fast, reliable internet?
Sometimes.
How about a full suite of innovative services like separate Wi-Fi networks, 4G wireless backup, and advanced voice solutions?
I highly doubt it.
Sounds like your provider doesn't compete. Make the switch to the nation's largest gig speed network now and get an amazing deal. Right now, get fast 25 megabit internet for $34.95 per month when you add one voice mobility line. Call 1-800-501-6000 today. Comcast Business. Beyond fast.
Offer ends 9/21/19. Restrictions apply. New business customers only. 2-year agreement required. Early termination fee applies. Equipment taxes and fees extra, subject to change. Backup limited to up to 8 hours. Total $59.90 bundle rate will be shown on bill for both products.
We have reached the age where things just cost more.
Cars, phones, life insurance.
Your blood pressure is up.
Your weight is up.
You're one to talk.
I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting dinged just like you.
Thank goodness for Big Lou.
Big Lou!
Big Lou can get term life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, or maybe he's on anxiety meds, for just around $200 a month for $1 million of coverage.
Oh, you got to say that again.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it. Big Lou and term provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month.
Call Big Lou.
Big Lou!
He's like you.
800-333-1750. That's 800-333-1750.
Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you gotta call Big Lou.
Gotta.
800-333-1750.
Write it down.
800-333-1750.
A Sport Clips Championship haircut experience makes you feel like your hair has its own walk-up music. Maybe you play sports. Maybe you play sports online. Or maybe your sport is keeping up with your kids. Your hair deserves its own walk-up music, and at Sport Clips, we make it easy. A game-changing cut from a stylist trained for guys while you're surrounded by sports. Hair this good needs no introduction, but you'll want one anyway. So download the app, check in, and get your hair in the game.
Hey, California. New Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline is engineered to help keep your engine running like new. And this offer is engineered to help you save money. For a limited time, Fuel Rewards members can earn up to 10 cents per gallon after every fill-up of our most advanced fuel ever. Download the Fuel Rewards app and join today. To learn more, visit fuelrewards.com/CA. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. 5-gallon Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Minimum purchase required. Offer ends January 5th, 2020. See fuelrewards.com/CA for details. At participating Shell stations in California only. Limit 20 gallons.
Join us in Bellevue for Aquaquip's Midnight Sale. We're staying open till midnight this Friday and Saturday, so you can skip the traffic while getting the best deals all year guaranteed. Huge savings on chlorine-free hot tubs, swim spas, barbecues, fire pits, and fireplaces. Factory discounts, daily giveaways, no interest financing OAC. This weekend only, get a free upgrade with the award-winning Smart Tub technology when you buy a jacuzzi hot tub or Sundance Spa.
Alexa, start my massage.
Visit aquaquip.com for more info.
Aquaquip your life. Dell Small Business Technology Advisors offer advice, one-on-one partnership, and tailored tech solutions like computers with Intel Core processors. Call an advisor today at 877-BY-DELL.
It's Dave Wyman for MyPillow. Over the years, radio has built MyPillow into the amazing company it is today. Now, Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to our 710 listeners. As a thank you, they have 7 specials going right now. Get deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like mattress toppers, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, Giza cotton pillowcases and sheets, 2-pack specials, and more. Go to MyPillow.com and click on the new radio listener specials and use code 710ESPN. Before a MyPillow, I used to toss and turn all night. It's time to throw out those flat, old, stained pillows. Right now, you can get deep discounts on everything. Plus, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, a 10-year warranty, and when you pre-order Mike Lindell's book, your entire order ships free. Just go to MyPillow.com on the new radio listener specials and get deep discounts on all MyPillow products using code 710ESPN or call 800-970-2959 for a great night's sleep.
Hey, look at this.
Why are you on your phone? We have dinner reservations.
I'm getting a quote for life insurance from Ethos. Just look.
Wow. I thought it would be more expensive.
A friend told me about Ethos. It's a new, straightforward kind of term life insurance that offers policies for any budget. Let's do an estimate for you.
Do we have time?
You just answer 4 simple questions to get an instant quote.
These are easy questions.
And there's the instant quote.
Seriously? That was really fast.
I know, right? And the online application only takes about 10 minutes. No pushy agents. And in most cases, no medical exams. It's perfect for us.
Can we apply right now?
Why not? And after dinner, maybe we can celebrate.
You know what? Ethos is perfect for us.
Ethos is ethical term life insurance. Straightforward and super fast. Don't put it off. Go to ethoslife.com for a free instant quote now. ETHOSlife.com. That's ethoslife.com.
This is Brock and Salk. Answer the question, jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk! Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
All right, we wrap up every show, and in this case this week, by answering your question, 710-710, powered by Coors Light. Any question on any subject, regardless, we're ready to go on all this, Brock. Jerks, cantaloupe with or without salt?
Never had cantaloupe with salt.
You think that's good?
Not a huge fan of cantaloupe.
Oh, big mistake.
Not a huge fan.
But cantaloupe and honey do both.
Yeah.
When ripe, I think are as good as anything.
Yes.
But it's so hard to get. And underripe is just not good.
Correct.
The idea of salt on it's kind of intriguing, especially like kind of a gourmet salt. Would you put a little gourmet salt, like a Murray River flake salt on there? Kyle knows what I'm talking about. He can pick up what I'm putting down.
Salk's lately been going with some like black charcoal salt.
Black lava salt.
Pretentious elite distiller.
It's a black lava salt.
Appreciate that.
I got
Salt.
that I got in
And that was me, Brock,
Hawaii.
but I got you.
Way to go, Lydia. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. I was thinking the same thing. That's mind meld.
Next question.
Jerks, how did the last Houston Texans holdout that the Seahawks traded for work out?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Who was that?
That's Dwayne Brown. I remember how just a few minutes ago you were saying that. Why do you want him?
Oh, the
Because
rock
Houston
solid
doesn't
dude.
want him.
The rock solid
But I
dude.
mean, why do you want him if Houston didn't want him?
Pretty
And
good.
nobody else traded for him. Then why do you want him?
Oh, the 5-time Pro Bowler
right.
for 10 years.
But I mean,
Rock
Houston
solid
didn't
dude.
want him, and nobody else wanted him.
I
So
got
why
you.
would you pay for him?
Oh, interesting. That's a great comp. How about the last D lineman you traded for? How about Sheldon Richardson? How'd that one go?
That didn't work out at all.
Yeah. Well, if we want to do this little game, we can go back and forth. Next.
At least they were willing to go for it, not just be like, in 2 to 3 years we'll try again.
I'm very nervous. Everything makes me nervous.
If you're at that point, you shouldn't even have paid extended Russell.
I'm
What's the
so
point?
nervous. I'm very nervous.
Next
Jerks,
question.
what is your favorite reptile?
Ooh, great question.
I don't have one.
Really?
None. No.
Gecko, lizard,
I mean, they're fine.
alligator, crocodile? No? I'll tell you, snake is the nastiest
Dude,
animal.
I saw one at Druids the other day. I
Ugh.
jumped.
Ugh.
Oh, so gross. The way they slither and move is just revolting.
Oh,
My mom was telling me stories about camping when she was a kid and like having to go swimming with like water moccasins.
Nope.
And I'm like, I'm out. Okay, no
Absolutely
thanks.
no way.
And
I
I was
almost
like,
cursed
what,
on the
wait,
air.
You
No way.
actually you actually went swimming? She goes, yeah, you just don't go into like certain areas.
Nope.
I'm like, no, you just don't go swimming.
You
Hey,
just don't go.
Got some really great news here. Bobby Wagner looks like he's practicing
Oh.
today, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo!
Yeah, that's some
Let's
great
go.
news. And the boys are in shoulder pads today. A little bit of hitting today. That'll be good. A little bit of work in. Short practice tomorrow and on their way to Minnesota. I don't think this means Bobby's going to play Sunday. I think there is 0.000 chance of that. But good to see Bobby back at it. That's great news.
Jerks, which is better on a burger, guac or just avocado?
Ooh, that's a good question. I usually just go avocado.
I would too, but the nice thing about guac...
But then you don't have to put onions also on
Right.
your burger.
I don't want any of the spice that's in guacamole on my burger generally.
All right.
But the problem with guac with avocado on burgers, it falls
out.
It falls
Yeah.
out. It's
Yep.
hard. It's
Yep.
it's thick.
Yep.
So I like the idea of the mashed form.
Sure.
But maybe what I want is just mashed avocado.
There you go.
But you get avocado, onion, and tomato in there, so you could eliminate some of the other actual toppings and simplify things.
True. I just don't want any of the heat.
Do you make great guacamole, Lydia? Do you feel good about it?
I feel very strong about my guacamole. Not as much about a lot of my other Mexican cooking, but guacamole.
Why that?
Very strong.
What's your key? What's
I don't know. I put a generous amount of garlic in it. I do
Yes.
put some heat in it, and it usually gets compliments.
Do you go with the serrano pepper, the jalapeno? What do you go
Trade
with?
secret, Brock, so don't worry about it.
Whoa. Okay.
Need to know basis.
Push
Yeah, it's a
too
need to
far.
know.
Push too far.
Don't push Lydia too far. She'll just
A
shut
lot
you
of
down.
dudes back practicing today. Harvey's looks like he's going. CJ's back-to-back days. That's
Whoa,
good.
2
Yeah.
days in a row?
How about it? How about them
Like
Seahawks?
that.
Next question.
This should be, half of this should be easy. Jerks, name a sports celebrity that went from infamous to beloved and one who went the other way. Well, beloved to infamous, OJ is a number one on that
you
list.
think?
I mean, that's the easiest answer imaginable.
Oh, that big number 32 looking so good. 32 looking so good.
Who went from infamous to beloved?
I mean, locally, like Ryan Leaf, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Really good answer. He's not quite beloved yet, but I think he could be heading down that path.
Yes, yeah. Infamous to beloved. Huh.
There are guys who've cleaned up their act, right?
A-Rod's
along the
gone
way.
from infamous to respected.
Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, Irving Fryer was one of those guys who was like a complete disaster, and then he cleaned up his whole life and like became a helpful member of society. So I don't know, that name kind of jumped out to me as a possibility.
Some say in sports radio, Salk's gone on that.
Think so?
turn, yes.
Beloved. That's how I refer to myself.
From infamous to beloved, yeah.
People saying the love and the salt on cantaloupe or even on watermelon.
Salt on cantaloupe.
I'm going to try this. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah. Interesting.
Jerks, would you rather have to never do laundry or never do dishes? I don't mind doing either. Dishes
Those are
the
like my
problem?
2 favorite
Yeah,
chores.
dishes.
Yeah, same here.
I'm going to say dishes.
What
How
I
are you
don't
not married
like is putting dishes away at
Holy
the end
cow.
of the day. Like
Lydia's favorite chores are dishes and laundry.
Those are
She's
the
not
best
yet
chores
married.
in existence. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
What are you talking
I
about?
used to help out with my friends' laundry in college if they wanted.
I don't mind those 2 chores, Howdy. I'm with Lydia. Those are fine.
Now, dishes can also include some pots like scrambled eggs, some just gunk that takes a long time to get. I'm going to go
I don't
laundry.
worry about it.
I like the folding. I like the symmetry. I like everything about laundry. Laundry.
I don't care how well those dishes are clean.
Huh?
I don't care how well they're clean.
Oh, really?
Like, they don't need to be perfectly clean for
What?
me. Yeah,
Oh.
whatever.
Oh, no.
That's fine.
All right, that's weird.
That
My
is
wife gets
strange.
kind of mad about that.
That's very weird.
I don't really care. Like, yeah, they're clean.
So when you
She's
have
like, "It's
guests
not
over,
quite
what do you
clean."
do? Do you look at the silverware that's actually clean? Or the plate? Oh, stop.
We don't have guests.
Oh, stop.
Guests? I mean, guests. The only guests we have are like 7 years old. They don't care. Guests. Who do we know? We're like 5 and 7 year old
Hey,
kids.
you know what? We're going to come over for dinner, Salk, and we're going to bring paper plates.
10 and a half years in. Now you're going to come over for dinner?
It's good. We'll bring the salad and we'll bring the paper plates.
10 and a half years in,
And
you're
the-
going to come over for your
And
first
do you,
dinner.
Do you mind the
This
plastic?
I believe.
Do you mind the plastic dishware? We'll bring it all.
This I gotta see. This I have to see. All right.
That's it.
Hey, what a week. That was a lot of fun. It'll be
was
fun coming in Monday, too, because Sunday night's game's going to be pretty legit.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to that. I hope everybody has a great weekend. The weather's supposed to be beautiful. Seahawks game on Sunday night. We will catch you guys Monday morning at 7 a.m. And until then, the hay
is in the barn.
See you, everybody.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Get to the chopper! DK Metcalf was the most hyped receiver coming into the draft.
Metcalf, I thought, was a tremendous steal.
Gives the Seahawks a dimension they've really never had before.
And expectations continue to rise.
Man, I think he could be a Hall of Famer if he wants to.
Get to know Russell Wilson's newest target with Brock and Salk.
As you watch Russell play when you were on your couch in high school in Mississippi, what were you thinking?
Download the 710 Sports app to hear the full conversation or get the full hour on demand at 710sports.com/podcasts.
Hi, I'm David Cantor of Cantor Diamond in Tacoma. At Cantor Diamond, we combine my 4th generation connections, our in-house design and manufacturing, and super low overhead to save you money. It's super simple, but we're the only ones who can do this. No one has the connections, sources, and experience. So drive to Tacoma and come to Cantor Diamond, and you'll get something spectacular for less than anywhere else. Call us at 253-272-7007 or visit bestdiamondprice.com or follow us on Instagram, Cantor Diamond. That's Kantor Diamond.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for 3010 Weight Loss for Life. 3010 has helped thousands of clients shed hundreds of thousands of pounds. And I'm living proof. I lost 35 pounds and I've been able to keep it off. At 3010, you'll get coaching, weekly check-ins, and they'll keep you focused and on track. You'll also get meal plans, recipes. It's life-changing. It's designed to help you lose weight naturally and keep it off for life. Give them a call today, 855-843-3010, or go to 3010weightlossforlife.com.
There are 2 times each year when the prices get crazy here at Car Toys.
Closeout deals, special buys,
Black Friday,
and tent sale.
Are you ready for this?
It's just $249 to add Apple CarPlay to anything you drive.
Pioneer Apple CarPlay stereos, just $249 during Car Toys annual tent sale while they last.
Speakers from the top brands are half price.
Focal, Pioneer, Kicker subwoofers.
Half price.
Cool down your hot car or truck before you get in with the remote start system.
Save up to $200 on remote start and security systems during tent sale.
Got a boat? Upgrade the stereo system, the speakers, add a subwoofer.
Car Toys has blowout priced all remaining boat products.
Car Toys tent sale only happens once each year.
Only America's vehicle technology leader.
Over 9 million happy customers
can put on a sale this big.
The savings are incredible.
Car Toys, a better way to go.
Here's another amazing deal. Make your car look spectacular with a classic detail from Car Toys experts. Only $99 until tent sale ends.
Carter Volkswagen has 2 ways for you to drive something bigger in August. First, the 2019 Volkswagen Atlas SEL with room for 7 is available now at Carter Volkswagen for up to $7,600 off MSRP. And like all new VWs from Carter, it comes with the People First warranty. You can also drive something bigger than yourself by stopping by Carter Volkswagen in Ballard anytime this month. With school supplies, we'll donate to local teachers in our Drive Bigger event. On approved credit, documentary service fee of up to $150 may be added to the price or capitalized cost.
I'm Nate.
And I'm Kate.
And we're not just literal taste buds. We're best buds. And we love Pepsi.
Sure, we live inside your mouth.
But that doesn't mean we don't enjoy the finer things.
Pepsi incoming!
Amazing.
That's what I was thinking.
It's like we share the same mouth, Kate.
Forever and ever, Nate.
Make your taste buds happy and pick up a delicious, refreshing Pepsi.
Introducing the $1 concert deal.
Hello, Detroit! Good night, Detroit!
Or get a real deal at McDonald's. Introducing the buy one, get one for $1 deal. Buy one of your faves and pick another for just an extra $1. Choose from the Big Mac, filet of fish, quarter pounder with cheese, or 10-piece chicken McNuggets. But you better stop by McDonald's today because this deal is only around for a limited time. Prices and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with any offers or combo meal.
Hey.
Hey, Bench. What are you doing?
I'm rubbing my Blue Emu on.
Were you ready to go fishing?
Fishing?
You said we were going fishing this morning.
I have 10 Gold Glove awards.
Here we go again.
Johnny Bench doesn't go fishing.
Yeah, I know.
Johnny Bench goes catching. Blue Emu supports healthy muscles and joints. Blue Emu. It works fast and you won't stink. Available at nationwide retailers and Amazon.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/score. That's ZipRecruiter.com/score. ZipRecruiter.com/score.
710 KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, streaming live on the 710 Sports app. The voice of Seattle sports. 710 ESPN Seattle. John Clayton.
Powered through the Alaska Airlines Studios.
Streaming live at 710sports.com. On demand everywhere on the 710 Seattle Sports app. Now, John Clayton.
Breeze. It's chilly out here. Once again, I brought the hoodie just in case.
It rotates between we're roasting and the baking in the sun to it's a little chilly, but I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yeah, and of course they're going to warm practice up here.
It'll
They
warm
start
up.
10 o'clock as they get ready for the Minnesota Vikings. And we'll get into the 5 biggest stories of the day, the top 5 brought to you by Eastside Funding.
Number 1.
It's a part of a mentality for me because, when the ball's in the air, I think it's mine. And, it's another opportunity to catch the ball, especially in traffic. That's one of my favorite.
I would think so, right? That's got to be one of the most gratifying things.
Because I can show, how high I can jump and how physical I can be, with the ball in my hand. So it's all about a mentality for me.
So that's DK Metcalf on with Brock and Salk this morning and talking about the contested catches. And for the first time, we can say this, it looks like defense won the day yesterday in practice. A lot of good plays by the defensive backs. Great man-to-man coverage. Twice balls were knocked out of the hand of DK Metcalf. And again, it wasn't like he was doing it. First, he had Trey Flowers knocking what would have been a touchdown out of DK's hand. Then Jamar Taylor, who's making a little bit of run, he made a move on Jaron Brown and knocked the ball out like that. And so what DK also had was balls broken up by Jamar Taylor, Shaquille Griffin. Thought it was a good day for Trey Flowers. And so now the defense starts to come on, and that's one of those important things that happen in training camps and one of the most important things this season because they really need the defense to catch up to the offense, and this is the first day in practice that it actually happened. So that had to be something that I think had to please Pete Carroll, please Ken Norton Jr. J.T. Barrett saw a bit of work toward the end of practice, and Ryan Schottenheimer said that he's going to get some love and get some reps on Sunday. Tyler Lockett, David Moore did some punt returning yesterday. I know we're going to talk with Brian. We talked to Brian Schneider and get an idea as far as what it shapes up on the return game. And of course, one thing with Tyler Lockett, and Brian's going to be joining us at 11 o'clock. Tyler is, I think they really like him on punts because he doesn't drop any. He's always smart about things. He doesn't get hurt. Now the game on kickoffs, they'll have some different looks because they can always go back to Tyler. Tyler still wants him to go back to him, but they have David Moore, Rashad Penny, and again, we'll be hearing from Brian Snyder, the special teams coach, coming up on how things shape up, and he feels really good about the way this special teams is coming together, the talent that's there, the abundance of talent, probably the deepest core group type of special teams players he's been around. So those things are encouraging. And of course, the other thing that was encouraging yesterday is that the team got a little bit healthier. We'll get into that, of course, as we're into the 5 biggest stories of the day.
Number 2.
Again, Bradley McDougall's going to be playing this week, so we get the whole group together. The whole thing in the preseason and the off-season, when you're dealing with this level, guys are coming off of injuries, and you'll get a chance to play the guys all together. But we'll have a pretty good group this weekend, so we're excited about the whole group getting close to being together.
Yeah, so this is the first time the secondary, the linebacking core, I even see that Bobby Wagner has his helmet on. I don't know what that means. He's certainly not going to play this week, but he'll probably play next week. But I think what you're seeing is that this will be the first real test to see where the defense is when they go against the Minnesota Vikings. They also got some improvements coming out with other injuries, particularly at the running back spot. I mean, things were so crazy last week. Malik Turner had to sign on a Wednesday and had to end up leading the team because they were down 3 running backs in carries. He had 13 carries. He had led the team in
Xavier Turner.
Xavier Turner. Sorry about that. Yeah, Xavier Turner come out, and he really did a great job. And so I don't know if he's going to be in the mix to make the team or not. But Travis Homer was able to come back, and C.J. Prosise was on the field. J.D. McKissick was back on the field. And so the running back core pretty much close to being at full strength. It looks like, Bo Scarborough still banged up a little bit. I don't know if he's going to be practicing today or not. Amara Darboh also at wide receivers back to full duty. And I think one of the most important ones, because they were getting thin at the tight end position, Jacob Hollister, who had that groin injury suffered in that mock game, he was back to practice. And so they were really getting down on the numbers at the tight end position. In 1 week they lost about 4 guys, including Ed Dixon. But Jacob Hollister is going to be out there. Nick Vanek's going to be out there. As far as Bo Scarborough, he's been practicing with that bruised hand, so he sat out with a brace on his hand yesterday, and it looks like it's going to be the same thing today. Don't know how long the starters are going to go. You figure it's not going to be longer than a quarter. Maybe it's going to be less than a quarter, 2-3 series. Same things on offense. And so what you're looking for, again, they want to see how good they can be on defense. Defense is going to be one of the keys to the season. And right now, the offense will get a chance to go up against a pretty talented Minnesota Viking team.
Number 3.
The stretch and the pitch on the way. Seager with a swing and a line drive base hit down the right field line. That'll score Crawford from third. Narvaez in at second base. Up with the ball is Demerit. Gets the throw to third. It's going to be cut off by Goodrum. The shortstop, Kyle Seager, drives in another run. His third RBI of the afternoon. And the Mariners now lead the Tigers by a score of 7-2. What a day for Kyle Seager.
And we are taking you around the diamond, thanks to Shane Company, your friend in the jewelry business. Well, good series against the Tigers. They won a 7-2 victory yesterday afternoon, which was yesterday morning for us out here. And, of course, they were able to get good pitching. Tommy Malone was able to go 4 innings, gave up 6 hits and 2 runs. 4 relievers came in and had 4 scoreless innings. Matt Whistler was the opener, and he had a scoreless first inning. Kyle Seager continues to be on a roll. He went 2 for 5, had 3 RBIs, and he's been hot this last couple weeks. Malik Smith stole 2 bases. He has 34 this year. That leads the league. Dylan Moore hit a solo home run in the 7th inning. So the road trip continues, 9-game road trip. M's take on the Blue Jays. It's going to be at 4:07 today. Shannon Drayer reports the Mariner opener pitching for this first game. Most likely we'll have one, and it goes Wade LeBlanc after the opener, and that's Around the Diamond, brought to you by Shane Company, your friend in the jewelry business.
Number 4.
That seems like the easiest move in the world. Think about it for a second. Last year, you trade Frank Clark. You get everything you got in this year's draft and all the manipulation you did in order to bring in all these new players. And you got a second-round pick for next year. Mm-hmm. If you deal that second-round pick for next year and then get Jadeveon Clowney, you're telling me you wouldn't go from Frank Clark to Jadeveon Clowney and add everything you did in the meantime? Of course you would. That's like the most no-brainer of no-brainers.
And paying
seems easy.
And paying him $15.5 this year.
Sure.
And then what?
What do you care about this year? You've got $21 million of cap space.
Well, like Mike Salk is pushing for the idea of a Jadeveon Clowney trade, and Greg Rosenthal said he likes the Seahawks as a possible option. And I think Brock and I both agree it's not going to happen. Because first off, you've got Bill O'Brien, who's the coach, almost the general manager, and is he going to make the right move on that? And you figure that they probably are going to be asking for a number 1 choice, and you can't do that. The trade market would probably be a 2, not any better than that. And so, if you can see that, I just don't think they're going to bite on it. And that's where the Seahawks, what Rosenthal said, that they could offer a second-round pick and see if that's enough for Texans to do something. But also, I think that they do want to see, because remember, they got Ziggy Ansah. He should be there for the opener. Clowney, of course, would only be a 1-year rental, because I'm sure if they didn't pay Frank Clark, they're not going to play Clowney. And so that means that he'll leave in free agency. They get a 3rd-round compensatory, as long as they do that. But then also they're going to be in the market for defensive end. So in the end, I don't see that happening. But again, that 3rd-round compensatory might be one that could get it a little bit closer. But Clowney's still holding out and showing no signs of coming back.
Number 5.
To me, it's like any other hard count. It's the defense's job to watch the ball, so it doesn't really make sense to me. But I think we're in the, trying to fix things right now.
Well, Kyler Murray did not play well last night. He was 3 for 8, 12 yards. He had a delay of game penalty. He had using his hands too much, so he got a couple offsides calls because he was using his hands and shotgun and all that. His accuracy was not there. But again, I think that was just a bad day because he's done well in practice. He's done well in the last preseason game. But I think the biggest concern is, how bad are the Cardinals? I mean, you look at them, and their defense couldn't do anything, and then the defense gets worse because Robert Alford suffered a broken leg. He's going to be out for 2 months. So they have virtually nothing left at the start of the season at cornerback. You've got Byron Murphy, but now they're going to have to go with the young cornerbacks. They did not do good stopping the run or anything else. Dwayne Haskins for the Washington Redskins had a big play, a 55-yard pass to Robert Davis. But in the end, I think it's still going to be Case Keenum starting the regular season. Good game for Gardner Minshew. He looked a lot better in performance number 2. He went 19 for 29, 202 yards, and would have had a touchdown, but it was called back because of a block in the back. He actually played 3 quarters against the Philadelphia Eagles last week, 7 for 14 for 46 yards. And injuries continue for the Philadelphia Eagles at quarterback. Last week, Nate Sudfeld suffered a broken wrist, and now Cody Kessler's in concussion protocol. 2 quarterbacks in 2 weeks. Boy, do you think they want Nick Foles back? Hey, you can listen to my show on the 710 Sports app, driven by your Puget Sound Acura dealers. Coming up next, we'll go into further review and start to take a look at some of the position battles that's going on at wide receiver, nickelback, and also on linebacker. It's the John Clayton Show, 710 ESPN Seattle.
Seahawks fans, we are here for you. 710 ESPN Seattle has more player interviews.
We got Bobby Wagner with us.
John Clayton updates every morning at 7:15 and every afternoon at 4.
Simple as that.
The Huddle every Thursday from noon to 2.
The voice of the Seattle Seahawks, Steve Rabel's with us.
And Pete Carroll live Mondays at 9:30 all season long.
We play football, all right? And football's fun.
That's what it means to be the home of the Seahawks. 710 ESPN Seattle.
Join us in Bellevue for Aquaquip's midnight sale. We're staying open till midnight this Friday and Saturday, so you can skip the traffic while getting the best deals all year guaranteed. Huge savings on chlorine-free hot tubs, swim spas, barbecues, fire pits, and fireplaces. Factory discounts, daily giveaways, no interest financing OAC. This weekend only, get a free upgrade with the award-winning Smart Tub technology when you buy a jacuzzi hot tub or Sundance Spa.
Alexa, start my massage.
Visit aquaquip.com for more info.
Aquaquip your life.
The REAL ID Act goes into effect in Washington State on October 1st, 2020. Standard Washington driver's licenses will no longer be valid for domestic air travel or accessing some federal facilities. So will this affect you? It depends on your travel habits and other factors. Several ID options will work for air travel, such as a passport, enhanced driver's license, permanent resident card, or military ID. You may already have what you need, or you may need to get a new ID. Plan ahead. Get ready at ID2020WA.com.
I'm Drew. I think freedom and financial stability go hand in hand.
At KeyBank, we believe it's never too early to start thinking about making financial progress.
As a college student, I run into a lot of expenses, so having a bank that helps me to manage my personal finances helps a lot.
KeyBank's digital tools help you make, then manage your budget, so you always know where you stand.
Budgeting your money isn't always the easiest thing, but by using the KeyBank mobile app and seeing where your money's being spent on a regular basis, it allows you to establish the amount of money that you can put towards different things. And that's more money that you can spend on things that you care about. To have freedom to spend your money the way you want to, the only way you can do that is by being financially stable.
Learn how you can make financial progress at key.com/progress or your local branch. KeyBank. Use the red key. Must be enrolled in online banking to use the mobile app. Message and data rates from your wireless provider may apply. KeyBank is member FDIC.
The Giant Stampede sale is on at Evergreen Chevrolet, and Dan, you guys wrangled up the best prices of the summer on every Colorado 4x4 on the lot.
Mike, how would you like to save over $8,000 on a new 2019 Colorado Z71 Crew Cab 4x4? Giant Stampede price? Just $29,995.
So shop evergreenchevrolet.com. I guarantee Evergreen will save you more money and pay you more for your trade. Get in today for Z71 Colorados at just $29,995.
The Giant Stampede sale is on at Evergreen Chevrolet with over 50 Colorados in stock now. Always more, always for less. Find new roads to evergreenchevrolet.com, or as always,
Exit 15 I-90 Issaquah. MSRP $38,095, less $43.50 Evergreen discount, and $37.50 GM cash incentives. 8 at this price. Sale ends 8/31/19. Negotiable documentary service fee $150 may be added to purchase price. Vince posted dealership. See deal for details.
Give me Evergreen until I die.
Today we're talking with Dr. Olson from the Renewal Center. And Dr. Olson, if a listener out there is suffering from ED, what are his options?
First and foremost, don't be too embarrassed to seek help. Over 50% of males will experience ED throughout their lives. It's common, and treatments are safe, effective, and readily available at the Renewal Center.
And what is your most successful treatment?
Definitely GainsWave. It allows us to treat men with ED through non-invasive and safe treatments to improve blood flow and get men feeling like they were in their younger years. GainsWave has a greater than 75% success rate nationally, and I have yet to see an unsatisfied patient. After completing the treatment series, many of our patients now perform as they did in their younger years.
Sounds great. So how soon do your patients see results?
It varies, but many men experience improvement after the first few treatments.
That's impressive. How can our listeners get a hold of you?
Visit us on the web at therenewalcenter.com and become our next satisfied client. Again, therenewalcenter.com.
John Clayton.
Powered through the Alaska Airlines Studios.
On demand with the 710 Seattle Sports app. Under further review with John Clayton.
We'll review the play.
You know, a lot of position battles are going to be fought out in this game coming up on Sunday against the Minnesota Vikings. And you can see Pete Carroll kind of tipped this off last week when he said that this is an important week. A big long break from a Thursday to a next Sunday where there's a lot more practice for guys to start getting into it. On Tuesday, they started getting into it more. Defense started to have a great day yesterday, probably the first day that the defense beat out the offense. And now you can see even more competition. Geno Smith, who was supposed to be out 7 to 10 days, is back on the field. And I think he senses that Paxton Lynch is now starting to maybe overtake him for that backup job. I mean, he's done well in practice all but one day this week. And I think you watched yesterday, you watched Tuesday, he was really throwing the ball well. And then you saw how well he did in the game to a point, I think, where Geno's starting to say, whoa, if Paxton has a good game against the Minnesota Vikings, I may not be making this team. And I don't think he wants that to happen. Geno's kind of controlled the practices. Paxton, at least, has now controlled the last week. And, he had the cyst removed last Friday. And, again, so he's back on the field today.
Well, John, Pete Carroll told us on Sunday that he was determined to play in the Vikings game. And Pete said that may be a little ambitious. But yeah. I think he knew even after that first game that probably wasn't his best performance. And he wants to get back out there as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I just wonder how much that knee played into the bad performance.
Yeah.
Or was it just a bad performance? That could be it, too. But I think the knee had to play into it because, again, it's like, okay, I mean, going into the game, you're going to have surgery the next day. Mm-hmm. So it's like you're not going to be 100% when you're out there, particularly with that cyst in the knee, probably the pain that he was going through, all that. But now I think he realizes the bigger pain could be not making this team.
Exactly.
So he's out there practicing today. And, of course, I think it's going to be fascinating to see how things are going to sort out. I know on Danny, Dave, and Moore yesterday, they were starting to go through some of the position battles. And I think the one position battle that's probably one of the most intense because, again, there's, four guys fighting for that last receiver spot if they keep 6. I think Gary Jennings stepped up this week, and he's now the 5th receiver. But Dave Wyman saying, who needs to come out and impress at the wide receiver spot?
What are they going to keep, 5, maybe 6 receivers? You got a guy like J.D. McKissick, and you can use him as a hybrid. He's, sort of running back / receiver and returner. So it's going to come down to, can Gary Jennings somehow make a push? How about John Ursua? That's another guy that had a couple of he had a catch in the game last Thursday that really flashed. He looked like Doug Baldwin. He was lined up in the slot, got open, ran a really good, precise route, and caught the ball, turned and ran, and made a move. So it's starting to sort of narrow down. But now's the time where DK Metcalf and Jazz Ferguson, especially Ferguson, because Metcalf's a second rounder, so I'm not saying that they're going to keep him, but I mean, he just showed so much promise. But Jazz Ferguson has really only showed up in that game and then, a couple of times in practice.
And that's going to be the complicated thing to try to make the decision on who's going to make the team. I mean, you figure that Keenan Reynolds and John Ursua, they're pure slot guys, and they look good in the slot. Keenan Reynolds can also return. I mean, he can do that. And so he has value, and he also has value in the sense that Russell Wilson really likes him. And, of course, he can even be an emergency quarterback if necessary. Then you have the big Jazz Ferguson, who is actually bigger than DK Metcalf, and he's had a good 2 weeks here, and he's really pushed himself at 4 passes in the game on Thursday against the Denver Broncos, and so he's put himself in a position to make the team. Again, I think Gary Jennings is in. He did the enough things this week to lock up the number 5 job. But, the question is, do you want the tall receiver as your last one? And again, he may not be able to play much special teams, but or do you want the shorter guys? And then, of course, I'm still not didn't mention Malik Turner. He's done some good things. So they have a lot of options. So you can basically say that they have about 9 guys that are fighting for 6 spots. I think they have to keep it at 6. Because the good thing is, like Jennings is a good special teams player, at least from college and that. And, he also has a good relationship with Russell Wilson because when he was in high school, Russell kind of did an intramural team and kind of coached him up for basketball. So it's like, that's the thing I think is so intriguing is that, the relationships that Russell Wilson has with his wide receiving core. He's really big with Tyler Lockett. They're in sync and all that stuff. He's taken DK Metcalf under his wings. Jennings, he knows from his high school days. And then you've got, I think that, Reynolds he likes. I mean, the name I didn't mention is Amara Darboh. I mean, he's just back in practice right now, but I think he has no shot.
I think he was already looking bad to make the squad, and sitting out a few days did not help his case.
No, it didn't. I'll tell you what helped their case yesterday was what was going on at the cornerback position. What a great day at corner for coverage. Because you saw that there was great plays by Shaquille Griffin. Trey Flowers did a lot of good things. But that battle for the nickel really has picked up. You've got Akeem King who is out there. You've got Jamar Taylor. Ugo Amadi. And I know yesterday Dave Wyman starts to go into the nickel battle.
I like Akeem King still. I mean, I thought he was really good last year, and I think he might be the front runner, but Jamar Taylor today told us he could play anywhere that he wants. Kalen Reed is also in the mix there, but if you ask me, I think it's either Jamar Taylor or Akeem King, with Akeem King maybe being just a little bit with a little bit of an edge.
Where do you put Amadi in that race?
Yeah, that's another one. He's listed as a safety, so maybe he can. I would say third, but maybe somebody texted in they think he's going to start at nickel. Maybe he does.
Of course, the one thing they also have is Kalen Reed. Kalen Reed has been pretty much running more first team at the position in the slot. But again, it's so important because, they had Justin Coleman last year. He was one of the best slot guys in football. Ended up getting a $9 million contract as now a starting cornerback for the Detroit Lions. And, that's a big loss that they have to try to find a way to replace and fix up. But right now, there's plenty of options. And don't forget, they can even use Deshaun Shedd if Deshaun Shedd makes the team. So those are some interesting battles going on at that nickel. And then also, you look at linebacker, I don't know, there's still 2 guys that are going to struggle to make the team, but they're really good candidates. Austin Calitro played 99% of the snaps last week, had a sack, did great things. Shaquem Griffin, had a little bit of a knee problem, so he sat out. But, of course, he's trying to make it. Here's what Dave Wyman has to say at the linebacker position.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we talked about Ben Burkervin, Cody Barton, Austin Calitro. I mean, that might be the guy that it comes down to, either him or Shaquem Griffin. I feel like they can cut Shaquem Griffin and pass him on to the practice squad. So at least he'll still be here.
He had a great start. His tackle on special teams was awesome.
Yeah.
He went down on the opening kickoff and smacked the guy at about the 16.
Yeah, and didn't he went full speed and kind of tripped him up. And, yeah, I mean, that's really hard to do. You're going down full speed, and all of a sudden, a guy puts a juke on, you can look really dumb. And then he flew down on a punt, too. So, yeah, it's still out there for him, and I still think he can make the team, but it's just going to be a battle the way Calitro's playing.
One thing I think has evolved is that Cody Barton is now the 4th linebacker. He's pretty much the next guy up, the guy that's going to come in and do some things, and he's done a really good job, pick things up so quickly, and that's good. Oh, it looks like Jazz Ferguson may have hurt himself a little bit. He's kind of walking off the field. He kind of slapped at his hat strap for his helmet, so kind of limping a little bit. Not big, but of course
is that Ferguson or Sexton?
Or is that Sexton? Oh, Sexton.
Is it Ferguson 87?
Yeah, it's so That's I hate to have an injury like that, but yeah, you're right. It's Wes Sexton who just signed, so I don't know what the injury is. It's back or whatever. So he's a little banged up right now, and that tight end position keeps getting thinner. I mean, it's like Saxton came in, did some good things on special teams. He's going to the locker right now. So don't know what happened there, but we'll keep you up to date on that. But nevertheless, pretty healthy team going into this game, at least for the moment. I mean, with the running backs coming back, Hollister coming back, and boy, Hollister's return so important now because, I mean, it was almost going to have to be Nick Vanette and a couple guys you never heard of before trying to do as much as they can. But Saxton, did some good things last week at tight end and on special teams. Hey, coming up, Mariners get 2 out of 3 in Detroit. We'll catch up with Shannon Dreyer. It's the John Clayton Show, 710 ESPN Seattle.
The Seahawks made their presence known in preseason Game 1.
Hit by Shaquem Griffin and knocked off his feet.
Now the Hawks hit the road for Game 2.
Time to put on the show. Let's go.
Seahawks, Vikings, kickoff Sunday at 5. Pre-game at 3.
We're really big. We're really fast. Yeah, it's pretty good,
Get prepped all week long with more insider access from Brock Huard, John Clayton, Dave Wyman, and Danny O'Neill. 710 ESPN Seattle, the home of every Seahawks game all season long.
At Shane Company, selecting a spectacular diamond for your engagement ring is an eye-opening experience. I'm Rorden Shane, 4th-generation jeweler. Every diamond is unique. Cut, color, clarity, and carat weight are important, but our jewelry experts go beyond the 4 C's on a certificate. They won't just tell you how our diamonds are different, they'll show you. Come in to compare a Shane Company diamond side by side with a non-Shane Company diamond in the same GIA grade. Or feel free to bring in a diamond from another jewelry store to compare with ours. When you see for yourself that 2 diamonds with the exact same grade can look so different, you'll have an aha moment. You'll clearly see that our diamond has more beauty and sparkle. We offer you a premium diamond without a premium price. That's the power of a direct diamond importer. Visit other jewelry stores, then come to Shane Company last. You'll have the confidence to pick the diamond you think is the most beautiful, and you'll know you're getting the best price.
Now you have a friend in the diamond business. Shane Company and Shaneco.com.
Better golf is closer than you think at the new PXG Seattle. Visit PXG's newest state-of-the-art fitting studio and retail store. Get custom fitted for PXG putters, wedges, irons, and metal woods. And shop our high-quality golf apparel and accessories. Visit the new PXG Seattle today at 13238 Northeast 20th Street, Suite 400 in Bellevue. PXG. Nobody makes golf clubs the way we do. Period.
It's Dave Wyman for MyPillow. Over the years, radio has built MyPillow into the amazing company it is today. Now, Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to our 710 listeners. As a thank you, they have 7 specials going right now. Get deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like mattress toppers, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, Giza cotton pillowcases and sheets, 2-pack specials, and more. Go to MyPillow.com and click on the new radio listener specials and use code 710ESPN. Before MyPillow, I used to toss and turn all night. It's time to throw out those flat, old, stained pillows. Right now, you can get deep discounts on everything. Plus, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, a 10-year warranty, and when you pre-order Mike Lindell's book, your entire order ships free. Just go to MyPillow.com on the new radio listener specials and get deep discounts on all MyPillow products using code 710ESPN or call 800-970-2959 for a great night's sleep.
Now, your Mariners Insider Report, presented by Mazda of Everett.
Goodbye, baseball. How about that?
Here's Brent Stecker.
The first of the Mariners additions from last month's trade deadline has arrived. Left-handed reliever Taylor Gilbo, part of Seattle's return from the deal that sent Ronas Elias and Hunter Strickland to the Washington Nationals, was called up Thursday when Brandon Brennan hit the injured list with arm discomfort. This is the first major league call-up for the 26-year-old Gilbo, who allowed just 1 run over 5 innings and 5 appearances with AAA Tacoma. Gilbo also brings the Mariners one step closer to history. Not only is he likely to be the 40th pitcher used by Seattle this season, which would tie the MLB record the Mariners set in 2017, but he would be the 62nd player overall to play for Seattle in 2019, which is just 2 shy of the 2014 Texas Rangers record of 64 players used.
Mariners Insider, presented by Mazda of Everett. All things Mariners, always on at 710sports.com.
Join us in Bellevue for Aquaquip's midnight sale. We're staying open till midnight this Friday and Saturday, so you can skip the traffic while getting the best deals all year guaranteed. Huge savings on chlorine-free hot tubs, swim spas, barbecues, fire pits, and fireplaces. Factory discounts, daily giveaways, no interest financing OAC. This weekend only, get a free upgrade with the award-winning Smart Tub technology when you buy a jacuzzi hot tub or Sundance Spa.
Alexa, start my massage.
Visit aquaquip.com for more info.
Aquaquip your life.
We have reached the age where things just cost more.
Cars, phones, life insurance.
Your blood pressure is up.
Your weight is up.
You're one to talk.
I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting dinged just like you.
Thank goodness for Big Lou.
Big Lou!
Big Lou can get term life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, or maybe he's on anxiety meds. For just around $200 a month for $1 million of coverage.
Oh, you got to say that again.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it. Big Lou and term provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month.
Call Big Lou.
Big Lou.
He's like you.
800-333-1750. That's 800-333-1750.
Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you gotta call Big Lou.
Gotta.
800-333-1750.
Write it down.
800-333-1750.
This hour of the John Clayton Show is brought to you by Madden Industrial Craftsman.
You're listening to The Professor, John Clayton.
Live from the Alaska Airlines Studios.
Streaming through the 710 Sports app and on 710sports.com.
It's definitely a positive one, and it's one that you watch closely throughout the end of the season, because this could be a transition for him. This could be who he is going forward, which is a lot like what he was 3-4 years ago, which is what you want to see from him. So if what he did in the off season to kind of make that transition has gotten him to this point and he can continue with it, then I think that's a very positive thing for this team. As far as trading him, it's going to be hard. You're going to have a partner, and it's going to have to be one of those teams that doesn't mind spending money and has the need. And so if you look around, I haven't really looked too closely at who those teams might be, but there really aren't. It doesn't appear to be a ton of teams that are going to need that. Third base is a spot where you've got a lot of younger players coming up in organizations right now. The free agent market is not good for third basemen, so that might kind of play into the Mariners' favorite. Josh Donaldson's out there. I could see him getting a contract that would be less like a show-me contract, or perhaps 2 years rather than the 3 that Seager would get. So I think that teams might look in that direction first. But regardless, it's going to be a challenge to trade him. But if he continues along the path that he is continuing along with, he can help this team out quite a bit.
Yeah, and he's really helped him out, really. And I don't know what he's done different with his swing. Clearly he has confidence in it right now, because it's really working out well.
Well, it's more of the same swing that he's had. He tried to switch some things up, and that didn't work for him, and he's gone back to what he's been able to do, and the difference is that he can do more because he's not limited by flexibility. He's not limited in getting to pitches that he couldn't get to in the last 2 years because of how big he had gotten, and that's one of those things that you really don't realize because you get a little bigger and bigger. And when I talk about big, it's not that he got fat, he got stronger, he got bulkier, he got more muscly, but that kind of limited what he could do, particularly with his hips and at the plate. And so he's back to where he was, more when he was in his mid-20s right now. So he's able to use the same swing, but, cover more area with it.
No doubt about it. So that's encouraging. And, of course, they get 2 out of 3. And I guess the sad part is no more games against the Detroit Tigers. They go 6-1 against the Tigers.
Yeah, I got to go play with the big boys now. got to do it the tougher way. It was good to be able to get 2 out of 3. 3 out of 3 would have been nice. from Detroit. But, kind of as it has been the entire season, you look more at individuals than you do at the end product, although it's not fun when they're losing the number of games that they're losing. I don't think that they plan to. In fact, I don't. I know that the stated goal was to have a level of competitiveness on this team, and I know that they didn't hit that. Some of that was due to injuries. They've had a ridiculous number of injuries. They've had a record number of players called up. That's going to make things tough for a team, but you continue to focus on, does Kyle Seager, is this real? Do we see this to the end of the year? Can you get Marco Gonzalez to the end of the year? Can Yusei Kikuchi stick with some changes and show significant progress between now and the end of the season? Can J.P. Crawford turn things around? He's going through his first big struggle this year at the big league level. How does he get out of that? And then, of course, the young players that are called up, what do they do in the final weeks of the season, too? So there's plenty to look at away from the win and loss column.
Wade LeBlanc got his opener going, and that went pretty well last night in the sense that they were able to get Mike Whistler out there, and Matt Whistler was able to come out. And is he going to be opening the game tonight? It could be our first back-to-back openers.
Just rule of thumb, when in doubt, Matt is a good name for any reliever on this team. There are a bunch of them. And yes, Whistler is going again tonight, and it's no different than if he went back-to-back in the seventh inning in 2 games. So this will be a different look for him. He has yet to give up a run as an opener. He has yet to go back-to-back as an opener. Let's take a look. If he passes this test, I think the Mariners may have found themselves an opener.
Very interesting. Now, Brandon Brennan goes to the injured list for at least 10 games. It's the same shoulder that he had a problem with before that put him on the IL. That's got to be a concern.
Yeah, we need to learn a little bit more about that. And I'm not so sure that there was anything other than fatigue in it, but they knew that he was going to have to be down for a couple of days. And with the bullpen start coming up tomorrow, they couldn't afford to do that. So the IL move was made. Now, we're going to have to wait and see if that's what we hear when we get back to Seattle. He is getting looked at again in Seattle, but the initial thought and the initial test just showed that he was basically feeling some discomfort. He did throw a ton that day, and they were being uber cautious with it. We'll see what happens.
Okay, so now you can see that opened the door right now for Taylor Gilbo, who came over in that trade with the Washington Nationals. What does he look like, and how did he do down in Tacoma in the brief time that he was there?
He did just fine. I think he had just 5 outings in Tacoma, didn't give up a run, and was an intriguing arm and sounded like one that was targeted. He's a little bit older. He's been in the minor leagues for a long time. He was in the lower minors for a long time, but he was another one of those starters that all of a sudden it looked a lot better, that the bullpen would be a better fit for him. Had a really nice fall league season in 2018 and took off after that. So you hope that you see what kind of attracted the Mariners to him. He's a lefty that I think the Nationals had him pegged as more of a left-on-left type reliever, and teams aren't really going with that as much anymore. I think we're going to see less of that. They want players to be able to get both left and right out there, although Dipoto said he believes he can get both out, that the Mariners did not view him as that type of pitcher, but he can bring the upper velocity. We'll just have to wait and see what the rest of it looks like. Looking forward to it, and it's going to be, I believe, the 16th debut that we see of a player this season.
It's amazing to watch the number of players. Julio Rodriguez in the minors, his guy hadn't been mentioned for a while. He had been considered one of their better prospects. He now got promoted to Modesto, and so it looks like he's now on the rise.
Yeah, I've got a post about that up on mynorthwest.com. That was a nice surprise yesterday morning. I sat down Andy McKay, the director of player development, who is with the club right now, and we was going to talk a little bit about Kelnick's promotion. He said, well, we have another one to talk about, and it was Julio. So he has been promoted to Modesto. He was a little bit slower. The intention was to keep him and Jared Kelnick together. They thought they could both kind of push each other, and it kind of helps when you have got a guy that kind of looks like you a little bit on the team, who's kind of in the same trajectory. Unfortunately, Julio, I believe it was just 8 games into the season, got hit by a pitch and his hand was broken. So that knocked him out for about 6 weeks. And when I talked to McKay about, they're bringing him up because the numbers have been stellar. He's been absolutely dominating at Modesto. And it's pretty remarkable because he's 3.5 years younger than league average there. And they brought him straight from the Dominican to Modesto. They didn't send him to Peoria for rookie ball. They didn't send him to Everett for short seasons. So they've already, in a sense, jumped him two levels, and he has been on absolute fire the last 14 games, and it was time to bring him up. But one of the things that they are really glad that he was able to get out of the experience of the broken hand was that's a tough thing. When all of a sudden you're pulled from a competitive environment, you're sent from your team to Peoria where you're going to rehab, and your day is about 3 hours at the complex, and then what? It's 115 degrees out there. There's not much you can do. There's a mental aspect that's tough to get over with that, and it's part of the game. It's part of, it's not the first time he's going to be hurt. It's not the last time he's going to be hurt, but he got something out of that, and then you've got to learn to come back. You've stopped and started your season. What are the things you do in that instance? And he came back he healed right, came back at the right time, but then came back from being out relatively quickly. So they are very pleased with what he has seen, and he's on his way up another level, and they're interested to see kind of what challenges he faces now at Modesto.
Yeah, so that's good to see, because again, it's also good to see guys coming up at the same time, Kelenic going up with him, because they get to know each other. They're supposedly going to be the future of the franchise, and that's why it's fascinating to see what's going down in Arkansas, because the Travelers have 17 prospects or whatever it is, and 15 whatever the top prospects, and they're all there, and they all get to know each other. They got team camaraderie, and they all have a chance to win.
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons, because some people look at some of the numbers and say, why wasn't this guy promoted to Tacoma, or why wasn't that one? Well, it's exactly what you just said. It's playing together. When you have that number of players the Mariners would like to see at the big league level, at some point, why not keep them together, especially if they're in the competitive environment that they are in right now, and they are heading to the playoffs. Modesto is in a playoff push right now, and the original intention with Rodriguez was if Modesto made the playoffs, they were going to call him up. But then the development staff sat down and were looking at each other and said, well, he's hitting so well right now, why not bring him up and get him into the push to see if they can make it? Why wait for them to make it when he can help right now and he can get something out of that? So they are putting a lot of value on the playoffs and keeping these guys together. And I think players have a good opportunity to get a lot out of that. And it is exciting when you can move groups of players together, that they've had similar experiences together, that they've learned how to win together, they've learned how to struggle together, and they know each other.
Well, tonight it's going to be the Blue Jays in the afternoon game, so that'll be starting at 4:07, pregame beginning at 3. Shannon Drayer, thank you for the update, and thanks for joining us on the Zeke's Pizza update.
Anytime, John.
Zeke's Pizza Hotline, of course, always active right now, but what's going to be active right now, we're going to come back and go behind the lines, check out the National Football League. 5 games played last night, a couple coming up, and of course, big weekend in the preseason. It's the John Clayton Show, 710 ESPN Seattle.
DK Metcalf was the most hyped receiver coming into the draft.
Metcalf, I thought, was a tremendous deal.
Gives the Seahawks a dimension they've really never had before.
And expectations continue to rise.
Man, I think he could be a Hall of Famer if he wants to.
Get to know Russell Wilson's newest target with Brock and Salk.
Who's the receiver you watched from afar and said, yep, that's the guy that I can play like?
Download the 710 Sports app to hear the full conversation or get the full hour on demand at 710sports.com/podcasts.
I'm Matt Dubin, founding attorney of the Dubin Law Group. Warm weather is here, and that means barbecues, fireworks, and road trips with friends and family. It also means more people out on boats, bikes, and motorcycles. With all these outdoor activities comes a much higher risk of accidents. People who are injured in a summer accident need someone to fight for them, and they deserve to be compensated for their injuries. If you've been hurt in an accident, give the attorneys of the Dubin Law Group a call. The call is free, and we only get paid if we get a recovery for you. At the Dubin Law Group, our experienced lawyers know your rights, and we know how to protect them. I've been injured myself in a car accident, so I know how disruptive it can be to your life and your family. If you or a loved one has been hurt in any kind of accident, let the Dubin Law Group be your team, so you can focus on getting better and getting your life back to normal. Call us now at 206-800-8000. That's 206-800-8000. Or find us online at dubinlawgroup.com.
Families. Beautiful, messy, unpredictable things. Some of the closest ones aren't even related. Because family doesn't just mean 2.5 kids, mom, dad, and a dog. Every family is different. That's why Xfinity Mobile created a different kind of wireless network. One that's designed to save you money by letting you design your own data. Now you can share data between lines, mix with unlimited, and switch it up at any time. So you only pay for what you need. No other wireless carrier lets you do that or lets you automatically connect to millions of secure Wi-Fi hotspots and the best LTE everywhere else. Staying in touch with the ones you call family has never been easier. All while saving up to $400 a year on your wireless bill. Xfinity Mobile. It's wireless reimagined. Call, visit a store, or go to xfinitymobile.com today. Simple, easy, awesome. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires residential post-pay Xfinity Internet. Actual savings vary and are not guaranteed. For Xfinity Mobile broadband disclosures, visit xfinity.com/mobile.
There are 2 times each year when the prices get crazy here at Car Toys.
Closeout deals, special buys,
Black Friday,
and tent sale.
Are you ready for this?
It's just $99 to upgrade your car stereo with a Pioneer multimedia touchscreen system.
$99 while supplies last.
Pioneer speakers are half price, just $39 during Car Toys tent sale.
Before we get to the end of the boating season, Car Toys is blowing out all boat stereos, speakers, subwoofers.
From all the best brands, Clarion, JL, Wet Sounds.
All dash mount radar is on sale, starting from just $74.
Car Toys tent sale only happens once each year.
Only America's vehicle technology leader.
Over 9 million happy customers
can put on a sale this big.
The savings are incredible.
Car Toys, a better way to go.
Here's another amazing tent sale deal. Add Apple CarPlay and Android Auto to any vehicle with an Alpine stereo for just $299, and Car Toys will give you a free Alpine backup camera worth $100.
Hey, look at this.
Why are you on your phone? We have dinner reservations.
I'm getting a quote for life insurance from Ethos. Just look.
Wow. I thought it would be more expensive.
A friend told me about Ethos. It's a new, straightforward kind of term life insurance that offers policies for any budget. Let's do an estimate for you.
Do we have time?
You just answer 4 simple questions to get an instant quote.
These are easy questions.
And there's the instant quote.
Seriously? That was really fast.
I know, right? And the online application only takes about 10 minutes. No pushy agents. And in most cases, no medical exams. It's perfect for us.
Can we apply right now?
Why not? And after dinner, maybe we can celebrate.
You know what? Ethos is perfect for us.
Ethos is ethical term life insurance. Straightforward and super fast. Don't put it off. Go to ethoslife.com for a free instant quote now. ETHOSlife.com. That's ethoslife.com.
A traffic accident can be a headache. Fix Auto Collision Centers can help with over 15 Washington locations. 1-800-INFO-FIX for one near you. Fix Auto, the first words that should come to mind after an accident.
John Clayton.
Powered through the Alaska Airlines Studios.
On demand with the 710 Seattle Sports app.
Well, just to give you an update, Geno Smith back on the practice field 7 days after his assist surgery in his left knee. I think he's sensing right now that he doesn't want to be surgically removed from the team because of Paxton Lynch. Paxton Lynch is having a good game last week. He's had certainly a good practice just about all but one day. I think he just made a nice long throw there for a completion. So that's encouraging. And Bobby Wagner's back in the field.
Yeah.
So making his first practice. I mean, he came out. He had the helmet on. He's moving pretty well. So that's encouraging. So that's the and of course it looks like
Nico Thorpe just knocked. Jazz Ferguson had one right at the end zone, but Nico Thorpe knocked it out at the last second.
Wow, pretty good stuff. So it looks like things are positive as far as that goes, and the defense looks like they haven't tried to have another good day. There's another good play by defense. Ugo Amadi, I think, was just knocking the pass down. So yeah, they're defensive secondary is really having a good couple days.
Yeah, I started noticing it on Sunday that all of a sudden in that red zone drill, the red zone drill was like back-to-back touchdowns early on in camp.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're starting to see the defense give them some trouble.
Mm-hmm. So I think that's encouraging. So, Bo Scarborough not practicing today. Running back J.D. McKissick, he's not practicing today. A little bit of a setback. He came back on the field yesterday. He's not out there today. So, they have to maybe get Xavier Turner warmed up. They do have Travis Homer, so you get to see the debut of him in the Minnesota game. And then you're going to see Chris Carson. You're going to see Rashad Penny. C.J. Prosise is practicing. How about that? That's amazing. So
let's keep it that way, C.J. I just saw Garrett Jennings drop another ball that hit him right in the chest. I saw one yesterday as well.
Well, that's not encouraging.
No, I mean, I think he's doing okay, but when it's right there in your hands or chest, that's not good.
No, you're 100. And of course, 5 games last night in the National Football League, and more problems with the pass interference I mean, it looked like they really blew a call in the Redskin game. Jay Gruden furious about it. Got a challenge out there, but they couldn't do anything because they didn't have a good camera angle. And so even though it looked like it was a bad call, it went back to New York, and now Riveron had to try to explain it, and I don't think people like the explanation.
I mean, the footage that they had seemed so obvious that it was not offensive pass interference, but apparently what they were worried about was that something occurred before that they didn't see. They didn't have footage from earlier on in the play, and that's why they said they couldn't overturn it. I don't know. That didn't make any sense to anyone, I don't think.
I just think they opened up another Pandora's box with this because now there's so much inconsistency. Like, for example, Sean Hockley gets a lot of criticism, I guess, for the way his crew was calling or not calling the pass interference plays, and there's going to be inconsistency. That's why when you add something, it's almost better to go with the experiment than try to add it for the season, because I just think this thing is going to be an absolute disaster.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see, because I do think coaches are kind of throwing the flag a try at this point just to test it out.
No question. Yeah.
So hopefully we're not going to see this a ton in the regular season. But last night didn't instill much confidence in anyone.
No, not at all.
This is going to be handled properly.
And then, of course, I mean, we had the incident with Kyler Murray, with his hands, because he's in the shotgun. And this is one of the problems when you have kind of a shotgun type offense like the air raid, and he actually used his hands right before the snap to try to at least get some things set up as far as getting the ball back to him. But he did it so much. Last year there were 8 calls against that, for moving the hands too much, and he got 2 of them in one game. He got 2 of them in one half.
It's just interesting to me because it's another thing that seems like a judgment call from the refs. The first game, the refs didn't seem to mind it, but then this game they did. I guess, your whole point, sometimes with the cadence, you're trying to make the offensive line jump, but you can't be doing gestures to make the offensive line jump. But him clapping his hands before he actually wants the ball apparently is part of what he's done since college. So that's going to take some adjusting. Cliff Kingsbury tried to talk to the officials before the game, and I think he thought it was going to be okay, and it wasn't.
Well, apparently now what we find out is that this is a crew-by-crew decision. And again, another problem, the inconsistency. Yeah. So it's like, it's not the National Football League, it's not Al Riveron, the supervisor of officials, it's crew by crew. I mean, how crazy is that?
Yeah, apparently the NFL made a statement on that, and I don't get that. To me, they need to decide whether that's okay or not.
I mean, you want more consistency and you want less officiating. And now what they're doing is getting more officiating and less consistency.
Mm-hmm. And if that's going to be the case, I would think Kingsbury's just going to have to tell Kyler Murray you can't do that anymore. Because they can't risk it game to game.
Oh, no,
that different officials might call it. And
exactly. But that's one of the bad parts. More problems for the Jets with their kicking situation. It's a complete disaster. I mean, why they didn't re-sign for $4 million Jason Myers, no clue. I mean, it's like they go out and spend more than anybody else in free agency, and now their kicking situation is so bad that Taylor Bartlett was out there and from the AAF. He was missing field goals. The one guy that they brought back, he ended up retiring. I mean, Costanza, it's like, man.
They didn't want to spend the money on a Pro Bowl kicker, but they were willing to, overpay C.J. Mosley and pay a lot of money for Le'Veon Bell, and we'll see if they end up regretting that they didn't pay a kicker.
I know, because, I mean, look what's going on with the Chicago Bears. I mean, they're still regretting letting Robbie Gould go out to San Francisco, and they wanted him back. They wanted to make a trade to get him back, and at the moment, I mean, they're in a position where, neither kicker is doing so well. I mean,
and Seahawks fans understand. There's been issues here trying to get some consistency there the last few years. Janikowski obviously didn't have as many issues as Blair Walsh, but you were concerned with the injury issues. And I think that even though he missed one last week, and I saw some panic set in on Twitter, we've seen Jason Myers be very, very consistent. That's about the only one that we've seen him miss in practice and into the preseason. So I think it's going to be just fine, and I think they made a great decision bringing him back.
Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, he's a good one. I mean, he's one that he's got a lot of power. It looks like he's even more powerful. And so it looks like, he's off to a really good start. And I thought last year, he had a decent chance to make the team because we never saw him miss a kick.
No.
He was that good.
And then we've got, Michael Dixon, the breakout rookie star last year in the punting game. We haven't talked about him much this offseason, but that's because he's still doing his thing. He looks great. Mm-hmm. He's a good weapon.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, he's such a talent. I mean, he's one of the most unique punters I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. With his warm-ups and, the different ways he spins the ball, all those things are so good. I mean, he's really fantastic.
Yeah, and then, hopefully he's not going to make any weird decisions like he did last year to run with the ball, though. I know everybody had a little fun with that.
Oh, yeah.
He's lucky Pete Carroll's a nice coach that just kind of laughed it off, but...
How do you think John Gruden would have handled that one?
Oh, not well.
How
Bill
many
Belichick,
swear
lots of guys. It would not.
No, that wouldn't have gone over too well. It's like you wouldn't be getting positive vibes on stuff like that.
Yeah.
That wouldn't go. So, yeah, that's going to be it's kind of a fun thing to watch.
Well, I know we're going to be talking to Brian Schneider coming up next. Tyler Lockett and David Moore taking most of the punt return duties yesterday. Do you think that they're finally narrowing down what they want to do there?
I think we get the idea because of the way he handles it. It's probably going to be Tyler Lockett because he doesn't drop the ball. He always makes smart decisions. He's one of the better punt returners. I mean, he's, again, Pro Bowl caliber in that. I just think they're going to take him a little more off the kickoffs and try to have some of the other guys out there. That's why it's going to be interesting to see, because I thought it was almost automatic that J.D. McKissic's going to make the team. Now, I mean, he may not. He's a little banged up. He's not practicing today. But McKissic's so versatile that I think helps him because it gives, an extra wide receiver if you want one, an extra running back, and a good returner.
I think so, too. I think even though he's been out a little bit with an injury, he's still probably okay.
Yeah.
C.J. Prosise, I think guys like him and Darbo that were already pretty low on the bubble, in my opinion, that I think sitting out the last few practices has really hurt them.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's where, injuries play a key. But the good thing is, this team has plenty of options. There's more good players than they have 53 roster spots.
Exactly. Yeah, they're not hurting for players. It's just that some of these guys might be hurting themselves because it's coming down to the wire with this race.
Oh, it really is. And so they've got to try to, see how that all backs up and all that and then start making some decisions. But that's why this game is so important. Then, of course, it's the dress rehearsal next week going against the Los Angeles Chargers, because that's the last game that all the starters are going to play and then see where the team really is.
Good test, too.
What's that?
It's a good team.
It is. Very good team. Okay, so coming up next, we're going to check in with Brian Schneider, the special teams coach, get an evaluation of the core group special teams, the kickers, long snapper, you name it. It's the John Clayton Show, 710 ESPN Seattle.
DK Metcalf was the most hyped receiver coming into the draft.
Metcalf, I thought, was a tremendous steal. Gives the Seahawks a dimension they've really never had before.
And expectations continue to rise.
Man, I think he could be a Hall of Famer if he wants to.
Get to know Russell Wilson's newest target with Brock and Salk.
How have you gained the trust of Russell?
Download the 710 Sports app to hear the full conversation or get the full hour on demand at 710sports.com/podcasts.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my friends over at Xfinity. It certainly is football season. It's preseason football right now. But before we know it, the regular season will be kicking off with both the college and pro teams. And that means a lot of football. And that means that X1 voice remote comes in so handy when I'm at home. I can simply speak into it and navigate efficiently and easily all the games I need to watch. And when I'm out on the road and I'm running from college town to college town, that Xfinity live streaming app comes in so handy. I never miss a minute of the action, no matter where I'm at. And it's so much fun going to and from the games, at the airport, just watching every game I need to right at my fingertips. So likewise, don't miss a minute of the action with Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com online for all the details. Make the call to 1-800-XFINITY or go visit your local Xfinity store today and experience everything they have to offer. Some restrictions do apply, so make sure to go online to Xfinity.com, find all the details, or available 24/7 over the phone at 1-800-XFINITY.
Some people love getting lost in the great outdoors. You know who you are. But really, when was the last time you actually got lost on a fishing or hunting trip? If you're geared up and prepared, getting lost in the great outdoors is reduced to a mere expression. Or is it? Be warned, if you're headed to Sportco and 5 or Outdoor Emporium in Seattle, you could get lost without your compass.
Hello?
Sportco and Outdoor Emporium are vast expanses of winding aisles, abundant in everything for the great outdoors. Sportco's selection of camo gear could outfit the state of Montana.
Wow, that's a lot of camo.
The rows of fishing tackle will make you dizzy.
I need to sit down.
Their selection of pack equipment, rods, reels, guns, ammo, and more will make you consider adding on to your house just to outfit your ultimate sportsman room. And Sportco and Outdoor Emporium have all of the gear to fill it. The Great Outdoor Sale is on now at Sportco and 5. You'll find great savings throughout the store if you don't get lost.
Wasn't I just on this aisle?
Sportco and 5. And you'll find the same great flyer savings at Outdoor Emporium in Seattle. Online at Sportco.com.
Hey guys, have you been hearing about low T and testosterone therapy? Testosterone is the cornerstone of a man's health. After age 30, we may lose about 2% of our testosterone each year. This causes us to lose energy, get fatter, lose sex drive, and disrupts our sleep. We think we are just getting old when that feeling is really caused by low T. Universal Men's Clinic has local medical providers specializing in restoring your testosterone. We have had success with many patients.
Our medical staff will monitor every step of your progress, evaluating your blood levels and symptoms. Within a few weeks, many patients have reported more natural energy and a better sex drive. Within a few months, many active patients report stronger bodies and the physical performance of their younger days.
Call Universal Men's Clinic at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit universalmensclinic.com.
Haley, I gotta hand it to you. This radio stuff works. We hired all the great drivers we needed last time.
Told you, Scotty B.
I know. So why are we here again?
Look outside at those Kenworths. Somebody's been buying trucks lately.
I do love trucks. I really like that new W900L. I should take that one for myself.
No, that's reserved for a flatbedder willing to tarp, not a part-timer, Dad. The point is, we purchased more trucks to keep up with the new business, and now we have open seats to fill.
All right, so we still offering that $10,000 OTR incentive?
Yep, every year they work for Knight Transport LLC, or we have a salary plan at $78,000 per year plus incentives.
Wow, $78,000 per year plus incentives for driving truck. Bottom line is our pay, nice trucks, and benefits keep our turnover at 1/3 the industry average.
If you want to drive for a stand-up company where the CEO knows your job, your name, and has your back, call me, Haley White, at 1-800-SCOTTY-B. That's 1-800-SCOTTY-B. Our drivers do their best work at night.
There it is. Class A CDL drivers. Call Haley at 1-800-SCOTTY-B.
Join us in Bellevue for Aquaquip's Midnight Sale. We're staying open till midnight this Friday and Saturday, so you can skip the traffic while getting the best deals all year guaranteed. Huge savings on chlorine-free hot tubs, swim spas, barbecues, fire pits, and fireplaces. Factory discounts, daily giveaways, no interest financing OAC. This weekend only, get a free upgrade with the award-winning Smart Tub technology when you buy a jacuzzi hot tub or Sundance Spa.
Alexa, start my massage.
Visit aquaquip.com for more info.
Aquaquip your life.
710 KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, streaming live on the 710 Sports app. You ready to answer? The voice of Seattle sports. 710 ESPN Seattle. Seattle Sports Snapshot. After capping off a series win with the Tigers yesterday, the Mariners take on the Blue Jays in Toronto today at 4. NFL Network reporter Greg Rosenthal listed the Seahawks as a possible destination for the Texans to trade pass rusher Jadeveon Clowney. Clowney will play this year under the franchise tag. The Hawks travel to Minnesota Sunday to take on Jake Browning and the Vikings. Listen live starting with a pregame show at 3.
Snapshot, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, Blue Mountains Cold Beer.
This hour of the John Clayton Show is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino.
John Clayton.
Powered through the Alaska Airlines Studios.
Streaming live at 710sports.com. On demand everywhere on the 710 Seattle Sports app. Now, John Clayton.
Joining us is Special Teams Coach Brian Snyder. Is this the deepest group you've had as far as good special teams players? We talked about this last year, how good the group is. But now with the guys that have been added from the draft class, most of those guys are good special teams players. I mean, how do you sort it out?
Yeah, you just got to keep letting them play. You know, trying to drill everybody and see how it all folds. I think the biggest thing is most of those guys we drafted played a lot of special teams in college. So we got really good evaluation when they were in college. And so we had an idea what they could do, and they've reinforced it when they've been here. So that's why I think it's been really clean, and we're ahead of where we've been because I think those guys that normally don't play a lot of special teams have had that experience.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I think you got back 9 of your top 12 guys for play on special teams from last year, and then you add 5, 6, maybe 7 draft choices. There's more spots right now than there are to get guys on the field.
And that's what's great. You get the competition, and we're trying to be really simple just to let those guys play. And we tell them all, efforts first, coach everything else. If we can get those guys playing fast and playing hard, we'll get everything else corrected. But it's a great competition going on.
What did you see from the coverage teams in the first preseason game?
Just really fast, really fast. I told our players it felt that way on the sidelines, that they were just, it felt that way, and then the film reinforced that. So Again, and like you said, it's some veteran players showing the way, and it's some really talented rookies.
And you were able to get a couple of the rookies out there. I mean, Marquise Blair was out there. Cody Barton looks like he's going to be a regular in there as a core group guy.
Yeah, those two for sure. And then, BBK is coming back. He was kind of in and out of just for injury stuff, but he's looking better. You still have Homer, who did a lot at Miami, and he's coming back from injury. So we'll get to see all those guys. And again, it's just a good group.
Mm-hmm. Anything you're doing differently with this group than you did from last year's group?
I think even more. We've always been pretty simple scheme-wise, and we'll take advantage of that. But we always want to play really, really hard with great strain and effort. And I think more this year than even last year's, which is hard to even say because we've always emphasized that. We're really trying to stress that. Over the top, because I think we are talented and I think we do have guys. So if we can continue that high style of play, I think we have a great opportunity.
What do you think was the best group that you've worked with through the years?
Oh, probably that Super Bowl year, when we beat Broncos. I think it was 2013, 14, whatever it was. We had guys like Mike Robb and Heath Farwell, very veteran guys, and then you had Ricardo Lockett and Jeremy Lane and speed guys, and then you had a young Cam and Earl that were still on our kickoff team. So we had, and Golden Tate was returning, we had Percy returning. So, we had a lot of positions filled, and they just played really hard together. So that was a good group.
Yeah. Is this one approaching that for talent?
You never want to compare, but I think they have the ability to be. They have if they continue to grow. And again, it's a good mix of veteran guys and get the young guys up to speed. I think it's a good combination.
How good is it right now to have a Pro Bowl place kicker and a Pro Bowl punter?
Very good. And more than anything, it's just those three guys being able to work all in the offseason at their training camp. If you go back to last year, we had 6 specialists, and we were really just trying to figure it out. So, it's hard to get a lot of continuity. You have a different snapper, you have a different holder, you have, so it's really nice, and they're such good workers that they're just challenging themselves. So that's been really good. It's been really clean.
How difficult is it going to be for Michael Dixon to top what he did last year?
Well, he's just, he has such high goals for himself, and he works so hard on it. I think you're going to see him continue to get better. Even now, he feels so much comfortable. He knows the routine. Any rookie, is thrown off by everything's so much different. So even talking to him, he doesn't have competition, so he's competing against himself. He has a great understanding of what's coming up next. So I think he's just going to keep going and keep taking off where he started from.
Jason Myers was so good last year. I really see. I don't think I saw him miss a kick in the times I was out here. And then, of course, he gets cut, tough cut right at the end. He takes a red eye to the New York Jets, and then goes to the Pro Bowl, hardly missing anything.
It was great for him. And even talking to him, I think that experience with us helped prepare him for that. He was going through 2 different holders, 2 different snappers, and he had a great battle. And he worked it. That's the way it works out. But going into that, he had to start with a new holder, a new snapper, and I think he was prepared for that. And again, he's had the talent. He's been fabulous here, and he's just so clean and he's so in line, and that consistency is why he's successful.
He seems to be kicking harder and longer than even last year.
It's just his technique. He's so clean. There's not a lot of room for error, where there's not a lot of movement. He's really quiet, and so it doesn't look like it, but he has a lot of power. And he's just done a great job.
What do you see right now as far as how you're going to handle the return game?
I'll go with Lockett as long as Coach says. And he's so valuable from a punt return standpoint, just a ball security, and those were all the decisions come in. Do you fair catch it? Do you let it bounce? Do you fake it out? What do you do? So he hasn't had a turnover here ever on punt return. So those factor into it always. And kicker, he's valuable to us. And when Pete decides when we use him, how much, or that's Coach's decision, and we just got to prepare everyone for it.
Talk about some of the other returners and what you're seeing from them.
D. Moore's been great. He's been catching punts for 3 years. As long as he's been here. Preseason last year, he had a touchdown return. So he's been really good. Amadi catches the ball really clean. Reynolds catches the ball really clean. Ursula catches the ball really clean. So there's a lot of guys that have done it that have to be ready for it. Penny is going to improve on kickoff return. So, again, we got a lot of guys in the mix, and it's just going to see how it plays out.
Sure helps when they get a whole group of receivers that are fast.
Really fast. That's exactly right. And, we have a lot of team speed. And when that's out there, hopefully it shows up in our specialists.
Hey, Brian, thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thanks so much.
Seahawks fans, we are here for you. 710 ESPN Seattle has more player interviews.
We got Bobby Wagner with us.
John Clayton updates every morning at 7:15 and every afternoon at 4.
Simple as that.
The Huddle every Thursday from noon to 2.
The voice of the Seattle Seahawks, Steve Rabel's with us.
And Pete Carroll live Mondays at 9:30 all season long.
We play football. All right, and football's fun.
That's what it means to be the home of the Seahawks. 710 ESPN Seattle.
You should hear people talk about their kitchen and bath remodels done by Washington State Kitchen and Bath. I'm with Greg, another satisfied customer.
We looked at a lot of different remodelers, had 4 of them come out to the house, take a look at it. We thought that Washington State Kitchen and Bath was very straightforward. They offered a veteran discount. Aaron was great to deal with. The end result is we are extremely pleased. They came up with innovative solutions. Their pricing was very, very fair. They kept us in the loop. When they said they were going to be there, they were there. The entire experience was very positive. I would highly recommend them, and if I had additional work to do, they would be absolutely the first people I'd call.
Washington State Kitchen and Bath makes sure you'll never go over budget with their transparent pricing tool. This August, save big with a no sales tax limited time offer. Financing available OAC. For your free consultation, call 800-935-5524. That's 800-935-5524 or WashingtonStateKitchenBath.com.
3010 Weight Loss for Life. It has helped thousands of clients shed hundreds of thousands of pounds. For me, it was more than 25. Hey, Mike Salk here, and I'm here to tell you that 3010 Weight Loss for Life is the place to call. I know it's your time to get in and start with that call to 855-843-3010. Let's go through the reasons why. Do you want to live healthier? Do you want to take those health concerns and knock them right out? Do you want to live and feel your healthiest life? Well, the how? Natural weight loss. That's right. Natural weight loss. Whole foods, wise choices, and the guidance to lose weight naturally. And then, of course, keep it off for life. 3010 was created by local healthcare providers who understand your body, how to fuel it for more energy, all the while losing weight. Once you reach your ideal weight, you can enjoy 3010's maintenance program, and it is free for life, for your health, for your future. Go in, visit the team at 3010. Call them at 855-843-3010. You're worth it at 3010, weightlossforlife.com.
For our male listeners who may suffer from ED, successful and fast treatment is available right here locally. Today we're talking with Dr. Olson from the Renewal Center. And Dr. Olson, you have a way to help.
That's right. The Renewal Center now has a men's health section, and we offer the very successful GAINSWave treatment, Priapus shot, and bioidentical hormone optimization.
That's exciting news. What does it mean for our listeners?
It means they can finally experience the most effective treatment for ED to date. Our treatments are safe, fast, and they work. I can't tell you how many satisfied customers tell me every day how they wish they would have come in earlier. My background is as a family physician, and my goal is to improve the quality of life of all of our patients. If you have ED, let me help you.
Sounds great. So how soon do your patients see results?
It varies, but many men experience improvement after the first few treatments.
Can't pass that up. How can our listeners get a hold of you?
You can visit us on the web at therenewalcenter.com and become our next satisfied client. Again, therenewalcenter.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/score. That's ZipRecruiter.com/score. ZipRecruiter.com/score.
You're listening to The Professor, John Clayton.
Live from the Alaska Airlines studios.
Streaming through the 710 Sports app and on 710sports.com.
It's time for The Report Card with The Professor.
this year.
I got to give it an A+, even though I got stung by a bee.
You got stung by a bee?
I got stung by a bee.
Did.
Oh, no.
It was crazy.
She had boots on, and it flew into her boot and stung her.
Oh, man.
Yep,
That's
we were
horrible.
walking up and down the sideline, more Stacy and myself, and I was like, ow, something hurts, and swooped it out, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I just got stung by a bee. There we go.
How bad was it?
I mean, the sting was really bad. It hurt, but I just sucked it up and acted like nothing happened. But I'm not allergic, so I'm okay now. But we're good.
But yeah, I'm glad you had a good time. That was great.
Yes, practice was awesome. Really cool just to be out there and see the whole experience. I'm used to hearing it and seeing it, but actually being there in person was really fun. So I had a great time yesterday. I give it an A+.
That sounds good. So what do we have, Maura, on the report card?
So first up, I don't know if you recall, but sometime back when Rex Ryan was still the coach of the New York Jets, there was a creepy video that surfaced where he was standing outside the car. His wife was in the driver's seat. She hung one of her bare feet out of the window, and we found out that he has a weird thing for feet. He was going on and on about her feet. It was really creepy.
He had a foot fetish.
Yes, he has a foot fetish.
Yeah.
So he was on Get Up this morning, and he ended up cracking a little joke about that after a conversation they had.
That was Bobby Carpenter explaining that every year that he played in the NFL, he would have his toenails
Why are we doing this again?
before the season began, so they wouldn't just get smashed up, and then they would just sort of grow in at their own pace over the course of the year.
This is a morning show.
I
Brittany,
understand that.
okay?
Most
We
people
gotta
probably
quit
don't
talking
want to
about
hear that.
feet and toenails while people are eating their Cheerios.
All right.
Well, let's not talk about feet.
Daniel Jones.
Kind of like that. I mean,
Sam Ponder lost it. She could not even keep talking. She was laughing so hard.
oh yeah. It's like I guess they laughed for forever on that one. So I think we have to kind of give that one an A because probably one of the best lines coming out of Rex's mouth in a while. And he's real good on the air. Does a great job for ESPN. Did a great job coaching. But you have to give him a good grade on that.
Absolutely. I got to go with an A on this one just because it's funny, but I could hear Sam Ponder just screeching in the background, and I totally understand because, like, even yesterday afternoon, the afternoon show I was helping out, and the guys started talking about bodily fluids, and I was just like, we got to move on. I can't talk about this. Let's keep it going. It just gets awkward and uncomfortable, but we just have fun with it. So I go A.
All right. Next up, we have Jamie Foxx, the actor. Are you familiar, John?
Yeah.
He apparently thinks he has some inside information on Ezekiel Elliott and the other players that the Cowboys are trying to sign. TMZ caught him coming out of a restaurant.
Cowboys all the way, brother.
Yes, sir.
I got the word. I got the underlying word. It is all the way. All the deals are being worked out. Look out, baby.
They gonna get Zeke?
Jamie.
Hell yeah.
So there you have it.
So okay, guess what that solves that? I mean, it's like last I checked.
He's got the underlying word.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so Amari Cooper's not practicing, and he's injured right now. Been injured for about a week. You got Ezekiel Elliott down in Mexico holding out, still not getting any close. You got Dak Prescott asking for more than what Jerry Jones is going to offer, but I guess Jamie Foxx has got that solved. I mean, great inside reporting on that one. I'm glad that Jamie didn't report that it was a $40 million deal that is being asked by Dak Prescott, because we find out that's all wrong. But I have to say, until this works, Jamie Foxx, you're going to get a C.
Ooh, see, to me, the underlying word, that just sounds like residue and the outcome of a very good meal where he's just happy and he's just going to say whatever he wants. And if he's a Cowboys fan, he's going to hype it up. So I'm going to go with a B on this. It is kind of funny, but gotta love Jamie Foxx. Can't say anything bad about that guy.
Oh, no, he's good. I gotta like him. He's fun. But, yeah, this one, I think you have to say, hey, give us some proof. How is this one going to work out? I mean, you figure in the end, it's going to be, they'll get all their guys done, but it's going to really, in the future, sacrifice their defense.
Yeah. Next up, guys, we have Kent Summers, a writer out of Arizona, saying that we talked about this earlier. The NFL said they are going to leave it up to each officiating crew to determine if the quarterback clap without the ball that Kyler Murray is doing is a false start.
Yeah, that's just wrong. I mean, that's a D, because again, it's like you want to find the consistency. You want to have every crew do the same thing, and if you're giving the crews the decision, what's to say what they want to see and what they don't want to see? This should come from the league. That's a D for the National Football League.
I'm with you on that one, Professor. Definitely a D. Consistency is the main and the best card to keep, and that should be the common denominator with anything. So that needs to come straight from the league. It shouldn't come from the refs, and if it comes from the refs, it needs to come from every officiating crew and keep it the same. Otherwise, it's just going to be a lot of confusion and a lot of negativity, and it's just, yeah, it's going to be a bad start to the season for the Cardinals.
I'll ask you this because, I mean, you being a coach, I mean, how do you feel about inconsistencies like that? I mean, don't you want everything to be pretty close to being the same? Not that each week you have to kind of guess and research how a crew is going to call something?
Oh, it's so confusing, and it makes our job so much more difficult as a coach because we do our best to prep our players so that they're ready for each and every game. But mainly for my girls, what happens is their uniforms. So we have one ref tell us all of their headbands have to be the exact same color. And then the next game, within a few days, a different ref is like, oh, you can't wear headbands at all. And I'm like, well, we need some concise decision here. Like, my girls, they have long hair. Sometimes they have bangs in their hairs in their face. Like, it's to help them play. It's not for a looks thing. So it makes it so much more difficult, especially on the coaching staff when they're trying to prep their players to do the best that they can.
Well, that's the NFL for you, right?
I know.
Boo.
John, I have to get your grade on this woman in the pink over here. She's my hero.
Yeah.
There's a woman at practice today that is just getting down to every song. She's got different moves for everyone. She's walking around getting other people involved.
She's strutting right now. Now she's dancing.
She's got to be burning some calories. She's been dancing since the beginning of practice.
Yeah, it's
She's in all pink. She's got a pink hat, pink shirt, neon pink shoes, and she has a pink chair.
Now she started a wave.
Oh, yeah.
Now she just started a wave.
There's only like family and friends. There's not even a big crowd here today, but she just started a wave too.
Yeah, the only disappointment, she's not dancing to Lakeside. I mean, this is Lakeside. Come on. It's a fantastic. There we go. All right.
We need some of that energy. Let's be real. This is amazing.
She's a good hype woman. They need to hire her.
Uh-huh. She's having a blast. I guess I'll give her a B.
Oh, A+. Good for you, ma'am. Go get them.
Last here, I have, after the preseason game between the Packers and the Ravens yesterday, Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson shared a moment, and Rodgers told him to have a great season, but added, slide a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Lamar Jackson said, I got you, baby.
That's it. I like it. It's like good advice. I mean, if you're going to be carrying the ball anytime, because I know John Harbaugh said he's going to get the ball running between 135 to 200 times. I don't know how he's going to be able to, and if he doesn't slide, he's right. He's not going to make it.
Well, Aaron Rodgers knows firsthand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, he's been banged up at different times, and I don't think he has a great slide. I mean, because he's not a sliding type of guy. He's not the baseball type of player. But Lamar Jackson, I mean, he's not as big as Aaron Rodgers, and can he take 200 hits like that? Not to mention what might be there as far as sacks and stuff like that. That's a little bit too much. But, yeah, I'll give Aaron a A- for giving good advice.
I'm going to go with you on that. Kudos to Aaron Rodgers for giving some good advice to a younger quarterback. Slide more. Protect yourself. Protect your team. Slide more. It's kind of simple. And Lamar Jackson, I think we'll see some good numbers from him if he starts to do that this season.
Yeah, so I think that's pretty good. So, slide more because, boy, they're asking a lot of Lamar Jackson. He helped get him to the playoffs last year, and so far I'm hearing good reports of how he's doing. So, good luck on that. All right, you can check out the show in the 710 Sports app. It's driven by your Puget Sound Acura dealers. Coming up next, we are going to get your text questions as we head into the third preseason weekend. 5 games last night. Everybody else coming up until Monday. It's the John Clayton Show, 710 ESPN Seattle. Texas at 710.
DK Metcalf was the most hyped receiver coming into the draft.
Metcalf, I thought, was a tremendous deal. Gives the Seahawks a dimension they've really never had before.
And expectations continue to rise.
Man, I think he could be a Hall of Famer if he wants to.
Get to know Russell Wilson's newest target with Brock and Salk.
As you watch Russell play when you were on your couch in high school in Mississippi, what were you thinking?
Download the 710 Sports app to hear the full conversation or get the full hour on demand at 710sports.com/podcasts.
Are you ready for the football season? Because Russell Wilson is. In fact, our chief football officer here at Alaska Airlines spent the entire offseason getting himself prepared for takeoff. And guess what? The runway is cleared and we're ready to travel to Minnesota for the first road game of the preseason. Hi, it's Danny O'Neill, and I've got my itinerary planned this year, which includes Seattle's first trip to Pittsburgh in 8 years, a November game in Philadelphia, and the usual menu of games in Arizona, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. There's a world of possibilities for Seattle this season, and the same is true for Alaska Airlines, thanks to their global partners who provide travel to more than 185 destinations worldwide. That offers you the flexibility to travel exactly the way you want, and that's how it's supposed to be. You will earn and redeem miles with the award-winning Alaska Mileage Program. Travel exactly how you want and get rewarded for it, as Alaska Airlines will get you to all of this season's away game destinations and a world of options beyond that. So the only question, where are you going to go with Russell Wilson this season? Go global differently. Book today at AlaskaAir.com.
Join us in Bellevue for Aquaquip's midnight sale. We're staying open till midnight this Friday and Saturday, so you can skip the traffic while getting the best deals all year guaranteed. Huge savings on chlorine-free hot tubs, swim spas, barbecues, fire pits, and fireplaces. Factory discounts, daily giveaways, no interest financing OAC. This weekend only, get a free upgrade with the award-winning Smart Tub technology when you buy a jacuzzi hot tub or Sundance Spa.
Alexa, start my massage.
Visit aquaquip.com for more info.
Aquaquip your life.
At Pro Golf Discount, we're celebrating our 42nd anniversary. Bryson DeChambeau revolutionized golf clubs with his one-length irons. Save $400 on Cobra F7s, just $299. Or save $600 on Cobra oversized graphite irons, just $399 at Pro Golf Discount.
Seahawks Insider
Brought to you by DivorceLawyersForMen.com.
with Stacey Ross.
To make this year's roster, second-year Seahawks Shaquem Griffin will need to stand out in what's become a crowded linebacker room. It's not an easy task, but defensive coordinator Ken Norton Jr. says he likes what he's seen in Griffin's development this preseason.
Just his confidence. He really understands he can play at this level. He has a big amount of speed. The guy is really fast, and he understands what he does best. And just watching him learn how to use his speed, and he's smart, and combine that speed with his brain, it's amazing to see the things he can get done. So we're very happy with his development.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by DivorceLawyersForMen.com. Good lawyers doing good things for good men. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to 710sports.com.
I'm Rorden Shane, fourth-generation jeweler. I tell my friends who are shopping for an engagement ring to see what's out there. Do research online, visit jewelry stores in person, ask questions, look around, then come to Shane Company last. You'll see with your own eyes that you get a prettier diamond for your money at Shane Company than anywhere else. For the center stone, we have many more diamonds to choose from in every shape and size. If you're considering a center stone with color, we have thousands of loose sapphires and rubies in every price range. Most jewelers don't even offer loose rubies and sapphires, and all of ours are natural, never lab created. You'll always find hundreds of new ring styles for every budget, from classic to halo to vintage to three-stone rings. Our unrivaled warranty is free for a lifetime and even covers the center stone. Come in today and we'll show you how to build an affordable engagement ring that's beautiful from every angle.
Now you have a friend in the diamond business. Shane Company and Shaneco.com.
Hey, look at this.
Why are you on your phone? We have dinner reservations.
I'm getting a quote for life insurance from Ethos. Just look.
Wow. I thought it would be more expensive.
A friend told me about Ethos. It's a new, straightforward kind of term life insurance that offers policies for any budget. Let's do an estimate for you.
Do we have time?
You just answer 4 simple questions to get an instant quote.
These are easy questions.
And there's the instant quote.
Seriously? That was really fast.
I know, right? And the online application only takes about 10 minutes. No pushy agents. And in most cases, no medical exams. It's perfect for us.
Can we apply right now?
Why not? And after dinner, maybe we can celebrate.
You know what? Ethos is perfect for us.
Ethos is ethical term life insurance. Straightforward and super fast. Don't put it off. Go to ethoslife.com for a free instant quote now. ETHOSlife.com. That's ethoslife.com.
This hour of the John Clayton Show is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino.
John Clayton.
Powered through the Alaska Airlines Studios.
On demand with the 710 Seattle Sports app.
Boy, some bad injuries are starting to crop up right now. Tavon Young, slot receiver, got $8.6 million for the slot cornerback for the Baltimore Ravens. His season could be over. Avery Williamson, the inside linebacker for the New York Jets, tore his ACL, so it looks like he's going to be out for the season. Derwin James suffered a 5th metatarsal injury, and so the chances are he's going to be out for a long period of time. Derwin, of course, those 5th metatarsals are tough because you're so prone to get him hurt again. And so, because remember, that's what happened to Dez Bryant. Dez Bryant had all kind of problems like that, took away all his speed. Derwin James, one of the better choices last year, went to the Pro Bowl as a free safety for the Los Angeles Chargers. That's a big blow. And you look at the Chargers and all the injuries they have. They don't even know if Russell Okung's going to be able to play this year. He's got that blood clot problem. Then you have all the issues right now that's going with Derwin James. You throw in the holdout of Melvin Gordon. That's not good. So they're really hurting right now. But it's time to take your text questions. So text us at 710-710.
25 says, where will Jadeveon Clowney most likely end up, and is it worth it for Seattle to at least try to pursue him?
Brock Hewitt and I both agree not to do it because, again, it's like, okay, it's a one-year rental. And, of course, the one-year rental they have right now is Ziggy Ansah. And so if they're thinking he's going to be able to play at the beginning of the season, and you want those extra picks because they've earned them, and particularly giving away Frank Clark, it gets the flexibility if they want. Because, remember, if they get Clowney, and they didn't want to pay $20+ million to Frank Clark, they're not going to pay $20+ million for Clowney. Ziggy Ansah, if he plays well, he's going to leave. So now you have to find a way to replace two defensive ends, if that's going to be the case. And if Rasheem Green or if any of the young guys aren't ready to step up and take that job, then you have to really need that second-round pick to maybe move up to get somebody in the top 10 or the top 15 of the draft. So no, I think right now the answer should be no. Hey, you're going to get 2 third-round compensatories if Ziggy gets a deal and if Clowney would get a deal the next year, but that's the next year. I mean, so I think in the building process, it's better not to make a move on Clowney unless something bad happens with Ziggy Ansah.
All right, the 907 says, Mara, I know John didn't, but did you take the day off yesterday? No, we were both here.
We're both here at practice. It's like, no, it's no day off.
But I mean, I don't even really consider coming out to training camp work. It's really, I enjoy it.
I was working.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you talked to Brian Schneider yesterday, actually. So we had some stuff to get done, but it's fun. It's not that much longer that we'll be out here.
No,
I like it.
What do we got? Maybe 2 more weeks?
Yeah, I think only 3 more practices.
3 more practices?
We're not out here till Wednesday next week.
Okay.
All right, the 206 says, hey, Professor, should we trade second-round pick for Clowney, then just trade out a first round next year to get it back?
No. No, because again, think about the reality. It's like they're not just building for this year; they're trying to make multiple Super Bowl runs, right? And of course, if you keep on borrowing from the future, and because they went ahead and they made the move for Sheldon Richardson, and that cost them a second-round pick, and of course they made the move for Dwayne Brown, that was a second-round pick. But I'd say at the moment, and remember, he has to sign his deal. It's a 1-year deal. That's franchise number at 15.2. No, I'd say because again, you want somebody that's going to be the long-term answer, not just the short-term answer. And so let's say that they make the playoffs and they're drafting in the 20s and something like that. I mean, you can use that second-round pick maybe to jump up and get maybe 14, 13, something like that.
All right, the 206s, do you think Devontae Freeman is going to have a comeback season with the Falcons?
It's debatable. I mean, I think he will. I think that you can see. But what I'm wondering about, I don't know if Dirk Cutter's offense really fits Devontae Freeman. Because initial reports at the beginning of camp saying that he didn't get as much action as he normally would. And you would think with Tevin Coleman going to San Francisco, it's all going to be Devontae all the time. But Freeman right now, we'll see how he fits in. But, they're going to have a potent offense. I mean, Matt Ryan threw for over 5,000 yards. There's going to be a lot of passing in that offense. And Dirk Cutter's the guy that really I think Matt Ryan liked the best of all his offensive coordinators. But still debatable on Devontae.
The 206 says, why is Kyler Murray not doing so well in preseason games? His stats are not showing first-round talent.
Well, he was 6 for 7 in the first game. Do we take that away? You throw that away? I mean, he was 3 for 8. He had a bad game last night. He was real good in practice. He was real good in the first game. He showed good poise. He got, kind of rattled a little bit last night. So it's like, don't look at one bad effort. And again,
that's what, 15 attempts total? It's
not a big enough sample size.
I mean, I honestly don't know with how bad that team was last year and the offensive line. Would you even? I mean, some of the greater quarterbacks we've seen, would you expect them to come in and just look great right off the bat?
No, I mean, that's the scariest part. Is that what you're looking at is that okay, he had a bad game, but that looked like a bad team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the defense was terrible. They're down at the start of the season 2 cornerbacks because they lose Robert Alford, who they brought over from Atlanta, and then get the 6-game suspension for Peterson. And so that's it. Just they're in trouble.
And it's preseason. I mean, Matt Ryan got sacked 3 times last night.
Yeah.
So it's just too hard to read too much into it.
It is. I agree.
All right, 509 says, hey, JC, Mora, you guys are looking good today. If Seattle did sign Clowney, would that make them the top contender in the NFC West?
No, not necessarily. I mean, they still have to show where they are overall with their pass rush. I mean, certainly would help them. And again, if they can make up the 43 sacks this year and hold teams under 21 points, yeah, then they do have a chance to catch the Rams. But right now, it's like, let's see what they have. Because remember, they've had not too many padded practices. That's something they need to have. And, of course, they've only had one preseason game.
519 also says, Yo, JCPenney and the Explorer, is Peterman an NFL talent? He looks far better with Gruden.
No, I don't think he is. I don't think he's very good at all. Although, Derek Carr had a good game last night. I guess, Peterman is challenging Mike Glennon, for a chance to be the backup. But I got my money on Glennon right now. Peterman, you saw it on Hard Knocks. I mean, he got some praise from John Gruden. Then the next thing you know, he's yelling and swearing and cussing because Peterman's holding the ball too long and, gets real upset about that.
Peterman. He likes to call him sometimes.
Yeah, Peterman, no. I don't see it.
All right, 425 says, what's the likelihood of Felix getting one last start?
Oh, I think he'll get it. I mean, it looks like I think he's got a chance to maybe get 4 or 5 starts. He's still probably one more rehab start away from getting close to the team, and so I don't know if it's a matter where in the next homestand he's back, but I think he get a little bit more because they're definitely going to need starters.
All right, the 360 says Professor Eastern Washington has 5 players on the Rams roster. Does any other school have that many players on one team?
Yeah, I'm sure there. Probably Notre Dame has several, but it's interesting because I know I was even talking to Les Snead about it during the playoffs last year. I says, what is it that you have as far as Eastern Washington, your scouts and all that stuff? Because Cooper Kupp, his brother. I mean, you go look at the long list of guys that he has. But yeah, I'm sure there's others that have more than 5.
I think sometimes it has to do with coaching relationships. I think Belichick used to get more LSU guys when Saban was there.
Right.
He got a lot of Rutgers guys when Greg Schiano was there. So I think sometimes it's personal relationships. You just know more about that school if you happen to be friends with a coach or a scout that works there.
Mm-hmm. Hey, practice is over right now, so they get the blowing the whistle here at 37 after.
Yeah, a little early, I guess. Did you see Geno Smith actually take any reps?
I saw him throw the ball. I don't know if he really took any reps with the.
Just kind of doing some warm-up drills.
Yeah. I know he was throwing a lot to equipment people.
360 says, do you think Devin Singletary of the Bills could be a sleeper in fantasy football this year?
No, because, look how many guys are ahead of him. You got LaShawn McCoy, you got Frank Gore. No, he gets good reviews and all that stuff. Maybe, but I'd say right now, no.
519 says, with Kyle Seager's current hitting streak, does that make him more appealing to other teams? Could we see him possibly moved?
I know that Brock and Salk said that possibility may be going up, and I'd say absolutely not. First, the trade deadline's not happening. Secondly, he has such a big contract that you got to find a partner that wants to pay that kind of money and also take some money from this team. So I'd say right now, no.
519 says, does Eastern Washington stand a chance coming into UW first game of the year?
No, I don't think so. I think UW is so deep right now. I know it's a young team. There's a lot of turnover on defense. I think they'll be better on offense, but I'd say no.
425 says, I need advice. My draft is tomorrow night, and I'm pick number 8. If Elliott is there, do I pick him?
Yeah, I think so. As long as you have somebody that can fill in if he holds out 1 or 2 games, but he's not going to miss the whole season.
Probably draft Pollard too, just to be safe.
Yeah.
Do you like Tony Pollard?
He's showing some good things, yeah. He's not the equal of Ezekiel Elliott. He's not the 4th pick of that draft, but
when
he's showing
I first
some good
heard
things.
Gil Brandt say it, I just thought, okay, this is the Cowboys using Gil Brandt to pump out some information. But I've heard a couple other people say positive things too.
He looks encouraging.
425 says, does the VMAC have a dock on the lake?
No, it does not. You got nice, type of stuff on the side there, but no dock.
There was, I think it was not this Monday, but the Monday before when it was like 90. I thought about just jumping in there, taking a swim.
Wouldn't have been a bad idea.
I see people with their boats every now and then just stopping and watching practice.
Oh yeah, no.
That's
I still remember when
cool.
when the VMAC opened that Robbie Tobeck would come over and take his boat over and kind of wave to Matt Hasselback and stuff like that. It was kind of fun.
It's a pretty awesome practice facility.
Yep, kind of like it. It's not too far away from where I live too.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Not a bad spot. 360 says, thoughts on Seahawks kicking game in general?
Great. Right now it's like Jason Myers has been pounding the ball. Michael Dixon is one of the most unique punters I've ever seen with the different ways he puts spin and how high he kicks it, how long he kicks it. They're in good shape there.
All right, that's all the time we
have
for
so
text.
Coming up next, it's Dave Grosby. It's the John Clayton Show, 710 ESPN Seattle.
Seahawks fans, we are here for you. 710 ESPN Seattle has more player interviews.
We got Bobby Wagner with us.
John Clayton updates every morning at 7:15 and every afternoon at 4.
Simple as that.
The Huddle every Thursday from noon to 2.
The voice of the Seattle Seahawks, Steve Rabel's with us.
And Pete Carroll live Mondays at 9:30 all season long.
We play football, all right? And football's fun.
That's what it means to be the home of the Seahawks. 710 ESPN Seattle.
Hey, it's DeGraws here from my friends over at Premier Golf, letting you know that it's August. Summer is in peak form. Golf's FedEx playoffs are off and running. So here's a pro tip for you. Why not start your day off right with Premier's Early Bird Specials, available at 9 of their lush locations, including Bellevue, Legion Memorial, Walter Hall, Linwood, Cedar Crest, Lake Padden, Jackson Park, Jefferson Park, and West Seattle golf courses. Now you combine a great value with a tremendous pace of play. You'll get a fast round in, and we always allow a breakfast ball, of course, on the first tee. You know, I always like to say that a day you can get in some golf before 7 a.m. and get to work before the boss gets in is always a good day. The early bird gets the worm. For more information on Premier Golf's Early Bird Specials, or really for any information on any of Premier's fun tracks, visit premiergc.com. One more time, that's premiergc.com. Beautiful time for golf. And as always, the folks over at Premier Golf have a local course near you so you can save those long drives for the fairway.
There are 2 times each year when the prices get crazy here at Car Toys.
Closeout deals, special buys,
Black Friday,
and tent sale.
Are you ready for this?
It's just $249 to add Apple CarPlay to anything you drive.
Pioneer Apple CarPlay stereos just $249 during Car Toys annual tent sale while they last.
Speakers from the top brands are half price.
Focal, Pioneer, Kicker subwoofers.
Half price.
Cool down your hot car or truck before you get in with the remote start system.
Save up to $200 on remote start and security systems during tent sale.
Got a boat? Upgrade the stereo system, the speakers, add a subwoofer.
Car Toys has blowout priced all remaining boat products.
Car Toys tent sale only happens once each year.
Only America's vehicle technology leader.
Over 9 million happy customers
can put on a sale this big.
The savings are incredible.
Car Toys, a better way to go.
Here's another amazing deal. Make your car look spectacular with a classic detail from Car Toys experts. Only $99 until tent sale ends.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
To learn more about our programs and to donate, go to carsforkids.com. That's Cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Also accepting boats, motorcycles, RVs, and real estate donations.
Today we're talking with Dr. Olson from the Renewal Center. And Dr. Olson, if a listener out there is suffering from ED, what are his options?
First and foremost, don't be too embarrassed to seek help. Over 50% of males will experience ED throughout their lives. It's common, and treatments are safe, effective, and readily available at the Renewal Center.
And what is your most successful treatment?
Definitely GainsWave. It allows us to treat men with ED through non-invasive and safe treatments to improve blood flow and get men feeling like they were in their younger years. GainsWave has a greater than 75% success rate nationally, and I have yet to see an unsatisfied patient. After completing the treatment series, many of our patients now perform as they did in their younger years.
Sounds great. So how soon do your patients see results?
It varies, but many men experience improvement after the first few treatments.
That's impressive. How can our listeners get a hold of you?
Visit us on the web at therenewalcenter.com and become our next satisfied client. Again, therenewalcenter.com.
You're listening to The Professor, John Clayton.
Live from the Alaska Airlines studios.
Streaming through the 710 Sports app and on 710sports.com.
And joining us is Dave Grosby. And so, Dave, preseason week 3 is underway right now. They had 5 games last night, and a lot of starters continuing to miss action.
Week 2, John?
It's week. Well, the league calls the Hall of Fame week 1.
I gotcha.
So it's like, and so last week was, even though it was the opening week for all but 2 teams, they call that week 2. So this is week 3.
I'm not going with the league on this one. It's week 2 in my book, John.
Yeah.
The league can stuff it.
Mm-hmm. Kyler Murray, not off to a good. We had a good start last week, completing 6 out of 7. He's been looking good in practice. Did not have a good game last night against the Oakland Raiders. He had 3 for 8 for completions, 12 yards. He struggled. One of the things he does, he tries out of shotgun, is clapping his hands so that to get the snaps and all that stuff. And he got 2 flags on that. He got to delay a game. So learning curve for the young quarterback.
I'll be eager to watch how it's handled on Hard Knocks.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
We'll get a good inside look at that thing, at least Gruden's perspective on it. There's a learning curve, but I mean, that's what the preseason is for. I don't read too much into preseason games, as you know, John.
I know that. Yeah.
So I think just staying healthy, getting practice. We'll see. We'll see how well he does on a lousy team that's kind of being built for him. I mean, I don't think expectations are too high for him.
No. I think
not realistically.
For him, yes. For the team, no.
No.
And then to make matters worse, I mean, the defense just looked awful. I mean, Derek Carr just picked them apart early in the game. Robert Alford, one of their other starting cornerback, Patrick Peterson suspended for the first 6 games, and so then they had Alford coming over from the Atlanta Falcons. He breaks his leg, and so he's going to be out 2 months.
Well, they're the one team in the division that no one expects anything from.
Yeah.
Although reading the reports on Jimmy Garoppolo, maybe we shouldn't be expecting anything from the 49ers, huh?
Yeah, he had a better day today. I think it was like 10 for 15 in their morning practice. I had 1 interception, but it's not as bad as that 5 consecutive interceptions in a practice the other day. 5.
Yeah, that can't be good.
I've never heard of that before.
I mean, that's neither have I.
I mean, that's consistency, but not in the right way.
Absolutely the wrong way. But it is preseason, and it is in camp, so we'll see if it really matters.
Yeah, that's true. And that's the thing. I mean, preseason is now so light, it's really hard to read too much out of it.
Well, and for guys, I mean, Garoppolo's barely established as a guy, for that matter.
Yeah.
Barely established as a guy. But, he's had some moments.
Mm-hmm.
He's had some moments as a starter. So, I mean, for him, I tend to give him a pass on it and say, well, we'll wait and see what he looks like in the regular season. Obviously, for Murray, it's a little bit different. It's his first experience. But for guys who have been there before, it's I don't know if it's as much as like baseball is, where sometimes you have pitchers who go out in an exhibition game and want to work on their slider up. And so that's the only pitch they throw.
Right.
They throw it like 40 times.
Mm-hmm.
They give up 5 earned runs, 3 home runs, and know that they had a good outing.
Yeah.
Because they worked on what they wanted to work on. I'm sure some of that happens in the NFL too, where guys are working on specific things, and if the results don't come out right, it's more about how they looked executing it. And look, when we're running our regular stuff, this will look a lot better.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, he's done a lot of good things in practice. He looks to be in control. I just look at it as a bad game, but also the scarier part is it looks like a bad team.
Well, it's definitely a bad team. I mean, the Cardinals are definitely. They were a bad team last year.
Oh yeah.
And changing quarterbacks again, changing coaches after 1 year, It would be a big surprise if they were a competitive team this year. In what may be a very tough division. If Garoppolo and the 49ers are for real, the Rams are going to be really good, and the Seahawks figure to be good as well. So the NL West could be the toughest division. NFC West,
Yeah, maybe in another year or so, I think, because it's a matter of when Arizona catches up.
Oh, you mean have all 4 teams go good?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that when you look at the 49ers, I still worry about the injuries. And it's like here they kind of did some of the things that the Seahawks did. They revamped their medical, way they do their medicine as far as trainers and strength coaches and things of that nature. And definitely took a different tact. And so far, it looks like it's working. Where you look at the 49ers, they had 45 guys on injured list in the last 2 years, and now they've got about 5 guys that you don't even know if they're going to play in the opener. I mean, because Nick Bosa is banged up with a high ankle sprain. K'Wan Williams has a knee. Jason Verrett, the cornerback, he's got a high ankle sprain. Trent Taylor is out with a bad injury. I think he broke his wrist or something like that. I mean, they've got a lot of injuries right now.
Good for them.
There you go.
Have fun.
No doubt about it. So and some injuries are starting to really creep back now that you're in preseason game number 2 for most teams. Avery Williams.
Have you seen any trend, John, in the last couple of years where they've reduced the amount of hitting and reduced the amount of contact in practices? Is that correlating at all with more or less injuries in the preseason?
No, it's.
Is there any correlation at all yet?
No,
anything worth figuring out yet?
I think maybe a little bit more right now.
Okay.
Because I mean, and again, so much of it is everybody's being so cautious. I mean, they're not playing guys. They're not.
True.
And so more.
Are other guys doing what McVay's doing? Are you noticing fewer starters?
Oh yeah,
around
I
the
mean
league?
Jacksonville hardly used anybody last night. I mean, so then somehow they end up getting a victory. I don't know how, but yeah, it's like there's more starters sitting right now than I've ever seen. And if there's any, like for example, Aaron Rodgers wanted to play in last night, but ended up not playing because of Atkins, so he sat out that game. And more quarterbacks aren't playing. But yeah, I mean the Eagles sat a lot of their starters. Doug Peterson kind of follows that Sean McVay type of
I
thing.
don't blame him, man.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be playing my starters.
No, I mean it becomes dangerous. I mean, take a look at the like for example, you look at the Denver Broncos. They lost a fullback, with a shoulder injury. One young tight end blew out his knee on an ACL. And they had a couple other injuries.
I mean, they can happen in training camp, but boy, preseason that's just got to drive you nuts when it happens in preseason camp.
Yeah, I mean, look at now again.
Camp is one thing. I mean, you have to have training camp.
Yeah.
But just to have practice games and lose a guy for the season, brutal.
Because there's no replacement for him.
No.
I mean, there's no replacement for Avery Williamson. I mean,
no.
It's like it's just done. He's got an ACL. He's done for the year. And then even though this happened in a practice, I mean, the Chargers are reeling. Because Derwin James, he was like one of 8 rookies to be All-Pro in the last since 1970, and he was great. I mean, he looked like one of the better picks in the draft. He got a 5th metatarsal injury, so he's going to be out for some time.
Yeah.
And of course, you got Russell Okung now coming off the blood clots. You don't even know if he's going to be able to play this year.
Saw DK Metcalf limping a little bit.
Yeah, he was limping. Yeah. Don't know what that is.
It didn't seem very serious,
No.
but you don't like seeing it.
No. How'd you like the 2 comebacks today? Bobby Wagner had his first practice.
As long as he came out of it all right, I'm happy.
Yeah. And then I think we're sensing that Paxton Lynch might be for real for the backup job because Derwin, I mean, as far as Geno Smith, he was out there and he practiced today. Now, remember, last Friday he had a cyst surgery and on his left knee to remove that cyst. And it was supposed to be 7 to 10 days. But, I mean, he came back in 7, and I think you can sense that, he wants to.
He felt like he needed to come back.
He felt like he needed to come back, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
That job is open, but it hopefully it remains the least important job on the Seahawks.
Exactly. Paxton, by the way, looked good again today. I mean, he had a good game last week. He had a bunch of good practices this week. I mean, Sunday he was a little bit off, but he's been on ever since.
Well, he's going to have another opportunity this weekend.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, of course,
they're going to play a lot in Minnesota.
We'll probably, see 2 series or so from Geno Smith, something of that nature?
Think so, right?
You would think, yeah. I know Pete's talking right now, trying to give the update on who's playing and who's not playing and stuff like that. But, yeah, looks like they're still going to be a little bit thin at running back because even though C.J. Prosise practiced today, J.D. McKissick had to miss and Bo Scarborough had to miss.
Why is J.D. McKissick still here?
What's that?
Why is J.D. McKissick still here?
Speed and versatility.
Well, not really.
Well, I mean, he can be running back, he can be wide receiver.
Yeah, but he can't be anything because he's always hurt.
No, that's Prosise.
Oh, what were you talking about?
You're saying J.D. McKissick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Spaced. I meant Prosise.
Yeah, no, Prosise is the one. I mean, he's only missed 2/3 of his games. I mean, 48 games he's been able to play.
I wonder what the number is for practice.
Probably about the same.
Camp. Yeah. If
you see him about 1/3 of the time.
Yeah. Not
if you
very good.
If you want to be precise about Prosise, you get to see him about 1/3 of the time.
Nice.
Oh, thank you very much.
Nice wordplay.
Pretty good on that one. Hey, so what's on Bob Graz and Tom today?
Well, we got this John Clayton guy talking football at 2 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
And Nick Vanette.
Right
very good. Shoot.
Yeah, where does he go to school?
The
Ohio State.
Just the.
We're
just going to go by the
that's
now.
ridiculous.
I agree.
I think that one's crazy. Okay, so coming back, I'll be back tomorrow from 8 till 9, and then I'll be back from Minnesota. I'll be doing the show from 10 to 12. It's the John Clayton Show on Monday on 710 ESPN Seattle.
The Seahawks made their presence known in preseason Game 1.
Hit by Shaquem Griffin and knocked off his feet.
Now the Hawks hit the road for Game 2.
Time to put on the show. Let's go.
Seahawks, Vikings, kickoff Sunday at 5. Pre-game at 3.
We're really big. We're really fast. Yeah, that's pretty good, you know.
Get prepped all week long with more insider access from Brock Heward, John Clayton, Dave Wyman, and Danny O'Neill. 710 ESPN Seattle, the home of every Seahawks game all season long.
Families. Beautiful, messy, unpredictable things. Some of the closest ones aren't even related. Because family doesn't just mean 2.5 kids, mom, dad, and a dog. Every family is different. That's why Xfinity Mobile created a different kind of wireless network. One that's designed to save you money by letting you design your own data. Now you can share data between lines, mix with unlimited, and switch it up at any time. So you only pay for what you need. No other wireless carrier lets you do that or lets you automatically connect to millions of secure Wi-Fi hotspots and the best LTE everywhere else. Staying in touch with the ones you call family has never been easier. All while saving up to $400 a year on your wireless bill. Xfinity Mobile. It's wireless reimagined. Call, visit a store, or go to xfinitymobile.com today. Simple, easy, awesome. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires residential post-pay Xfinity Internet. Actual savings vary and are not guaranteed. For Xfinity Mobile broadband disclosures, visit xfinity.com/mobile.
This summer at T-Mobile Park, the Booms are back. Watch the Mariners.
Daniel Vogelback shoots one out of the cannon.
Then watch the fireworks show light up the night with the best pyrotechnics in the Northwest. It'll be an unforgettable night for the whole family. Yep, one ticket gets you double the action. From Bang Bang Play.
The relay to first. In time, double play.
To Big Bang's post-game. Join us for the next fireworks night at your summer home, T-Mobile Park. Mariners baseball. True to the blue.
Warm up your voices for Sing-Along Fireworks Night at T-Mobile Park. Friday, August 23rd, the Mariners and T-Mobile bring you this fan-favorite pyrotechnics show set to a soundtrack of hit karaoke songs, including Bon Jovi's Livin' on a Prayer. It's the perfect way to kick off the Mariners' 6-game homestand against the Toronto Blue Jays and New York Yankees. Get seats to join the fun when you visit mariners.com.
Warehouse professionals. Did you know Uline offers the highest starting wages in the area? All warehouse employees start at $19.50 an hour or more. You'll appreciate their modern facilities too. Uline's impressive warehouses are spotless and operate under the highest safety standards. Uline is a family-owned company with great employees who believe in teamwork. At Uline, success begins with you. Apply now at uline.jobs. That's ULINE.jobs.
Join us in Bellevue for Aquaquip's midnight sale. We're staying open till midnight this Friday and Saturday, so you can skip the traffic while getting the best deals all year guaranteed. Huge savings on chlorine-free hot tubs, swim spas, barbecues, fire pits, and fireplaces. Factory discounts, daily giveaways, no interest financing OAC. This weekend only, get a free upgrade with the award-winning Smart Tub technology when you buy a jacuzzi hot tub or Sundance Spa.
Alexa, start my massage.
Visit aquaquip.com for more info.
Aquaquip your life.
We have reached the age where things just cost more.
Cars, phones, life insurance.
Your blood pressure is up.
Your weight is up.
You're one to talk.
I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting dinged just like you.
Thank goodness for Big Lou.
Big Lou!
Big Lou can get term life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, or maybe he's on anxiety meds. For just around $200 a month for $1 million of coverage.
Oh, you got to say that again.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it. Big Lou and term provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month.
Call Big Lou.
Big Lou!
He's like you.
800-333-1750. That's 800-333-1750.
Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you gotta call Big Lou.
Gotta.
800-333-1750.
Write it down.
800-333-1750.
Let me tell you a thing or two about the people who don't compromise. They love Pepsi Zero Sugar. Why? Because it's got all the flavor and zero the sugar. How's that for not compromising? They're the sort of person that likes surf with their turf. And the drink with their feast? Yeah, they have a Pepsi Zero Sugar. The person who doesn't compromise loves a good golden doodle. All the golden retriever goodness with just a hint of doodle. And when they're bringing said golden doodle for a walk, they bring a Pepsi Zero Sugar. Pepsi Zero Sugar. All the flavor, zero the sugar.
710 KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Streaming live on the 710 Sports app. The voice of Seattle sports. 710 ESPN Seattle. Seattle Sports Snapshot. After capping off a series win with the Tigers yesterday, the Mariners take on the Blue Jays in Toronto today at 4. NFL Network reporter Greg Rosenthal listed the Seahawks as a possible destination for the Texans to trade pass rusher Jadeveon Clowney. Clowney will play this year under the franchise tag. The Hawks travel to Minnesota Sunday to take on Jake Browning and the Vikings. Listen live starting with a pregame show at 3.
Snapshot, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Blue Mountains Cold Beer.
This is Bob, Graz, and Tom.
Powered through the Alaska Airlines Studio and streaming nationwide on the 710 Sports app and 710sports.com.
Welcome, everybody. It's Bob, Graz, and Tom. Friday edition of the program. We are live at Seahawks headquarters. This hour of Bob, Graz, and Tom is brought to you by Car Toys. A little different temperature out here. It's nice. Look at this.
Man, there's only two switches out here. Blazing hot and freezing.
It's not freezing. This feels good.
No, it doesn't.
I bet you our next guest thinks this feels perfect right now. It's not chilly at all. It's perfect. Get a chance to speak to a man who's in a battle here in that tight end position. The one, the only Nick Vanette is here with us. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Doing great. First of all, is this weather perfect or what? Is this cold to you?
I mean, when I think of ideal football weather, this is a perfect picture of that.
Right?
Nice cool breeze, 68 degrees, a little cloudy. I mean, this is like mid-season form of as far as weather goes.
Yeah, but football weather, not radio weather.
But it's supposed
This is fine. This is perfect.
It's August.
I understand, but usually we're out here dying and sweating to death. This is perfect. Everybody likes to complain.
It could be worse, It could be worse.
How are you doing, man? You're involved in one of the position battles that everybody writes about and talks about. I don't even know how much you pay attention to any of that, but do you get that sense of urgency that, all right, this is up for grabs and there's no real certainty to anybody's spot in this particular position group?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of competition in our room. Obviously with Will and, we brought in Jacob Hollister. Then, you got Ed coming back from last year and, added a few new guys this year. And, we're just competing. And I'm not in a position to think that I'm like, that's my spot. Every year I have that mindset where I got to go out and earn it. And I think that's kind of everyone's mindset here, especially Russ. Russ is never complacent. Obviously he's a starting quarterback.
Right.
But he's not going to go out to practice, and just assume, this is my job. No, I'm not going to lose it. Like, he still wants to prove himself that he can be one of the greatest quarterbacks ever to play. And that's kind of the mindset I have. I just want to come out here and just prove, be 1% better at, one thing, each day. And just show the coaching staff and show my teammates that, they can count on me and, that I can be accountable and, I can show up when my number's called.
What things did you or do you want to improve on in your game from last year?
Definitely I think just being more physical and then, being more of a threat in the passing game. And, I think a lot of that had to do with, me having those back issues last year, kind of, messing my flexibility a little bit. And that's something I really worked on in the offseason, right after the season ended, I was doing a lot of Pilates, a lot of yoga, a lot of flexibility stuff, a lot of strengthening core. And then I've just been kind of consistent with that, almost every day. And, God, I feel like a new player. I just feel like I move so much better out there. I feel like I'm able to open my stride up. And,
have you ever done stuff like that before?
I mean, a little bit here and there, but not, like, consistently.
Right.
But once I started seeing the results, like, I bought into it. I was like, I got to do this every day, just to even eliminate that risk of that back thing flaring up. And so far, man, I come out here and I got energy every day. I feel like my legs are fresh every day. My recovery's been really well. So I feel like I finally found a good routine that works for me, and I just got to stick with it every day.
Are Pilates hard? That's one of those things that's on my list to do that I'll probably never get around to.
Yeah, Pilates, it's tough. It's tough. Because, I remember my first time I went, the instructor's telling me to do all these different things at once, and it's like, okay, I got my mind on you telling me to scoop my stomach, and then you're telling me to do one other thing, and it's like I couldn't focus on. I mean, I was telling my body to do it, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But after a while, like, it starts to, you get in the hang, just like anything, you get in the hang of it. But it's tough. She's got me like in the intermediate expert level now. So,
intermediate expert.
So like I'm doing stuff that like a 5'5", gymnastics girl would do. Like just holding these different poses, and it's tough. I mean, you get your core going.
You do classes or you do one-on-one? What do you do?
I do one-on-one.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah. I just like having that, just I think it's best just because, I want to make sure I'm doing the things right, and I want someone to, like, correct me if I'm doing it wrong, and I feel like you don't really get that if you do, like, a full class.
Then you're just staring at all the other students going, how are they doing?
Yeah, that's what I do with yoga. Like,
you just watch everybody else like, okay, I put my arm there. And
yeah, because I hear the instructor say something, I'm like, I just can't comprehend it. I just look at everybody else. I'm more of a visual learner. So, like, if I see someone else do it, I'm like, all right, I guess that's what we're doing. Downwards dog, that's what it is.
Not sure what it means, but that's what it looks like.
How's your training camp going so far, in your mind?
Yeah, I think it's been really well. Like I said, just my body's been feeling great, so it's allowed me to really go out and just prove to everybody the kind of player I am. And I know that when I feel my best, I'm at my best. So I feel like just my pad level has been just I'm getting more flexibility in my hips. I'm able to get lower on my blocks, and I'm really able to get better releases off the line. And get into my routes and be more physical in my routes and just create separation. And I've been very happy with this year so far.
Yeah, because it kind of feels like tight end position might be a lot more involved in the passing game this year.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We got a first feel of that in OTAs. Schottenheimer started putting us in these situations where, most of the time Tyler was in that situation last year. They're putting these in spots for us to, be able to run more option choice routes and, just kind of moving guys around, which allows the defense to kind of not really expect what they're going to see. And I just feel like, he's finally given us that opportunity, and we're doing really well with this. So I don't see why we can't do it, throughout the season.
What's your relationship with Russ like? I mean, you've been here a couple of years. We talk about the chemistry that he's got with a couple of receivers. What's your personal relationship with him like?
It's gotten a lot better, I think it's pretty strong right now. When I first came here, he's so serious and so businessy all the time. I mean, that's what you would expect out of your quarterback, but it's kind of hard to for me to establish that relationship just outside football. And this year, I feel like I've really just focused on that. And even during practice, if we run a play and if he felt like I could have done something better, I just want to go, after the play, go run at him and say, hey, what'd you see on that, or what could I have done, just to make sure we're on the same page. Right. And I know he has trust in me. I know he likes me a lot, and I just know that as long as I'm in his back pocket, on these little things and getting these details done with him, I know he's going to trust me on game day. So that's really what I'm trying to accomplish with that.
When you see the team make moves at your position, when they draft Will Dissly and then they sign Hollister in the offseason, does that motivate you more? Or are you like, all right, I need to go out there and prove it that much more? How do you respond when you see them making moves, adding to your position group?
Well, at the end of the day, you have to have guys in your room. So that's not a surprise, but absolutely, you don't want to. I mean, it's motivation knowing that you don't want to lose your job, and every year I feel like you have to prove that. You have to have a chip on your shoulder every year and go out and just show that you improve. Each year, and if you decline, that's the minute that you're gonna have to pack up and go. And that's really my motivation. Is I love it here, and I love the guys I'm with. I love the coaches I'm with. I love the city I live in, and I don't want to leave. So I'm doing everything I can to, because I know what I have,
Right.
So I just want to do everything I can to hold on to that.
You came from a real successful college program, and this is a really successful NFL program. Are there any similarities?
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities. In Ohio State, we had a really strong brotherhood. A lot of guys just, even outside of football, we hung out with each other, and, we are a big just group of brothers. And, I can sense that with this group. We're all young, and you don't have too much of the egos going on here. And, everybody gets along with everybody. And, I think, when you got the leaders like, Russ and Bobby Wagner, KJ Wright, and those guys who actually have experienced winning the Super Bowl, as your leaders, they know what it takes to get there. And, with the young guys that we have, and, I know they're doing a good job trying to, show them the way. And, our young guys are really hungry. They're coming out here, they're competing every day, and that's all you can really ask for out of a team. As long as you do that, it's, that's really the recipe right there.
I was watching Hard Knocks last night. Do you watch Hard Knocks at all, or do you not have time for that?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
I mean, I recorded it, but I think I watched the first episode.
Right.
I was really watching it just to see. I wanted to see Luke. I figured he would get featured.
He was on there a little bit.
And he was, yeah.
Getting mad at the rookie there.
The
first episode.
Right.
I was expecting more out of it. Hopefully, one of these episodes that come up, he'll
all
get to
talk to him,
talk some conspiracies, or, doing whatever, you know what I mean?
Doing what he does best.
Doing what he does best.
Well, without him here, because they tend to, they focus on young players and Antonio Brown and some characters. Who's a guy here that's a real character that you think would do well on Hard Knocks that they'd maybe focus on a little bit?
I mean, I think the first thing that comes to mind is Fluker.
Okay, yeah.
He's a character. He's this guy with high energy, and he's talking all the time, and Sometimes you don't even know what he says, but yeah,
we've had him on.
He's a funny dude, and honestly, like I think I would be great for that.
I think you would too.
I think I would be great for that. I feel like I have a good personality. I like to have fun, especially in practice. When obviously it's hard. Training camp's tough, and I feel like the best thing you do is be high energy and just kind of make it as fun as you can, and just kind of not getting too out of control with it, but at the same time, like be able to crack jokes here and there and just keep everybody loose, keep everybody in the light mindset. But I feel like I would be great for that. But yeah, Fluker would definitely be my first vote for that.
Definitely.
Plus, you got good TV hair, so it'd be perfect. Did you wear a helmet today, dude? Your hair's like perfectly coiffed.
You just came out of the shower, though, right?
I didn't. No.
You didn't? Oh, he said you were going to shower.
This is you after wearing a helmet?
Yeah.
Wow.
Jeez.
That is
You look like you just
product.
You look like it's perfectly in place, man. There's not a hair out of place. You just took the helmet off. All right, I got to ask you the most important question. What is going on with Ohio State trying to trademark the? Did you see that story?
Yeah.
What is that? Come on, man.
I mean, it's
the?
Yeah. It's been there since before the Woody Hayes era. I mean, it's
the word "the's" been there before Ohio State.
First of all, it's the.
It's the same word.
It's and I think it's funny how you watch Monday Night Football and when everybody does their introductions and everybody does the Clemson University or the University of Florida. Like, come on, dude. There's only one the, and it's the Ohio State University.
Wow, they're gonna trademark it.
So, you know when that started?
I don't know. It was definitely.
It was definitely there when you were there, and I grew up in Ohio.
I mean, we've been such a prominent program from the beginning of the time. I mean, there's no reason why we're the Ohio State University. No reason why we're not the Ohio State University. Let me reword that.
Are they going to be good this year?
I think so. I mean,
new coach, new era.
Yeah, new coach. Honestly, if you ask me, I thought that those first 3 games that he coached in the last season, I thought they played the best they played all year. I know he's a great offensive-minded coach, and I know the offense is going to be ready. I think the big question mark is how's the defense going to perform. They made some changes. I don't keep too up to date with all the guys back there to really know some insight, but I think they'll be ready to go.
You think Urban Meyer's going to coach again?
I don't know. There's some speculations about it.
There is
some speculations I've heard, but it wouldn't surprise me. But if it's for his own good, I think he's good where he's at right now. He's had a great coaching career, and I think they put him in an ambassador role now at Ohio State full time. So I think as long as he's kind of around the program, I think he won't miss it too much. Yeah.
Nick, it's good to talk to you, man. Thanks for coming over, spending a few minutes with us. We're pulling for you.
I appreciate that.
By the way, do you have a sense of how much you'll play this weekend?
I have no idea. I think one of our other tight ends just went down to this, so I think we have, with Will and Jake now coming back, we really have 2.5 tight ends.
Who's the half?
Well, I think Jake. This is Jake's first day. So he was on a pitch count. So I don't know. It's we get one guy back and then another guy goes down, and we're struggling in our room right now. So I might have to play a little bit more than I would.
You want to?
Yeah, I would love to play.
You got to get those guys doing yoga and Pilates.
Yeah,
I know. Keep everybody healthy.
I got to put a big emphasis on it. We can't be having this right now.
We appreciate it, man.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
There you go, Nick Vannett of your Seattle Seahawks as they get set for the big matchup in Week 2 coming up this weekend. Preseason game number 2 against the Minnesota Vikings, and he talked about injuries. This team's dealing with injuries, man.
They are. By the way, I swear, NASA said he was going in the shower before the interview. That's why I thought.
There's no way he just pulled a helmet off his head.
It's nuts. It really is.
There's no way.
I'm going to.
His hair is perfectly combed and coiffed. It doesn't have a dent in it from a helmet.
Like he said, good product.
Man.
Not a bead of sweat, nothing.
It's a gift.
I guess so.
It's a cool day, too.
That's true.
It's a real cool day.
Real cool. Yeah, good
it's
point.
A September day for August.
It's been at least a few minutes since he's been on the field, so I guess that makes some sense. I'm going to put a picture out on Twitter.
I like
broke
that,
a little early.
I like that he's when he was talking about the other schools, the sound, the disdain in his voice.
Oh, yeah.
The Clemson University, the Miami University.
It is pretty chump that other schools, the other guys do that.
Yeah.
Find
What
your
about
own thing.
what about when they say the U?
Well, but that's
what they call
Miami, and that's okay.
But that's the.
But it's not the. It's the.
The U?
But it's the same word. They're just pronouncing it different.
Which makes it different.
Should they spell it Thee?
No.
Shouldn't they do
Ohio
that just to
State.
differentiate so it's not
when you go the Clemson University, you're obviously aping Ohio State. When you say the U, it's a different thing.
But
It's
isn't
Miami.
every unit like it's the University of Washington?
I mean it's look, it's just copycatting. I hate it. It's like when people, I don't know if they still do it. I don't think they do it very often now, but for a while when guys were throwing, home run balls back. I mean, that's a Cubs thing.
That's a Wrigley Field
That's a Wrigley
thing.
Field thing. Don't do that. Find your own thing.
I'm with you.
Find your own thing. Find your own word. The.
Find your own way of identifying a university in a special way.
All right. Well,
You know what? In addition to that, how about the terrible towels in Pittsburgh? Now everybody uses things like that, or the Metrodome or wherever.
yeah, everybody's using the wave.
Yeah,
Well,
they can't do that.
They can have
that
it.
belongs to the University of Washington. Yeah, that's
They can have it. They were doing that in every city I've lived in. I've seen it.
It really did start here.
Oh, I know that, but I'm just saying I would see.
I know.
I saw it out there in St. Louis. I saw it in L.A. I was like, come on, really?
It's played its course. You don't see much of it anymore.
Wave?
That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's not nearly as
Not
prevalent as it
as
used to
much.
be.
Maybe not as much.
You a fan of the wave, Tom?
You know,
you like a good wave?
You know what I like about the
I kind
wave?
of liked it. I liked it when people would get really into it and have it going two ways at once, and when it was always kind of cool.
I enjoy it when it's in a really critical spot in the game, like it's a 3-2, bases loaded in the 8th inning, and then they start doing it. That really tickles me.
It tickles you, huh? Okay. All right. Well, our thanks to Nick Vanette. Good to talk to him. He's locked up in a battle, and man, he made. He's a guy that they talked about being on the bubble along with Dixon, and people are saying, well, Disley's not getting cut. They seem to love Hollister. I'm waiting to see what that's all about.
They traded to get Hollister,
yeah.
too. Let's remember. I mean,
But that
7th round pick. I understand. It doesn't guarantee anything.
Right.
But, it means that they identified something that they at least wanted
And
to
he's
take a
certainly
look
going
at.
to get a look, but
Right.
it
And
doesn't.
the people that watch him seem to like him a lot. I just haven't had a chance to see much of him out there, so I don't really have an opinion on him yet. But in those
Well, what did he say? He was
conversations,
on a pitch count today. He hasn't really practiced all that much, has he?
Hollister?
Yeah. Is that who
I don't know who he was. I don't think he was talking about. Or he might have been talking. Yeah, because he's coming back from injury. But in those conversations, based on the fact they traded for Hollister, Disley, they love. The conversation came down to Vanette and Dixon.
Right.
Like, all right, which one of these two is going to make it? Which one of these two is going to go? And depending on who you talk to, somebody feel like, no, Dixon's out. Salary, his age, whatever, or no, Vanette's out. He hasn't lived up to the billing.
Tell you what,
I think if everyone stays healthy, it's probably Dixon, but we'll see.
That'll be out.
Yeah.
It makes more sense. I mean, he's injured, so it's going to be a bit for that. But
Injured, he's got a big contract, and you feel like you're going to be using.
Well, he's got a bigger
rotating
contract
guys.
than those guys, but the Seahawks are in great shape as far as the salary cap goes. They're not up against it. It's not. They don't need to make a cut based on his salary.
Well, not necessarily, but if they want to free up something for someone else, that's a place to do it. Where can we save some money?
Yeah,
That's
they could
all-
save
that's my
money,
only
but
point.
right now they've got as much money as most teams, or more than most teams in the NFL at this point. They're in great shape as far as the salary cap goes, which leads into the conversation
Right.
about Jadeveon Clowney, who Greg Rosenthal?
Yep.
Yes.
Was out there speculating that the
NFL.com.
Seahawks would be a good landing spot for him in exchange for a second-round pick, which second-round pick, if that's the price, okay. Now you're
think the price is-
potentially looking at a one-year rental because he's going to want a new deal.
And you
are
can't-
are you going to commit to that guy? Are you going to commit to? And I don't know what he's asking for, but I think he's on the line for 16,
Yeah.
a little over 16 this
Yeah.
year. Let's say he wants 18 or 20. Are you going to commit to him, or are you going to give up a second-round pick for a one-year rental?
Are you really worried?
Well, and I think it might cost you more than a second-round pick.
I think the Texans are with the situation they're in. They're probably looking for a first-round pick, but I don't know if anybody's going to cough that up.
I wouldn't.
Would you cough up a second and a fourth?
No.
You wouldn't, really?
No, not for a one-year rental. No, I'd give you the second, with the idea that maybe he has a bust-out season. He's somebody you want to invest in. But to this point, and we've talked about it before, he has not lived up to his billing. He
He's
started
not, but
out
he's
with
still
a lot of
pretty
injury.
darn good player.
He's been pretty good with one of the most dominant players we've seen
On
on
the other
defense
side.
on the other side,
And a
still
great
is-
linebacker behind him for much of that time, too.
Yeah, and has yet to truly capitalize on the attention that those guys get. I'm not saying he's a good player. I don't think he's an all-pro in my opinion, just in terms of what he's produced. He's never had double-digit sacks with what he's had to deal with there. It's not like he's the only guy they've had to focus on, and he got it in spite of all the attention he was getting. I just thought he would be more productive, and I understand J.J. Watt's been hurt at different times, so he became more of a focus. But
here's the flip side of that argument, though. I mean, you bring him in for 1 year on a rental, and he knows he's playing for a contract.
Right.
You are likely to get his very best. And if that gets you to a Super Bowl and it's a 1-year rental, who cares?
Well, but that's implying that he wasn't giving his very best out there.
Well, it's implying it to an extent. It's just saying that if he's got an extra gear, he's gonna shift into it. I mean,
but then that concerns me that he didn't shift into that gear out there. When,
I wouldn't care about out there.
J.J. Watt
All you care about is here, and if he's got.
Well, but doesn't that not speak to his character? It's not about proximity. It's not about geography. It's about his character.
If you got a guy who's hungry to get a contract, it doesn't necessarily mean that he wasn't hungry beforehand. It's the circumstances. He's in a contract drive. I mean, you don't think guys weren't hungry before that, but it's something that you're sure of in this case.
His career in Houston kind of got off to a stumbling start, right?
Injured.
He was hurt. He was playing alongside a couple of other great pass rushers. I don't know that effort is necessarily the issue here, but like Graz is, I can buy into what Graz is saying there. Me personally, I'd trade a second and a fourth for him. And remember, if he ends up signing somewhere else next offseason, I think the Seahawks get a compensatory third rounder.
Third rounder, yeah.
Right, so it's not like you get nothing.
That's why I think he's going to cost more than a second, because I think that's the general belief that it's going to cost you. You're only going to get him for a year, and it's going to cost them a pick anyway.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. I think it's an interesting conversation point.
I wouldn't mind him on the team. I just
sort of bold move the Seahawks have made in the past.
I wouldn't break the bank for him.
When they had salary room, they've kind of
they've got a bank right now. Is
like
the
this.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got financially they've got it, and I would give up a second-round pick, but I'm not going to break the bank for a guy who more than likely is a 1-year player. Right? You've seen that with Sheldon Richardson. You've seen that with other moves you've made where it was a 1-year rental. You gave up draft capital. Now they were able to rebound and trade Frank Clark and accumulate picks, but you lost something in order to gain what you gave up in some of those deals. So
well, that's just it. I heard a couple of guys in the media room there talking about, well, if you're going to go after Clowney, why wouldn't you just re-sign Frank Clark? Well, because you turned Frank Clark into more picks for one thing.
Right.
Like you ended up with a heck of a lot more. And Bob, I just want to answer your question here, or respond to what you just said about the 1-year rental. Are they a Super Bowl team with him on that line? Just for the 1 year?
That's got to be their judgment.
If they're not,
he's the
well,
guy that pushes them over the edge.
If they think they are, all right, then you pay what you need to pay to get them.
Right.
If that's what they believe.
If that's what they believe. I mean, if we're playing GM here, and I don't think that they're a Super Bowl team, even with him there, I don't make the deal.
I think
simple.
what it says, what it would say is that they're not particularly comfortable with what they have.
Mm-hmm. Like we're not a Super Bowl team right now.
We are a little.
If we're going to give up a second round or whatever.
What we're seeing right now from the guys on the line is not enough.
And you know what?
Here we got this rare opportunity. Usually a guy like this would not be available at this point in the preseason. We got a rare opportunity to kind of jump on something here.
Yeah, listen. I'm going to buy into their conviction. And
right.
If they give up a second and a fourth, I may think it's too much, and I do think it's too much. But based on who he's been, he has not been an elite player. He's an elite name. He came in with you couldn't have had more hype. He's a physical freak. This guy's a specimen, the likes of which we've never seen. He's beyond athletic for a man his size. Imagine what he's going to do on the opposite side of Jay. I mean, you couldn't have had more hype. He hasn't lived up to it.
Well, I trust these guys' judgment just like you. I mean, we kind of have a lot of faith in the Seahawks' judgment. It's been pretty good so far. 7 straight playoff trips. They usually seem to know what they're doing.
I like the idea of bringing in a guy who's not hurt. I mean, Ziggy Ansah, I like having him here, but I don't know when he's going to be healthy or even if he'll remain healthy. Bringing in Jadeveon Clowney makes me feel a heck of a lot better, but it's not my money to spend, and it's not my draft picks to spend either.
Yeah, listen, if they acquire him, I'm not going to sit here and kick and scream. I'll be great. I feel like he's certainly an asset, but at what cost? That's the hang-up for me.
Will you wait till next April to kick and scream? Well, we lost that second-round pick.
No, he's again. I think he's a 1-year player. I don't think unless they surprise everybody and say no, we love him. He has a monster year, and they commit to keeping him.
Which could happen.
Certainly could. We'll talk more about that. Also, a handful of Seahawks who are competing for their NFL lives this weekend. We're going to talk about them as we continue live from Seahawks headquarters. It is Bob Graz and Tom on 710 ESPN Seattle.
DK Metcalf was the most hyped receiver coming into the draft.
Metcalf, I thought, was a tremendous steal.
Gives the Seahawks a dimension they've really never had before.
And expectations continue to rise.
Man, I think he could be a Hall of Famer if he wants to.
Get to know Russell Wilson's newest target with Brock and Salk.
Who's the receiver you watched from afar and said, yep, that's the guy that I can play like?
Download the 710 Sports app to hear the full conversation or get the full hour on demand at 710sports.com/podcasts.
Hey, look at this.
Why are you on your phone? We have dinner reservations.
I'm getting a quote for life insurance from Ethos. Just look.
Wow. I thought it would be more expensive.
A friend told me about Ethos. It's a new, straightforward kind of term life insurance that offers policies for any budget. Let's do an estimate for you.
Do we have time?
You just answer 4 simple questions to get an instant quote.
These are easy questions.
And there's the instant quote.
Seriously? That was really fast.
I know, right? And the online application only takes about 10 minutes. No pushy agents. And in most cases, no medical exams. It's perfect for us.
Can we apply right now?
Why not? And after dinner, maybe we can celebrate.
You know what? Ethos is perfect for us.
Ethos is ethical term life insurance. Straightforward and super fast. Don't put it off. Go to ethoslife.com for a free instant quote now. ETHOSlife.com. That's ethoslife.com.
Smooth, delicate, with a subtly sweet finish. Hey, it's G. Scott, and I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about Precious Vodka. Precious Vodka is 6 times distilled and triple charcoal filtered to deliver only the highest quality spirit. That means you're getting luxury by the taste. Precious Vodka is recognized as one of the best premium spirits in the world since 2011. To find out where to buy, visit preciousvodka.com. Remember, life is precious, so enjoy responsibly.
With over 3 million cases a year in the United States alone, erectile dysfunction is a common condition among men. ED can cause stress in your relationship or may even be keeping you from having a partner. Unfortunately, pills and supplements often don't work. The good news is Universal Men's Clinic has been treating ED for nearly a decade with a high success rate. We've made finding a solution as stress-free as possible with no wait time appointments and ED treatments customized for your specific needs.
I'm Dr. Charles Arakaki. The Universal Men's Clinic specializes in using modern medicine and a sophisticated monitoring system to help men suffering from ED or low testosterone. Our professional staff is specially trained, discreet, and confidential.
Help is here. Take the first step to getting your life back by making an appointment today. No referral is necessary. Call Universal Men's Clinic at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit universalmensclinic.com.
If you've been injured, let the Dubin Law Group be your team so you can focus on getting better and getting your life back to normal. 206-800-8000 or at dubinlawgroup.com.
Now, your Mariners Insider Report, presented by Mazda of Everett.
Goodbye, baseball. How about that?
Here's Brent Stecker.
The first of the Mariners additions from last month's trade deadline has arrived. Left-handed reliever Taylor Gilbo, part of Seattle's return from the deal that sent Roenis Elias and Hunter Strickland to the Washington Nationals, was called up Thursday when Brandon Brennan hit the injured list with arm discomfort. This is the first major league call-up for the 26-year-old Gilbo, who allowed just 1 run over 5 innings and 5 appearances with AAA Tacoma. Gilbo also brings the Mariners one step
closer to history. Not only is he likely to be the 40th pitcher used by Seattle this season, which would tie the MLB record the Mariners set in 2017, but he would be the 62nd player overall to play for Seattle in 2019, which is just 2 shy of the 2014 Texas Rangers record of 64 players used.
Mariners Insider, presented by Mazda of Everett. All things Mariners, always on at 710sports.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane. Engagement rings with a classic look will never go out of style. Classic rings have clean lines that give them a simple elegance. Shane Company has the state's largest selection of exclusive engagement rings in every price range. Whether classic or contemporary, choose a unique yet timeless ring in platinum, 14-karat white gold, yellow gold, or our signature shade of rose gold. The simplicity of the classic design will make your center stone look larger than life. Select from thousands of hand-picked natural diamonds, rubies, or sapphires. We have them in every shape, from traditional round or oval to trending emerald cut and pear shape. With our direct sourcing, you'll get the most beautiful engagement ring with a breathtaking center stone at the best price in town. Now you have a friend in the diamond business. Shane Company and ShaneCo.com.
If your home needs replacement windows, do you want to know the window company that over 11,200 Washington homeowners chose to replace their windows? Renewal by Andersen. I'm Alex Gonzalez, owner of Renewal by Andersen. Our customers love working with us because they only have one company to deal with. There's no middleman. We handle every aspect of this project for you. And right now, save 20% on absolutely everything. Windows, patio doors, and even installation too. With no money down, no payment, and no interest for 18 months. We're the replacement window division of Andersen. And that's one of the reasons why over 11,200 Washington homeowners have trusted our window. Call to schedule a free Renewal by Andersen window diagnosis and get a price that's good for an entire year. Call 206-829-3900. 206-829-3900. That's 206-829-3900.
You're listening to Bob Gross and Tom.
Live from the Alaska Airlines Studios.
Streaming through the 710 Sports app and on 710sports.com.
It is Bob Gross and Tom live from Seahawks headquarters on 710 ESPN Seattle. This hour of the show is brought to you by Car Toys. Our thanks to Nick Vanette for spending a few minutes with us. We'll get into wait a minute, what, in about 15 minutes from now. But a lot of players out here, as we talked about. Nick Vanette, one of them, playing for their NFL lives, if you will. Right? Gross, anything?
This week, you mean?
Just in general.
In general, yes. Their guys are playing for their NFL lives.
I didn't mean to interrupt whatever you had going on over there.
I didn't realize that was a question.
But you look at people like, obviously, a CJ Prosise. You look at some of the receivers out there. There's a glut of receivers, and somebody's going to get cut, right?
Well, the weird thing is cuts are not till the end of the third game, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, there's a different sense of urgency now that there's one big cut. It doesn't seem as pronounced when they were kind of chopping guys off along the way. Does it seem that way to you?
That's true, except for certain guys. If we're talking about CJ, it's not like you're going to get cut on Monday. But if you're CJ Prosise, if you're Geno Smith, who's probably, I'll say 50-50 to remain here, he wants to go out there and have a good game.
Yeah, or if you're Jazz Ferguson, if you're even Jennings, if you're Ursua, I mean, none of these guys are assured of a spot outside of Lockett and DK Metcalf and probably Jerron Brown.
Right.
Outside of that, I don't know, is Moore guaranteed a spot? I think he's going to get one, but I don't think he's guaranteed anything.
I don't think he's guaranteed anything.
So you've got a real wild card situation with the receivers. We talked about the tight ends, Geno Smith, as you talked about. Obviously, the backup quarterback, J.T. Barrett. I think is just a guy who's here.
I think
until Geno's healthy.
I mean, Geno, by the way, is healthy.
Yeah, he was out there today.
Right.
McKissick is a guy that, again, depending on who you talk to out here, from all the people that cover the team, some are like, oh, yeah, he's on, and others say, nah, he's a bubble guy. So, I mean, there's some interesting familiar names that you look at and say, man, they could be cut. Now, maybe some of them they try to sneak onto the practice squad, some of the younger receivers that we just talked about. But, somebody like McKissick, I could see him, if he were cut, he's going to get picked up by somebody.
Yep.
He's
Most
just
definitely. He's been a productive NFL player.
Yeah, so if they figure they can't find room for him somehow here, they're not going to be able to sneak him onto the practice squad.
No.
Prosise, does somebody take a shot on him if he gets
I don't
cut?
know what he's doing here still. I mean, we talk about he's missed 2/3 of the games he's played or something like that, a potential game
I feel
he
like
could have
it's
played.
more.
What's the practice number? What's the number of training camp days missed as well? I mean, has he practiced yet?
He practiced today.
Oh, he did today, okay.
Yeah.
When he started camp, he was sick. He had
the flu. Had the flu, and then he had his hip thing,
Right.
whatever that was.
Hip strain.
Yeah, and he was out there today. So we'll see. My thought was always that they were trying to just have him splash on the film somehow and get a team that said, listen, we'll give you a 7th rounder. Let's get something for the guy, right? You invested draft capital into him. It has not turned out. To answer your question when you're saying, what is he doing here? I think they have a belief that if he ever gets healthy that he is productive, but I don't think he can stay healthy is the problem.
Why would
I don't think anyone would be interested in him.
I don't either. Why would the Seahawks, or why would another team trade for him when they can just wait for the Seahawks to cut him?
That's the point.
I don't know. I don't know if they were trying to get him to
Showcase himself.
have a stellar preseason to where, wow, it looks like this guy has found it. He's like Nick Vanette. He's been doing Pilates. All of a sudden he's flexible and he's not getting hurt.
Well, in that case, you might as well keep him.
Well, but you've got
your injury doubts. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, you know him better than anybody, and you've got a lot of guys.
In that room.
So he's the odd man out. I mean, you drafted Homer. You obviously have Carson. You drafted Penny with a first-round pick. You've got guys you like back there ahead of him. So if we can make him shine, maybe you entice somebody. I mean, it doesn't hurt him. It's not hurting the team to keep him here.
Well, he'd be nice
until
depth
now.
to have. I mean, if he looks like he could play, I kind of along the lines with what Tom's thinking. If he can play, I mean, because you've seen what he can do, you might as well keep him. But
would you keep him in lieu of one of those other guys, though?
He'd have to show something, just like you were talking about. And I mean, from my book, he'd have to show that he could practice for a week.
Can McKissick go on the practice squad, or is that?
He can, but I mean, he'll be snatched up, I would think.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, he has before. He's hung around there, and then they activated him. That game against the Colts a few years ago when he had that.
But I think now he's a little more established as a player.
He's more known. Yeah, maybe.
I think so. It's he's got because he's a guy that he doesn't necessarily have to show it in the preseason. He doesn't have to show it in a preseason game. He's got to show that he can be healthy. And he needs to show that he can practice hard for a week.
If that's the case, though, I mean, what's he going to show in 3 weeks of being healthy? Let's just say best case scenario, he's healthy right now, goes out there, has a monster couple of preseason games. If the reason you're not going to keep him is because you have doubts about his health, then you already think that.
Those are the doubts you have. You already know he can play. Right. You've seen you remember the Patriot game. You know that he can play. So what I'm saying is, it's not as important as what he would do in a preseason game. It would be important how he came out of the preseason game. Was he able to practice, the next day? Did he was he laid up? I mean, he's simply got to show that he can show up.
But if he did do all those things,
then he's a guy you want to hang on to.
You think so?
Well, because of what he's shown, he's shown that he's got elite level ability.
I just feel like 3 weeks.
Three guys like that.
I understand that, but 3 weeks of health isn't going to convince me that he's going to remain healthy.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about from what I think the Seahawks are looking at, because that's the only judging they can do. That's the only way that they can judge whether or not he can stay healthy.
They're not going to use my evaluation on his health.
But Tom, here's the thing:
as much as they should, probably not.
I mean, he's failing.
Yeah,
it's not happening.
I know.
I mean,
that's
it's not happening. He's not been healthy for training camp, so it just feels very unlikely.
Yeah, I feel like they know who he is. If he had a healthy 2 weeks, I don't think they're going to go, oh, we figured it out. I think there's too much history on the other side to tell you all of a sudden this guy is more durable and it's not going to be a problem moving forward. Let's give you your pitching matchup. It's brought to you by Heritage Distilling's BSB Brown Sugar Bourbon. Your matchup is?
All right, we got Matt Whistler, who's going to be the opener. Now he's
again.
Again.
He's good at it.
6th time this season. He's yet to allow a run. Just 3 hits over 7 innings in that role.
They've been getting really good opening performances lately.
From him, anyway. He'll be opening for Wade LeBlanc, 6-6, 5.14 ERA, going up against some guy who's
Jacob
Waguspak.
Okay.
Sure.
I tried to. I'm not lazy. I tried to look up the pronunciation on Baseball Reference, but it wasn't listed.
That's as good of a guess as I could have come up with.
Waguespack. Waguespack.
Waguespack. Let's go with that.
Jacob Waguespack from,
by telling me that, I've got no idea who they're playing.
Toronto Blue Jays.
Okay. But, just knowing that name.
Well, I think you know him better by Waggy.
Waggy.
Yeah.
That the Nick?
That's the Nick.
Could be Waggy.
Waggy, whatever.
They call him J-Wag.
J-Wag, there you go. That's the Nick.
Seattle fans are descending on Toronto to give them a taste of their own medicine.
Certainly, yeah. That building's going to be littered with Mariner fans.
I tell you what, it will not be the typical invasion this year when the Blue Jays come to town.
I hope not.
You don't think so?
Well, they're having their struggles.
Yeah, but I feel like it's just an annual thing. It's become tradition for a lot.
It's become tradition for a lot, but I bet it'll be a little bit less than normal.
A little more tame. I agree.
All right, coming up, don't be surprised if you see some of Russell Wilson's pants hanging up in a pawn shop next year. Wait a minute, what? Coming up with Bob Gross and Tom on 710 ESPN Seattle.
DK Metcalf was the most hyped receiver coming into the draft.
Metcalf, I thought, was a tremendous steal.
Gives the Seahawks a dimension they've really never had before.
And expectations continue to rise.
Man, I think he could be a Hall of Famer if he wants to.
Get to know Russell Wilson's newest target with Brock and Salk.
How have you gained the trust of Russell?
Download the 710 Sports app to hear the full conversation or get the full hour on demand at 710sports.com/podcasts.
It's a good day for a doubleheader from Heritage Distilling Company.
Like a couple of shots of BSB, brown sugar bourbon.
Whatever amount of BSB you enjoy during the baseball season, it's comforting to know you can stock up anywhere at your favorite retailer or bar, or at one of our convenient tasting rooms in Ballard or Capitol Hill. So stop by before or after the game. You can't spell baseball without BSB.
BSB, brown sugar bourbon, Gig Harbor, Washington, 30% alcohol by volume.
Heritage Distilling Company, proud sponsor of your Seattle Mariners.
Join us in Bellevue for Aquaquip's midnight sale. We're staying open till midnight this Friday and Saturday, so you can skip the traffic while getting the best deals all year guaranteed. Huge savings on chlorine-free hot tubs, swim spas, barbecues, fire pits, and fireplaces. Factory discounts, daily giveaways, no interest financing OAC. This weekend only, get a free upgrade with the award-winning Smart Tub technology when you buy a jacuzzi hot tub or Sundance Spa.
Alexa, start my massage.
Visit aquaquip.com for more info.
Aquaquip your life.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter. The smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/score. That's ZipRecruiter.com/score. ZipRecruiter.com/score.
We have reached the age where things just cost more.
Cars, phones, life insurance.
Your blood pressure is up.
Your weight is up.
You're one to talk.
I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting dinged just like you.
Thank goodness for Big Lou.
Big Lou!
Big Lou can get term life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, or maybe he's on anxiety meds for just around $200 a month for $1 million of coverage.
Oh, you got to say that again.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it. Big Lou and Term Provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month.
Call Big Lou.
Big Lou!
He's like you.
800-333-1750. That's 800-333-1750.
Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you gotta call Big Lou.
Gotta.
800-333-1750.
Write it down.
800-333-1750.
Better golf is closer than you think at the new PXG Seattle. Visit PXG's newest state-of-the-art fitting studio and retail store. Get custom fitted for PXG putters, wedges, irons, and metal woods. And shop our high-quality golf apparel and accessories. Visit the new PXG Seattle today at 13238 Northeast 20th Street, Suite 400 in Bellevue. PXG. Nobody makes golf clubs the way we do. Period.
At Farmers Insurance, the more you know, the better you can plan for what's ahead. Get smarter about your insurance at farmersinsurance.com. That's farmersinsurance.com.
It's Dave Wyman for MyPillow. Over the years, radio has built MyPillow into the amazing company it is today. Now, Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to our 710 listeners. As a thank you, they have 7 specials going right now. Get deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like mattress toppers, roll and go anywhere My Pillows, Giza cotton pillowcases and sheets, 2-pack specials, and more. Go to MyPillow.com and click on the new radio listener specials and use code 710ESPN. Before MyPillow, I used to toss and turn all night. It's time to throw out those flat, old, stained pillows. Right now, you can get deep discounts on everything. Plus, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, a 10-year warranty, and when you pre-order Mike Lindell's book, your entire order ships free. Just go to MyPillow.com on the new radio listener specials and get deep discounts on all MyPillow products using code 710ESPN or call 800-970-2959 for a great night's sleep.
Attention lakefront homeowners. Is your beautiful beach clogged with ugly slime? Are you embarrassed to invite friends over to swim? Are your boat propeller and float boat plane pontoons covered in dangerous gunk? If they are, you need to call the Milfoil King, the Northwest expert in underwater weed removal.
Hi, this is Joe, the Milfoil King. Don't wait until it's too late to clean up your waterfront. Just in time for your August and September beach parties.
The Milfoil King will give your shore the royal treatment by sending professional divers under the surface to remove the summer scourge. The treatment takes just a couple of hours and is absolutely affordable. Ask them about their biodegradable bottom barriers for a longer-term solution. So call the Milfoil King today at 425-610-9149 for a slime-free summer. That's 425-610-9149 or visit milfoilking.com.
Don't delay. Give the King a ring and ask about our August special or go to milfoilking.com.
It's Bob Graz and Tom.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Wait a minute now.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, gosh.
Wait a minute. What?
It is Wait a Minute What here with Bob Graz and Tom as we continue live from Seahawks headquarters. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll hear a bit from Pete Carroll.
We will indeed.
All right. He was speaking with the media earlier, so we'll play that for you. Coming up at the top of the hour, and again, in case you missed our conversation with Nick Vanette, he was good. He was good. We'll have that for you coming up at 2:30 today as well. But meanwhile, a couple of stories for you. Now, we've all talked about Hard Knocks, and there seems to be some differing opinions on whether people think this season is good or not. The ratings have been the best they've had since 2010.
I thought the first episode was I thought the second episode was very good.
HBO gave away the first one for free, so I actually did get to watch it. Watched it for the first time last night. It was fine. I mean, I was into it. I think the thing that jumps out to me the most is that John Gruden's ESPN Monday Night Football persona was a complete put-on.
He wasn't cursing on the set.
You got to see episode 2, man.
What?
That would reinforce your opinion beyond belief.
I mean, he's vulgar. He's intense.
The Hard Knocks John Gruden, I think, is the real John Gruden.
Well,
that's not a show.
But you couldn't expect him to be that in the booth.
No, but he was always overly praising. Everybody he talked about was the greatest player ever. That's fake. Not everybody on the field can be the greatest that you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he went over the top on Monday Night Football for a reason. Good for him. I'm sure he made a lot of money doing it. But this is the real John Gruden.
Yeah, well, because there was no consequence to any of those guys failing.
Right. Exactly. He could do it freely.
They didn't play for him.
Yeah.
So there was nothing on the line. Now there's something on the line, and he lets you know when he's unhappy.
Boy, did he let him know in episode 2.
Yeah. I enjoyed it so far, 2 episodes in. I think it's great. Meanwhile, the reason we bring it up is the DevilsDigest.com, which is an ASU Twitter handle, says HBO has chosen 4 college programs to run a Hard Knocks-like show later this season. ASU will be featured during the week of the home game versus Washington State, who was also chosen for the show, along with Penn State and Alabama.
I think that's a
Kudos
terrific
to the
idea.
Cougs.
Yeah, how about that?
Great news for Washington State.
I know you're not a big Mike Leach fan, Bob, but I'd love to see him in that kind of setting.
He might be entertaining.
I
in that,
really think he
depending
would.
on how they edit and what they get him to say, or Because if they ask him about his football team, he's going to run down the roster for you.
Oh no, yeah, that's the thing. It'll be interesting, and because it'll be a different sort of look than Hard Knocks, because in college you don't have to say who's hurt or not hurt. I wonder if they'll provide any of that information. It'll be interesting watching how it works behind the scenes.
Plus, they're saying
it's obviously a quite different deal than the pros.
They're saying it's during the season too,
Yeah.
which changes
Right.
things a little bit.
And it's featuring 4 teams.
As opposed to just one.
Yeah.
For 4 weeks.
Yeah, so there's less pressure on him to be entertaining every week. So they could pick and choose and do some creative editing and see how that goes. But yeah, I think listen, HBO does a brilliant job. We've all talked about it. Regardless of your level of interest in that particular team,
Doesn't make any difference.
They make them interesting.
Shouldn't they be doing this for every sport, or is it just the NFL that has this, that lends itself to this?
I think it lends itself to it because it's one game a week. It's a build up to
How
one
could you do it with
particular
baseball?
thing.
Can you imagine a baseball season where you're 4 or 5 games in a week?
You know what approach might work for baseball is that 24/7 approach that they do. Like when
What's
they did
that?
with Tiger Woods and Phil Mickelson, they do it for boxing quite a bit.
Yeah, they started with De La Hoya. And
Yeah,
Mayweather.
so I mean that sort of format might work better for baseball.
The build up to the season.
Yeah, or it could be during the season. I mean, you could just this is build up to the All-Star. I mean, you can take a longer approach to something like that.
I could see it working with the NBA too.
But you'd have to get creative because there are so many games.
You would.
You got 82 games there. You got 162 in baseball. Hockey's 82.
It wouldn't be about the storyline. Wouldn't be about who can make the team. I mean, in the NBA, you basically know who's going to be on the team. They'd have to focus on different storylines. But just given the way the NBA is run nowadays, don't you think that they jump all over that?
They could do something, but there is something to be said for the way training camp is run and what it means and making the team that in football kind of makes it unique.
Meanwhile, story number 2, the NFL Players Association, they're doing their due diligence before a potential work stoppage. They've assembled a digital document with tips for players to manage finances should the work dry up. So if there's a work stoppage, they've created a little booklet for their players on how to get by. And apparently Mike Florio saw the guide and offered a book report. The work stoppage guide, a copy of which Pro Football Talk has obtained, includes specific advice on how to save money in the event that the plug gets pulled on the 2020 season. It includes the ABC approach: adjust, budget, cut. So
all important things.
Yeah, so they recommend cooking at home instead of eating out, canceling unused subscriptions, adopting a weekly, quote, no spending day, reviewing investments, implementing a friends and family policy regarding money given to those who commonly ask for some of it.
That's the most important one probably for a lot of those guys.
Avoiding the co-signing of loans, making arrangements for child support and or alimony to allow temporarily reduced payments during a work stoppage, renting unoccupied homes or bedrooms to offset mortgage expenses, saving at least half of each game check, making essential home repairs now. Then they
making them watch that 30 for 30.
Yeah, this is
what was it, Boom to Bust, whatever it was called.
Yeah, with Andre Rison, all those guys.
The cautionary tales.
Selling any car that hasn't been driven in 6 months, reducing clothing purchases, selling clothes that haven't been worn in over a year.
Take them down to the pawn shop.
So you could take your clothes and go sell them, and potentially you as a consumer could walk into a shop and see a pair of Jadeveon Clowney's pants hanging up there, or Russell Wilson's pants.
Now, wait a minute. If you're Jadeveon Clowney and you walk into a pawn shop with a bunch of jeans or whatever, khakis, whatever he's wearing, do you expect more for the trade because you're Jadeveon Clowney, or are you just trading in a pair of pants?
Probably in the eyes of those behind the counter, he's a guy.
You're hoping it's.
So when they hang him on the rack, are they saying worn by Jadeveon Clowney, or are they just saying, hey, here's some jeans?
They're probably saying, here's some jeans. Now, they're probably expensive jeans. I don't think he's just walking around in Levi's.
You don't think so?
I think those guys have expensive taste.
Regular dungarees?
Some Oshkosh Bagosh. Yeah, I don't know what they're wearing. I'm gonna guess it's some high-end jean that would require a little bit more money, but I don't know.
Because if you say they're worn by Russell Wilson or whoever, you could probably get more money for it.
Well, then you got to prove it. And I don't know that these guys are going to sit there and take a picture with a pair of pants to prove that, hey, I'm selling my clothes. I don't think they want that attention. So
no, it's not a good look.
Yeah, so I don't think you're going to be able to get away with, hey, Jadeveon Clowney brought in these pants. Really? How do you know? How do you know it was him? Show me.
Well, you know, because there's a work stoppage.
He said it was him. He was tall, looked athletic. I mean, yeah, so... So there you go. That's the tips they have in place for guys. Should work stop, You can always sell your clothes.
What's a better idea, renting out a home that you're not using or just selling it completely? Renting it?
Yeah.
That's all profit.
That's right.
Okay.
You're still getting your tax write-off from property taxes. You're getting
still-
a monthly
you keep- you
income
keep
from
the
it.
asset.
Yeah, and you're getting a monthly income from it.
I don't know nothing about that.
Our friend is back. We've got a very brave bird who's on set with us, who's
Yeah.
not afraid of people at all.
He didn't care.
I tweeted a picture of him.
He was walking around by my feet, and I saw it out of the corner of my eye, and for a quick second I thought it was a rat.
He's about to
This
shut the
bird-
stream off here.
He needs
Apparently
a name. Please give him a name.
Apparently, yeah, he's been around. He's been around before.
Has he?
The little
Yeah.
the little box that controls whether or not the stream is on.
He's pecking
He's
at it right now.
walking all over the buttons. He is.
We'll see if we're still on the air when we come back. We've got some audio from Pete Carroll, who was just speaking with the media. We're going to let you hear what he had to say when we return live from Seahawks camp. It is Bob Gross and Tom on 710 ESPN Seattle.
Seahawks fans, we are here for you. 710 ESPN Seattle has more player interviews.
We got Bobby Wagner with us.
John Clayton updates every morning at 7:15 and every afternoon at 4.
Simple as that.
The Huddle every Thursday from noon to 2.
The voice of the Seattle Seahawks, Steve Rabel's with us.
And Pete Carroll live Mondays at 9:30 all season long.
We play football, all right? And football's fun.
That's what it means to be the home of the Seahawks. 710 ESPN Seattle.
Out here, there are many jobs to do. You need the kind of power, versatility, and comfortable handling that comes with your territory. Luckily, there's a tractor built to pull all that weight, the Kubota L Series. And now you can get an L Series for 0 down with 0% APR financing for up to 60 months, plus a 6-year warranty. Now through August 31st, 2019. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
Find a Kubota dealer near you at GoKubota.com.
Do you hear that Coors Light being poured? It's the perfect temperature. How can I tell just based on the sound? I can't. But I can see that the mountain on the can is blue. And when the mountain is blue, your Coors Light is perfectly cold. Coors Light is cold lagered for a crisper taste, cold filtered for brightness and clarity, and cold packaged for peak refreshment. Doesn't that sound good? 2019 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Local homeowners are raving about their kitchen and bath remodels done by Washington State Kitchen and Bath. Kathleen, tell us about your experience.
I've dealt with other contractors. I never knew what I was going to end up paying. And a couple times I was surprised with it being $10,000 more than I had anticipated with Washington State Kitchen and Bath. There weren't any surprises. It was really straightforward. That was one of the things that drew me to them. I finally found someone that is reasonable and they charge a fair price and they will make it right and they won't stop working on it until you're happy with it.
Washington State Kitchen and Bath makes sure you'll never go over budget with their transparent pricing tool. It saves you money and shows the exact cost of each item on your remodeling list. This August, save big with a no sales tax limited time offer. Financing available OAC. For your free consultation, call 800-935-5524. That's 800-935-5524 or WashingtonStateKitchenBath.com.
Hi, Shannon Dreyer here to tell you that Mazda of Everett's Summer of SUV sales event is on now. Mazda of Everett is the place to buy and save on new all-wheel drive Mazda SUVs. Mazda of Everett has more new Mazda CX-5s than the entire Northwest, so we know you'll find the perfect one. See Jerry and his team to find out why Mazda of Everett continues to be Washington's largest Mazda dealer. Shop Mazda of Everett or MazdaofEverett.com. Claim based on 2018 sales report.
She's the first lady of rock and soul, Patti LaBelle, live. Patti LaBelle with special guests, the Pointer Sisters. September 8th, Tulalip Amphitheater. Reserve seats on sale now at the venue box office and Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Patti LaBelle with the Pointer Sisters.
Hey guys, have you been hearing about low T and testosterone therapy? Testosterone is the cornerstone of a man's health. After age 30, we may lose about 2% of our testosterone each year. This causes us to lose energy, get fatter, lose sex drive, and disrupts our sleep. We think we are just getting old when that feeling is really caused by low T. Universal Men's Clinic has local medical providers specializing in restoring your testosterone. We have had success with many patients.
Our medical staff will monitor every step of your progress, evaluating your blood levels and symptoms. Within a few weeks, many patients have reported more natural energy and a better sex drive. Within a few months, many active patients report stronger bodies and the physical performance of their younger days.
Call Universal Men's Clinic at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit universalmensclinic.com.
Hey, look at this.
Why are you on your phone? We have dinner reservations.
I'm getting a quote for life insurance from Ethos. Just look.
Wow. I thought it would be more expensive.
A friend told me about Ethos. It's a new, straightforward kind of term life insurance that offers policies for any budget. Let's do an estimate for you.
Do we have time?
You just answer 4 simple questions to get an instant quote.
These are easy questions.
And there's the instant quote.
Seriously? That was really fast.
I know, right? And the online application only takes about 10 minutes. No pushy agents. And in most cases, no medical exams. It's perfect for us.
Can we apply right now?
Why not? And after dinner, maybe we can celebrate.
You know what? Ethos is perfect for us.
Ethos is ethical term life insurance. Straightforward and super fast. Don't put it off. Go to ethoslife.com for a free instant quote now. ETHOSlife.com. That's ethoslife.com.
710 KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, streaming live on the 710 Sports app. The voice of Seattle sports. 710 ESPN Seattle. Seattle Sports Snapshot. After capping off a series win with the Tigers yesterday, the Mariners take on the Blue Jays in Toronto today at 4. NFL Network reporter Greg Rosenthal listed the Seahawks as a possible destination for the Texans to trade pass rusher Jadeveon Clowney. Clowney will play this year under the franchise tag. The Hawks travel to Minnesota Sunday to take on Jake Browning and the Vikings. Listen live starting with a pregame show at 3.
Snapshot, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, Blue Mountains Cold Beer.
This is Bob, Graz, and Tom.
Powered through the Alaska Airlines Studio and streaming nationwide on the 710 Sports app and 710sports.com.
Hour number 2 of Bob, Graz, and Tom. We're all fascinated by the bird that's hanging out here. He's just not the least bit intimidated by people. He's
Looking
just
for food.
Hanging out on the set. We've all tweeted out pictures of him so you can see what he's doing. But, yeah, he's just running around behind us, just strutting around.
As the segment was about to start there, he jumped right towards the button that I used to unmute the stream. So he knew when to hit it.
He could be in charge.
He should be. I'd do a better job than I would.
Yeah.
Looks like he may have left a little gift on the back of that computer.
Yeah.
A little remnant there. That's good.
Didn't know he was
We can't.
here.
There's no way to prove that that was him, though.
It could have been Brenna.
I suppose.
All right, moving on. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we got the halftime show coming your way. If you missed anything that happened in the very early portion of the show, we recap at 1:30. But before that, Pete Carroll was out there addressing the media today after practice. Here's what he had to say.
Judging from the interview that we did the last time, the day before the game interview, this one's going to be a little bit different. I thought I had a really bad performance on that one, and so be prepared to hear nothing about who's playing. I gave you way too much last time, so what do you want to know? What's up?
Who's playing?
Yeah. Have to wait and see. Let's get to game time.
What's the value in Wagner playing at all these last three preseason games?
Well, it would be good for Bobby to get a chance to get on the field. We'll see if we can get that done. It kind of depends on how the practices go and how his work goes. He would be better off if he could play some, just to get going, just to get a feel. But other than that, he's a master at what we're doing and all. He'll play well and play sharp and smart regardless, because he's been involved with all of the mental side of the stuff. But it would leave him, maybe a little bit more rusty starting off, but it won't take him long.
But obviously he's back in pads a little bit today, so everything went well with this procedure and all that.
Everything went great. Yeah, everything went great, and he feels really good, and he's anxious to get back going. So it's great to have him back on the field with us.
Is it knee or leg or?
Yeah.
Is it knee?
Yeah. Leg. Somewhere from the neck down.
We saw Geno Smith.
I'm just going to be way better today. You're not getting anything out of me today now.
Do you anticipate Phil Haynes playing any preseason games?
I don't think he's going to make it back for games. It'll be great to get him back that first week. Is about the right time when he could, step a little bit closer to it. We'll see. It's kind of a race against time. I hope he would be able to, but we just got to take care of him. And I don't know that for sure yet.
Is Geno Smith available?
I don't know. Geno did get back on the practice field today. This is a remarkable recovery already, and just to get back on the field today, we'll see. We're going to do it one day at a time, see where he is.
Since you have him, would you like to see Barrett in the games?
Yeah, if we could, yeah, we'll see what happens. That's not the top priority for us right now. He's just getting started with us.
Is it important for Will physically to get back into game action?
I think it's important for Will, being a young player and all that, just to get going again. He doesn't have that many games behind him, so it would be helpful. We're looking at it like when there's a chance and it looks like the right time to do it. He's practicing doing everything, so he's fully back as far as we're concerned. So we'll see what happens on the weekend.
We didn't see Shaquem Griffin out there today?
Yeah, he had a bruised knee kind of that happened in the game, and he got back to practice, and then it kind of flared up a little bit again. So we chilled him out today.
You mentioned
I don't know what that means for the ball game.
We talked about him being more of a rush outside guy, but then these injuries at linebacker, is that putting him back to linebacker?
He has had to be available to stay inside and do all that stuff as well as the outside stuff, and he has had some chances to pressure, and he has looked okay doing that. So, at 219 or something like that, I don't see him as a defensive end, but he's definitely a guy that can come off the edge and give you some problems because he is so fast.
We haven't seen Jordan Simmons in a while. So,
he had his knee worked on, and he's in recovery mode, rehab.
Second year with the team, what have you seen out of Austin Colitra this year?
Austin has taken another step forward. He's a very aggressive football player, and now he's involved with all of the calls and really trying where he understands what he's doing. Last year he was kind of scrambling to try to get it done. He's doing a much better job in that regard. He's really one of the physical guys out here. He's looking to knock somebody out every chance he gets, and we love the way he gets around the football. So he's better than he was. He can play a couple different spots, and he'll do that in this game in particular. So he's doing good.
Bo Scarborough, what's his
Bo, I think it was he hurt his hand, and then he did a little groin thing that he got. So we don't know if he's going to be ready for the game or not.
Is Jamar Taylor
he's very competitive. He's really fast and explosive, aggressive in coverage, has been real aggressive at times, and has drawn a couple calls on him here in practice and otherwise. He's very competitive. So he's involved. He'll get a chance to show some stuff again this weekend.
Like him as a nickel, a corner?
He's playing both. Yeah, he's playing both. I see him in the competition at the nickel spot right now.
You've been moving him around. Just for a rookie to come in and be able to learn when he has and play multiple spots, how impressive is that?
He's a really smart kid. He's playing safety and he's playing nickel. We've had trouble. We have a logjam at the nickel spot to get guys reps, and we want to see him there again this weekend. But he has handled the learning part of it really, really well. He's got no problems, and so that's impressive that he can communicate and has a good feel for the calls and all that. We just need to get him on the field. So hopefully we'll play a lot in the next 3 weeks.
Sorry about that. You said earlier in the week you had some guys pushing to play in this game. Do you have to kind of balance that, and you kind of push back and say, hey, I mean, how does that
Every case is an individual case. Really, every case is an individual one. It depends on how far they've taken it here on the practice field this week. Working right directly with the training staff to make sure that we're doing the right thing. There will be guys that will have limited amount of plays that they can play and all that, but there's maybe four or five guys that will take right up to game time before we know what we're doing.
Game was a different philosophy for you. Is the second game different than it has been in the past couple of years in terms of what you want to do with starters and other players?
You could say that.
Is there any update on LJ Collier?
I was with him this morning. He's feeling good. He's working, moving around a lot. He's getting closer. He's making really good progress. I don't know what the timeline will be there, but he's pushing it now. So that's good to know.
Ziggy.
We're just waiting on this. He had a minor groin pull that he got in workouts. I don't know if it was this week or last week. It was about 5 days ago. And what day is it today now? It's Friday, right? So we're into the weekend. Yeah, so that was about 5 days ago for him. it's going to take him a bit. It's not a major injury at all. I'm really thrilled that I mentioned to you guys, I think that his strength is back. You know, he's made it back to full strength in terms of his rehab for his shoulder. So we're just waiting on his groin right now.
How much competition there's at the cornerback position? Is there anything specific that you're looking in these preseason games at that position?
We're looking at everything, really. We just need to get him out there and get enough reps so we can get a good evaluation. So there's a big rotation there. Nobody plays a lot at that spot because there's too many guys, and all those guys are healthy and playing strong and competing. They all are well into our system, and technique-wise, they look good. They look like our kind of guys. So we just got to let the playtime show and let the competition just play itself out. I'm really excited about the group in general because everybody's really battling, and it's going to take all 4 games before we know what's going on there.
Mike, are you still tracking to maybe get back to you next week? Or?
Yeah, I visited with Mike this morning too. He's moving again, ready to go. He's just had an unfortunate calf thing that came back in his workouts the other day. So we got to get through that.
We've mostly seen and heard about Blair's physicality and everything. What have you seen from coverage-wise from him?
He has shown good man-to-man stuff. His matchup stuff is good. He's the plays that he made in the game last week demonstrated really good range, time and break on the ball and all that. The hits that he made on both of his down the field throws, that shows you that he's got good sense and awareness and all that. He had a great play today in the final play of the day to make a pick for him for the defense, and which shows you again. I don't have any reservation in saying he can do all of the things we need him to do. He just got to learn what we're doing and figure it out and make sure that he can be really tight with all his assignments and responsibilities. And that's going to take some time. That takes some time before we trust him, because we have guys that we do trust. They know what they're doing, so he has to work his way through all of that. So the competition is really stiff. But he has shown great flashes already, so we're excited about that.
You say anything? Can he play free safety, or would you?
Yeah, that's what he was doing today. Yeah, he plays both.
Do they know he'll have a chance to play this game?
He does have a chance to play in this game, but he's one of those guys we'll have to figure it out.
How's DeMarcus Christmas coming along for you?
He has made good progress. He's had a couple treatments that the second one kicked in a little bit and it's helped him, but he's not back on the field yet.
Any update on George Fant?
Nothing new for George. He's doing fine. It's going to take us another week or so before we know how fast this ankle's going to respond.
The Ansa's groin, is that?
Ankles and hamstrings.
Right. Is Ansa's groin something that might jeopardize the regular season?
Whose did you say? Ziggy. Okay. I don't think so. No, he's got plenty of time to get back from this. It's not a serious injury at all. It's just something that's going to nag him for a little bit.
Jacob Hollister.
He's back on the practice field today.
With the rookies kind of getting that first taste out of their in last week, do you expect a little bit more of them this week around?
Yeah, I think it was pretty obvious to us just going through practice this week, and we had the bonus practices last week, that the game really benefited those guys. They really came out of it feeling better. You could sense the confidence in them, and the kind of, okay, I can do this, kind of thing. It was clear from a number of guys, which is a really good sign. They're uncertain, going in, and they played real hard, and they showed themselves that they're worthy of being here and all of that. And so we'll expect that they'll step forward again. Hopefully they'll be a little clearer on their assignments and do things right, and make some good choices and stuff like that, as well as play real hard.
With Jaron's situation and him not being available to start the regular season, who has kind of stood out to you with that other tackle spot? Maybe be the guy.
Well, Al Woods has done a real nice job playing big, and we're excited that we got him. His experience, his mentality, the effort that he brings is really good. So he's really been the guy that looks like he can be a factor for us, and really in kind of the typical big guy fashion that we've had. Brian Monet has also shown that he can contribute there too, and we need some more games from him to see what happens. But at 350 or whatever he is, he's a monster in there. The thing I like about him, he played for a really good college team and played great run defense. And he was right in the middle of all that, and so he's showing why he was a factor there. So we're excited to see if he can contribute.
Or compared to some other fullbacks you've had in your program the last couple years?
Nick's right in there. He's probably the most equipped special teams guy that we've had. He's done the most stuff. The background as a linebacker for all those years is really makes him available to be a really good coverage guy in kicks and stuff. And he's because he's bigger than some of the skill guys. He plays some special spots in there for us that, because of his size, and he's got experience doing it. Interior in the pass, in punt protection, stuff that he does in kickoff return and also punt return. He's really good at it. At fullback, he's got really good sense for filling the running lanes like he needs to. The fullbacks have to run like a tailback, and he has shown the instincts to do that, to make their way to the second level and block linebackers. And he's really a stud about blocking guys. He gets after it. He's a tough guy. So he's done everything we've asked him to so far. He's doing a nice job. So I think he's in there. I don't know if he's Mike Robb or not. I wouldn't want to go that far yet, but we'll give him a chance.
Anything else?
I did that for Mike Robb in case you guys want to know. Yeah, this was way better than last time.
He gave away too much last time.
Boy,
that's what he said, but he didn't give away anything that time.
Boy, you got to love when a coach commits to saying nothing. Just a preemptive strike.
Did you guys know that Ziggy Ansah had another groin issue 3 days ago?
Nope.
Yeah.
You didn't know that? Okay.
Yeah, I read it.
Maybe I just forgot.
I read about somebody tweeted it. Yeah.
That make you feel good?
No. No, it doesn't.
He said it was no big deal, and he's essentially at full strength.
Yeah.
But that's kind of Pete just saying that he thinks everything's always fine.
Right. That's exactly how you.
I mean, if he had a groin issue going into week 3 of the NFL season, you'd be worried that he wouldn't be able to play at all.
Yeah, I'm worried about that now. I know he's not on the PUP list, but I don't have any sense of
he may wind up there.
What to expect from him, or how slow they're going to be with him, or how much baby steps. I have no idea how they're going to use him. How they're going to, if it's going to be a pitch count very early, we're going to see him out there briefly, and then it just incrementally gets bigger and bigger.
Another guy
in terms of his role.
Another guy I'm worried about a little bit more is Mike Iupati.
Yeah, he hasn't practiced,
and he's not practicing this week. And
when he came in with concerns, we talked about it.
Sure.
That this is a guy who has proven to be very good when he's on the field, but he has issues staying on the field.
When you say you're more worried about him, do you mean just about his health or his role in the team?
Having a role in the team.
Okay.
Is this the sort of thing? I mean, with little things cropping up in training camp, is there a legitimate reason to wonder, is he actually going to make it?
Yeah.
It's funny seeing the Seahawks staff out here rolling this tent away, and you've got Turf and Turf Jr., whoever the other
AstroTurf
out there right in the middle of the whole thing, like in the middle of the tent as they're rolling it away, running back and forth inside of it.
It's quite an operation they got running here. For those of you who are out here at all for training camp, those tents at the top of the berm, the way they just rolled that down the hill was pretty darn impressive. It only took 8 people to do it, plus 2 dogs.
2 dogs, yeah. He's leading the way. See, over here, guys. Put it over here. I got you. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right. Well, there's Pete. You didn't really glean much from what he had to say.
Well, not much, but it did make me think when he was talking about Ansah and he was talking about L.J. Collier, going back to this conversation we were having earlier about Jadeveon Clowney.
Yes.
I mean, with those 2 guys hurt, Frank Clark gone, and a bunch of whoever's compete. Maybe I shouldn't minimize guys like Jacob Martin.
Why do you hate Jacob Martin?
Unproven pass rushers, Rasheem Green, Jacob Martin. I'm just feeling very, very shaky about this defense right now.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of proven talent.
Extremely shaky.
You don't have any guys can step up, and somebody could emerge as a star. But right now, you've got tons of unproven.
I think the buzz. Yeah, I think the buzz that I was feeling after last Thursday's game, going up against second stringers or whatever, just feeling good about it regardless. That buzz is now worn off, and I'm back to all right. We got problems.
I don't have that feeling. I mean, I'm thinking back to when the defense first emerged with the Legion of Boom and those guys. Not saying that these guys are those guys, but it was the same kind of thing. I mean, you had a bunch of young, unproven guys and.
Yeah, remember we talked specifically about Richard Sherman going, this guy's a 5th-round pick who used to be a wide receiver, and now he's going to be a starting cornerback. What can we realistically expect?
But I expected that team to go 6-10. I don't know what you guys were thinking going into 2011. I expect this team to be at least able to go 10-6.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's the fair expectation.
Fair expectation with a bunch of unproven pass rushers?
Well, yeah, with a bunch because they're unproven doesn't mean they won't be good,
That's very true.
That's what I mean. I think you now have got – back then, you didn't have the track record of picking talent that John Schneider showed in particular, and you had a real reason to wonder. I mean, exactly, a 5th-round draft pick, a 6'4" corner. What are these guys doing?
Who was a wide receiver in college, and we were relying on Dave Wyman's review of him, and He
Said
was,
he wasn't a very
less
good
than
wide
enamored.
receiver. Yeah.
He was less than enamored with Richard Sherman's
I mean, we didn't,
skill set.
Didn't know there was no track record of picking talent for Schneider and those guys, and in my mind, that's changed. I mean, they'll have to prove it to me otherwise. In fact, I expect these guys to play well, and I'll be surprised if they don't.
So if no pass rushers really emerge in a strong way, Rasheem Green, Jacob Martin, Collier remains hurt.
Poona Ford.
Everything just go. Well, maybe I'll give him a little break because he's proven a little. What is your opinion of Pete Carroll and John Schneider going to change in terms of the way they identify talent? Mine might.
If they miss on everyone?
If they miss on everyone. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you can't help but have it altered if they miss on everybody.
And
but they've hit on guys before. So which is the real?
Well, they haven't really missed on a lot of guys. They've missed on individuals, and that's to be expected. And I expect some guys not to work out, but it would be very surprising if they missed on every guy. It would be very surprising. It just would run counter to what they've done the 8 years they've been here.
What if another scenario is that they end up hitting on the guys that are hurt, meaning they have actual ability when they're out there.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be a defensive version of Prosise. So if it's Collier or I'll even count Ansah. I know he's a proven veteran, but making the choice to bring him in, knowing that he has this shoulder injury, that's a decision that
they felt comfortable
right,
with.
Exactly.
Yeah, they knew what they were dealing with. There was no surprise to his situation. So, again, we're in that position of where you're just trusting. It's sort of blind faith, right? It's based on their history.
It's not blind at all. It's based on
on these guys in particular. It's blind in that we don't know what they're going to do. I have no idea what Rasheem Green's going to be. He has no resume. Jacob Martin has no resume. So blind in that sense.
Okay.
But faith in what their ability to identify talent because they've done it.
They've shown an unerring ability to do it. I mean, what did I see today? Second longest winning streak in the NFL, consecutive winning seasons.
Yeah.
Belongs to the Seahawks. Of course, it's a big gap.
Between them and the Patriots?
The Patriots are 18. The Seahawks are 7.
Oh, man.
But, you got to start somewhere, Gross.
But they're second.
7 becomes 8.
7
before you know it.
7 is the second longest streak of winning seasons in the NFL. I mean, they've proven it. So it would be surprising if these guys can't play.
Yeah, and listen, maybe there isn't a single stud in the group. There isn't the man, if you will, but maybe, like we talked about, if they do it by committee and you're getting 6 from this guy and 5 from this guy, and this guy chips in with 4, this guy's got 7, or you know what I mean? I'm good with that.
That's a heck of a rotation,
too, Bob. We care more about pressures than sacks. I mean,
sacks are great. They can be a game-changing moment, but yeah,
they also can be a completely misleading stat.
Just be disruptive.
Yes,
be disruptive. Go if it doesn't result in a sack, but you force that quarterback out of the pocket, you force him to move his feet,
works just
throw
fine.
the ball away. Awesome.
That it may not show up in the stat sheet, or unless you check hurries, but
that's the Cliff Averill special.
Yeah, I mean that works fine. I mean, don't get too caught up in sacks. Get much more caught up in pressure, like you said. If they have the ability to do that, that kind of it makes everyone a little bit better. Take some pressure off the back end as well, and it'll be interesting to see a team. This will be something new with the Seahawks that really leads with the linebacking core being the elite part of the defense.
I feel like
when the year starts, that's going to be a little different.
I'm being too negative. I dragged that conversation into an area it didn't need to go.
We pulled you out.
It's just because you're cold.
Maybe that's what it is. I bet you the weather has everything to do with my perspective on the team today.
It's making you cranky today?
Yeah, kind of.
You're cold.
I'm not cranky. I'm just uncomfortable. I'm nervous.
It's the middle of August and it's cold.
It's been quite a summer. Yeah, you ran out, got your sweatshirt, you got your hoodie on now,
all of a sudden,
pulled over your head.
Yeah, all of a sudden doubts are creeping in about everything.
He's planning Christmas. It feels like that kind of weather. It's
I hear him. Now we'll see.
Yeah,
just stay healthy. I mean, just the bottom line is, wow, look at Turf go. Just stay healthy.
Is that turf or AstroTurf?
That's AstroTurf.
Yeah, he looks a little smaller.
Yeah, he's fast.
Those dogs are in great shape.
Sorry, completely derailed my conversation.
It's hard when they're right in front of you and you just see them gliding across the field. It's pretty cool. All right, there we go.
Somebody just dropped about 800 pounds worth of weight.
They're doing deadlifts in there. All right, coming up, if you missed anything we had in the opening of the show, you're in luck. We talked about a couple of Seahawks who are back on the field today. We're going to talk about a potential new Seahawk that everybody's familiar with. And, hey, the Mariners get back to business as well. All of that is halftime show here with Bob Gross and Tom, live from Seahawks headquarters on 710 ESPN Seattle.
DK Metcalf was the most hyped receiver coming into the draft.
Metcalf, I thought, was a tremendous steal. Gives the Seahawks a dimension they've really never had before.
And expectations continue to rise.
Man, I think he could be a Hall of Famer if he wants to.
Get to know Russell Wilson's newest target with Brock and Salk.
As you watch Russell play when you were on your couch in high school in Mississippi, what were you thinking?
Download the 710 Sports app to hear the full conversation or get the full hour on demand at 710sports.com/podcasts.
Tonight, getting a lot of work out there. And when was the last time you really slept great? Isn't it strange that we'll try just about anything to sleep better when actually could just be time for a new mattress? And if you're not getting the quality sleep you deserve, I recommend the bed I have, the Sleep Number bed. Right now at Sleep Number stores, it's the biggest sale of the year. All beds are on sale, and queen mattresses start at just $8.99. Now, my Sleep Number setting is still at 75. I've kept it there for a while now, but it hasn't always been there. I've messed with it. I've played with it. You hit that button. You can make the mattress softer. You can make it firmer, whatever you want to do until you find that perfect spot, but you don't have that option. Traditional mattresses don't allow it. It is what it is once you buy it, and that's what you're stuck with. And I know a lot of couples will disagree. You have to reach some sort of, middle ground. Somebody likes a firm mattress. Somebody likes a soft mattress. So you find something you can both live with. Why not find something that's perfect for the both of you? With a Sleep Number 360 smart bed, you can adjust each side of the bed so it's perfect for the both of you. And will you love it? Just ask J.D. Power. Sleep Number has been ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses. For 2018 award information, visit jdpower.com. So come in during the biggest sale of the year, and for a limited time, save 50% on a Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed. You'll only find Sleep Number at a Sleep Number store. Find one near you at sleepnumber.com. They've got locations in the Alderwood Mall, Tacoma Mall, and go see my guy Jacob out there in Bellevue Square.
Smooth, delicate, with a subtly sweet finish. Hey, it's G. Scott, and I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about Precious Vodka. Precious Vodka is 6 times distilled and triple charcoal filtered to deliver only the highest quality spirit. That means you're getting luxury by the taste. Precious Vodka is recognized as one of the best premium spirits in the world since 2011. To find out where to buy, visit preciousvodka.com. Remember, life is precious, so enjoy responsibly.
All right, looks like everything's in order. Welcome to the team.
Thanks, I'm excited to be here.
So as you know, we've got some great employee perks here. Would you like a desk chair, fridge access, or the bathroom code?
Yes, please.
Which one? Wait, what?
You shouldn't have to choose just one. Lower fares, better service, sweeter rewards. Alaska Airlines. Fly smart, land happy. Book today at alaskaair.com.
There are 2 times each year when the prices get crazy here at Car Toys.
Closeout deals, special buys,
Black Friday,
and tent sale.
Are you ready for this?
It's just $99 to upgrade your car stereo with a Pioneer multimedia touchscreen system.
$99 while supplies last.
Pioneer speakers are half price, just $39 during Car Toys tent sale.
Before we get to the end of the boating season, Car Toys is blowing out all boat stereos, speakers, subwoofers.
From all the best brands, Clarion, JL, Wet Sounds.
All dash mount radar is on sale, starting from just $74.
Car Toys tent sale only happens once each year.
Only America's vehicle technology leader.
Over 9 million happy customers
can put on a sale this big.
The savings are incredible.
Car Toys, a better way to go.
Here's another amazing tent sale deal. Add Apple CarPlay and Android Auto to any vehicle with an Alpine stereo for just $299, and Car Toys will give you a free Alpine backup camera worth $100.
You know, 3010 Weight Loss for Life has helped thousands of clients shed hundreds of thousands of pounds. Is it your turn? It's Mike Salk here for 3010 Weight Loss for Life. You know it's time. Get in there. It starts with a call at 855-843-3010. There are so many reasons. The health concerns, if you want to live healthier, if you want to look your best, if you've got 25 or 100 pounds to lose, 3010 is the spot. You can call them at 855-843-3010 or go online to 3010weightlossforlife.com.
It's Dave Wyman for MyPillow. Over the years, radio has built MyPillow into the amazing company it is today. Now, Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to our 710 listeners. As a thank you, they have 7 specials going right now. Get deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like mattress toppers, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, Giza cotton pillowcases and sheets, 2-pack specials, and more. Go to MyPillow.com and click on the new radio listener specials and use code 710ESPN. Before MyPillow, I used to toss and turn all night. It's time to throw out those flat, old, stained pillows. Right now, you can get deep discounts on everything. Plus, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, a 10-year warranty, and when you pre-order Mike Lindell's book, your entire order ships free. Just go to MyPillow.com on the new radio listener specials and get deep discounts on all MyPillow products using code 710ESPN or call 800-970-2959 for a great night's sleep.
Seahawks Insider
Brought to you by DivorceLawyersForMen.com.
with Stacey Ross.
To make this year's roster, second-year Seahawks Shaquem Griffin will need to stand out in what's become a crowded linebacker room. It's not an easy task, but defensive coordinator Ken Norton Jr. says he likes what he's seen in Griffin's development this preseason.
Just his confidence. He really understands he can play at this level. He has a big amount of speed. The guy is really fast, and he understands what he does best. And just watching him learn how to use his speed, and he's smart, and combine that speed with his brain, it's amazing to see the things he can get done. So we're very happy with his development.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by DivorceLawyersForMen.com. Good lawyers doing good things for good men. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to 710sports.com.
What's wrong, Bambolina? I'm taking my friend on a date. Restaurants are so expensive, and the food never hits the spot.
I think you need a home-cooked supper.
You know? You seem like you know something about good food.
I think you need to come to Mama's because I put love in every dish.
Come home to Mama's and enjoy seared crab cakes with lemon butter and citrus marmalade, or a French onion burger dip with crispy fries.
Listen to your mama.
Mama's Tortinis, locally owned in Kent, Puyallup, and our newest location, Federal Way.
Now you have a friend in the diamond business, Shane Company, in Linwood between Alderwood Mall and I-5. Open weekdays till 8, Saturday and Sunday till 5, and online at shaneco.com. Now you have a friend in the diamond business, Shane Company.
You can hear 710 ESPN Seattle on radio.com, live anytime, anywhere. Go to your app store or radio.com/download and start listening today. To take 710 ESPN Seattle with you wherever you go, download the radio.com app today.
You're listening to Bob Groz and Tom.
Live from the Alaska Airlines studios.
Streaming through the 710 Sports app and on 710sports.com.
It's time for the halftime show.
The half is not over.
Presented by VenueKings.com.
The half is not over. There's 3 seconds on the clock.
Revisiting the biggest stories of today at the midpoint of the show.
The halftime show. It's not easy.
Now, here's Bob, Groz, and Tom.
It is the halftime show here with Bob, Groz, and Tom. We're live at Seahawks headquarters. Coming up in 15 minutes, we answer your questions. Any questions you've got, any topic, whatever it is, just text that question into 710-710, the Coors Light text line. You can start doing that right now if you'd like. We opened the show talking about Jadeveon Clowney. Why? Because Greg Rosenthal of NFL.com wrote a piece about potential landing spots for Jadeveon, who's got his issues with Houston, and he mentioned the Seattle Seahawks as a potential landing spot.
You want me to read what exactly he said? It's kind of short.
Why not?
Sure.
So the Seahawks have a rare combination in today's NFL: cap space and a willingness to take risks in trades, not to mention a screaming need for pass rusher. Let's get back to that in a second. General Manager John Schneider has taken big swings before in deals for Dwayne Brown, Percy Harvin, Jimmy Graham. I don't see a logical veteran piece for the Texans to take in a deal, but the Seahawks could offer a second-round pick and see if that's enough for the Texans to bite. Clowney could be a premier piece for the next iteration of the Seahawks to build around, or he could potentially bring a compensatory pick in return if he leaves in 2020.
Well, when you put it that way,
screaming need for pass rusher. Even right now.
That's the perception.
That's the perception outside.
Are you back to your negativity again? did he bring you right back to being negative because you're cold?
That is the national perspective.
Right. He used because they don't think about guys like Jacob Martin or Rasheem Green or whatever, however they're going to
think about losing Frank Clark and not really replacing him.
Let me tell you something about the national perspective. It stinks. All right. We saw it last year. We saw 4-win predictions, 6-win predictions, 7-win predictions. That was all the national perspective.
I agree with you 1,000%.
So you don't think that they have a screaming need, but do they have a need?
They have a need.
They have a need
because it's unproven. We may find out 6 games, 7 games in, hey, they're fine.
Yep.
We may find out this is a disaster. We don't. That's the problem. We don't know. It's unproven. The only guy on that line that's got any level of resume is Ansah. and we don't know how much he's going to play due to injury. Jaron Reed's got 1 year under his belt. He's going to miss 6 games. Outside of that, everybody else is unproven.
Ken Norton and Pete Carroll know if they've got a streaming need.
No, they don't,
know.
though. They always pretend that they don't.
They won't say it, but they know it.
I'd like to hear Pete use those words. We've got a screaming need for some pass rush. I'll tell you what.
What if they sign Clowney, he gets hurt, and then guys like Jacob Martin and Rasheem Green and Collier, they're just beasts.
That's fantastic.
Awesome. Then you're going, dang, gave up a second-round pick for this guy. He's not even playing.
But we're getting the third-round pick back.
Probably get a third back.
Yeah, we'll get a third back. Not getting that second back, but, you know, there you go. So, listen, if they do it, and we talked about this as well to open the show, if they do it, I'm going to trust them.
Absolutely.
I'm going to trust that they see the value in this guy, that they've got a plan for him, whether it's, hey, he's a 1-year rental, or he's somebody we could, if he comes off a big year, maybe we commit to him. I don't know. I mean, he has yet to have a truly big year in the NFL.
It just seems like I agree with the context that he put it in, that the Seahawks are not afraid to take a swing. And he listed the guys that weren't really high-risk guys. Neither is Clowney. I'm not saying he's a high-risk guy, but they're willing to go out and get veterans when they've got the flexibility to do so. I mean, it's something that they've done, and it does kind of using the word scream. It screams of a John Schneider move. You know, late on, you know, past the time where you thought you could bring in someone really valuable, boom, he gets a guy.
What would be a fair expectation for him coming in? First year, new team. He's never had double-digit sacks.
How about just
8 sacks?
I wouldn't put a number on it. I'd say starting and being effective. And you know, we've talked about how you can judge effectiveness.
Right.
But I mean, it would be for him a fair expectation for him to be a fixture on that line to start and to be very effective. And whether that's with hurries or sacks or whatever, just to be effective. That's fair, don't you think, for a veteran?
It depends on how we're looking at. Is he opening up things for Jacob Martin, Rasheem Green, all the attention going to Clowney, so
that's
the other
fine.
Guys are
right? I mean,
put in a position
then
to
he produces
succeed.
No numbers.
Yeah,
but you know that he's effective.
That's kind of what Sheldon Richardson did. Didn't put up ridiculous numbers, but he took up a lot of attention and created opportunities for others, and that's
which is fine.
At minimum what you would expect from Clowney.
Well, you take that. I think you definitely take.
I think we're cutting too many breaks for him. Honestly, if a guy like Clowney comes over, he's got to put up some sack numbers. I agree with what you guys are saying
in
general.
If you're giving up a
pressure.
second-round pick for him, he's got to have impact.
I mean, his career numbers by year are 4.5, 6, 9.5, and 9. I'd say he's got to do at least that. I think those numbers are representative also of the fact that he plays with other guys like J.J. Watt, Whitney Merciless, guys like that who are also going to put up sack numbers. So maybe it's divvied up a little bit there, but he's got to come in and put up some numbers.
I'll stick with what I said. He's got to come in and play effectively, and you will know if he's playing effectively.
Story number 2.
Sorry.
I thought someone was playing in the background. I'm like, what the heck is that? A couple of guys back out there practicing. Gino was out there. Bobby was out there. CJ Prosise.
What are you on first-name basis with these guys?
Yeah, well, that's, next I'll be going with Knicks.
What does CJ stand for?
I don't know.
Charles Jones Prosise?
Christopher John?
Sure. I don't know.
Okay.
That's a good question.
So CJ is his nick?
Apparently, yeah. I'm gonna guess that's not his birth name, CJ.
It could be.
He spells it Seejay.
Calvin Prosise Jr.
Okay.
So it's Calvin Jr.?
Calvin Jr.
Okay.
Got it.
He was out there. We'll see. Everybody's he's the biggest head scratcher in terms of what the plan is. Obviously, I keep feeling like they want to showcase him and hope that somebody would bite for some conditional 7th rounder, 6th rounder, whatever you could possibly get. I don't know what the plan is with him. Gino out there, obviously, he's a guy that seemed like his job to lose, and then Paxton Lynch all of a sudden looked good in the game. Had a good practice the other day, and people have now sort of reversed course and said it feels like it's his job to lose. So
if Paxton goes out there and has another performance like he did last week, I think it's
he's the front runner.
Yeah, I really think it's going to be tough for
How
Gino.
could he not be the front runner?
What if Geno Smith has the same type of performance?
Same as Paxton?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then it's
still
probably
2-1.
neck again.
Still 2-1.
Yeah, is that how you put it, Bob? 2-1?
Yeah, because I thought Gino looked poor in the first game. Now, we can qualify it and say, well, he went up against starters versus Paxton Lynch, who went up against the second string.
Yep.
So we'll see who plays against whom this week. I mean, Gino is not expected to play this week, I don't think.
Well, Russell's playing a series, right?
I don't think Pete went out of his way to not say anything today.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that they've given any indication how long anybody's going to play in this one. But, yeah, if Paxton goes out and has another great game, he's the leader in the clubhouse. Now, how much are they taking into account what they're seeing at practice as well as the game? We'll find out, because we've been fooled before with Kason Williams, who looks like he did everything that was asked. Looked great in practice, by the way, and games. And then they cut him.
You can't tell. And they didn't put him on the practice squad.
No, and then the other part of it, though, and this is where the trust in Pete and John comes in, I think he got picked up. I can't remember who picked him up, if it was the Colts or the Browns. I
think it was the Browns.
And he didn't do anything.
Yep.
So they obviously were correct in their evaluation, as weird as it seemed.
It's a little bit different, though, when you're going up against 6 other guys to try and make a roster spot versus Paxton Lynch, who's really going up against one.
Right.
When it's one-on-one, it's probably a heck of a lot easier to see. What's his attitude in the meeting rooms, on the field, etc. All that stuff factors in.
It's funny. We talk about this, seemingly this is an every year topic, and it's for the one role, for the one guy that you hope to and probably won't ever see.
Yep.
I mean, as healthy as Russell Wilson's been, you've never really had a need for a backup quarterback here.
He's never missed a game.
You never hope to see him.
No. I mean, you see him in garbage time, or maybe you see him
sometimes,
for a series or whatever. But
I mean, you're forcing me to point out that Russell could rip up his knee at any point.
I don't think that was necessary.
Of course you could.
I think that was completely unnecessary.
I just had to point that
out.
But
there are. It's
all right, Mr. Dark Cloud.
There are quarterbacks who have tremendously long playing streaks.
Yep.
Favre
obviously comes to
Eli
mind.
had one until he had a goofy coach who took him out for a game.
Yeah,
he took him out just for the heck of it, just to make a point.
Eli was like 140, 150 or something like that.
He was right there. And I mean, he probably would have passed Favre, right? Had he kept going? That was what, 2 years ago?
Favre was like 270, isn't he? Favre's number was ridiculous.
All right, coming up, we answer your questions. All you need to do is text those questions into 710-710, the Coors Light text line. Any subject is fair. It's Have an Opinion Already, and it's coming up next with Bob Gross and Tom on 710 ESPN Seattle.
Seahawks fans, we are here for you. 710 ESPN Seattle has more player interviews.
We got Bobby Wagner with us.
John Clayton updates every morning at 7:15 and every afternoon at 4.
Simple as that.
The Huddle every Thursday from noon to 2.
The voice of the Seattle Seahawks, Steve Rabel's with us.
And Pete Carroll live Mondays at 9:30 all season long.
We play football, all right? And football's fun.
That's what it means to be the home of the Seahawks. 710 ESPN Seattle.
It's summertime. Break out the cooler. If you're having people over this weekend, though, and the weather's like this, you're going to be eating indoors. That doesn't matter, though, because Dietz & Watson has all the meats and cheeses to make a good summer party a great summer party. They've got a huge selection of fresh-made sandwiches and sliders like Hatch Chili Turkey and Cheddar, London Broil Roast Beef and Steakhouse Onion Cheddar, Oven Classic Turkey and Provolone, and much, much more. All Dietz & Watson deli offerings are made from fresh, never-frozen lean meats. They're hand-trimmed by master butchers for the best quality, and each offering is hand-seasoned to ensure the best flavor possible. They never use artificial colors, flavors, fillers, extenders, or MSG. Dietz & Watson's been crafting premium meats and artisan cheeses for more than 80 years, so they know a thing or two about summertime parties. Visit your local Safeway Albertsons to get your Dietz & Watson meats and cheeses. Learn more at DietzandWatson.com. Dietz & Watson, it's a family thing.
Families. Beautiful, messy, unpredictable things. Some of the closest ones aren't even related. Because family doesn't just mean 2.5 kids, mom, dad, and a dog. Every family is different. That's why Xfinity Mobile created a different kind of wireless network. One that's designed to save you money by letting you design your own data. Now you can share data between lines, mix with unlimited, and switch it up at any time. So you only pay for what you need. No other wireless carrier lets you do that, or lets you automatically connect to millions of secure Wi-Fi hotspots and the best LTE everywhere else. Staying in touch with the ones you call family has never been easier. All while saving up to $400 a year on your wireless bill. Xfinity Mobile. It's wireless reimagined. Call, visit a store, or go to xfinitymobile.com today. Simple, easy, awesome. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires residential post-pay Xfinity Internet. Actual savings vary and are not guaranteed. For Xfinity Mobile broadband disclosures, visit xfinity.com/mobile.
If your home needs replacement windows, do you want to know the window company that over 11,200 Washington homeowners chose to replace their windows? Renewal by Andersen. I'm Alex Gonzalez, owner of Renewal by Andersen. Our customers love working with us because they only have one company to deal with. There's no middleman. We handle every aspect of this project for you. And right now, save 20% on absolutely everything. Windows, patio doors, and even installation too. With no money down, no payment, and no interest for 18 months. We're the replacement window division of Andersen. And that's one of the reasons why over 11,200 Washington homeowners have trusted our window. Call to schedule a free renewal by Andersen window diagnosis and get a price that's good for an entire year. Call 206-829-3900. 206-829-3900. That's 206-829-3900.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for 3010 Weight Loss for Life. 3010 has helped thousands of clients shed hundreds of thousands of pounds here in the Puget Sound. It was created by local healthcare providers, and you'll burn and learn, which means you'll burn fat while learning nutritional know-how. Fuel your body for more energy while losing weight, and you'll be eating the right foods several times a day so there's no going hungry. Get started today. Call 855-843-3010 or go to 3010weightlossforlife.com.
Dell Small Business Technology Advisors offer advice, one-on-one partnership, and tailored tech solutions like computers with Intel Core processors. Call an advisor today at 877-BY-DELL.
I'm Matt Dubin, founding attorney of the Dubin Law Group. A lot has changed in Seattle since I graduated UW Law School 24 years ago. We have a lot more people here now, and they seem to keep coming. The traffic gets worse every year, but just like our baseball team, we keep hoping next year they'll turn it around. The one Seattle constant for more than 20 years is the Dubin Law Group. We've been helping injured Washingtonians seek justice since I founded the firm right here in 1998. When you're choosing a lawyer, you need someone who understands our community. We at the Dubin Law Group get Washington. We've always been here, and we always will. Our experienced lawyers know your rights, and we know how to protect them. If you or a loved one has been hurt in any kind of accident, let the Dubin Law Group be your team so you can focus on getting better and getting your life back to normal. Call us now at 206-800-8000. That's 206-800-8000. Or find us online at dubinlawgroup.com.
Every day, Comcast Business is helping businesses big and small go beyond the expected, to do the extraordinary, because beyond a simple transaction, there is making a customer for life. Comcast Business, beyond fast. Take your business beyond at ComcastBusiness.com.
Hi, it's Danny O'Neill with an absolutely electric opportunity for you from Carter Volkswagen in Ballard. It's the 2019 e-Golf, which is the perfect car for commuting through Seattle absolutely gas-free. And throughout August, all e-Golfs are available tax-free from Carter Volkswagen. The 2019 e-Golf is fast-charging, has a high-tech cockpit, and is proof you don't need to compromise performance when it comes to an electric car. Plus, all new VWs come with the People First warranty. A documentary service fee of up to $150 may be added to the price or capitalized cost.
Introducing another summer cocktail from Precious Vodka. It's the Precious Martini, with the award-winning taste of Precious Vodka, vermouth, and blue cheese stuffed olives. For this recipe and more, visit preciousvodka.com. Remember, life is precious, so enjoy responsibly.
This is Have an Opinion Already on the Bob, Graz, and Tom Show. 3 loudmouths, 3 questions, and 1 giant tub of hand sanitizer. Right, Bob? Let's get it on. Let's get it on, baby. This me. Nope. Try again. Let's get it on. Question 1.
What's so funny? What are you laughing at?
Tom, why do you always yell at the beginning of every statement? Does it have anything to do with being short?
What? Yes, it does. It has everything to do with being short. Did you notice today, by the way, that I didn't jack up my chair to be the same height as you guys? I'm so cold that I don't even care.
I hadn't noticed.
We were just checking our weather apps. Mine said 69, and Graz goes, it's way off. Let me look at mine.
68. Knew it was colder.
It's freezing.
It's freezing to death.
You guys look like you're sitting closer together, too, today.
Yeah, we're huddled together for warmth.
I'm
That's
fine.
That's so nice. Bonding. Show bonding.
This feels good to me. I like this.
Too cold.
Oh, what is this? Would you rather have to always use an outhouse to go to the bathroom or a campfire to cook?
A campfire to cook?
Like if you had to choose one for all the
Campfire.
time.
I don't really cook, so
I need a real bathroom, man.
Yeah,
I got issues. I need modern porcelain. I can cook anything over a fire. You barbecued, Bob. You could do it easy.
I don't barbecue.
Well, you could.
Once you get used to the campfire,
I
it'd probably be
haven't.
pretty comfortable.
You never have?
No. I mean, I've been to barbecues.
Never?
Others have cooked.
You never in your life have barbecued?
I've never owned a barbecue.
Bob, are you an American?
Bob is
last check, yes.
Bob is an American with some strange
with a
twist.
With a strange American lacking cooking skills.
Well,
We need to fix this. This is a travesty.
It's not hard. You'd want a real bathroom buddy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a no-brainer.
A bathroom buddy.
No,
You need
buddy.
a real
bathroom. Okay.
Comma buddy.
Use the buddy system, everybody.
Okay, next.
Question 2.
Hang on here. 425. You guys are pathetic. It's the perfect temperature out right now. I'm not complaining about the temperature.
I am.
That's
Tom
Tom.
is, and I wish I hadn't worn shorts.
Graz is in shorts and a t-shirt. I'm wearing jeans because I was on the motorcycle. But yeah, we got one person complaining.
Not really complaining. It's
Easy
just
with you guys.
It's just a little cool.
It's affecting my opinions, though. Is the
I know
problem.
all of his opinions are really negative
I mean,
today.
It's one thing for me just to be sour in general. It's another thing to doubt every player the Seahawks have.
Well, a cloudy, cool day in August can do that.
Yeah.
It's depressing.
Come
on, son.
Yeah, come on. Get out here already. I really wanted to go sailing this weekend, too.
360 says, Tom, I've got 2 friends that are 6'5", and I know they deal with negative issues pertaining to their height way more than you ever do.
How would he know?
He wouldn't.
He or she.
How would he or she know how to measure such a thing?
Speaking of the boating, though, wouldn't today be a good day to boat?
Yeah, but I don't
There's a
like
lot of
going out.
wind.
Yeah, but I don't like going out there in choppy water when it's cloudy like this.
Got it.
It's not. It's stressful.
One thing you don't need is more stress.
That's right. About to have a heart attack as it is out here.
God, so dramatic.
Have you guys ever noticed the arrow between the letters E and X in the FedEx logo?
I've never paid attention.
John Oliver pointed it out.
I love
few
things
weeks
like
ago. That's the last time I noticed it. Was the first time I noticed it.
What was he pointing out about it?
He just was using it as an example, like the first time you realized there's an arrow in the FedEx label and showed it.
Oh yeah, right there, or right there. That's good stuff.
Oliver did it about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I saw one I never noticed before. In the old Milwaukee Brewers logo, the one that looked like a mitt, like that,
MB.
Right, that like Cecil Cooper would have worn.
Yeah.
It's M. I never knew it was an M and a B. I just thought it was a glove with a ball in the middle of it.
It took me forever to figure that out.
That one I knew.
That one I had somebody point out to me a long time ago, but yeah.
That one for some reason I got because I'm usually pretty oblivious to stuff.
I didn't get that one on my own. Somebody said, "Do you notice that?" And I was like, "No." Now I knew.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel obvious. It looks like a mitt.
It does.
Do the Mariners have any hidden logos or anything like that?
No, just the unlucky upside down trident.
Right. I guess that's bad luck enough. Next.
Has been.
Question 3.
Ha ha ha. If FedEx and UPS merged, would everybody be fed up?
Oh.
That's a good one, eh,
Fed
Bob?
up.
Ay, ay, ay. Who wins this weekend, Bob? Is it Cormier against Diaz?
No.
Who's DC? DC.
Daniel Cormier is fighting Stipe Miocic.
Oh, he says, I have DC and Nate Diaz. Okay.
Yeah, Diaz is fighting Showtime Pettis.
Who's going to win?
That is Nick?
That's his Nick, Showtime. He's got it tattooed across his shoulders like a jersey. I think DC should win again. Diaz has been out a long time, man. I don't know. I might lean toward Pettis. He's going up in weight. He's fighting at 170. But Diaz has been out of the cage since he fought Connor last time. It's been years.
170? How tall is he?
Diaz?
Yeah.
I think he might be listed at 6'1".
Okay. Because doesn't muscle mass make you weigh more?
Well, certainly. Yeah, muscle weighs more.
All right, but for 6'1", 170.
He's lanky.
It's probably okay. That's what I would think.
Yeah, he's a lanky dude, but he just hasn't been in the cage for a long time. So I'll go with Pettis in that one.
All right. He's cold. Girls don't like him, and choppy waters scare him. It says, "What a sad guy."
That sums it up.
Pretty much. If you guys could,
It's all coming up, Tom.
If you guys could see me on a weekend, like a given Saturday, you'd start crying.
Why? Why?
It would just be so pathetic.
Are you just huddled in your own closet,
Yeah,
rocking back and forth?
staring at the wall? I recently watched the 95 Mariners show on MLB. That being said, does Graz ever blink?
Yep, that's the question.
You don't blink when you're on TV? Is
No, I did the taping for that right after I came back from my leg surgery, and I was hepped up on painkillers.
Oh, is that right?
So I had kind of a glazed look. And I noticed that the first thing I saw it, I said, I'm not blinking. My wife didn't notice it. I said, I'm staring. Look at that. Blink, blink.
The producers didn't say anything about it?
No, and they used a whole lot of my video too. Did you see it?
I didn't see that one yet.
It's
no.
good.
Yeah, it's a good
They
one.
did a really good job.
Yesterday after the game, I came home and Angie Mentink was hosting on Root Sports the top 10 Mariner home runs of all time.
Seen that.
You remember which one was number one?
Wasn't it Edgar's Game 6?
Game 4.
Or
It
Game
was the
4.
Grand Slam.
Yeah, the second
Right.
home run in Game 4.
Other home runs included in that one, you had Cameron's 4-home run day. Also, Mark Whitten's mammoth home run at the Metrodome,
Yeah.
which hit the back tarp over the
Hit
seats.
the longest home runs.
Right, exactly. That was a
Hard hitting
shot.
Mark Whitten.
Yep.
Edgar had a big home run against Cleveland in the 2001 ALDS, and then
You
Buhner.
had that Buhner's at Yankee Stadium.
That was a mammoth shot.
That went to the bullpen.
He hit it over the bullpen
Yeah.
back into like a
Where
maintenance truck
maintenance truck
area.
was,
I think the
yep.
ambulance might have been back there too.
Remember that one.
That's as long a home run as I've ever seen a righty hit there.
Definitely remember that one.
Yeah, a few others I can't quite remember. Let's see, was there one? No, that wasn't the Mariners. Anyway,
Why didn't they? It wasn't technically the Mariners, but they do Mark McGuire's off Randy Johnson.
they didn't show that one.
Okay.
It wasn't
It was just Mariner home runs,
just
right?
Mariner
Okay.
home runs.
That's one I'll never forget.
Oh, Griffey with the 8 straight home runs.
Yeah, his 8 home run.
There was that one.
Upper deck.
Right. There
The
was
kid has
also
done
one off John Wetland against the Yankees in August of '95.
That was the home run that changed the whole season.
Right.
August 24th.
Right, he had those too.
That was his first game-winning home run
His whole career?
in his whole career.
Huh.
It was the first one.
Well, that's all I got.
That's all you got?
I mean, there's more questions, but we don't have time, obviously.
Somebody's saying Nick and Nate Diaz always show up for a fight no matter what, when, or where. They lose a lot. Go look at their records. The Diaz faithful are that. They are extremely faithful in believing in these two guys who lose a fair amount of fights, although they never claim to lose anything.
You mean like the people who love Brad Miller?
That's right.
Same thing.
Very, very devoted. Very devoted fan
Any
base.
Brad Miller. The basketball player, the baseball player.
I only know one guy.
I love the basketball player.
I only know one guy who's a big fan of the former Mariner, Brad Miller.
Yep.
Still follows him.
Awesome.
He's one of our. He's avocado
roller.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Yep. That's his hero.
One more joke here. What do you guys call a pile of cats?
The Meowton.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I read it.
Oh. Yay for Bob!
Yay, I read it. Bob can read. All right, coming up, the Professor John Clayton. We saw him just moments ago. I guess he'll be joining us from his estate.
That's
down
what he
the street.
said, yeah.
All right, we'll talk to John Clayton coming up next as we continue live from Seahawks headquarters on 710 ESPN Seattle.
The Seahawks made their presence known in preseason Game 1.
Hit by Shaquem Griffin and knocked off his feet.
Now the Hawks hit the road for Game 2.
Time to put on the show. Let's go.
Seahawks, Vikings, kickoff Sunday at 5. Pre-game at 3.
We're really big. We're really fast. That's pretty good, you know.
Get prepped all week long with more insider access from Brock Heward, John Clayton, Dave Wyman, and Danny O'Neill. 710 ESPN Seattle, the home of every Seahawks game all season long.
Welcome to IRG's Sports Injury Update. I'm with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and president of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, and our guest, Dr. Jonathan Hall, orthopedic surgeon with Pro Ortho in Kirkland.
Dr. Hall, welcome. Orthopedic surgeon with a specialty in foot and ankle injuries and surgery. When does a typical ankle sprain turn into chronic ankle instability?
Usually you get over it in about 2 weeks. That's a mild one. One that's moderate is about 6 weeks. And if you have a major ankle sprain, it can take up to 3 months to get better. The problem is when it doesn't. And that's what we call chronic ankle instability. Chronic ankle instability is when you just don't trust it anymore. When it doesn't matter what you do, it doesn't matter what terrain you're on, it doesn't matter what shoes you wear, you just don't trust it. The ankle rolls.
So what can you do to help people get that stability back in their ankle?
We can correct this. So what I do is if your ankle is so loose that you just don't trust it anymore, then there are surgical techniques that I can provide to you that allow for tightening up the ankle and literally reconstructing those ligaments. The other thing that can happen if you don't get better after a serious ankle sprain, or if you have multiple ankle sprains and your ankle is swollen, it just doesn't work anymore and it hurts, is you can have injuries to the joint surface, to the cartilage inside of the ankle, and that can be reconstructed as well.
Dr. Hall, what is a typical return to play or activity for these patients?
With extensive therapy and with hard work, it takes patients between 3 and 6 months to return to sport.
With good return?
Good return.
Well, Dr. Hall, thank you. If you have any questions regarding ankle instability or other foot and ankle injuries, contact Dr. Jonathan Hall at proortho.com. That's proortho.com.
With over 40 neighborhood clinics around Washington, IRG has you covered. Let IRG be your family's physical therapist. Find the location nearest you at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
You should hear people talk about their kitchen and bath remodels done by Washington State Kitchen and Bath. I'm with Greg, another satisfied customer.
We looked at a lot of different remodelers, had 4 of them come out to the house, take a look at it. We thought that Washington State Kitchen and Bath was very straightforward. They offered a veteran discount. Aaron was great to deal with. The end result is we are extremely pleased. They came up with innovative solutions. Their pricing was very, very fair. They kept us in the loop. When they said they were going to be there, they were there. The entire experience was very positive. I would highly recommend them, and if I had additional work to do, they would be absolutely the first people I'd call.
Washington State Kitchen and Bath makes sure you'll never go over budget with their transparent pricing tool. This August, save big with a no sales tax limited time offer. Financing available OAC. For your free consultation, call 800-935-5524. That's 800-935-5524 or WashingtonStateKitchenBath.com.
She's the first lady of rock and soul, Patti LaBelle, live. Patti LaBelle with special guests, the Pointer Sisters. I'm so excited. September 8th, Tulalip Amphitheater. Reserve seats on sale now at the venue box office and Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Patti LaBelle with the Pointer Sisters.
Hey, look at this.
Why are you on your phone? We have dinner reservations.
I'm getting a quote for life insurance from Ethos. Just look.
Wow. I thought it would be more expensive.
A friend told me about Ethos. It's a new, straightforward kind of term life insurance that offers policies for any budget. Let's do an estimate for you.
Do we have time?
You just answer 4 simple questions to get an instant quote.
These are easy questions.
And there's the instant quote.
Seriously? That was really fast.
I know, right? And the online application only takes about 10 minutes. No pushy agents. And in most cases, no medical exams. It's perfect for us.
Can we apply right now?
Why not? And after dinner, maybe we can celebrate.
You know what? Ethos is perfect for us.
Ethos is ethical term life insurance. Straightforward and super fast. Don't put it off. Go to ethoslife.com for a free instant quote now. ETHOSlife.com. That's ethoslife.com.
Hey, it's Jim Moore. Druids Glen mixes championship golf with a casual atmosphere and a stunning backdrop of Mount Rainier. You'll also find more than 30 beers on tap at the Tap House. It's the best 19th hole around. Check out Family Golf Day on Sundays after 5 o'clock, 9 holes with cart, including range balls, just $40 for a family of 4. Or the early bird and twilight specials, $35 before 8 a.m. and after 2 p.m. For tee times, visit druidsglengolf.com.
710 KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, streaming live on the 710 Sports app. The voice of Seattle sports. 710 ESPN Seattle. Seattle Sports Snapshot. After capping off a series win with the Tigers yesterday, the Mariners take on the Blue Jays in Toronto today at 4. NFL Network reporter Greg Rosenthal listed the Seahawks as a possible destination for the Texans to trade pass rusher Jadeveon Clowney. Clowney will play this year under the franchise tag. The Hawks travel to Minnesota Sunday to take on Jake Browning and the Vikings. Listen live starting with a pregame show at 3.
Snapshot, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, Blue Mountains Cold Beer.
Ow! Ow! Woo! Smash that!
It's a
Final hour of Bob Gross and Tom. We are live at Seahawks headquarters, and we saw this guy just moments ago, and apparently he's down the street from us now. He didn't want to hang out with us. The one, the only John Clayton.
Who could blame him? It's cold out here.
It was really cold when John was here.
John, were you cold?
I was freezing. Yeah, I purposely, because again, living just a 10-minute walk from the facility, I kind of have a feel for how the winds and all that stuff coming off the lake could be. So I put the hoodie on, and I almost needed more because again, I know when Gross sat down, there was a breeze that was coming left to right that was just freezing. I felt bad for Maura because Maura had a sweater in her car, but she didn't have enough time to be able to go back to get it, so she was freezing to a point when Maura Dooley had to go get some coffee just to have warmth around her hands.
Poor Maura.
Summer in Seattle.
Poor
It's
Maura.
great. It's now blowing right to left, John.
Oh, it is nice.
Yeah. It's coming off the lake. It feels good when there's no wind. I'm fine. It's perfect for me.
I couldn't figure out the left to right.
Well, it's going west to east, but we're facing south, so that might have been confusing.
And then throw a north in there, and your kicking game's going to be out the window. So just stop. Just stop. John, what was your takeaway from practice today? We saw a few players we hadn't seen for a while out there.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting because, the return of Geno Smith 7 days after having surgery on his left knee for removing a cyst, I think you can sense it. He now senses there's a pretty good competition going on with Paxton Lynch because Paxton's had a really good week and a good game last Thursday. So I think he felt that he needed to be out there, which is smart on his part. And then Bobby Wagner came back. Bobby Wagner making his first practice. It wasn't like he was doing a lot. He wasn't with the first team or anything like that, but at least he was back out there doing things, and that was encouraging. The only setback, a couple guys getting re-injured. I guess you could say Ziggy Ansah with 5 days ago hurt his groin, so that was a setback for him. Pete Carroll still thinking that he could be back for the opener. And then, Bo Scarborough had some kind of an injury because, he returned to practice yesterday with that hand, but couldn't practice today. Same thing with J.D. McKissick. But overall, I think getting Bobby Wagner back was huge because that tells you he's probably going to play next week and then start to get this defense together.
John, how did you not mention C.J. Procise?
He practiced. It's like one of those rare things.
Right.
C.J. was out there practicing. How about that?
That's today's injury report brought to you by IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
Who else impressed you, John? Because practice was actually in front of you today.
I know. Jamar Taylor continues to impress. By the time the week was ending here, or at least practices was ending, he was running first-team nickel, and I think he has a legitimate shot of making it now as the nickel cornerback. He's a guy that has bounced around the league. Some coaches I know early in his career thought he was going to go one of two ways. One, he was either going to be a Pro Bowl caliber corner, or he was going to be a bust and or not do too well. But they said the key for him was how they handled him. And so at different places, they put him on the outside in the slot. He's a slot guy. And I think you can see, Seattle's not going to put him on the outside. He's exclusively going to be a slot guy. And I think right now, with, Kalen Reed was up at the first team, and, Akeem King has been a little bit more of the outside guy. Now I think that you can see that there's a chance that Jamar Taylor can make it. So I thought he did well. I thought the defense over the last 2 days has really picked it up, particularly in coverage. Shaquille Griffin has made good plays. Dre Flowers has made good plays. I was also intrigued in the secondary, kind of the little bit of a switch that they had, because Tedrick Thompson and Bradley McDougall have been running first team free and strong safety, but they had Marquise Blair as the backup free safety today working with Lano Hill. I thought it's interesting because, the one thing that is that Blair is competing for a starting job, but again, in college he was more of the strong safety, but with his 4.45 speed, I think he has the range to be free safety, and that makes it a little bit better for Bradley McDougall. So that contest, I think, is going to be pretty good.
How much do we have to pony up to get Jadeveon Clowney?
Mike Salk is going to be happy to hear this because Brock and I thought there'd be no way, Jose, that was going to happen. But I think now, from what I'm starting to hear, there's a chance because I know Bill O'Brien is called, and there's definite interest, particularly with Ziggy being still a little bit more banged up, and so initially you would think they would want a first-round pick, so that's out. Mike was willing to give up one of the 2 second-round picks, but still, if there's a way to do it in another way, and I'm actually hearing that Bill O'Brien may be willing to do it for players. And if that's the case, this team has more players than the 53 roster spots. That could help out in a couple different ways.
How good a player are we talking about, though?
It could be, one or two potential starters. Because, I mean, you are talking about a pass rusher who can get double-digit sacks. So, I don't know if, certainly you'd have to think that they've got to look at somebody on the offensive line. So that could be an Ethan Posick. It can, I think, maybe one at wide receiver, too, because I think they're looking for that third wide receiver. So, maybe that could be a David Moore. Maybe that could be a Jaron Brown. But if they can get away with something like that on a trade, I think it'd be good for Seattle.
I wouldn't mind that at all. My hesitation, John, is when we were talking earlier, second-round pick, yeah, I'd probably do it. I mean, ultimately, we're going to trust the eye of Pete and John. But at the same time, you're looking at potentially a rental player, right? You're looking at
a total rental player.
Say it again?
It is a complete 100% rental player.
Yeah,
and that's the problem
unless he has a miraculous season and they go, okay, we want to offer this guy an extension and we're going to commit to him, which doesn't feel likely, but because he's never had a miraculous season. He's had some good seasons, never double-digit sacks, even with J.J. Watt there. So I'm loath to give up too much for a guy like that, where it doesn't feel like the Texans have a ton of leverage. He's gonna want a new deal after this year. So that, to me, brings the asking price down.
Yeah, and so what I think is that, and that's why I think Brock and I are both standing together on this. You don't give up the second-round pick. And the reason is that if he's going to be a rental player, and say what you want, if he does come through, Ziggy Ansah is going to be a rental player, you need that second-round pick now to start doing something that John Schneider usually doesn't do, which is trade up. Because now if you have to replace two defensive ends, then, you want the ability with your first-round pick to maybe package it with a second-round pick and something to get another pass rusher next year. And so, because, again, you can get that long-term answer. But, again, if you do a rental thing, because remember, what will happen with Clowney, and if Ansah has a good year, you're talking about 2 number 3s that would be in the compensatory pool. And so that's something that but that's why if they do a rental, I don't think they can do a second-rounder. But if they do it for players, they do it for a third round and something else, then that could be interesting.
What are you looking forward to this week?
Looking forward to seeing the first-team defense out there for the first time, because, they've not had the cornerbacks and linebackers and defensive linemen out there all together so far on the field for competitive things. So that, I think, is going to be good. Looking forward to see the battle with Paxton Lynch because, again, Paxton Lynch, I think, right now is making a huge move to make this team. That's why I think Geno Smith came back. Want to see what's going on with the pass rush, how it looks, with Cassius Marsh and how it looks with Rasheem Green and Jacob Martin and Barkevious Mingo. Want to see if the cornerbacks continue to do as well as they have this week with their pass coverage. A lot of things to look at, and also to see how the if they are going to throw the ball a little bit more to the running backs. Russell Wilson's probably going to be out there a couple series trying to get the first team offense going. He saw a couple passes today to Chris Carson. So there's a lot of things to look at because say what you want. I know the third game is considered to be the tune-up and getting ready, the dress rehearsal for the start of the regular season, and then everybody sits down in week 4. But in this case, I think week 2 is so important because you got so many competitive things going on as far as positions and who's playing what and how many guys are going to make this position group, and a lot of that's going to be sorted out in this game.
Might we see a game this preseason where Paxton Lynch takes the field before Geno Smith?
Because I don't know if Geno's going to play. It's still kind of doubtful that he plays. But, yeah, I think right now, again, Geno's kind of won the practices, but Paxton's winning the preseason. And if he can, because, again, when he came back on Sunday, didn't have a great practice. Then Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, doing well. He did great today. And so he's really making a run right now. And I think that, he's at the verge. If he can have a good preseason game on Sunday, I think he's on the verge of now taking the lead.
I guess the reason why I ask is, wouldn't they be curious to see Paxton Lynch up against whether it's starters or second stringers as opposed to third stringers, up against better competition than last time?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's something that I think they will do because, again, I don't know how long Russell Wilson's going to play. It's not going to be too long, and so that does open the door for him getting out there and getting a lot of work earlier and maybe getting some work. Wouldn't say with the first team, but of course with the second team. And Mike Zimmer is going to keep, I think, his players for his first team out there for a quarter, and if that's the case, for maybe half a quarter, Paxton Lynch might be able to go against the first team Minnesota Vikings, which is one of the better defenses in football.
Hey, John, we were talking about the battle at receiver, and it feels like there are only 2 guys you could say for a fact have a spot on this roster, and that's Lockett and DK Metcalf. Outside of that, I mean, you feel like, Moore should be there and Jerron Brown should be there, but I wouldn't say it's no doubter. There's no way any of them would be cut. So who's the battle?
I'd say 5 right now are locks.
Who are their locks? Who are they?
Tyler Lockett, Jaron Brown, unless there's some kind of a trade, David Moore, then DK Metcalf, and Gary Jennings.
Gary Jennings is a lock.
Yes.
So then there's going to be a battle for what we assume they're going to carry 6?
I'm assuming, because again, there's of the 6, there's still some good special team opportunity. Keenan Reynolds can return. John Ursa was a decent-looking slot receiver. Jazz Ferguson is that big receiver, and that Pete Carroll likes big receivers. And then you throw in Malik Turner. You notice I'm not mentioning Amari Darbo. So I think you got 4 guys battling.
John, they didn't even want him. They tried to trade him, and he failed his physical.
I know. So I'd say right now you're looking at 4 battling for that 6th spot.
The offensive line is taking some nicks. Yapati is still out this week, and then Pete Carroll said today that it looks like the rookie Phil Haynes is not going to play at all in the preseason, which is a huge setback for a rookie. How concerning is what's going on the offensive line?
I think they feel okay. No, in fact, they're deep enough to get through that. And again, it probably helps to put because Hayes is on PUP, and so it probably helps in the cut down to have that roster spot available for however long it's going to take for him to get healed. So you figure that they like him a lot. I mean, you look at him, particularly knowing that Yapati's on a 1-year contract and DJ Fluker on a 2-year contract. That they're grooming Phil to be the next starting guard. And so, to put him on scholarship.
But to have a rookie miss all of training camp.
Yeah, but that's just the bad breaks. I mean, injuries happen. He got one, and again, they looked at him because again he was so good in the OTAs and the minicamp. I mean, he was the 3rd offensive line. I mean, he was the 3rd guard. I mean, he had elevated himself to that point. But that injury has now set him back to a point where it's like, okay, you want him for the future, and so you start gearing him up for the future. So you need that roster spot because, again, you still have Jordan Simmons, you still have Ethan Posick, you can certainly, George Fant. The way Fant's moving around, even though he's tackle, he's looking like I think he's going to be there for the opener too. No guarantee. Pete couldn't say for sure with that ankle injury whether he would be or not be. But I think they're okay as far as depth on the offensive line.
Away from the Seahawks for a second, what exactly is the injury that Andrew Luck has, and how serious is it?
It's, I'm kind of wondering if there's a similarity between he and LJ Collier, because remember, Collier had an ankle injury that was like not a high ankle sprain, but it was on the upper part of the ankle, and that's a little unusual for what's an ankle injury like that. Same thing with Andrew Luck. It's one where he's got the the problem. It's now equivalent. Started as a calf injury, and next thing is morphed into something that starts to look like a high ankle sprain. And so I think right now it's getting down to the point where he may not be able to go for the opener, and don't know how long he's going to be out. I mean, he's not going to miss a lot of time, but he's missed so much time already. So it's just a weird injury. And of course, you talk about weird injuries. I mean, it's not like that shoulder was not unusual. I mean, it was totally unusual how long it took for him to come back on that, because he couldn't do anything for more than a year. So as great as Luck is, those injury things have to be a concern.
Hey, have you enjoyed the first 2 episodes of Hard Knock?
Yeah, I was disappointed in the first one. Felt
Why?
better about the second one. Well, because I thought it's like, do I really want to see a couple players riding horses and stuff like that? No. It's like that wasn't too good. They didn't do enough on the Antonio Brown stuff. They really kind of hid that. But it's picked up into the John Gruden show, and that's a pretty good show. Because again, whether he's cussing and all that stuff, I love the stuff with Nathan Peterman. Him talking positively about one of the worst quarterbacks I've ever seen. Somebody that compared to Tim Tebow. And what you saw is, sure enough, he was holding on to the ball too long, and John kind of passed out a few f-bombs, and tried to get him to be motivated to get rid of the ball quicker and do better.
Get these guys excited. He was dogging Glennon about that too, for that matter. What did you think of Kyler Murray last night?
Terrible. He had a bad game.
He was. I watched it too, John. He looked way out of sorts, overwhelmed.
And I'm surprised because he's done so well so far, and I think what everybody's looking at is this is a good growing experience for him. And I think you can see there is some difficulty in trying to adjust to the the air raid offense, because here he is and he has the hand clap that he does, and there was only 8 penalties for something like that similar last year for the entire league. He had 2 in the game. and he was only out there for like 20 plays. And then, of course, he had the safety. Of course, they overloaded the one side, the left side, and rushed on that, and so he got sacked there. He had the delay of game. I mean, so he went, 3 for 8 for 12 yards. Just a bad game. But I think more worrisome because, again, he's done so many good things so far. You just kind of throw that aside. But I think the thing that's got to concern them even more is just how bad the team looked. They couldn't stop anybody on defense. The offensive line does not look good. You can see that they even get Robert Alford, the cornerback that they signed from Atlanta, who was cut by the Falcons. He's now got a broken leg. He's out for 2 months. I mean, right now, and of course, Patrick Peterson, he's going to be out for 6 weeks with a suspension. I mean, this thing looks really bad.
Elsewhere in the division, John, Jimmy Garoppolo threw 5 straight picks at practice. What was going on there?
He had a horrible day. Worst day I think I've ever heard for a quarterback in training camp. I've never heard of a guy in practice throwing 5 interceptions.
They said he'd thrown 9 in 12 practices.
And I knew he threw one yesterday.
Nick Mullins had thrown 1 at that time.
No, it was horrible. And again, I think part of that, and this goes back to something that Carson Palmer educated me on when he was coming off his ACL. He says what happens is that you spend so much time in rehab, trying to rehab the knee, that you spend no time working on your mechanics. And so it takes you a while to get back to the right mechanics. But, I mean, to think about throwing 5 interceptions to a defense that only created 7 turnovers last year, I mean, those numbers are just remarkable.
Hey, we talked to Nick Vannett this morning, and obviously he's all in for the competition at that spot. Now everybody's walking away with an injury, it seems like. So he may land on the roster as a default, but he was a name that was thrown about as a guy who's on the outside looking in with Hollister and Disley there. Dixon also was another guy they talked about looking from the outside in. How do you think that shakes out when everybody's healthy?
I think Nick Vannett gets to be the starter. I think that Ed Dixon, particularly with the timing of his knee injury, is probably not going to make the team. Again, it's not like they're going to put him on injured reserve or something like that. It was a 5-week injury, and so that would go right up to the start of the regular season. And so if they have to do an injury settlement, they may have to do that. But I think that he's not going to be able to do it. Jacob Hollister had that groin problem for a couple weeks. And so, he's back on the field, and I think he looks good. And so I think with Will Disley battling Vannett for the starting job and Hollister, and then having George Fant available if he's healthy at the beginning of the season, they're okay at tight end.
Do you think Mingo makes the team?
I do. I know he had a couple, 3 straight days where I think he's been thrown to the ground on a pass rush, but think about the value and the versatility that he has. I mean, he's a very great athlete. He can play strong side linebacker. And, of course, what happens if Michael Kendricks has to serve prison time? I don't think he will, but he'll find out September 25th. Then you can come back and put Mingo back at the strong side linebacker position, or you might not because they also have Cody Barton. But, Mingo, I think, still has the ability to get that pass rush going, and if he can have a couple good games in the preseason, I think he's going to be there. But he gives you enough versatility that you have depth.
John, who do you think's the first coach to go?
Well, you worry about Jay Gruden. I mean, I think that if things start off poor, he could be in trouble. I mean, there's going to be more coaching changes this year than I can even think of. I mean, it's going to be just crazy, particularly after the season. But Jay Gruden could be in trouble. I think that you look at everything. I think is okay. No changes in Arizona, because again, Cliff Kingsbury is going to get 1 or 2 years to try to get that offense all settled, and everything's going to be built around Kyler Murray. But I think Jay Gruden's the one that could be in trouble.
What if Baker Mayfield and Freddie Kitchens? What if Mayfield can't help himself from just airing out his grievances about Kitchens publicly, and there becomes a big thing there? Do you think Baker Mayfield ends up making decisions on the part of that team?
I think he's already made decisions. No, I think he's already had that happen because I think he's the one who's pushing for Freddie Kitchens.
Really?
Yeah, because what I was hearing is that what the team wanted to do was to have Al Saunders last year be the the interim coach and kind of the interim, or if not the interim coach, the interim offensive coordinator. And Baker kind of preferred Freddie Kitchens. And so, because again, Kitchens is which is interesting because Kitchens is kind of a Bruce Arians, Todd Haley type of guy. And, as much as Haley, got fired so early, Baker kind of liked him and the style and not necessarily Al Saunders' style. So I think the Baker's already had a voice in that.
John, you doing your show tomorrow?
Yes, indeed. Taking calls from 8 until 9.
All right.
Sounds good.
We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, sounds good.
There you go. The Professor John Clayton with us every Friday at 2 o'clock. As you heard us reference, we spoke with one of the tight ends on this team, Nick Vannett, who John thinks will be the starter now. Everybody hurt. Everybody dealing with it. But we'll play that conversation for you. He was fun to talk to.
It was.
And he's got perfect hair. even when he takes the helmet off. So our conversation with Nick Vannett coming your way next with Bob Gross and Tom on 710 ESPN Seattle.
DK Metcalf was the most hyped receiver coming into the draft.
Metcalf, I thought, was a tremendous steal. Gives the Seahawks a dimension they've really never had before.
And expectations continue to rise.
Man, I think he could be a Hall of Famer if he wants to be.
Get to know Russell Wilson's newest target with Brock and Salk.
Who's the receiver you watched from afar and said, yep, that's the guy that I can play like?
Download the 710 Sports app to hear the full conversation or get the full hour on demand at 710sports.com/podcasts.
Hey, it's Graz here from my friends over at Premier Golf. It's August. It may not feel like it outside today, but summer's in its peak form. It's a great time to be out on the golf course. FedEx Cup playoffs are what got the pros going. Here's a pro tip for you. I got a great way to start your day off right. Great specials from my friends at Premier Golf. They're early bird specials. They're available at 9 of their great locations: Bellevue, Legion Memorial, Walter Hall, Linwood, Cedar Crest, Lake Padden, Jackson Park, Jefferson Park, and West Seattle golf courses. Now what you get to do is to combine great value with a tremendous pace of play. You get a fast round in and get on with your day. And a day you can get in some golf before 7 a.m. and then get to work before the boss gets in, well, that's a beautiful day indeed. For more information on Premier Golf's early bird specials, or actually any information on any of the great deals going on at any one of their great locations, it's always available for you online at premiergc.com. That's premiergc.com. And as always, the folks over at Premier Golf have a local course near you so you can save your long drives for the fairway.
This summer at T-Mobile Park, the Booms are back. Watch the Mariners.
Daniel Vogelback shoots one out of the cannon.
Then watch the fireworks show light up the night with the best pyrotechnics in the Northwest. It'll be an unforgettable night for the whole family. Yep, one ticket gets you double the action. From Bang Bang Play.
The relay to first. In time, double play.
To Big Bang's post-game. Join us for the next fireworks night at your summer home, T-Mobile Park. Mariners baseball. True to the blue.
Warm up your voices for Sing-Along Fireworks Night at T-Mobile Park. Friday, August 23rd, the Mariners and T-Mobile bring you this fan-favorite pyrotechnics show set to a soundtrack of hit karaoke songs, including Bon Jovi's Livin' on a Prayer. It's the perfect way to kick off the Mariners' 6-game homestand against the Toronto Blue Jays and New York Yankees. Get seats to join the fun when you visit mariners.com.
All right, it's time for some straight talk. You wouldn't pay $100 for seats to a baseball game where you can get the same seats for $50. So why pay more on your wireless when you can get the same 4G LTE networks for up to half the cost? For $45 a month, get our unlimited plan with 25 gigs of high-speed data from Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, only at Walmart.
Savings may vary. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Introducing the next generation of SiriusXM with all new features, exclusively on the SiriusXM app and online. Enjoy over 100 ad-free extra channels filled with music for any mood. Create your own ad-free music stations with personalized stations powered by Pandora. Watch video of your favorite shows and performances, and listen in more places than ever because listening outside the car is now included in even more packages. Visit SiriusXM.com/connect to start listening today.
Hi, Shannon Dreyer here to tell you that Mazda of Everett's Summer of SUV sales event is on now. Mazda of Everett is the place to buy and save on new all-wheel drive Mazda SUVs. Mazda of Everett has more new Mazda CX-5s than the entire Northwest, so we know you'll find the perfect one. See Jerry and his team to find out why Mazda of Everett continues to be Washington's largest Mazda dealer. Shop Mazda of Everett or MazdaofEverett.com. Claim based on 2018 sales report.
If you've been injured, let the Dubin Law Group be your team so you can focus on getting better and getting your life back to normal. 206-800-8000 or at DUBINLawGroup.com.
Some people love getting lost in the great outdoors. You know who you are.
But really, when was the last time you actually got lost on a fishing or hunting trip? If you're geared up and prepared, getting lost in the great outdoors is reduced to a mere expression. Or is it? Be warned, if you're headed to Sportco and 5 for Outdoor Emporium in Seattle, you could get lost without your compass.
Hello?
Sportco and Outdoor Emporium are vast expanses of winding aisles, abundant in everything for the great outdoors. Sportco's selection of camo gear could outfit the state of Montana.
Wow, that's a lot of camo.
The rows of fishing tackle will make you dizzy.
I need to sit down.
Their selection of pack equipment, rods, reels, guns, ammo, and more will make you consider adding on to your house just to outfit your ultimate sportsman room. And Sportco and Outdoor Emporium have all of the gear to fill it. The Great Outdoor Sale is on now at Sportco and 5. You'll find great savings throughout the store if you don't get lost.
Wasn't I just on this aisle?
Sportco and 5. And you'll find the same great flyer savings at Outdoor Emporium in Seattle. Online at Sportco.com.
Smooth, delicate, with a subtly sweet finish. Hey, it's G. Scott, and I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about Precious Vodka. Precious Vodka is 6 times distilled and triple charcoal filtered to deliver only the highest quality spirit. That means you're getting luxury by the taste. Precious Vodka is recognized as one of the best premium spirits in the world since 2011. To find out where to buy, visit PreciousVodka.com. Remember, life is precious, so enjoy responsibly.
I'm Nate.
And I'm Kate.
And we're not just literal taste buds. We're best buds. And we love Pepsi.
Sure, we live inside your mouth.
But that doesn't mean we don't enjoy the finer things.
Pepsi incoming!
Amazing.
That's what I was thinking.
It's like we share the same mouth, Kate.
Forever and ever, Nate.
Make your taste buds happy and pick up a delicious, refreshing Pepsi.
Bravo Golf Tango. Bravo Golf Tango. The line is in. It's time now for the eavesdrop.
Get a chance to speak to a man who's in a battle here in that tight end position. The one, the only Nick Vanette is here with us. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Doing great. First of all, is this weather perfect or what? Is this cold to you?
I mean, when I think of ideal football weather, this is a perfect picture of that.
Right?
Nice cool breeze, 68 degrees, a little cloudy. I mean, this is like mid-season form of as far as weather goes.
Yeah, but football weather, not radio weather.
But it's supposed to.
This is fine. This is perfect.
It's August.
I understand, but usually we're out here dying and sweating to death. This is perfect. Everybody likes to complain.
It could be worse, you know. It could be worse.
How are you doing, man? You're involved in one of the position battles that everybody writes about and talks about. I don't even know how much you pay attention to any of that, but do you get that sense of urgency that, all right, this is up for grabs and there's no real certainty to anybody's spot in this particular position group?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of competition in our room. You know, obviously with Will, and you know, we brought in Jacob Hollister. Then you know, you got Ed coming back from last year, and you know, added a few new guys this year, and you know, we're just competing. And I'm not in a position to think that I'm like that's my spot. You know, every year I have that mindset where I got to go out and earn it. And I think that's kind of everyone's mindset here, you know, especially Russ. You know, Russ is never complacent. You know, obviously he's a starting quarterback.
Right.
But he's not going to go out to practice, you know, and just assume, like, you know, this is my job. No, I'm not going to lose it. Like, he still wants to prove himself that he can be one of the greatest quarterbacks ever to play. And that's kind of the mindset I have. I just want to come out here and just prove, you know, be 1% better at, you know, one thing, you know, each day. And just show the coaching staff and show my teammates that, you know, they can count on me and, you know, that I can be accountable and, you know, I can show up when my number's called.
What things did you or do you want to improve on in your game from last year?
You know, definitely I think just being more physical and then, you know, being more of a threat in the passing game. And, you know, I think a lot of that had to do with, you know, me having those back issues last year, kind of, you know, messing my flexibility a little bit. And that's something I really worked on in the offseason, you know. Right after the season ended, you know, I was doing a lot of Pilates, a lot of yoga, a lot of flexibility stuff, a lot of strengthening core. And then I've just been kind of consistent with that, you know, almost every day. And, God, I feel like a new player. I just feel like I move so much better out there. I feel like I'm able to open my stride up. And,
have you ever done stuff like that before?
I mean, a little bit here and there, but not, like, consistently.
Right.
But once I started seeing the results, like, I bought into it. I was like, I got to do this every day. You know, just to even eliminate that risk of that back thing flaring up. And so far, man, I come out here and I got energy every day. I feel like my legs are fresh every day. My recovery's been really well. So I feel like I finally found a good routine that works for me, and I just got to stick with it every day.
Are Pilates hard? That's one of those things that's on my list to do that I'll probably never get around to.
Yeah, Pilates, it's tough. It's tough. Because, I remember my first time I went, the instructor's telling me to do all these different things at once. And it's like, okay, I got my mind on you telling me to scoop my stomach, and then you're telling me to do one other thing. And it's like, I couldn't focus on it. I mean, I was telling my body to do it, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But after a while, like, it starts to, you get in the hang, just like anything, you get in the hang of it. But it's tough. She's got me, like, in the intermediate expert level now. So,
intermediate expert.
So, like, I'm doing stuff that, like, a 5'5", gymnastics girl would do, like just holding these different poses, and it's tough. I mean, you get your core going.
You do classes or you do one-on-one? What do you do?
I do one-on-one.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah. I just like having that, I think it's best just because, I want to make sure I'm doing the things right, and I want someone to, like, correct me if I'm doing it wrong, and I feel like you don't really get that if you do, like, a full class.
Then you're just staring at all the other students going, how are they doing?
Yeah, that's what I do with yoga. Like,
you just watch everybody else like, okay, I put my arm there. And...
Yeah, because I hear the instructor say something, I'm like, I just can't comprehend it, and I just look at everybody else. I'm more of a visual learner. So, like, if I see someone else do it, I'm like, all right, I guess that's what we're doing. Downward dog, that's what it is.
Not sure what it means, but that's what it looks like.
How's your training camp going so far in your mind?
Yeah, I think it's been really well. Like I said, just my body's been feeling great, so it's allowed me to really go out and just prove to everybody the kind of player I am. And I know that when I feel my best, I'm at my best. So I feel like just, my pad level has been just, I'm getting more flexibility in my hips. I'm able to get lower on my blocks, and I'm really able to get better releases off the line, and get into my routes and be more physical in my routes and just create separation. And I've been very happy with this year so far.
Yeah, because it kind of feels like tight end position might be a lot more involved in the passing game this year.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We got a first feel of that in OTAs. Schottenheimer started putting us in these situations where, most of the time Tyler was in that situation last year, putting these in spots for us to, be able to run more option choice routes and, just kind of moving guys around, which allows the defense to kind of not really expect what they're going to see. And I just feel like, he's finally given us that opportunity, and we're doing really well with this. So I don't see why we can't do it, throughout the season.
What's your relationship with Russ like? I mean, you've been here a couple of years. We talk about the chemistry that he's got with a couple of receivers. What's your personal relationship with him like?
It's gotten a lot better, I think it's pretty strong right now. When I first came here, he's so serious and so businessy all the time. I mean, that's what you would expect out of your quarterback, but it's kind of hard to for me to establish that relationship just outside football. And this year, I feel like I've really just focused on that. And even during practice, if we run a play and if he felt like I could have done something better, I just want to go, after the play, go run at him and say, hey, what'd you see on that, or what could I have done, just to make sure we're on the same page. Right. And I know he has trust in me. I know he likes me a lot, and I just know that as long as I'm in his back pocket, on these little things and getting these details done with him, I know he's going to trust me on game day. So that's really what I'm trying to accomplish with that.
I was watching Hard Knocks last night. Do you watch Hard Knocks at all, or do you not have time for that?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
I mean, I recorded it, but I think I watched the first episode.
Right.
I was really watching it just to see. I wanted to see Luke. I figured he would get featured.
He was on there a little bit.
And he was, yeah.
Getting mad at the rookie there. In the first episode.
Right.
I was expecting more out of it. Hopefully, one of these episodes that come up, he'll
all I gotta do is talk to him,
talk some conspiracies, or, doing whatever, you know what I mean?
Doing what he does best.
Doing what he does best.
Well, without him here, because they tend to, they focus on young players and Antonio Brown and some characters. Who's a guy here that's a real character that you think would do well on Hard Knocks that they'd maybe focus on a little bit?
I mean, I think the first thing that comes to mind is Fluker.
Okay, yeah.
He's a character. He's this guy with high energy, and he's talking all the time, and sometimes you don't even know what he says, but
we've had him on.
He's a funny dude, and honestly, I think I would be great for that.
I think you would too.
I think I would be great for that. I feel like I have a good personality. I like to have fun, especially in practice. When obviously it's hard. Training camp's tough. And I feel like the best thing you do is be high energy and just kind of make it as fun as you can, and just kind of not getting too out of control with it, but at the same time, like be able to crack jokes here and there and just keep everybody loose, keep everybody in the light mindset. But I feel like I would be great for that. But yeah, Fluker would definitely be my first vote for that.
Definitely.
Plus, you got good TV hair, so it'd be perfect. Did you wear a helmet today, dude? Your hair's like perfectly
You
coiffed.
just came out of the shower, though, right?
I didn't.
You
No.
didn't? Oh, he said you were going to shower.
This is you after wearing a helmet?
Yeah.
Wow.
Jeez.
That is
You look like you
It's a
just
good product.
You look like it's perfectly in place, man. It's not a hair out of place. You just took the helmet off. All right, I got to ask you the most important question. What is going on with Ohio State trying to trademark the "the"? Did you see that story?
Yeah.
What is that? Come on, man.
I mean, it's
The?
Yeah. It's been there since before the Woody Hayes era. I mean, it's
The word "the's" been there before Ohio State.
it's first of all, it's the.
It's the same word.
It's and I think it's funny how you watch like Monday Night Football and when everybody does their introductions and everybody does like the Clemson University or the University of Florida. Like, come on, dude. There's only one the, and it's the Ohio State University.
Wow, they're gonna trademark it.
You know when that started?
I don't know. It was definitely.
It was definitely there when you were there, and I grew up in Ohio.
I mean, we've been such a prominent program from the beginning of the time. I mean, there's no reason why we're the Ohio State University. No reason why we're not the Ohio State University. Let me reword that.
Are they going to be good this year? They're going to.
I think so. I mean,
new coach, new era.
Yeah, new coach. Honestly, like if you ask me, I thought that those first 3 games that he coached in the last season, I thought they played the best they played all year. I know he's a great offensive-minded coach, and I know the offense is going to be ready. I think the big question mark is how's the defense going to perform. They made some changes. I don't keep too up to date with all the guys back there to really know some insight, but I think they'll be ready to go.
You think Urban Meyer's going to coach again?
I don't know. There's some speculations about it.
There is
some speculations I've heard, but it wouldn't surprise me. But if it's for his own good, I think he's good where he's at right now. He's had a great coaching career, and I think they put him in an ambassador role now at Ohio State full time. So I think as long as he's kind of around the program, I think he won't miss it too much. Yeah.
Nick, it's good to talk to you, man. Thanks for coming over, spending a few minutes with us. We're pulling for you.
I appreciate that.
By the way, do you have a sense of how much you'll play this weekend?
I have no idea. I think one of our other tight ends just went down today, so I think we have, with Will and Jake now coming back, we really have like 2.5 tight ends.
Who's the half?
Well, I think Jake. This is Jake's first day. So he was on a pitch count. So I don't know. It's like we get one guy back and then another guy goes down, and we're struggling in our room right now. So I might have to play a little bit more than I would.
You want to?
Yeah, I would love to play.
You got to get those guys doing yoga and Pilates.
Yeah,
keep everybody healthy.
I got to put a big emphasis on it. We can't be having this right now.
We appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
There you go. Nick Vannett spending a few minutes with us. Good to talk to him. We're going to come back. We will sum it all up next with Bob Gross and Tom, live from Seahawks headquarters on 710 ESPN Seattle.
DK Metcalf was the most hyped receiver coming into the draft.
Metcalf, I thought, was a tremendous deal. Gives the Seahawks a dimension they've really never had before.
And expectations continue to rise.
Yeah, I think he could be a Hall of Famer if he wants to be.
Get to know Russell Wilson's newest target with Brock and Salk.
How have you gained the trust of Russell?
Download the 710 Sports app to hear the full conversation or get the full hour on demand at 710sports.com/podcasts.
The Emerald Queen Casino presents America's #1 comedian, Friday night, October 18th. A cigar, some scotch, a lot of sarcasm, and Ron White.
They call me Tater Salad. The cop showed up, and at that point, I had the right to remain silent, but I didn't have the ability.
The cutting-edge humor of Ron White. Friday night, October 18th. Tickets now at the Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Better golf is closer than you think at the new PXG Seattle. Visit PXG's newest state-of-the-art fitting studio and retail store. Get custom fitted for PXG putters, wedges, irons, and metal woods. And shop our high-quality golf apparel and accessories. Visit the new PXG Seattle today at 13238 Northeast 20th Street, Suite 400 in Bellevue. PXG. Nobody makes golf clubs the way we do. Period.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/score. That's ZipRecruiter.com/score. ZipRecruiter.com/score.
Pros like you do it right to get more bang for your buck because putting more toward your bottom line is good for business. Lowe's is here to help with deals on what you need to get the job done for less. Because now you can get 15% off custom special order Therma-Tru steel and fiberglass entry doors. And lockdown savings with 20% off select Schlage lock sets. Whatever job you're working on today or any day, do it right for less. Start with Lowe's. Offers valid through 8/18, U.S. only.
All right, it's time for some straight talk. You wouldn't pay $100 for seats to a baseball game where you can get the same seats for $50. So why pay more on your wireless when you can get the same 4G LTE networks for up to half the cost? For $45 a month, get our unlimited plan with 25 gigs of high-speed data from Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, only at Walmart.
Savings may vary. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
For those of you keeping score at home, when you reach the bottom of the fifth, it's a reminder to open a new bottle of award-winning BSB, Brown Sugar Bourbon. Available at retailers everywhere and conveniently located at the BSB Lounge at the ballpark. It's also important to note you don't have to be keeping score to reach the bottom of the fifth. You just need to be paying attention. You can't spell baseball without BSB. Heritage Distilling Company, proud sponsor of your Seattle Mariners.
BSB, Brown Sugar Bourbon, Gig Harbor, Washington, 30% alcohol by volume.
Dell Small Business Technology Advisors offer advice, one-on-one partnership, and tailored tech solutions like computers with Intel Core processors. Call an advisor today at 877-BUY-DELL.
I'm Tom Shane. Every 6 weeks, I'm off again to Thailand to handpick Shane Company's sapphires and rubies in Bangkok, the gemstone capital of the world. It's my second home. For decades, I've worked with the most talented, ethical, and reputable stonecutters. This gives me access to a range of spectacular colors that no other jeweler in the state has. In Bangkok, I evaluate each stone in natural daylight and only buy those stones with the most life and the best color. Then I have them recut to bring out their inherent natural beauty. Because I eliminate all middlemen and their markups, no one else comes close to competing with us on quality or price. Whether you're looking for a meaningful gift or want a colored stone for an engagement ring, come to Shane Company for the most vibrant sapphires and rubies. Now you have a friend in the jewelry business. Shane Company and ShaneCo.com.
Hey, look at this.
Why are you on your phone? We have dinner reservations.
I'm getting a quote for life insurance from Ethos. Just look.
Wow. I thought it would be more expensive.
A friend told me about Ethos. It's a new, straightforward kind of term life insurance that offers policies for any budget. Let's do an estimate for you.
Do we have time?
You just answer 4 simple questions to get an instant quote.
These are easy questions.
And there's the instant quote.
Seriously? That was really fast.
I know, right? And the online application only takes about 10 minutes. No pushy agents. And in most cases, no medical exams. It's perfect for us.
Can we apply right now?
Why not? And after dinner, maybe we can celebrate.
You know what? Ethos is perfect for us.
Ethos is ethical term life insurance. Straightforward and super fast. Don't put it off. Go to ethoslife.com for a free instant quote now. ETHOSlife.com. That's ethoslife.com.
You're listening to Bob Groz and Tom.
Live from the Alaska Airlines Studios.
Streaming through the 710 Sports app and on 710sports.com.
It's time to sum it up with Bob Groz and Tom. The final word every day on the show of record at 2:45.
preseason game number 2 is usually the most meaningless one, correct?
Meaningless?
Meaningless?
No, the fourth one is.
Fourth one.
Yeah.
What do you expect that we're going to be talking about on Monday? Sometimes I like to anticipate the topics that are going to be coming up on a given day.
Well,
of course, we're talking 3 days ahead, but I know we'll be reacting to the game from the night before.
How about how long they are, how many penalties they called?
I'm talking about specifically the Seahawks.
Okay.
We assume our first look at Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Right?
We assume
Chris Carson, some of the starters.
Bobby Wagner.
But let's say Russell Wilson goes out there.
Wagner's going to play in this one.
You don't think he's going to play in this one?
I
thought Clayton was speculating that he was going to play in this one.
I'm going to say he doesn't, but that's based on nothing.
Got it.
Based on absolutely nothing other than them wanting to be careful with him.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, I mean, we talked about Sean McVay perhaps starting a trend last year, not playing his starters in the preseason. And when I was on with Clayton before our show, he said that Jacksonville's doing the same thing.
Really?
Yeah. So
no Nick Foles either?
Not yet. I mean, whether if they continue with that, but no, not yet.
Well, no wonder he's running wind sprints after practice. He doesn't have to play games.
But he did practice for 3 hours in a heat index.
I know. I'm
triple
just kidding.
digit. But I mean,
I like him.
That doesn't make sense to me. You got a brand new quarterback trying to learn a new system and new players and everything, and you're not going to play him.
They may. I mean, they haven't yet. So I mean, it was just based on the first two. Probably just the. No, he said it would have been the second preseason game.
Did Did McVay do this last year too?
Clayton said he did it last year.
Okay, because I guess Goff isn't exactly a young quarterback anymore.
Well, he's still young, but I mean, he had his year.
Right, but to Bob's point, Nick Foles isn't young either, but with a new team, you would want to see him out there.
Well, I think it speaks to the fact that preseason games aren't that important necessarily. You can get done what you need to get done in practice.
I think that coaches are very divided on that. Remember, we came in that day after the game. Kyle Shanahan came out and said, "I would rather have 0 preseason games
There's
at all."
There's some that would like to go back to the old days and have 6.
Right. It's just depends on who you talk to.
Absolutely.
When were there 6?
70s?
It was in the 70s. I'm trying to think when it stopped.
Man,
maybe when they went to the 16-game schedule,
Probably.
which would have been 78, I want to say.
Wow. That's.
Can you imagine that? 6.
No.
4 is
2-a-days.
4 is too many.
Games?
Yeah, they were beating the daylights out of each other in practice and then playing 6 preseason games.
At least 6 weeks of preseason.
Jeez.
Man, 2-a-days are something else. We heard that's another thing Gruden was talking about on Hard Knocks. He's like, yeah back in the day, we used to do this in the afternoon, too. Now they put me in jail for that.
What was cool on the second one is they brought back an old clip from 1980 of John Madden. And he was standing
on the sled?
On the 7 sled.
I saw that, yeah.
That was fantastic. Gruden has that sled out there for them.
Right. Yeah, they looked all rusted and...
Yeah. Oh, that was an old one.
Yeah, they were showing that one that looked like it should have been in a museum.
Yeah.
Or in a junkyard or something. It was bad looking. But yeah, it's
So back to what Tom was saying about who you're looking for. I mean, sure, it'll be fun to see the starters play a little bit, but the competitions, I mean, I'll be looking to see if someone stands out on the defensive line.
Or even the defensive, even the secondary. I'll be curious to see.
Standouts on defense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they get thrown on. I'm really curious. Like, if you were to name their starting secondary right now, who do you think it's going to be? You think it's going to be the corners are going to be
Shaquille,
Flowers and Shaquille?
Flowers.
Of course, yeah.
And maybe, you think Blair starts?
No. I think
you could go Hill and...
I think it'll be McDougald. McDougald and probably... I don't know if Leno Hill is going to beat out Tedrick Thompson. They feel like they're kind of the same.
I'll say Thompson.
I think Blair eventually assumes that spot. I just don't think he starts the season there, but he could.
Somebody we're forgetting in that mix too. I feel like there is.
You're nickel corner, but
the guy that Clayton was talking about.
But
Jamar Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a tough one to evaluate because I don't really remember them being thrown on in the last game. And out here, they're rotating them so often, it's tough to keep track of it.
Yeah, I like Blair a lot. I know Pete does after hearing him talk about him in the postgame last week. I just don't know if he's where he needs to be for them to feel comfortable starting him right now. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying he won't start because of his lack of ability. I think he's eventually going to be the guy. But I think the start is going to be McDougald and then Leno Hill, Tedrick Thompson. I don't know.
Yeah.
Which between those two, is there a huge difference? I don't feel like there is.
Not at this point. Hey, quickly before we go here, I just saw this tweet from Ian Rappaport. It says Chargers quarterback Phillip Rivers expected to play out his contract. Teams on the same page. They're going to discuss a possible extension after the season. Do you think that Phillip Rivers is overrated or underrated for his career?
I think he's rated just fine.
You think he's rated just where he should be?
Yeah, because
tell you the truth, I think he's a little overrated.
He's always in those conversations about the elite level quarterback. So I don't think he's underrated at all.
He's not as accomplished as maybe he should be, but game to game, if my team's going up against his, I'm in fear.
I guess it's because he just doesn't look impressive. He's got that weird way of throwing, and sometimes
he's
his
got
ball flutters.
the Uncle Rico.
But he's, but he's effective. But he just doesn't look good.
On a game-to-game basis, I would fear him. But come the playoff time, things just don't go right for him.
They don't seem to.
I mean, last year in New England was a total calamity.
He's had some good teams.
Excellent. He's
taken
been
some
loaded
very
with
good
talent.
teams in the playoffs and have done nothing.
He's had the best offensive coordinator maybe in the history of the game, or one of them anyway, and Norv Turner coaching him. And it just, I mean, I don't know. He's been to the playoffs a bunch of times. I always think back to that him versus Eli, with swapping him with the Giants. And,
I think the Giants.
I mean, how could
I? That deal.
They did.
Period.
Regular season, Rivers has been much better.
Yeah, but Eli has
what can you say?
What he can do in the postseason. He's one of the great postseason performers of all time.
Right.
All right, there you go. That does it for us. Want to thank our guests today, Nick Vanette and John Clayton, for joining us on the program. If you missed anything, go to 710sports.com, click the podcast button, then click on our picture, and everything you missed is waiting for you right there, including a conversation I'm going to be having with Damon Martin, who covers the sport of MMA for UFC.com. That's brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you on Monday right here on 710 ESPN Seattle.
Seahawks fans, we are here for you. 710 ESPN Seattle has more player interviews.
We got Bobby Wagner with us.
John Clayton updates every morning at 7:15 and every afternoon at 4.
Simple as that.
The Huddle every Thursday from noon to 2.
The voice of the Seattle Seahawks, Steve Rabel's with us.
And Pete Carroll live Mondays